Qin Sheng traversed into a world where everyone underwent job transitions, awakening as an ordinary profession, a mage. In the early stages, regarded as the most ineffectual profession, Qin Sheng, however, awakened a divine talent, multi-layered casting. Slaying monsters would augment his casting layers. Thus, Qin Sheng embarked upon an invincible journey, where each kill amplified his spell casting capacity. Low damage? With a mere flick of my wrist, I unleash a fireball spell, summoning 100 million fireballs. Weak defense? One shield spell grants me a shield value, with layers surpassing even my health bar. Insufficient healing? A single healing spell triggers effects in the hundreds of millions, restoring my health to full in an instant. Lacking mana? My passive recovery replenishes mana even faster than it depletes. As Qin Sheng ventured further along this path of invincibility, he gradually unlocked a plethora of skill effects. Years later, as the Abyssal Demon god invaded Blue Star, humanity faced an existential crisis. Yet Qin Sheng stood resolute before the masses, conjuring countless skills akin to world-destroying incantations within his grasp. Not be alarmed. It's merely a trifling task. Chapter 1. Kicked out of the elite class, slaying monsters to increase casting numbers. Why are so many of you gathered outside the elite class's office? Goodness, have you not heard? A student in the elite class awakened an ordinary profession and is about to be expelled by the class's head teacher. Who is being expelled? I believe students in the elite class were wealthy and powerful. Would they dare to expel anyone? It's Qin Sheng, the student who, during his sophomore year, was originally in an ordinary class, but was later specially recruited into the elite class due to his formidable mental prowess. That's him. I recall that when he was admitted to the elite class as an ordinary person, it caused quite a stir. How could he have only awakened an ordinary profession? In Benhai City, at the War Academy. Inside the elite class office. Li Qinghu, what is your meaning? How dare you expel Qin Sheng at this juncture? Bai Yao, the head teacher of the ordinary class, furiously questioned the bald man before him. The atmosphere in the elite class office was decidedly oppressive. Apart from Bai Yao, the ordinary class teacher, several figures loomed, teachers from the elite class. Li Qinghu, the head teacher of the elite class, stood at the center of their scrutiny. Among the crowd, one individual appeared particularly out of place. It was none other than Qin Sheng, the subject of the expulsion incident, who now found himself internally muttering. It seems that whether in my past life or in Blue Star, petty individuals are ever present. Indeed, Qin Sheng was a transmigrator, having been reborn into this world 18 years prior. Unlike his previous life, this world, known as Blue Star, had faced an incursion from the Abyss several centuries ago. From a moment the Abyss invaded Blue Star, countless secret realms and dungeons descended upon the world. Accompanying these realms were innumerable beasts and monsters, relentlessly ravaging human territories, compressing humanity's space for survival. The situation escalated to a point where the very existence of humanity hung in the balance. It was in this dire hour that the realms of gaming and reality merged, ushering in a data-driven era that endowed humanity with the ability to awaken as professionals. Thus began humanity's counteroffensive. Under the influence of this new data-driven reality, individuals on Blue Star could awaken their professions upon reaching 18. They would then harness their newfound powers to combat the monsters of the Abyss, while simultaneously leveling up through dungeons and secret realms to enhance their strength, thereby curbing the abyssal invasion and safeguarding humanity. The original owner of this body shared the same name as Qin Sheng. Previously, he had been a figure of considerable esteem within the elite class under Li Qinghu's guidance. However, everything changed on the day of his awakening. Originally assessed with extraordinarily high mental prowess during his sophomore year, Qin Sheng found himself awakening as an ordinary mage during the ceremony. Logically, the mage profession is not deemed weak among ordinary professions. In fact, it possesses a high potential ceiling, and if any other student from the ordinary class had awakened this profession, they would surely be overjoyed. Although the mage's early stages may be challenging, the potential for growth in the later stages remains. Finding a competent team later on could foster gradual development and success. Yet it was precisely Qin Sheng who awakened as a mage, despite having exhibited exceptional mental prowess in his sophomore year, which had led to his special invitation into the elite class by Li Qinghu. Now, however, Qin Sheng's awakening as merely an ordinary profession left Li Qinghu profoundly disappointed. Hence, the scene in the office unfolded. Teacher Bai, I have made myself abundantly clear. He has only awakened an ordinary profession and is no longer qualified to remain in the elite class. Bear in mind, this is the elite class, where we educate and nurture only the elite, not the mediocre. Li Qinghu sipped from his teacup, casting a cold glance at Qin Sheng. Li Qinghu, when you initially recruited Qin Sheng into the elite class, what assurances did you provide me? You swore with utmost conviction that regardless of what transpired, you would never abandon him. Bai Yao's chest heaved with indignation at Li Qinghu's nonchalant demeanor. Originally, Qin Sheng was a student in his class. During their sophomore year, all students underwent assessments of their mental prowess. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Sheng, who had always excelled in the humanities, showcased remarkable mental capacity. This revelation created quite a commotion throughout the campus, prompting Li Qinghu to personally invite Qin Sheng to join the elite class. At that time, Qin Sheng was reluctant to accept the invitation. Having heard tales of Li Qinghu's notorious reputation for shifting allegiances with alarming speed, Bai Yao too had hesitated, aware that although Qin Sheng had yet to awaken a profession, the state of Xinxia had placed great emphasis on the performance of prospective professionals prior to their awakening. A student like Qin Sheng, who maintained the top position in the ordinary class prior to awakening, might, even with a slightly inferior profession, secure a promising future through state subsidies. However, Li Qinghu, recognizing Qin Sheng's extraordinary mental prowess, relentlessly pressed Bai Yao until he relented, persuading Bai Yao that only by placing the protagonist in an elite class will there be a brighter path ahead. As long as Qin Sheng enters the elite class, he will be afforded the same ample resources that are typically granted to other privileged students. Moreover, he will fervently assure Bai Yao that regardless of what transpires in the future concerning Qin Sheng, he will never abandon him. After much hesitation, Bai Yao, for the sake of Qin Sheng's future development, reluctantly chose to believe in Li Qinghu's deceitful promises and enrolled Qin Sheng in Li Qinghu's elite class. However, he never anticipated that Li Qinghu would so swiftly turn against him on the day of awakening. Upon witnessing Qin Sheng's emergence as an ordinary mage, Li Qinghu seized the opportunity to expel Qin Sheng from the elite class without moments hesitation, taking advantage of the director's absence. Thus, the ensuing conflict was ignited. Past is past, and present is present, Li Qinghu retorted to Bai Yao, as if he had not once made solemn promises. Bai Yao trembled with rage at Li Qinghu's shameless words, his fists clenched tightly. Had Li Qinghu expelled Qin Sheng from the elite class prior to the awakening, it might have been tolerable. At worst, he could have simply readmitted Qin Sheng into his own class. However, after the day of awakening, all benefits and privileges would be redefined. Even if he were to reinstate Qin Sheng into his class now, given the current circumstances, Qin Sheng would neither receive the benefits previously afforded to the top student of the ordinary class nor the resources of the elite class, rendering the situation utterly futile. Well, Teacher Bai, this is not a matter of great significance. Since you were so fond of this student, Li Qinghu continued nonchalantly, I will notify the administration to transfer him back to your class. That I must take the students to the trial tower, so I shall take my leave now. Li Qinghu remained unfazed by Yao's visible fury, waving to a few teachers nearby. Subsequently, several instructors from the elite class followed Li Qinghu out of the office. Upon seeing Li Qinghu emerge, the students outside hurriedly dispersed, unwilling to linger and witness the spectacle. Li Qinghu then called for the elite class students on the playground to assemble, preparing to head to the trial tower in Binhai City. Watching Li Qinghu and the other elite teachers depart, Bai Yao gritted his teeth in anger. Yet, years of cultivation allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Turning to Qin Sheng behind him, he assured, Fear not, Ah Sheng. The primary responsibility for this incident lies with me. Since I promised your father to take good care of you, I shall never abandon you. When the principal returns, I will certainly seek justice for you. Hearing Bai Yao's words, a warm current flowed through Qin Sheng's heart. Although this situation was indeed a consequence of Bai Yao's actions, every decision made by him was for Qin Sheng's future. Unlike the head of the elite class, Li Qinghu, who had connections, Bai Yao, as the homeroom teacher class 1, was merely an ordinary teacher at Binhai War Academy. Nevertheless, he stood up to Li Qinghu for Qin Sheng's sake, and even though Li Qinghu was a longtime friend of his father, such camaraderie in this perilous world, rife with monstrous threats, was indeed rare. Just as Qin Sheng was about to offer Bai Yao a reassuring smile, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Host awakening detected, binding infinite growth system for you. Ding. You have awakened an SSS level talent. Infinite multicasting. Effect. Each time a target is slain, an additional casting opportunity and effect is granted. Remark. This talent has no upper limit for growth. Chapter 2. The Homeroom Teacher's Sponsorship and the Power of Godlike Talent. Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Wasn't this voice akin to the systems commonly found in those web novels? Having spent such an extensive time in the office, he had assumed that the system would not bind to him. He thought that those authors who wrote in the style of those web novels were simply deceiving their readers. To his surprise, it appeared that the binding had merely been delayed, and shortly thereafter, Qin Sheng turned his attention to the system's introduction regarding his awakening of an SSS-level talent. Multiple casting? This seemed somewhat familiar. It resembled a mode he had encountered in a previous life while playing a game called King of Glory. With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng meticulously examined the description of the limitless multiple casting ability. Effect. For each target killed, an additional layer of casting effect is added. Current layers, 0. Note. This talent has no upper limit for growth. As an experienced gamer, Qin Sheng quickly grasped the essence of this talent. To simplify, considering Qin Sheng's current profession as a mage, he would initially learn basic skills, such as fireball. Typically, one fireball could only unleash a single projectile. However, with the enhancement of multiple casting, the scenario changed entirely. If Qin Sheng were to use a fireball to slay a level 1 monster, he would accumulate one layer of multiple casting. This meant that when he released fireball again, he could cast 2 projectiles. Following this logic, should Qin Sheng slay 10 monsters, he would have accumulated 10 layers of multiple casting, enabling him to unleash 11 fireballs in one casting. The increase in the number of casts directly correlates with an escalation in damage output. The reason why ordinary mages struggle to develop is due to their low damage potential. Spells like Fireball and Lightning Bolt can only release one projectile at a time. Such damage against minor creatures is hardly significant. Oftentimes, ordinary mages can only serve to draw aggro after casting a spell, subsequently chased by monsters, and without teammates to provide protection. They may not even have the opportunity to cast a second spell. Some might argue that ordinary mages could simply learn more spells early on. However, in this era of universal data-driven professions, the number of skills one can learn is strictly limited in the early stages. One must reach a certain level before acquiring new skills. Even if an ordinary mage possesses multiple skills, casting them requires time. And the only way to shorten casting time is by enhancing skill proficiency. Thus, the greatest shortcoming of ordinary mages remains their spell damage output. This is also the reason for the disparity between ordinary mages and those of hidden or rare professions. In this world where everyone awakens their potential, there are requirements for the skill tiers that practitioners can learn. For instance, ordinary professions can only learn primary skills before their first advancement, while rare professions can learn intermediate skills, and hidden professions can acquire advanced skills. As for legendary forbidden spells, the requirements for learning them are ambiguous. And throughout the history of practitioners on Blue Star, very few have managed to wield them. The limitation of only being able to learn primary skills before the first advancement represents the most significant flaw of ordinary mages. However, with the advent of multiple casting, this shortcoming is perfectly compensated. If my fireball does little damage, then unleashing 10 fireballs to strike you in the face, who would dare claim my damage is low? Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the layers accumulated from this multiple casting ability are limitless. Imagine, one day, Qin Sheng slaying 100, 1,000, even 10,000 or 100 million monsters, thereby stacking millions of layers of multiple casting. Goodness, starting with a single fireball, unleashing millions of fireballs. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Yet, Qin Sheng currently faced the most pressing issue. He lacked skills. Indeed, most practitioners acquire an initial skill upon awakening their profession, but the mage class is an exception. Mages must purchase skill books to enhance their repertoire. As Qin Sheng pondered over his savings and which skill book would be the most advantageous to acquire, Bai Yao, noticing Qin Sheng's unusual demeanor, assumed he was disheartened by the news of being expelled from the elite class. Thus, Bai Yao placed a reassuring hand on Qin Sheng's shoulder and spoke comfortingly. Ah Sheng, do not lose heart. Ordinary mages do have a future. With your diligence, if you grind through the trial tower a few more times to enhance your abilities, you still have a chance to enter university. Hearing Bai Yao's words, Qin Sheng revealed a confident smile. Rest assured, Uncle Bai, I will not give up easily. I aspire to be the mightiest mage. Before the system was bound, you claimed I could not rise. Now that the system is bound, if you still say I cannot rise, then what was the point of binding it? Seeing Qin Sheng's spirited demeanor, Bai Yao felt a weight lift from his heart. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a card, handing it to Qin Sheng. You see, I've told you countless times to act your part in school. Take this card and purchase a skill book, then head to the trial tower to practice diligently. Qin Sheng glanced at the bank card that Bai Yao had forcefully placed in his hands, momentarily stunned. Uncle Bai, no. Teacher, what is this? Noticing Qin Sheng's reaction, Bai Yao waved his hand nonchalantly. You don't need to be so polite with me. Just take it. It's not much, enough for you to grind through the trial tower 3 or 4 times. Consider it a small gesture from your uncle. Upon hearing Bai Yao's words, Qin Sheng's heart stirred. 3 or 4 runs in the trial tower, despite Bai Yao's casual tone. As the only facility in Binhai City that provided a training ground for novices, students typically needed to spend a substantial amount of gold to enter the trial tower instance. The starting price was a staggering 50,000 gold coins. Thus, this card must contain at least a couple of 100,000 gold coins. Qin Sheng never anticipated that this friend of his father's would go to such lengths for him, standing up against the homeroom teacher of the elite class, and even providing such a hefty sum. Just as Qin Sheng prepared to express his gratitude to Bai Yao, the latter waved his hand and turned to leave, reminding Qin Sheng, I'll speak with Teacher Liu, who oversees the ordinary class trials. Hurry and buy a skill book, then grind in the trial tower. Don't forget what you just said. You must become the strongest mage. As Bai Yao's words echoed in Qin Sheng's ears, he absent-mindedly touched his nose. Although Bai Yao seemed to have unwavering confidence in him, Qin Sheng could sense the underlying uncertainty in his tone. Yet, this was understandable. Throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, no ordinary mage had ever risen to prominence. Watching Bai Yao's figure gradually recede, Qin Sheng pulled his thoughts back to the present, glancing at the bank card in his hand. The immediate priority was to visit the trading hall and purchase a skill book before heading to the trial tower. After formulating his upcoming objectives, Qin Sheng hailed a taxi and made his way to a trading hall situated in close proximity to his school. Inside the bustling establishment, a myriad of professionals traversed the space. Qin Sheng, upon entering the trading hall, headed directly toward a nearby shop. He soon found himself pausing in front of a store brimming with an array of equipment, each piece shimmering with its own unique radiance. However, a cursory glance revealed that the majority of items on display were spoils dropped by defeated beasts, along with a handful of potions, while skill books were notably scarce. This scarcity was quite understandable. After all, in the grand scheme of things, skill books are far more precious than mere equipment or consumables such as potions. Compounding this issue, the digitalized Blue Star world has a rather disheartening drop rate, making skill books a rare commodity that is swiftly snatched up whenever they appear in the market. This phenomenon gave rise to the moniker noble mage, as professions associated with magic truly demand a significant financial investment, positioning them as the quintessential pay-to-win players. To harness the full potential of their class, one must expend substantial sums on skill books. Hello, sir. Feel free to browse. If anything catches your eye, I'll be more than happy to assist you, greeted the charming receptionist, clad in professional attire and showcasing her long, slender legs accentuated by black stockings. With a warm smile directed at Qin Sheng. Do you have any novice skill books? I'd like to purchase one, Qin Sheng replied, his expression cheerful. A novice skill book? Please hold on. I'll find one for you right away, she said, promptly turning to rummage through the shelves behind her. However, after an exhaustive search, she could not locate any novice skill books. Undeterred, she continued her search while Qin Sheng patiently awaited her findings. Finally, she discovered 2 skill books tucked beneath a table, serving as makeshift supports. With an apologetic demeanor, she retrieved them and wiped them clean with a handkerchief. I sincerely apologize. Due to the lackluster sales of novice skill books, we only have these 2 left. All right, I'll take both. How much do I owe you? Qin Sheng inquired, suppressing a chuckle at the sight of the somewhat tattered skill books. You only need to pay for one. The other is a gift, she replied, already handing the 2 skill books to Qin Sheng after cleaning them. For her, these books had lingered in inventory for far too long, essentially becoming a means of clearing out stock. Before long, Qin Sheng exited the trading hall, holding the 2 skill books in his hands. One book contained the spell Fireball, a fundamental active skill, while the other, intriguingly labeled Regeneration, was a rather uncommon passive skill. As Qin Sheng contemplated this, he began to examine the description of the passive skill book Regeneration. Skill book, Regeneration, restores 1 point of mana with each skill cast. Upon reading the description, he comprehended why this book was relegated to serve as a table prop. It was no wonder the receptionist had so readily offered it to him for free. It was, after all, a rather lackluster skill book. While a skill that replenishes mana might seem advantageous to a mage at first glance, the meager restoration of a single point of mana per cast was nearly insignificant for a class that expends vast quantities of mana. To illustrate, even the most basic Fireball spell consumes 10 points of mana per use. Nevertheless, recognizing the principle that having a diverse array of skills is beneficial, Qin Sheng resolved to learn the Regeneration skill. Ding! Congratulations on successfully learning Regeneration. Following this, he produced the Fireball skill book and commenced his studies. Ding! Congratulations on successfully learning Fireball. Hearing the confirmation chime, a smile crept onto Qin Sheng's lips. He envisioned a promising path to success unfurling before him. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, an abrupt voice resonated in his mind. Ding! System delay detected. In compensation, a novice gift pack will be issued to the host. Ding! The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Would the host like to open it? Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Qin Sheng delved into his consciousness and indeed discovered a virtual panel displaying the gift pack. What a delightful surprise. Not only is there a system binding, but also a novice gift pack. This will certainly aid in my rise, he mused. Open it. As soon as he uttered the command, another notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your novice gift pack has been opened, granting you 5 layers of multicasting. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng eagerly checked his current attribute panel. Qin Sheng age, 18 profession, mage level, 1 spirit, 20 strength, 10 agility, 10 constitution, 10 health, 100 mana, 100 skills, Fireball, Regeneration multicasting layers, 5. Examining his attribute panel, Qin Sheng nodded in approval. It was a standard configuration, with the only notable distinction being his elevated spirit, likely a remnant from a test conducted in his sophomore year that revealed his exceptional mental acuity. As a mage, spirit directly influences damage output. For instance, now that Qin Sheng had learned Fireball, his spell would deal 20 points of damage. Health is linked to Constitution, where each point of Constitution equates to 10 points of health. Thus, with 10 points of Constitution, Qin Sheng possessed a total of 100 health points. Yet, what truly captured Qin Sheng's attention was the number of casting layers. Thanks to the novice gift pack, he had attained 5 layers, meaning he could unleash 6 fireball spells with a mere gesture. This was an exhilarating prospect, considering that each fireball inflicts 20 points of damage. 6 of them would amount to a staggering 120 points of damage. In fact, if he were to compare it to himself, a single fireball could potentially obliterate him. With this newfound confidence, Qin Sheng swiftly summoned another taxi and headed straight for the trial tower. I'm coming, newbie trial tower. Shortly thereafter, Qin Sheng arrived at the plaza housing the newbie trial tower. This tower, constructed by the government of the Divine Summer Kingdom, serves as a dedicated trial dungeon for novice adventurers. To ensure safety, any adventurer who encounters fatal peril within the dungeon will be promptly teleported to safety. More importantly, the creatures within the trial tower yield copious experience points, rendering it an essential training ground for budding professionals. At that moment, the plaza surrounding the trial tower was teeming with adventurers. Some were on the lookout for companions, while others were vocally rallying their fellow adventurers. The team is recruiting. We are currently a quartet in need of a healer, preferably one of substantial capability. Are there any teams seeking a shield warrior? I can withstand considerable damage. Is there a distinguished individual in need of buffs? We are a specialized enhancement squad of 4. We can bolster your defense, agility, and spirit with our augmentation. You are assured to progress through the first 2 levels. For practitioners clad in priestly robes vociferously called out in the square, Qin Sheng shook his head. Such enhancement squads were not uncommon. It is worth noting that while the Novice Trial Tower serves as a sanctuary for fledgling adventurers, it is also a trial instance constructed at great expense by the Kingdom of Qin Sheng. Though devoid of life-threatening risks, it nonetheless demands a significant financial investment. If inadequately equipped practitioners spend their resources to enter the trial instance only to be defeated by monsters and subsequently teleported out, it would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, most practitioners, for the sake of prudence, would employ enhancement squads to grant them buffs, thereby enabling them to delve deeper into the tower's challenges. However, such assistance was unnecessary for Qin Sheng at this juncture. His singular skill could unleash 120 points of damage, effortlessly dispatching warriors of equal rank. With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng ambled towards a direction within the square when a voice called out to him. You must be Qin, the student mentioned by Old Bai. I am Lu Lo, the leading instructor here. Follow me. The novice trial team is this way. Upon hearing Lu Li's voice, Qin Sheng turned to see a robust man, towering at nearly 6 feet tall and clad in warrior attire, waving at him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Sheng quickened his pace towards Lu Lo. You arrived just in time. The formation mage from the class transfer guild is ready to activate the next instance's magic crystal. We are merely awaiting the last team to exit before commencing. Chapter 4. The Novice Trial Tower, the prodigy of the ordinary class. Hearing the robust man's words, Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. The formation mage from the class transfer guild? As the name implies, the class transfer guild is an institution dedicated to practitioners, overseeing all matters pertaining to their professions. Before awakening, practitioners receive theoretical knowledge and combat skills from the War Academy. After graduating from the War Academy, practitioners turn to the class transfer guild for assistance with various matters. Whether one seeks to enter an instance or undergo a class change, the guild can facilitate both. Moreover, the class transfer guild wields considerable influence among all institutions within the Kingdom of Qin Sheng. It is said that the current president of the guild is one of only 4 8th-tier practitioners in the entire kingdom. How is Old Bai's health? He hasn't invited me for a drink in quite some time, Lu Lu inquired as he led Qin Sheng forward. The instructor is in good health. However, he has been rather busy following the awakening day, Qin Sheng replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Indeed, the Kingdom of Qin Sheng has just experienced awakening day, and everywhere is bustling with activity. You see, the Novice Trial Tower is usually devoid of crowds, yet now it is teeming with people. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Lu Lu smiled and gestured towards the square ahead. Following Lu Li's gesture, Qin Sheng noticed that while he had not seen many people on the outskirts, the center of the square was indeed crowded. Most of the individuals in the inner circle were students from the War Academy. Come, let me take you to Q. In a few minutes, the next batch of trial tower slots will open, and you will be able to enter. Lu Lu patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder as he guided him forward. Before long, Lu Lu brought Qin Sheng to the gathering place of the ordinary class practitioners he led. Look, Teacher Lu is back, and he is personally escorting a student over here. No way. Could it be that the student being brought back by Teacher Lu is yet another rare profession? That seems unlikely. I haven't heard of any other ordinary students awakening rare professions this year besides Feng Ge. Feng Ge? As he overheard the chatter among the other ordinary class students, Qin Sheng recalled a name. In Binhai City, there are 3 war academies, and the Feng Ge they spoke of is none other than Ningqing Feng, a student from the ordinary class of Binhai Academy too. It is said that he was originally an ordinary student but awakened the rare profession of Gale Swordsman on Awakening Day, causing quite a stir. Just as Qin Sheng was engulfed in his thoughts, he soon heard his own name mentioned. Isn't that Qin Sheng? What's he doing here for the novice trial? Qin Sheng? The one who was first in the elite class of War Academy, but got kicked out for awakening an ordinary profession? Indeed, that is him. I remember that after he was ousted from the elite class, all his resources were withdrawn. How can a student from an ordinary family afford to buy skill books to refresh the novice trial tower? Silence. Listening to the murmurs and doubts from the surrounding crowd. Lu, embodying the spirit of a berserker, silenced the assembly with just 2 words. He then cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Sheng. Although he had not specifically inquired about Qin Sheng from Old Bai, he had gleaned the situation from the students' discussions. Qin Sheng was the one who, during Awakening Day, had awakened an ordinary profession after being part of the elite class. It is worth noting that 2 significant pieces of news emerged from that day. One was the awakening of the rare profession by the previously ordinary student Ning Qingfeng, and the other was Qin Sheng's awakening of an ordinary profession. Yet Old Bai, fully aware that Qin Sheng had awakened as a mage, still insisted that he attend the novice trial tower, likely expending considerable effort in doing so. Perhaps it was a hope that Qin Sheng might encounter a team willing to take him in. After all, as a low-damage, fragile mage in the early stages, without a team, he would struggle to progress through the novice trial tower, let alone past the first level. While Lu managed to quell the surrounding students' discussions, their gazes towards Qin Sheng remained filled with skepticism and disdain. Each silently resolved not to team up with Qin Sheng when the time came to enter the trial tower instance. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng surveyed the novice trial tower before him. His gaze fell upon a towering black edifice that loomed against the sky. The tower, entirely as dark as ink, was imbued with a traditional Chinese architectural style, reminiscent of the Leifeng Pagoda he had seen in a past life. The structure comprised 7 tiers, each progressively narrowing as one ascended. Subsequently, information regarding the trial tower surfaced in Qin Sheng's mind. Although it appeared to be a tower, it functioned as a novice instance. Upon entering through the instance's entrance, practitioners would need to challenge their way upward from the lowest tier, 1 level at a time. The higher the layers of challenge, the greater the accolades bestowed upon the participants. It is said that on the day of awakening, those who achieve the highest evaluation among practitioners are rewarded not only with an epic piece of equipment devoid of level requirements or a skill free from stage constraints, but also that their mentors receive a substantial sum of gold, which proves advantageous for future evaluations. As Qin Sheng pondered this, a sudden flash of light emanated from the towering black structure before him. Several figures stumbled forth from within, the foremost clad in a blue robe, with a jade sword slung across his back. Accompanying him were 4 comrades. Simultaneously, a shimmering light curtain appeared suspended in the air before the black tower. Congratulations to the Ning Qingfeng team for advancing to the 3rd layer of the difficult trial tower. Challenge evaluation. Hey, look, Feng Gu is out. I didn't expect him to reach the 3rd layer so swiftly. It hasn't been long at all. Feng Ji's speed in clearing challenges has increased remarkably, with his prowess and that of his team. Could it be that they will shatter last year's record of reaching the 4th layer set by the elite class? It's hard to say. I've heard that each layer of the trial tower is more arduous than the last. Feng Gu has attempted 3 times and has only just reached the 3rd layer. Before the students could continue their discussion, Ning Qingfeng, dressed in a blue robe, approached LV Lu. How are you? Is your injury severe? Perhaps you should rest for a while. LV Lu furrowed his brow, regarding Ning Qingfeng with evident concern. Teacher, I'm fine. I can endure. I must conquer the 5th layer today. I will prove to those in the elite class that we from the ordinary class are by no means inferior. Ning Qingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute as he spoke. All right, then rest well. You are the last team to exit the dungeon. There are still 10 minutes before it resets. Upon hearing Ning Qingfeng's words, LV Lu nodded. Indeed, in this world of universal awakening, dungeons also possess cooldown periods. Typically, the cooldown for dungeons lasts several hours. However, as the trial tower is a novice dungeon crafted by the citizens of Xinxia Kingdom, its cooldown time is significantly reduced. From the moment the last team exits, the cooldown lasts only 10 minutes, compared to other dungeons with cooldowns spanning several hours. This greatly accelerates the leveling speed for novice practitioners. Most of the students gathered here from the ordinary class are newcomers, and I need not elaborate further. The team of practitioners before you can be considered among the top in the entire ordinary class of awakeners, yet even they have sustained considerable injuries. Therefore, I advise you all that anyone wishing to enter the novice trial tower should ideally form a team. After all, while the trial tower does not result in death, injuries are inevitable. It would be a pity to miss out on experience and suffer injuries in the process. LV Lu cautioned the surrounding practitioners, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Sheng. Sensing LV Lu's gaze, Qin Sheng smiled faintly. He understood that LV Lu was reminding him to find a team. Yet with his own strength, he could easily undertake the challenge solo. Moreover, even if he wished to form a team, he doubted anyone here would be willing to join him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, in a more opulent reception area, a throng of students clad in elite class attire stood. Boss, look over there. That kid seems to be Qin Sheng. The captain of the elite class students, Zhang Hao, dressed in a robe, turned his head to observe. It does appear to be him. How audacious for a frail mage awakening an ordinary profession to participate in the trial tower. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, the elite class students surrounding him began to murmur among themselves. I heard that Bai Yao, the head teacher of the ordinary class, gave him a sum of money. Perhaps he intends to use it to hire a team to assist him in leveling up. As graduation approaches. Which of us isn't eager to curry favor with our teachers? How could he be so foolish as to take money from his teacher? Indeed, it's no wonder the head teacher expelled him. He clearly lacks any understanding of social niceties, unlike our Hao Gu, who is adored by the teacher. Yes, if it weren't for our Hao Gu's influence, we would never have received such beneficial enhancements. The elite class students raised their arms to adjust their buffs, which immediately shimmered in a spectrum of colors. Not long ago, Li Qinghu had brought them to the square of the trial tower, where he had extravagantly hired a team to bestow numerous buffs upon them. Of course, how could that Qin Sheng compare to our boss? Our boss awakened a rare, elemental mage profession, capable of learning intermediate skills, far beyond what that ordinary profession could ever achieve. Intermediate skills. No wonder our boss Zhang Hao is so impressive. I've heard that intermediate skills are exceedingly rare and enhance skill effectiveness by 200. Wow, 200. Considering boss Zhang's 30 in mental strength, does that mean he can deal 60 points of skill damage? Goodness. 60 points of damage in just 2 hits could eliminate me. Boss is truly formidable. Hearing the flattery from his teammates, Zhang Hao held his head high, akin to an arrogant swan, relishing the moment. Internally, he reveled in the thought of finally surpassing Qin Sheng. Prior to the second year of high school, he had been the top student in the elite class and even served as its captain. However, everything had changed with Qin Sheng's arrival. After joining the elite class, Qin Sheng not only eclipsed him academically, but also outperformed him in martial combat. Yet, everything shifted on the day of awakening. Qin Sheng awakened an ordinary profession, while he himself awakened the promising and rare elemental mage profession. Regardless of Qin Sheng's past brilliance, he would now merely serve as a stepping stone for Zhang Hao. With this thought, a smirk crept upon Zhang Hao's lips as he regarded Qin Sheng with disdain. He is merely an ordinary student from an average family. What standing does he have to be among us second-generation elites in the elite class? Hao Gu is right. That Qin Sheng can only fight a little. What skills does he possess? He knows nothing of social dynamics. Indeed, while students from other classes engage in sparring with restraint, this guy goes all out, employing combos like monkey steals peach and fishing in the bottom of the sea. No matter how skilled he is in combat, it amounts to nothing now. The current world values background and profession. Exactly, our Hao Gu is reliable. Not only has he awakened a rare profession, but his brother is already a captain in the Storm Guild, ensuring a promising future. Alright, he is now on a different level from us. Our starting point is his endpoint. Be prepared, we will soon enter the trial tower and seize the record for the novice challenge. Zhang Hao advised his teammates, his voice brimming with confidence. He was determined to claim the first place in this upcoming trial tower challenge and to trample Qin Sheng beneath his feet. Furthermore, just recently, Li Qinghu had informed him that he had leveraged connections to exchange the rewards for a special piece of equipment, the Guardian Spirit Armor, suitable for mages, which had no level requirements. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the trial tower, a series of resonant chimes reverberated like thunder. In the air directly before the trial tower, a figure clad in a white robe materialized. This figure was none other than Lin Fei, the array master of the Class Transition Guild. With the cooldown period of the trial tower concluding, he announced for the prepared adventurers to select their difficulty level before entering the tower. Following Lin Fei's proclamation, hundreds of beams of light surged forth from the novice trial tower, descending to the ground and transforming into numerous white vortex entrances. The initial step for those entering was to select the difficulty of the trial tower. The various levels of difficulty were indicated by distinct colors: white for easy, green for normal, blue for hard, and red for hellish. As it was an artificial dungeon, adventurers would be teleported out upon death in the first 3 difficulties, with the exception of the hellish level. A luminous screen before the tower displayed the completion levels for the aforementioned 4 difficulties. The easy difficulty had the highest completion level, having reached the 7th floor, making it the only mode that had been cleared. The other 3 modes showed progressively lower completion levels, with normal difficulty at 5 floors, hard at 4, and the lowest, hellish difficulty, at merely 2 floors. Upon selecting a difficulty, adventurers would be teleported inside, and a certain amount of gold would be deducted from their accounts, along with the recording of their identities and status. That's enough from me, Lulu remarked, turning to all the regular class students. Although you are students and have already received a substantial discount on gold, I still hope you can assess your own strengths before selecting a difficulty, lest you squander your hard-earned gold. After a wave of his hand, all the adventurers in the square formed their respective teams and set off towards the trial tower. Most of these adventurers had organized their groups within the 10-minute cooldown period and, upon arriving at the difficulty selection, opted for the relatively simple green easy difficulty. However, among the throng, one small team galloped ahead, directly rushing to the vortex entrance and selecting the blue hard difficulty. This was the team led by Ning Qingfeng. Once the majority of the regular class adventurers had dispersed, only a few remained in the square, including Qin Sheng and several others who had failed to find teammates. These few adventurers had initially considered choosing Qin Sheng as their ally, but upon hearing of his exploits, they quickly shook their heads and departed. In the face of Lu Li's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Sheng could only shrug nonchalantly. With no one to form a party with, he felt relieved, as he wouldn't have to share experience with others. With this thought, Qin Sheng strode toward the trial tower, reassured that even alone, he could opt for the simplest, easy difficulty to hone his skills. He believed that even as a solo player, he could garner a significant amount of experience from the easy difficulty. Observing Qin Sheng's solitary figure, Lulu promptly offered a suggestion. However, upon reaching the trial tower and facing the 4 difficulty options at the vortex, Qin Sheng remained deaf to Lulu's advice. He had previously researched the basic introductions to the 4 difficulties of the novice trial tower online. He understood that the monsters in each difficulty were not vastly different. The primary distinction lay in their numbers and statistics. For instance, in the first layer of the trial tower, the easy difficulty featured approximately 5 monsters. The normal difficulty had 10, the hard difficulty 15, and the hellish difficulty boasted 20. Armed with this information, Qin Sheng resolved that his objective for this venture must be the hellish trial tower. After all, his unique talent for multiple casting required him to slay monsters to accumulate layers, making it all the more advantageous to face a greater number of foes. With this in mind, Qin Sheng unhesitatingly selected the blood red option. You have currently selected the hellish difficulty of the trial tower. Your level is detected to be low. Do you wish to proceed? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Sheng clicked the confirmation button, and in a flash of light, he was teleported inside. Chapter 6. The Marvels of Multiple Casting, Casting Without Consumption. As a brilliant white light flickered, Qin Sheng slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a dim, damp space. It appeared to be a cavern, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he began to formulate a judgment. The space before him resembled a cave more than an interior of a tower. Indeed, the rumors were true, while the exterior of the trial tower resembled a tower. The interior simulated the territories of previously conquered monster realms. Within the cave before Qin Sheng, only a few stones emanating a faint glow illuminated the area. According to online sources, goblins should make their appearance in the first layer of this trial tower. Recalling the strategies he had read online, Qin Sheng swiftly ascended a relatively high stone platform. Being an avid gamer in his previous life, he understood the importance of occupying a high vantage point as a long-ranged mage. Just as Qin Sheng positioned himself atop the platform, he heard a series of squeaky sounds emanating from the depths of the cave, followed by the gradual emergence of 5 green-skinned goblins wielding stone clubs, advancing toward him. Stone Club Goblin. Strength, 4, Health, 40. Observing the displayed data of the goblins, Qin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. The statistics of the goblins aligned closely with the online predictions. According to the strategy guide, the goblins in the easy difficulty had a strength of 1 and a health of 10, while those in normal difficulty had a strength of 2 and a health of 20. By this logic, the data for the hellish goblins before him seemed to be accurate. Qin Sheng couldn't help but admire the thoughtful intentions of the officials of the Divine Summer Nation who constructed the novice dungeon to ensure that novice adventurers could ascend steadily. Even the goblins in the hellish difficulty were considerably weaker than their counterparts in the wild. In the outer regions, even the weakest monsters would not possess such feeble strength. Fireball. Watching the goblins draw nearer, Qin Sheng, having already chanted his spell, summoned flickering embers around him. Instantly, 6 fireballs materialized before him, transforming the previously dark and damp cave into a sweltering arena. Go. With a swift gesture, the 6 fireballs soared forth, illuminating the cavern, and subsequently struck the goblins with a fierce explosion. A colossal damage number of 120 appeared above the 5 goblins, and in an instant, they were engulfed in the fiery eruption of the 6 fireballs, reducing them to ashes. The hellish dungeon was surprisingly easy. With a mere flick of my wrist, I unleashed a fireball spell that obliterated 5 goblins in an instant. Qin Sheng was somewhat taken aback, for he knew that his 6 fireballs combined dealt merely 120 points of damage. Each of these 5 goblins possessed 40 health points. However, he quickly came to realize that this was reality, not a game. Unlike in games, where one must meticulously eliminate monsters one by one with skills, the potency of the fireball spell in reality erupted all at once. The 120 points of damage from 6 fireballs were sufficient to annihilate all 5 goblins simultaneously. Just as Qin Sheng was regaining his composure, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain 5 goblins and gained 200 experience points. You have leveled up to level 2, with an increase of 1 to all attributes and an addition of 4 free attribute points. Leveling up seemed remarkably effortless, contrary to what was often claimed online. If other practitioners were to hear Qin Sheng's nonchalant remarks, they would likely be infuriated. What does he mean by not that difficult? He had just garnered 200 experience points. To put that into perspective, in the easiest of dungeons, each goblin yields only 10 experience points, meaning others would need to defeat 20 goblins to match Qin Sheng's recent achievement. Moreover, this must be done solo. However, before Qin Sheng could fully bask in the joy of his level up, another prompt resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 5 goblins. You are rewarded with 5 layers of additional casting. Goodness, my casting layers have increased as well, combined with the previous 5 layers. I now possess a total of 10 layers of multicasting. This means that my next fireball spell can unleash 11 fireballs. Moreover, due to my recent level up, My mental capacity has risen to 21. As for the remaining 4 attribute points, in pursuit of greater damage, Qin Sheng allocated all 4 of his free attribute points to his mental capacity. Thus, his mental capacity reached 25, enabling him to unleash 11 fireballs with a damage output of 275 points. Remarkably, this represents a twofold increase. What does 275 points of damage imply? Take, for instance, a shield warrior of the same level. The maximum health for a shield warrior at this level is merely 250 points, meaning they would not withstand even a single one of my fireballs. Who claims that mages have low damage and fragile bodies cannot thrive? Yet, Qin Sheng quickly recalled something and hastily examined his own status. Although his damage had surged, reality does not function like a game. Leveling up does not augment mana or health bars, it merely raises their limits. While my fireball spell's damage is indeed high, my mana is capped at 100. I can only cast skills 10 times before I must rely on meditation to replenish my mana. However, when Qin Sheng checked his mana, he was momentarily stunned. Logically, his total mana should be 100. After casting one fireball, it should have dropped to 90. Yet, he now observed that his mana stood at an astonishing 96 points. Something was amiss. This is highly irregular. Could it be a bug? But then he shook his head. Ever since the advent of data-driven practitioners, there had never been a bug in their status. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation. He quickly turned his attention to his other passive skill, mana recovery. He recalled that the skill description indicated that each time a skill was cast, 1 mana point would be restored. Could it be that by casting 6 fireballs earlier, he triggered the mana recovery skill 6 times, thereby recovering 6 mana points? This multicasting actually activates passive skills as well. This is nothing short of a divine talent. With this thought, Qin Sheng felt his breath quicken. No, practical experience is the true test. To ascertain whether multicasting indeed triggered mana recovery, he must cast another fireball spell. While Qin Sheng regained his focus, 5 goblins wielding wooden sticks appeared at the cave's end. These goblins, undaunted by death, charged towards him, brandishing their clubs. Perfect. I can use you for my experiment, he thought, raising his hand to release another fireball spell. In an instant, 11 fireballs illuminated the entire cave, hurtling towards the 5 goblins. In the blink of an eye, the goblins were reduced to nothingness under the barrage of 11 fireballs. Ding! You have slain 5 goblins and gained 200 experience points. You have leveled up to level 3. With an increase of 1 to all attributes and an addition of 4 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 5 goblins. You are rewarded with 5 layers of additional casting. Upon completing the fireball spell, Qin Sheng was far too engrossed to contemplate the goblin's dismal fate. His first instinct was to check his status. Qin Sheng. Age, 18. Class, mage. Level, 3. Mental capacity, 30. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Constitution, 12. Health, 120. Mana, 97. Skills, fireball, mana recovery. Multicasting layers, 15. Free attribute points, 5. After defeating 5 goblins, Qin Sheng's multicasting layers had increased by another 5. However, what delighted him even more was that his mana had not only remained stable, but had actually increased by 1 point. This meant that the 11 fireballs he had just unleashed had indeed triggered mana recovery 11 times, replenishing 11 mana points. Upon realizing this, Qin Sheng inhaled sharply. Goodness. Casting 11 fireballs restored 11 mana points. Considering that each fireball spell consumes 10 mana points, this implies that the mana consumed was less than the mana regained. Does this mean that in the future, as a mage, I won't have to meticulously calculate my mana like other mages? With this thought, Qin Sheng's heart raced. Why are ordinary mages often regarded as burdens? Primarily, it is due to their low initial damage and slow mana recovery. Unlike certain hidden or rare mages who possess passive skills that restore mana. Now, with multicasting capable of triggering mana recovery, he need no longer worry about mana issues. Is my mana insufficient? I recover more than I expend. With no mana costs, can my damage output not be increased? I could initiate with 16 fireballs, or even hundreds. Perhaps thousands. How would you counter that? Chapter 7. Frenzied Layer Stacking of Spells. The Genius Squad is not first. After reviewing his panel information without hesitation, Qin Sheng allocated all 4 of his previously acquired free attribute points to his mental capacity. This raised his mental capacity to 30. And he had just noticed that when he released his second wave of fireballs, the casting time for his skill had noticeably shortened. A reduced casting time could only indicate an increase in proficiency. Could it be that the effects of multicasting also enhance proficiency? At that moment, a third wave of 5 goblins emerged before the cave entrance. However, Qin Sheng remained utterly unfazed. Drawing upon his prior experience, he raised his hand and unleashed 16 fireballs, striking down upon the 5 goblins with ferocity. Indeed, the casting time for his skills had noticeably diminished. With 30 points of mental energy and the deployment of the fireball spell, Qin Sheng's damage surged to an impressive 480 points, instantly annihilating the third wave of goblins. Following this, the fourth wave of goblins also fell victim to his swift onslaught. After successfully clearing the first level, Qin Sheng accumulated a total of 800 experience points. yet his level remained at 3. The experience required for a professional to level up is calculated as follows. Progressing from level 1 to 2 necessitates 200 points, and from level 2 to 3 demands 300 points. Consequently, the 800 experience points he earned were merely sufficient to elevate him to level 3. Just as Qin Sheng had readjusted his state, the scenery before him blurred, and he was transported to another realm. As he gazed around, he beheld a desolate expanse at the far end of this space, shrouded in dim skies, with remnants of dilapidated structures strewn across the ground. Was this the second level? Prior to selecting the hellish dungeon, he had indeed perused some information online. According to the records, many professionals had attempted the hell-level novice trial tower before him. Yet most had failed to progress beyond the second level and were subsequently ejected. Before Qin Sheng could scrutinize his surroundings, a series of eerie squeaks emanated from the crumbling buildings, and several skeletal soldiers burst forth, clad in armor and wielding shields and swords. There were a total of 16 of these undead warriors. Strength, 16. Health, 160. Good heavens, they aren't even bothering to pretend, are they? To charge out with 16 at once. It was no wonder that previous adventurers had faltered at the second level. Observing the skeletal soldiers, Qin Sheng could not help but ponder. If the first level was designed as a gentle introduction for novice adventurers, the second level was undoubtedly a gauntlet of increased intensity, particularly within the context of a hell-level dungeon, where the challenge was quadrupled. This fourfold increase pertained not only to the statistics of the monsters, but also to their sheer numbers. It was understandable why those who ventured into the hell-level trial tower were expelled so swiftly. For others, 16 skeletal soldiers might pose an insurmountable obstacle. Yet for Qin Sheng, they were merely fodder to refresh his casting layers. It is worth noting that after clearing the first level, Qin Sheng's gains were not limited to experience alone. His casting layers had risen to 25, and with a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed 26 fireballs. With the support of his 30 mental energy, the damage inflicted by his fireballs reached a staggering 780. The barrage of 26 fireballs consumed the 16 skeletal soldiers, reducing them to ash. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain 16 skeletal soldiers, earning 966 experience points. Your level has risen to level 4. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 16 skeletal soldiers. Your casting layers have increased by 16 layers. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Sheng nodded in affirmation. Not only had his level elevated, but his casting layers had also increased by 16. With the previous 25 layers, he now boasted a total of 41 layers. Excellent. He was determined to press on with vigor. After allocating his attribute points, the scene before him shifted once more, leading him to the third level. The third level revealed a barren desert, with a hint of verdant oasis visible at its far end. Before Qin Sheng could fully assess the situation, shadows darted from the oasis, revealing 12 iron-backed black wolves. According to prior records, a hidden professional had reached this stage during their challenge of the novice hell-level trial tower. If he could conquer this level, it would signify that he had surpassed the previous hidden professional's record. Qin Sheng mused, recalling the information he had gleaned online. Most adventurers, after clearing the first level of the trial tower, had been expelled from the second level by the 16 skeletal soldiers. A few years prior, a notably exceptional hidden professional had led their team through the second level with great momentum, yet they ultimately succumbed in the third level. After their defeat, no one had dared to challenge the hell-level trial tower again. As Qin Sheng began to chant the fireball spell, the 12 iron-backed black wolves charged towards him with alarming swiftness. Iron-backed black wolf. Strength, 20. Agility, 30. Health, 60. Goodness, their agility was 3 times his own. It was no wonder that the previous hidden professional had failed to advance. Yet, no matter how rapid the 12 iron-backed black wolves may be, Qin Sheng could now unleash 42 fireballs in a single casting, augmented by his current 40 points of mental energy, yielding a devastating 1680 points of damage. What could their speed compare to his fireballs? With a swift motion, he launched 42 fireballs into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The searing fireballs descended like cataclysmic meteors, effortlessly obliterating the once formidable pack of iron-backed black wolves. Upon vanquishing this cohort of wolves, Qin Sheng's level ascended to 5, and his multiple casting layers increased by another 12. Relishing in his newfound strength, Qin Sheng exhaled deeply. What a delight it was to perpetually feel himself growing stronger. His casting layers had now reached 53, meaning he could unleash 54 fireballs with a single spell. Who could withstand such power? For a moment, Qin Sheng contemplated whether his talent had tipped the balance of the game. In the context of his previous life, this would have been tantamount to cheating. As the saying goes, it was exceedingly unfair. Such an extraordinary talent was his alone to bear. With 54 fireballs, combined with his current 40 points of mental energy, his damage skyrocketed to 2160. The superiority of rare and hidden professions over ordinary ones lies in their foundational attributes. Each level gained grants them a significantly greater increase. Comparatively, hidden professions receive 4 attribute points for each level gained, alongside an additional 12 points from free attribute allocation. Hence, a rare profession mage reaching level 10 would typically possess around 184 points of mental energy, while a hidden profession could harness advanced skills, amplifying damage by threefold, resulting in a maximum output of 552 points at level 10. At present, a mere ordinary profession at level 6 can unleash a staggering 2,160 points of damage. What does this signify? 3 hidden classes combined do not match the explosive potential of this single ordinary profession. This talent is not merely extraordinary, it is utterly transcendent. As Qin Sheng's thoughts swirled in myriad directions, the scene before him shifted once more. Simultaneously, outside, within the 4 swirling vortexes of dungeons, students were continuously being teleported out from the ordinary difficulty whirlpools. Some emerged bearing wounds, while others displayed expressions of joy. Their demeanors varied. Yet, without exception, upon exiting the dungeon whirlpools, they swiftly made their way to the team led by Lulu. This novice trial tower is exceedingly challenging. The moment we entered, 5 goblins appeared, each of us having to confront one. It was quite the struggle, one student lamented. Had you all brought your loot with you, we wouldn't have felt so overwhelmed. We passed the first stage with ease, but the 4 skeletal warriors in the second stage were terrifying. They made one of the girls in our team cry, another recounted. What of that? We've already reached the 3rd stage. And the 3 ironback black wolves there are truly formidable. Their speed is astonishing. Our archer has already wasted several arrows. The students from the ordinary class debated animatedly. However, at that moment, Lulu, the team leader, paid no heed to their discussions, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the difficult level dungeon. Lu, you must be worried about Ning Qingfeng and the others, but rest assured, even though they have been inside for quite some time, my compass indicates they are in no significant danger, comforted Lin Fei, the white-robed formation master standing beside Lulu. Haha, I appreciate your well-wishing. However, that Ning Qingfeng lad is too ambitious. I wonder how far he has progressed. Lulu chuckled heartily. Have no fear. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Ning Qingfeng possesses remarkable talent. He might just break the record set by previous elite classes. Lin Fei replied with a smile, clearly optimistic about Ning Qingfeng's potential. Lulu nodded at Lin Fei's words, though a sense of perplexity lingered within him. He had witnessed Qin Sheng enter the dungeon alone. How could it be that after such a long time, he had yet to be teleported out? Just as Lulu pondered this, a flicker at the entrance of the difficult level dungeon heralded the emergence of several figures. It was indeed the team, led by Ning Qingfeng. Before the trial tower, a luminous screen materialized in midair. Congratulations to Ning Qingfeng's team for successfully advancing to the 5th level of the difficult level trial tower. Dungeon rating, S. Simultaneously. On a leaderboard illuminated by the screen, Ning Qingfeng's team ascended to the coveted 1st position. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. The 5th level. He actually broke the record for the difficult level dungeon. Brother Feng is incredible. Let us see how the elite class can boast now. The students from the ordinary class cheered exuberantly, only to suddenly notice the leaderboard. The name that had once belonged to Ning Qingfeng's team was forcibly pushed down. What are these weaklings clamoring about? Just because they made it through the 5th level, do they really think they are something special? Chapter 8. Is there anyone still not emerged? Lightning strike. Upon hearing this phrase, Ning Qingfeng's team and the multitude of ordinary class professionals behind them turned to look. At the entrance of the difficult dungeon, figures began to materialize. It was Zhang Hao leading his team. As Zhang Hao's team appeared before the vortex, a dungeon announcement resonated. Ding! Congratulations to Zhang Hao's team for passing the 6th level of difficulty, rating, SS. Zhang Hao's team regarded Ning Qingfeng's group with disdain. What level are they on? How dare they compete with us for 1st place? Do they truly believe that merely surpassing the record for the 5th level set by the previous elite class qualifies them for the top spot? Such arrogance. They seem to forget that during the novice trial tower, we claimed the 1st position. I thought the so-called geniuses from the ordinary class were formidable, but they are merely stepping stones for my brother Hao. With just a slight effort from my brother Hao, they will never reach our heights. As Zhang Hao and his team mocked, the ordinary class professionals clenched their fists, gritting their teeth. Especially Ning Qingfeng, who, upon witnessing the arrogant expressions of Zhang Hao and the elite students, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He had already sustained considerable injuries while advancing through the 5th level, and the current wave of indignation nearly caused him to spit blood. At this moment, it was not only Ning Qingfeng's team that felt aggrieved. The students from the ordinary class behind them shared in the frustration, yet felt utterly helpless. The hope they once held was now met with profound disappointment. Initially, they had fervently wished for Ning Qingfeng's team to break the record set by the elite class for the difficult 5th level, and indeed, they had succeeded. However, they had not anticipated that Zhang Hao's team would surpass them, overshadowing the ordinary class once again. How infuriating. These 2nd-generation elites only thrive on resources. If we had equal resources, I refuse to believe we would lose to them. Observing their arrogant expressions, the desire to confront them with a punch surged within them. Alas, what can be done? Even in anger, what difference does it make? They have indeed claimed the 1st position, and even if given the chance, could we truly defeat them? The ordinary class professionals, who had only moments ago celebrated Ning Qingfeng's team for conquering the 5th level, now found themselves enveloped in lament. At that moment, Lulu, the leader of the ordinary class team, shook his head. Ning Qingfeng's team had performed admirably. However, beginning from the 5th level, each subsequent level presented a qualitative leap in difficulty. It was entirely normal for them to falter at the 6th level. With this in mind, Lulu approached to offer comfort, saying, "Do not bear too much psychological pressure. Qingfeng, you have all performed excellently. You should rest and recuperate after today." Ning Qingfeng and his teammates nodded, retreating to the back of the team. After reassuring Ning Qingfeng's group, Lulu began to account for the number of ordinary class professionals who had emerged from the dungeon. However, he soon realized that one person was missing from their ranks, Qin Sheng. Where has that lad gone? He was challenging the trial tower alone. Could it be that he has already failed and been teleported out, departing on his own? Initially, Lulu had not spotted Qin Sheng among the ordinary class professionals. He felt a twinge of confusion, but soon came to a conclusion. Qin Sheng was most likely challenging the dungeon alone and, upon failing, had been teleported out and left. After all, attempting a hell-level dungeon costs a significant amount of gold, and novice professionals have only one opportunity for discounts each day. This lad must be feeling quite defeated. Not only did he awaken as an ordinary profession, but he also has no team to support him. His future development appears bleak. Inside the dungeon, having just slain 9 lizard men on the 4th level, Qin Sheng suddenly sneezed. It is indeed quite cold in this icy expanse. At this moment, Qin Sheng had arrived in the 5th layer of the dungeon space. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of the Arctic glaciers, and the foes he was to confront were 6 thunderstorm giant bears. These 6 thunderstorm giant bears not only boasted a coat of pure white fur, but also emanated crackling electricity from their paws. Thunderstorm giant bear. Strength, 50. Health, 800. Upon observing the status panel of the thunderstorm giant bears, Qin Sheng couldn't help but grimace. Goodness. The health of these thunderstorm giant bears was as formidable as their imposing physique. It was genuine meat. But what of it? His current spellcasting level had accumulated to 62, and his own level had reached 6, with his spirit stat soaring to 45 points. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed 63 fireballs. The spectacle was almost comparable to the Apex high-tier skill, Meteor Fire Rain. In that fleeting moment, the once frigid expanse transformed into a sweltering summer inferno. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the 6 thunderstorm giant bears, the multitude of fireballs rained down upon them with ferocity. Following a series of explosions, the 6 thunderstorm giant bears were reduced to mere ashes. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain 6 thunderstorm giant bears. You have leveled up to level 8 and gained 4 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 6 thunderstorm giant bears, increasing your spellcasting level by 6. Seeing all 6 thunderstorm giant bears vanquished, Qin Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, he had been apprehensive that a single fireball might not be sufficient to dispatch these formidable bears. It is crucial to note that all his free attribute points had been allocated to spirit. If he failed to eliminate these bears in one fell swoop, he would be in quite the predicament. Contemplating this, Qin Sheng mused inwardly. It seemed imperative to devise a means to acquire a control-type skill. With such an ability at his disposal, he would no longer fear these excessively robust monstrosities. Just as Qin Sheng prepared to teleport to the 6th layer, the space remained eerily silent. What was happening? What is that? In the direction of his gaze, a blue orb of light shimmered enticingly. Is it a treasure? Qin Sheng's heart leaped with joy upon spotting the azure glow. According to his understanding, he had never heard of novice dungeons dropping equipment. It appeared that his selection of hellish difficulty had elevated the drop rates. Hence, after defeating the 6 thunderstorm giant bears, the blue orb had materialized. With this thought, Qin Sheng promptly approached the blue orb, discovering that it encased nothing other than a beginner's skill book. This tome was entirely blue, adorned with a lightning symbol. Beginner skill, Thunder Strike. Upon learning, it allows the release of a bolt of lightning, inflicting proportional spirit damage to the struck enemy and paralyzing them for 1 second. Upon reading the description of the Thunder Strike skill, a smile crept across Qin Sheng's face. Marvelous. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. With this control skill in hand, he would no longer fear those agile and resilient beasts. With this in mind, Qin Sheng unhesitatingly began to learn Thunder Strike. Ding! You have successfully learned Thunder Strike. After mastering the Thunder Strike, the space before Qin Sheng shifted once more, and he was teleported to the 6th layer. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Zhang Hao cast a disdainful glance at the ordinary class adventurers before leading his elite team to the array master Lin Fei, who was in charge of the novice trial tower. Hello, we have now broken the record and secured the 1st place on the leaderboard. May we claim our rewards now? The thought of the substantial rewards to be claimed made Zhang Hao and his elite team members rub their hands in excitement. According to the regulations, teams that shattered records and achieved 1st place would receive generous gold rewards. The specific calculation was as follows: 2 million gold for a simple dungeon, 4 million for a standard dungeon, 8 million for a challenging dungeon, and 16 million for hellish difficulty. However, Lin Fei paid no heed to Zhang Hao's team, instead wearing a peculiar expression as he gazed at the compass for probing the trial tower. He then turned to Zhang Hao's team and said, I'm afraid I cannot distribute the rewards to you just yet. There are still others who have not emerged. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Zhang Hao and his elite team were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. What does it matter if others haven't come out? Can that possibly affect our first place standing? Exactly, teacher, just give us the rewards. Our Hao Go has shattered the record for the challenging dungeon, and he has reached the 6th layer. I refuse to believe anyone in Binhai City could surpass our Hao Go. Right, even if someone hasn't emerged. What can they do? Can they possibly surpass the record of the challenging dungeon? Zhang Hao chuckled. He could not fathom anyone completing the challenging dungeon. Let alone completing the challenging dungeon. Even conquering the 6th level was no easy feat. It must be noted that the monsters appearing in the 6th layer required lightning attributes to be defeated. Aside from his elemental mage, where would a novice class find lightning attribute attacks? Chapter 9. The Lone Wolf of Solo Dungeon Runs. As a flash of white light enveloped him, Qin Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Was this truly the 6th layer? Before him lay a space littered with countless broken weapons and armor, resembling an ancient battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding crashes, 3 colossal figures descended at the center of the battlefield. They were 3 gargantuan humanoid specters, one wielding a shield, another a spear. And the last in bow, giant specter. Strength, 160. Health, 850. Traits, spectral body, immune to standard attacks. Traits? Qin Sheng stared at the giant specters before him, tilting his head in surprise. He had not anticipated that the giant specters of the 6th layer would possess traits. Traits among the monsters of Blue Star were an exceedingly rare attribute, and those with traits were immensely powerful, typically requiring specific skills to inflict damage upon them. Let us start with a fireball to test the waters. With this thought, Qin Sheng raised his hand and unleashed 69 fireballs. As the 69 fireballs were launched, they surged forth like a tempest toward the 3 giant specters. Yet, just as the fireballs were about to strike, the giant specter wielding the massive shield lunged forward, causing his shield to flicker and shimmer, enveloping himself and the remaining specters behind it. The meteoric fireballs then collided intimately with the giant shield. Instantly, the explosive energy of the fireballs enveloped the surroundings, sending waves of heat radiating outward. However, this formidable might failed to even budge the giant shield held by the specter. It was as if all the power had vanished into a bottomless sea, inflicting no harm upon the giant specters sheltered behind the shield. Fireball proved ineffective. Witnessing the futility of his fireball attack, Qin Sheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. However, seizing the opportunity while Qin Sheng was momentarily dazed, the giant specter with the shield and another brandishing a spear began to encircle him from either side. The remaining giant, armed with a longbow, began to knock an arrow in place. You wish to engage in tactical maneuvering with me? Allow me to demonstrate the true meaning of firepower coverage. Observing that his fireball spell had proven ineffective, Qin Sheng remained unperturbed. His initial intention had merely been to test the waters with the fireball. With this thought, Qin Sheng raised his hand once more. In an instant, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, as flickers of blue light danced at his fingertips. The next moment, 69 bolts of blue-purple lightning descended from the heavens like serpents of thunder. The brilliance of the blue light surged, illuminating the entire space with a dazzling display of violet-blue lightning. Qin Sheng arched an eyebrow at the sight before him. The sheer might generated by these 69 lightning strikes was nothing short of terrifying. Even the advanced skill, Heavenly Punishment Thunder Calamity, could scarcely rival such ferocity. Its power was nearly akin to that of a forbidden spell. In the blink of an eye, the 69 lightning serpents struck the 3 giants. The first to suffer were the ones wielding the massive shield and spear. Under the onslaught of the lightning, the 2 giants let out a horrified wail before dissipating into black smoke. The giant who had just readied its bow was met with 7 or 8 bolts of lightning, instantly turning into a wisp of black smoke as well. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 3 giants and leveled up to level 8. All attributes increased by 1. And you have gained 4 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 3 layers of multicasting. Ah, indeed, just as the textbooks state. This lightning-based attack possesses an astonishing restraining effect against ghoul-like entities. It is fortunate that I arrived. Had it been another squad, they may not have been able to counter these ghastly foes. With this in mind, Qin Sheng proceeded to examine his current attribute panel. Qin Sheng, age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 8. Spirit, 55. Strength, 17. Agility, 17. Constitution, 17. Life, 170. Mana, 170. Skills, Fireball, Lightning Strike, Spirit Restoration. Multicasting layers, 71. Nodding at his panel, Qin Sheng felt optimistic about the future. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lao Lin remarked, I've already heard from Zhang Hao that they were the last team to enter the dungeon. How is it possible for another team to emerge later than they did? The speaker was none other than Li Qinghu, who had arrived shortly after receiving Zhang Hao's call. Upon learning that Zhang Hao had shattered the record of the novice trial tower, a grin spread across Li Qinghu's face, difficult to suppress. He was eagerly anticipating the rewards to be dispensed by Lin Fei, as this would enable him to claim the 8 million prize. Additionally, this achievement in the elite class and breaking the novice record would be immensely beneficial for his future candidacy for the vice dean position. Clearly, his earlier decision had been astute, expelling Qin Sheng, who had clashed with Zhang Hao, and fully nurturing Zhang Hao. At this thought, Li Qinghu couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Rest assured, results will be forthcoming, Lin Fei stated, gazing at the compass in his hand. Results will be forthcoming? You mean this team will soon be teleported out? Are they also challenging the hard-level trial tower dungeon? Li Qinghu inquired, his tone tinged with skepticism. No, they are not challenging a hard-level dungeon. Lin Fei shook his head in response to Li Qinghu's question. If it's not a hard-level dungeon, then it must be a normal or easy-level dungeon, Li Qinghu scoffed. Since it is not a hard-level dungeon, what is there to wait for? We might as well have the rewards issued to us directly. Indeed, what significant achievements can one expect from easy or normal-level dungeons? Exactly. Even the completion rates of easy and normal dungeons pale in comparison to the worthiness of the 6th level of the hard-level dungeon. Moreover, having lingered for so long, this team must be utterly incompetent. Indeed, remaining in the dungeon without emerging not only wastes our time, but also delays our rewards. Hearing Lin Fei's claim that the remaining team was not challenging a hard-level dungeon, Zhang Hao and his elite squad expressed their dissatisfaction, grumbling among themselves. In their minds, since it was not a hard-level dungeon, it could only be a normal or easy dungeon. Regardless of the achievements of the opposing team, they believed they could not surpass their own performance. As for the hell-level dungeon, they had not even considered it. To date, only 2 levels had been successfully cleared in the hell-level dungeon. The only hidden class that had reached the 3rd level had barely escaped, missing limbs and all, which severely impacted their exam results. Since then, no one had dared to challenge the hell-level dungeon for many years. It was well known that the monsters within hell-level dungeons not only boasted superior stats compared to hard-level dungeons, but also outnumbered them significantly. Even if their team had reached the 6th level of a hard-level dungeon, they lacked the confidence to tackle a hell-level dungeon, let alone anyone else. If a random individual could challenge a hell-level dungeon and surpass their progress, they might as well find a block of frozen tofu on the roadside and end their misery. All right, Lao Lin, I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here for too long. Since that team is not challenging a hard-level dungeon, it indicates they cannot break Zhang Hao's record. Please dispense the rewards, Li Qinghu reiterated, his impatience evident. Indeed, they are not challenging a hard-level dungeon. But I have yet to finish my statement. This team is challenging a hell-level dungeon, and to be precise, it is not a team at all, but rather a single individual who is soloing the hell-level dungeon. Lin Fei inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. What? They are challenging the hell-level novice dungeon, and doing so solo? How can this be possible? Who possesses such audacity to solo a hell-level novice dungeon for such an extended duration? Lin Fei glanced at the compass, revealing the name of the student, Qin Sheng. Chapter 10. You want me to slay Tang Sung and his disciples? This statement struck the crowd like a thunderclap. As Li Qinghu, the head of the elite class, and the students behind him displayed expressions of disbelief. Not only them, but even Lu Lu and the ordinary class students behind him turned their gazes toward Lu Lu upon hearing this proclamation. They had never anticipated that Qin Sheng, whom they assumed had gained entry through backdoor means via Lu Lu, would prove to be a formidable surprise, daring to challenge a hell-level dungeon that even the elite class and Ning Qingfeng had shunned. Upon hearing that it was Qin Sheng who had entered the hell-level dungeon, Zhang Hao and his elite team initially froze, before quickly reacting with scornful remarks. Humph, so what if Qin Sheng has entered the hell-level dungeon? He may well be merely clinging on in desperation, yet to be teleported out. Indeed, Qin Sheng is merely an ordinary class fragile mage. He could be hiding in some corner. For all we know, in my opinion, we should not wait for that incompetent individual any longer. Let us hasten to claim our rewards. Is it conceivable that he might remain absent for an entire year? Can we endure such a wait? Furthermore, no one has ever managed to linger for so long within a hellish dungeon. He may well have perished within its confines. Zhang Hao and the students from the elite class, though initially taken aback by Lin Fei's words, regarded Qin Sheng merely as an ordinary mage in their hearts. Even if he were to breach the hellish dungeon, what remarkable achievements could he possibly attain? Not to mention, that hidden class player from before could not even surpass 3 challenges with his team in the hellish dungeon. How could one expect such feats from an ordinary mage like Qin Sheng? Silence. Do you wish to defy the laws of the divine Xia kingdom? Lin Fei bellowed with a fierce glare. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Hao and the elite students immediately fell silent. They had no desire to bear the stigma of opposing the laws of the divine Xia kingdom. I understand your impatience, but do not rush. I shall not distribute rewards until the dungeon announcement is made. Moreover, my compass indicates that he is still alive. As Lin Fei spoke, he revealed the compass in his hand. From the array compass, a radiant light projected forth, allowing all present to clearly observe a green dot within the light, marked with the name Qin Sheng. Astonishingly, it indicated that only Qin Sheng was present in his team. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Quickly falling into a hushed silence, Lin Fei was indeed speaking the truth. Only Qin Sheng was navigating the hellish dungeon. The fact that Qin Sheng was still alive was delightful news. Yet how had he accomplished this? Lu Lu, who had initially felt a chill upon hearing Zhang Hao and others speculate about Qin Sheng's demise, found a flicker of hope ignited by the light on Lin Fei's compass. However, the elite class's homeroom teacher, Li Qinghu, soon discerned an anomaly. This cannot be right. Qin Sheng's status is still green. which is clearly inconsistent with the conditions of the trial tower, as the novice trial tower is an artificially created dungeon. The array master's compasses can monitor the 3 possible states of the adventurers in the current team. Green signifies healthy health points, yellow indicates low health, while red denotes critical conditions. This design facilitates array masters in monitoring the status of adventurers within the tower and enables timely rescue. Yet, after an hour in the hellish dungeon, Qin Sheng's status remained green, which was decidedly abnormal. To solo a hellish dungeon and maintain a green status was an impossibility. Thus, after ruling out all other possibilities, a singular thought emerged in everyone's mind. The hellish dungeon must be malfunctioning. If the dungeon was indeed malfunctioning, it would explain why Qin Sheng's status remained green. A malfunctioning dungeon? How do we resolve this? Such occurrences have happened before, where malfunctions led to abnormal states for adventurers. Typically, there are 2 methods to remedy such situations. Either the adventurer must clear the current dungeon, or the 3 deans of the War Academy, the creators of the dungeon, must forcibly open it to rescue the trapped individuals. Hearing the clamor of discussion, Lulu hastily retrieved his communicator and dialed the number for the dean of the Second War Academy. In this situation, the only recourse was to seek the deans to forcibly open the dungeon. As for the first method of exiting the dungeon by clearing it, Lulu dared not even entertain such a thought. To date, the only records for clearing the novice trial tower belonged to the simpler dungeons. The 7th level's boss could summon minions, and under normal circumstances, adventurers would be overwhelmed by the minions before they could even confront the boss. At the 7th level, the jungle space appeared vast compared to the tower's interior, yet it still mirrored the tower's structure, with the space gradually shrinking. Qin Sheng gazed at the jungle before him and murmured, "At this moment, although the jungle is teeming with trees, it is eerily quiet." Based on his earlier research online, this was indeed the final level, the dwelling of the sole boss of the novice dungeon, the Shadow Jungle. To his surprise, he was to confront the novice dungeon so soon. Alas, he lamented that he had not yet completed enough levels. Upon exiting, he intended to offer suggestions to the deans about increasing the dungeon's difficulty. Qin Sheng furrowed his brow, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. If outside adventurers were to hear his complaints, they might be driven to the brink of apoplexy. Here was a player who had single-handedly reached the 7th level of the novice trial tower, yet still found the dungeon's challenges insufficient. He longed for greater difficulty. Was this even reasonable? However, for Qin Sheng, aside from leveling up through dungeon runs, he primarily sought to augment his casting tiers. After grinding through the first 6 levels, his casting tier had risen to 66, in addition to his original 5, totaling 71 tiers. This fell quite short of his initial goal, as he had anticipated reaching a casting tier of 99 upon completing the novice trial tower. If he achieved such a tier, he could unleash 100 fireballs and hundreds of lightning strikes right from the outset. Such power would allow his basic skills to unleash damage that could rival even the high-tier skills of hidden classes, nearly matching that of forbidden spells. Just as Qin Sheng pondered this, the once quiet jungle erupted with the roars of beasts. Roar! Had the final boss of the 7th level, the Crimson Flame Tiger, arrived? Upon hearing the roar, Qin Sheng turned to look. At the end of his gaze stood a towering tiger, 3 meters high and 5 meters long, wreathed in flickering red flames. Indeed, the final boss of the 7th level, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Crimson Flame Tiger. Strength, 299. Life, 6666. Wait a moment, is this data accurate? Qin Sheng mused inwardly after reviewing the statistics of the Crimson Flame Tiger. What an astonishing figure, 299 in strength and 6666 in life. Was this a boss designed by a human being? Did the creators of the novice dungeon consider the feelings of the adventurers? Pitting novice adventurers against a boss with such statistics was akin to sending a mere mortal to confront the likes of Tang Sung and his disciples. Chapter 11. Left Thunder. Right Fire. 100 layers of casting. You have entered boss challenge mode. The boss is the Crimson Flame Tiger. The challenge mode lasts for 5 minutes, during which the Crimson Flame Tiger will summon 4 small tigers to assist in battle. If the boss is not defeated within 5 minutes, the Crimson Flame Tiger will break free from the dungeon's control, doubling its power. Before Qin Sheng could finish his complaints, the dungeon's notification rang in his ears. Challenge mode. It will summon small tigers? This contradicts the information I found online. Hearing the dungeon's description of challenge mode, Qin Sheng's brow furrowed in concern. According to his previous research, the introduction to the final boss of the simplified dungeon mentioned only the Crimson Flame Tiger, with no mention of it summoning small tigers. Could it be that because I am facing the hellish mode, they have assigned me a beast king as a boss? Qin Sheng pondered briefly and soon came to a realization. The fearsome Crimson Flame Tiger encountered in the previous simplified dungeon was likely just a beast commander of the Crimson Flame Tiger clan. Given that he was navigating the hellish mode, the menacing creature before him was probably the king of the Crimson Flame Tigers. According to the lore regarding magical beasts on Blue Star, only the beast kings among these creatures possessed the ability to summon lesser minions. Before Qin Sheng could fully digest this information, the Crimson-Eyed Tiger let out a deafening roar. Subsequently, sparks of fire coalesced around it, manifesting for lesser Crimson Flame Tigers that charged towards Qin Sheng. Observing the approaching quartet of tigers, alongside the stationary Crimson Flame Tiger, Qin Sheng swiftly deduced the primary intention of the designer of this hellish level 7 dungeon, to test the teamwork of the adventurers. With such an arrangement, a standard party of adventurers could deploy 4 members to confront the Crimson Flame Tiger, while one would execute a decapitation maneuver. However, even with this strategy, the challenge was indeed formidable. It was important to note that the Crimson Flame Tiger could summon a total of 7 waves of its lesser kin. The sheer number of these summoned tigers posed a significant threat, not only in terms of their combat prowess, but also in depleting the adventurers' mana reserves, especially if the team lacked restorative potions or skills. The mere presence of 7 waves of these tigers could potentially overwhelm the entire party. Yet, this concern was trivial for Qin Sheng. He possessed the skill Spirit Restoration, which activated with each spell cast. Currently, he could trigger it up to 71 times, allowing him to disregard any worries about mana consumption. As Qin Sheng contemplated his next move, the 4 lesser Crimson Flame Tigers charged at him. Unfazed, he raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of 71 fireballs. The fireballs, trailing flames like a tempest, struck the 4 tigers with tremendous force. The explosive power was instantaneous. The tigers barely had a moment to emit a cry before they were vanquished. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 4 Crimson Flame Tigers, increasing your casting level by 4, bringing the current casting level to 75. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. While he hadn't gained any experience from defeating the tigers, he had nonetheless increased his casting level. Remarkable. This was an unexpected boon. Initially intending to unleash a lightning strike upon the Crimson Flame Tiger, Qin Sheng paused. Realizing that fortune favored him, he had been concerned about the insufficient number of cast layers, but with the Crimson Flame Tiger's ability to summon lesser tigers, he could effectively utilize them to enhance his casting levels. With this thought, a smile spread across Qin Sheng's face. He refrained from attacking the distant Crimson Flame Tiger and instead awaited the summoning of more lesser tigers. According to the dungeon's rules, the Crimson Flame Tiger was unable to act until it had summoned all 7 waves of its minions. As Qin Sheng settled on his next objective, the Crimson Flame Tiger, witnessing its kin being dispatched, summoned another 4 lesser tigers. Undeterred, Qin Sheng clenched one fist and pointed skyward. In an instant, 76 bolts of lightning descended from above, akin to divine retribution. The oncoming 4 lesser tigers were once again obliterated, and as the lightning illuminated the surroundings, the very space around them brightened intensely. Qin Sheng, channeling the might of the storm, resembled a thunder deity commanding the skies. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 4 Crimson Flame Tigers, increasing your casting level by 4, bringing the current casting level to 79. Excellent. Onward. Regardless of how many waves the Crimson Flame Tiger summoned, be it the 3rd or 4th wave, Qin Sheng continued his strategy, treating the lesser tigers as nourishment for enhancing his casting levels. Although the Beast King of the Crimson Flame Tiger clan was quite perceptive, recognizing that Qin Sheng was leveraging the summoned minions to augment his own power, the rules of the novice dungeon rendered it powerless to intervene, leaving it to seethe with frustration. After the 7th wave of lesser tigers fell to Qin Sheng's might, the Crimson Flame Tiger finally regained its freedom. You wretched brat, using my kin as fodder for your experience, I shall flay your skin and tear your muscles, ensuring you meet a most gruesome end. The Crimson Flame Tiger, liberated from the novice dungeon's constraints, lunged forward with a mighty leap. Its flames surged with the wind, scattering embers in all directions. In an instant, the entire shadow jungle was reduced to ashes in the blaze of the Crimson Flame Tiger's wrath. Yet, not far from the inferno, Qin Sheng remained unfazed by the creature's fury. Instead, he focused on his casting levels, which had now soared to an impressive 99 layers. Thanks to the prior waves of lesser tigers, this meant that any skill he released could now be triggered 100 times. Having achieved his first minor goal, he grinned mischievously. Eager to put this newfound power to the test, he regarded the charging Crimson Flame Tiger and summoned a barrage of fireballs. In an instant, a multitude of fiery orbs coalesced in the air before him, easily numbering over 100. With a mental calculation, Qin Sheng noted that his current mental power stood at 55 points, combined with the 100 fireballs, yielding a potential damage output of 500 points. Such an overwhelming attack could potentially annihilate the Crimson Flame Tiger before him. It was remarkable to consider that this very boss had once been subdued by a fully equipped party of adventurers, all of whom were second-tier professionals. Thus, here was Qin Sheng, at merely level 8 and without any equipment, already capable of matching the might of a complete second-tier adventurer team. This talent was profoundly skewing the balance of the game, an advantage unparalleled. Thankfully, it was a gift unique to him. As Qin Sheng internally mused upon this, the Crimson Flame Tiger charged towards him with ferocity. Go! With a swift motion of his hand, the multitude of fireballs erupted forth, soaring like meteors of destruction towards the Crimson Flame Tiger. The Crimson Flame Tiger, witnessing the impending doom, gathered sparks of fire in its maw and unleashed a colossal pillar of flame to intercept the oncoming barrage. Although a few fireballs were extinguished in the conflagration, the majority struck the beast with tremendous impact. 348. The Crimson Flame Tiger roared in agony, the pain eliciting a chorus of howls from its maw. Fear not, for worse is yet to come. A smirk danced across Qin Sheng's lips as he summoned crackling lightning at his fingertips and directed it towards the furious beast. In an instant, thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning, akin to a cataclysmic tempest, rained down upon the crimson flame tiger. Before it could evade, the lightning struck with devastating force. Originally, the crimson flame tiger sought to evade its fate, yet upon the strike of a lightning bolt, the paralysis effect of the thunderstrike spell took hold. The creature's body quivered incessantly, akin to a person deprived of their limbs, dusted with a tickling powder. In earlier encounters, when Qin Sheng unleashed the thunderstrike, its overwhelming might had obliterated most adversaries. However, the crimson flame tiger, with ample vitality, now showcased the full extent of the paralysis induced by the spell. Regardless of how it roared in fury, the effects of the thunderstrike rendered it helpless, trembling uncontrollably. Damn the human brat, lacking in martial ethics, daring to ambush this venerable tiger. After unleashing a final, unwilling roar, the crimson flame tiger succumbed entirely to the onslaught of the thunderstrike. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the final boss, the crimson flame tiger. You gained 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the Hell level novice dungeon. You are awarded a mage exclusive treasure chest. Ding! Your level has increased to 9. You have gained 1 layer of spellcasting ability, with your current spellcasting layers totaling 100. Chapter 12, Completion Announcement and Recruitment. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, news of Qin Sheng's solitary venture into the Hell level dungeon, along with the potential glitches it might cause, had spread. A throng of spectators had gathered outside the novice trial tower, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Before Zhang Hao and the elite class students stood several teachers responsible for the elite class education, alongside their homeroom teacher, Li Qinghu. Upon grasping the situation, they engaged in conversation with Li Qinghu. This Qin Sheng truly lacks awareness of his limitations. Does he have a death wish challenging the Hell level dungeon alone? It seems he has been quite agitated lately. I've often seen him muttering to himself in the classroom about systems, cheats, and golden fingers. Even if he was feeling overwhelmed, he needn't have taken on the Hell level dungeon. Now look, not only has he jeopardized himself, but he has also rendered the novice dungeon unable to refresh. Think of the trouble this has caused us. Indeed, he displays no sense of responsibility, merely creating complications for others. Thank goodness Director Li expelled him from the elite class. Someone like him does not deserve to remain there. Yes, Director Li's foresight in expelling Qin Sheng was commendable. Otherwise, others might attribute his actions today to our elite class. Li Qinghu, overhearing their discussion, nodded in agreement with a smile. He has grown so accustomed to being first that he believes himself invincible, dreaming of soloing the Hell level dungeon. Let us wait a moment longer. Once Lu contacts the Dean of the Second Academy to rectify the Hell level dungeon, we shall claim the first place reward for this novice record, thanks in no small part to Zhang Hao. At this compliment, Zhang Hao held his head high, resembling a proud swan, and declared with great satisfaction, "Humph, that Qin Sheng is utterly oblivious to his own capabilities. He should practice more if he is weak." Instead of pretending to be formidable, in stark contrast to the clamor of the elite class, Lu, the leading teacher of the ordinary class, was engaged in communication with the Dean of the Second War Academy via his communicator. At last, the connection was made, and an elderly voice emerged from the other end. "Ah, Xiaolu, aren't you in charge of the novice trial tower for the ordinary class? What brings you to call me? Elder Chun, we have a serious situation. Do you recall Qin Sheng, the one expelled from the elite class of the War Academy? I seem to remember him. What is the matter?" Just as Lu was about to explain the unfolding events, he was abruptly interrupted by an electronic sound reminiscent of celebratory fireworks. Turning towards the source of the sound, Lu observed a luminous screen materializing in the air before the dark novice trial tower, accompanied by electronic fireworks effects. The screen had just displayed the rankings of all the novice challengers, including Zhang Hao South team in first place and Ning Qingfeng's team in second. Yet in the blink of an eye, all names and teams vanished, replaced by a striking full-screen announcement. Congratulations to Qin Sheng, student of the ordinary class of the War Academy, for completing the Hell level novice dungeon. Congratulations to Qin Sheng, student of the ordinary class of the War Academy, for completing the Hell level novice dungeon. Congratulations to Qin Sheng, student of the ordinary class of the War Academy, for completing the Hell level novice dungeon. The electronic announcement resonated like thunder throughout the square. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone turned to gaze at the luminous screen in the sky. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. Disbelief washed over each face. Qin Sheng cleared the Hell dungeon? Qin Sheng cleared the Hell dungeon? A mixture of shock, confusion, and astonishment gradually transformed the expressions of those present. How could this be? How is this possible? Whether it was Lin Fei, the array master overseeing the novice trial tower, or Li Qinghu and Zhang Hao from the elite class, or even Lu, who had just been about to explain the situation, they all shared the same incredulous thought. Qin Sheng, solo, completed the Hell novice dungeon. Each of them recognized these words. Yet together they felt utterly foreign. What did it mean to conquer a Hell level novice dungeon? Since the establishment of the novice trial tower, the highest record in the entire Divine Summer Kingdom was merely clearing 2 levels. The most formidable hidden class leaders could only falter at the 3rd level. Yet here was Qin Sheng, entering the Hell level novice dungeon alone and succeeding in a solo run. Zhang Hao, who had basked in praise from Li Chenghu and was reveling in his accomplishments, now stood bereft of light in his eyes, staring at Qin Sheng's name on the leaderboard as if all strength had been drained from him. He collapsed to his knees in the square, cradling his head, muttering, "This cannot be. I am a rare class. How could I possibly lose to him?" Not just he, but Li Chenghu, who had been eagerly anticipating an 8 million reward, staggered back at the sight of Qin Sheng's triumph on the screen. Had the other teachers not steadied him, he would have crumpled to the ground like Zhang Hao. What have I done? I expelled a student who cleared the Hell dungeon. If only Li Chenghu could wish this was merely a dream. Yet reality offered no such luxury. In stark contrast to the lamentations from the elite class, the ordinary class students erupted in astonished cheers upon witnessing the announcement of Qin Sheng's accomplishment. Wow, Brother Sheng is incredible. Soloing the Hell level dungeon. This is a record-breaking feat for Divine Summer. Not only in the Divine Summer Kingdom, but I have heard that across the globe, there is no practitioner capable of completing a single dungeon on the Day of Awakening, let alone soloing a Hell level dungeon. Haha, this time, the old man Li Chenghu will surely be furious. He thought that Shengge was no longer capable and expelled him from the elite class. Yet, Shengge has just single-handedly cleared a Hell level novice dungeon, while his elite team struggles to conquer even the difficult level dungeons. Those in the elite class are not even worthy to compare with my Shengge. They wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. The students from the ordinary class were already aware of some of Qin Sheng's feats, knowing he was once a member of their ranks. Thus, upon witnessing Qin Sheng's triumph over the Hell level dungeon, they looked coldly at the elite class students, reveling in the satisfaction of their grievances being avenged by Qin Sheng's astonishing accomplishments. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lulu, who had been staring blankly at the light screen, finally snapped back to reality. On the other end of his communicator, an elderly voice was anxiously inquiring, "Hey, Xiaolu, why are you silent? Why is it suddenly so noisy over there? Is something wrong?" Hearing Chun Lao's words, Lulu finally regained his composure from the shock. He took a moment to steady his emotions and replied in as calm a tone as possible, "Chun Lao, it's nothing. No, wait. It is something. That Qin Sheng, he has soloed a Hell level dungeon." The previously calm tone of Chun Lao transformed into one of astonishment. "What? Are you dreaming? Or is this old man just hard of hearing? Are you saying that the student expelled from the elite class by the War Institute has soloed a Hell level dungeon?" After Lulu took a deep breath, he firmly stated, "Chun Lao, this is absolutely true. I would never joke about such a matter. The light screen here has already announced it. You need only check for yourself." Upon hearing Lu Li's confirmation, the elderly voice fell into silence for a moment. After a brief pause, it solemnly responded, "Xiao Lu, listen carefully. This kid has cleared a Hell level dungeon. His potential is immense, and I need not elaborate further. Since he has been expelled from the War Institute, there is an opportunity to recruit him, even if it means clashing with the old fogies of the First Institute. We must bring this kid into the Second Institute." Chapter 13. I am not targeting you. All of you present are trash. Within the dungeon, Qin Sheng remained oblivious to the happenings outside as he continued to assess his gains. Truly, the boss of a Hell level dungeon was formidable. Merely defeating one allowed me to leap from level 8 directly to level 9. Just one more level, and I can undergo my first class advancement. Qin Sheng nodded, recognizing that one of his rewards was indeed a level increase. Just from a novice dungeon, his level had soared to 9. Achieving level 9 on the very day of awakening is likely a feat unparalleled in the annals of the Divine Summer Kingdom. In addition to the level increase, he also noted an enhancement in his spellcasting layers. Although it was only by 1 layer, his total had now reached 100 layers. Furthermore, he had allocated his newly acquired free attribute points to his mental acuity, as was customary, beyond the enhancements to his level and spellcasting capabilities. The most significant reward was the glimmering treasure chest before him. According to prior information gleaned online, the team that had previously cleared the simple dungeon had also received a treasure chest, albeit a green one. Qin Sheng pondered, in this world of universal awakening, achieving the criteria for clearing a dungeon grants a chance to obtain a clearing treasure chest. The rarity of these treasure chests ranges from low to high. Green for the brave tier, blue for the fine tier, purple for the epic tier, gold for the legendary tier, and red for the divine tier. The treasure chest floating before Qin Sheng was indeed golden. What a stroke of luck, a golden legendary chest. Truly befitting a Hell-level novice dungeon to yield such a treasure upon completion. However, what astonished Qin Sheng even more than the chest's grade was the prior system notification indicating that opening this chest would yield a piece of class-exclusive equipment. Open the treasure chest. Beep. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary equipment, True Ring. True Ring. Quality, legendary. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 50. Active effect, for 1 minute after use. Every 2 skills cast will cause the next skill to deal true damage. Incredible, the attributes are indeed worthy of a legendary piece of equipment. As Qin Sheng gazed at the description of the True Ring, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Not only does the True Ring provide substantial boosts to spirit and constitution, befitting its legendary status, but even more significantly, its special effect. Every 2 skills cast will ensure that the third skill deals true damage. This special effect is simply perfect for a mage. In this world where everyone is transitioning their professions, there exist numerous special monsters and equipment. These items or creatures often possess high magic resistance, rendering the damage caused by even the mightiest of mages limited, regardless of their mental acuity. Often, a mage's damage output is outpaced by opponents' healing rates. Some even possess formidable magical immunities, leaving even the strongest mages at a loss, reduced to mere scratchers. However, with the special effect of the true ring, the situation changes entirely. Every 2 skills will trigger a true damage effect. While this special effect may only serve as an enhancement for other practitioners, for Qin Sheng, it synergizes perfectly with his talent. His multiple casting ability allows him to unleash several skills simultaneously. Following this logic, out of every 3 fireball spells he casts, 1 will inflict true damage. With his current count of 101 fireball spells, at least 30 would deal true damage, though it may seem modest. With Qin Sheng's 90 points of mental acuity, that translates to a staggering 2,700 points of damage, sufficient to eliminate most creatures below level 20 in an instant. With this thought, Qin Sheng donned the true ring. After a flash of white light, he found himself transported outside the dungeon. Yet, before he could fully open his eyes, he sensed a multitude of scorching gazes scrutinizing him. What the? Did I teleport to the wrong place? This situation resembles a zombie siege. Qin Sheng stared in shock at the scene before him, where countless practitioners surrounded him, rushing forward. Were it not for Lin Fei, a formation master, maintaining order, they would have already overwhelmed him. Shenggu, I am Ning Qingfeng from the Second War Institute. Do you need teammates? Just let me join you in clearing dungeons, and I will cover all the costs. Ning Qingfeng, you're merely a damage dealer and still want Shenggu to lead? Shenggu, you are the damage dealer. You must need protection, right? I am a shield warrior and can protect you throughout. You need only focus on defeating monsters. Huh, what do you big men know? With Sheng Ji's remarkable output, there's no need for a shield warrior. What we truly require is a nurturing healer like me, who understands and cares. Rest assured, Shenggu, I am more than capable. Do not heed their words. Shenggu, take me with you. I possess a team specifically dedicated to enhancing buffs. As long as you allow me to accompany you, I can ensure they provide you with continuous buffs, day and night. At the forefront of the crowd, countless professionals eagerly recommended themselves, all hoping to gain Qin Sheng's approval to join him in dungeon runs. Meanwhile, at the back of the throng, the once demoralized head instructor of the elite class, Li Qinghu, was finally recovering. He gazed at Qin Sheng, surrounded by admirers, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the dean of the War Institute. Hello, Li Qinghu. I've heard about a student named Qin Sheng who has cleared the hell-level dungeon in the novice trial tower. He is from your elite class, isn't he? I will return shortly. Ensure he receives a proper reward. We cannot afford to lose face for the War Institute, no matter where he was. The dean of the War Institute, Lin Hai, always kept an eye on the happenings at the novice trial tower. As the dean of the War Academy, he quickly learned of Qin Sheng's solo accomplishment in the hell-level dungeon. After hanging up, Li Qinghu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just a day prior, Qin Sheng was still one of his students. Had he seen Qin Sheng triumph in the hell-level dungeon, he would have likely leapt for joy and organized several days of celebrations. But now he chuckled darkly, having expelled Qin Sheng from the elite class that very morning, only for him to solo clear the hell-level dungeon that afternoon. What was he to do now? Surely he couldn't inform the dean of the War Institute that he had expelled Qin Sheng. If he were to do that, Lin Hai would likely expel him from the War Academy as well. Wait, Qin Sheng is right here before me. Why not attempt to reinstate him in the elite class? If I act swiftly, I can rectify my previous mistake. Qin Sheng remains my student. Perhaps the dean will even reward me for it. Seemingly having come to a realization, Li Qinghu steeled himself. He urged the teachers from the elite class behind him to push through the crowd and approach Qin Sheng. Haha, Qin Sheng, congratulations. It was my oversight before. If you are willing, I can extend an invitation for you to rejoin the elite class. He extended his right hand to Qin Sheng. His smile strained. Upon hearing Li Qinghu's words, not only Qin Sheng but also those around him wore expressions of disbelief at the instructor's audacity. Moreover, other teachers from the elite class nodded in agreement with Li Qinghu. Qin Sheng, you must not act impulsively. Choosing a good class and teacher will greatly benefit your future. Li Qinghu implored again. You are correct. I do indeed need to select a commendable class and teacher, Qin Sheng replied with a smile. Hearing this, Li Qinghu's expression brightened, ready to respond, only for Qin Sheng's next words to ignite his fury. However, I have my own standards for teachers and will never accept a subpar one or an inferior class. Qin Sheng spoke calmly, fixing his gaze on Li Qinghu. Why you think I am subpar? Li Qinghu's face contorted in rage at Qin Sheng's words. Please do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. Qin Sheng swept his gaze across the other teachers beside Li Qinghu. I mean to say that all present are inferior. As soon as Qin Sheng finished speaking, before Li Qinghu and the other elite teachers could respond, the surrounding professionals erupted in laughter. Humph, how shameless. Where were you when he awakened as an ordinary profession and you expelled him? Now that you see him soloing the hell-level dungeon, you want him back in the class? You have no shame. Indeed, Li Qinghu changes his stance faster than he turns the pages of a book. He should quit teaching and become a performer. He would be a sensation. Stop laughing. You might just give the old instructor a heart attack. Despite his professional training, Li Qinghu found it hard to contain himself. Knowing that the substantial reward he had anticipated had just flown away, likely causing him more distress than a fatal blow. Hearing the cacophony of discussions around him, Li Qinghu and his colleagues from the elite class felt their faces flush red, as if they had just been slapped, the sting palpable. They lowered their heads, their previous arrogance vanishing. Congratulations, Qin Sheng, for achieving the top rank in this novice dungeon run. Here is your reward for securing first place. Before Qin Sheng stood Lin Fei, dressed in a white robe, as he slowly descended and produced a piece of equipment from his person. Li Qinghu, who had been scowling and looking down, clenched his teeth even harder upon seeing the item. This equipment was something he had painstakingly acquired through connections. Intended as a reward for the first-ranked student, Zhang Hao. Now it was all for Qin Sheng. This is the reward? Qin Sheng glanced at the equipment briefly before stowing it away. It was not an opportune moment to don it with so many eyes upon him. As a reward for clearing the hell-level dungeon, you and your instructor will each receive 16 million gold coins. Please write down your instructor's name here. Lin Fei, noting that Qin Sheng had put away the equipment, presented a tablet displaying detailed reward information, pointing to the section for the instructor's name. Very well, Qin Sheng replied, his hands moving swiftly. He already had a name in mind for the instructor's designation. Without hesitation, he wrote down Bai Yao's name. Meanwhile, across the hall, in the office of the ordinary class at the War Academy, numerous teachers were engaged in discussion. Their desks were piled with gifts, tokens of appreciation from students nearing graduation. Though Bai Yao's desk bore some gifts, they were noticeably fewer than those of several other class instructors. After discussing the gifts, several instructors turned to Bai Yao. Old Bai, it's not that I want to criticize you, but I hear you not only received no gifts from that student named Qin Sheng, but also gave him several 100,000 gold coins for his trial tower fees. Indeed. Old Bai, while other students are gifting their teachers, your student seems to be draining your resources. Old Bai, I understand your concern for your students, but this isn't the way to show it. Those hundreds of thousands of gold coins must have taken you a long time to save. Investing in someone else is one thing, but investing in an ordinary mage like Qin Sheng is akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There's no return. At the biting remarks from the other teachers, Bai Yao's expression turned icy as he replied, without reservation, what do you all know? This is an investment in a genius. That young man, Qin Sheng, possesses a tenacious spirit and will not disappoint me. However, upon hearing Bai Yao's words, the smiles of the other teachers deepened. Old Bai, the realms of genius and the ordinary mage are worlds apart. Fear not. Old Bai, we comprehend your sentiment for the son of an old friend. Yet, to expect Qin Sheng, an ordinary mage, to rise to prominence is rather implausible. Indeed, how often do we witness the fall of prodigies only for them to rise again? Such tales belong solely to the realm of online novels. The teachers shook their heads in disbelief. For them, a fragile mage managing to avoid being a burden to their team would be commendable, let alone achieving greatness. Just as Bai Yao was about to counter their remarks, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. In the next moment, a resounding electronic voice filled the entire office. Ding. Your Aunt Treasure has been credited with 16 million gold coins. The teachers were taken aback. Bai Yao was equally astonished. Hastily, he picked up his phone and indeed confirmed the receipt of 16 million in his messages. Old Bai, what is going on? Have you fallen victim to a telecom scam? Fool, do you have no common sense? What era are we living in to still be talking about scams? Old Bai, let us be honest. Have you been taken care of by a wealthy woman? I've noticed how Sister Zhang from Red Romance has been casting glances at you all day. The teachers crowded around Bai Yao, chattering excitedly. I have no idea. Bai Yao replied, equally bewildered. He hadn't been supported by any wealthy benefactor. If anyone were to be, it would likely be that handsome chap, Qin Sheng. But what was truly happening here? Just then, his phone rang again. Teacher, you received the money, right? It was Qin Sheng's voice on the other end. Have you robbed a bank? While I understand the stress, that's not the solution. Bai Yao was momentarily dazed. Qin Sheng, on the other end, sighed and smiled wryly, thinking, is this truly the impression I leave in Bai Yao's mind? Teacher, check your phone and see the current trending news. Intrigued yet confused, Bai Yao began to investigate. The first sensational headline that caught his eye read, shocking. The fallen genius rises again. Qin Sheng conquers the hell-level novice dungeon. Doubting his eyesight, Bai Yao rubbed his eyes. To his astonishment, this headline was indeed true. Qin Sheng had truly cleared the hell-level novice dungeon. Not just Bai Yao, but the other teachers, upon checking their phones, also discovered the trending news about Qin Sheng. After a brief moment of shock, their gazes towards Bai Yao brimmed with admiration. No way, you really called it. Initially, they believed Bai Yao's mention of investing in a genius was merely self-deception. Little did they know, Bai Yao was merely stating the facts. Meanwhile, after reporting to his teacher, Qin Sheng hung up the call. Just as he prepared to leave, a figure obstructed his path. It was Zhang Hao, who had just moments ago been dejected. No, I refuse to believe you could solo a hell-level dungeon. You must have cheated or uncovered a bug. How could a well-equipped elite class team fail where you succeeded? How can an ordinary mage be so formidable? Faced with Zhang Hao's skepticism, Qin Sheng merely replied nonchalantly, if you lack skill, practice more. Furthermore, he added, reflect on whether you've truly dedicated yourself to studying dungeon knowledge and honing your professional skills. Zhang Hao, already fuming, was rendered speechless by Qin Sheng's flippant remark and fainted on the spot. Now, all eyes, both from the elite class teachers and onlookers, were on Zhang Hao. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Sheng quietly slipped away, leaving behind a flustered Lulu, who wondered where he had gone. After a long day, Qin Sheng was ready to return home for a restful sleep. Shortly thereafter, as he walked along the path home, he contemplated his next steps. The experience from the novice dungeon no longer sufficed. He needed a way to leave the city. However, exiting the city required navigating complex procedures or obtaining an exit permit. As he pondered, Qin Sheng soon arrived at his doorstep. He spotted a figure standing at his door. It was a middle-aged man in military attire, standing tall. Uncle Zhang. Chapter 15. Exiting the city and hiring a team. Before him stood Zhang Weiguo, an instructor from the demon-subduing army and one of Qin Sheng's father's closest friends. You rascal, I've waited so long for your return. Why didn't you offer me a cup of tea upon seeing me? Zhang Weiguo jested with a smile. Uncle Zhang, if I had known you were waiting for me, I would have come home sooner. It's hot outside. Let us talk inside. Qin Sheng replied with a grin as he invited Zhang Weiguo into the house. He reflected deeply. While Bai Yao had cared for him greatly at the War Academy, Zhang Weiguo had provided the most support in his personal life. Ever since his parents perished during a beast tide when he was 10, Zhang Weiguo had continually assisted Qin Sheng, essentially raising him. I heard from old Bai about your situation this morning. Don't bear too much pressure. When the Dean of the War Academy returns, I will have a serious talk with him, Zhang Weiguo said, his right fist striking the table in frustration. Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Qin Sheng understood. No wonder Zhang Weiguo had come to visit. It seemed he had learned about the situation through Bai Yao during his time in the military. However, Zhang Weiguo must have been too busy to be aware of Qin Sheng's accomplishment in clearing the novice dungeon trial tower. Without waiting for Qin Sheng to explain, Zhang Weiguo continued, I have a mission, so I won't waste more time. Here, he said, handing Qin Sheng a token. This is an exit permit authorized by the demon-subduing army. You know I can't openly provide you with financial assistance due to my military status. Zhang Weiguo noted with a hint of regret. However, you can use this token to hire a team within the city and then venture out to slay monsters. After saying this, Zhang Weiguo stood up hurriedly, not even taking the time to sip his tea. I have to take some people to the Job Change Guild for assessment tomorrow. When I return, I'll treat you to barbecue. By the way, this year's provincial examination is different from previous years. Many cities have nurtured numerous geniuses for this assessment. Also, I've heard that the top 3 in this provincial examination will receive additional opportunities. You must put in extra effort. With that, Zhang Weiguo smiled at Qin Sheng before departing. Qin Sheng watched Zhang Weiguo's retreating figure, left in contemplation. Although Zhang Weiguo's visit was brief, every word he spoke was encouraging, never once uttering anything that would dishearten Qin Sheng. After sending Zhang Weiguo off at the door, Qin Sheng silently resolved that he would strive to secure first place in the upcoming provincial examination. Subsequently, Qin Sheng rubbed the city exit token in his hand, an item that was certainly not commonplace. Due to the presence of wild monsters outside the city, any adventurer wishing to leave had to undergo a lengthy approval process. However, those who possessed the exit token could bypass these formalities and exit the city directly. Yet, acquiring such a token was exceedingly challenging, with one of the paths being to exchange military merits earned from the demon suppression army. Qin Sheng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude, pondering how much merit this token must have cost its previous owner. He had already reached level 9, and with just one more level, he would stand on the threshold of his first career transition. At that point, he could undertake the transition quest and subsequently venture into the Grand Dungeon, the Abyssal Dragon Palace, managed by the Vocational Guild to level up. If all went smoothly, achieving a second transition before the provincial examination was not an impossibility. If other adventurers were to learn of Qin Sheng's aspirations, they would likely be left in utter disbelief. Achieving a second transition before the provincial examination? What a notion! Historically, few adventurers had reached even their first transition before the provincial examination, let alone the second. The future indeed looked promising. With this thought, Qin Sheng retired to bed, preparing to rejuvenate his spirit for the wilderness expedition the following day. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dean at the War Academy, the atmosphere was tense. What did you say? You expelled Qin Sheng from the elite class? Dean Linhai's face was ashen as he questioned Li Qinghu, who stood before him. You can't blame me, Dean. At the time, Qin Sheng had only awakened as an ordinary mage. Who could have anticipated that he would later solo hell-level dungeons? Li Qinghu, chastised, lowered his head with a wry smile. Don't try to fool me with that rhetoric. Do you think I'm unaware? You've received plenty of gifts from Zhang Hao's family, haven't you? You expelled Qin Sheng solely to benefit Zhang Hao, whom you favor, Linhai remarked, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he scrutinized Li Qinghu's feeble defense. Li Qinghu found himself at a loss for words. Fine, if he is expelled, then so be it. One less or one more makes no difference, Lin Hai sighed, shaking his head. Indeed, Dean, there's no need to regret expelling Qin Sheng. Even without him, we still have Zhang Hao, Li Qinghu replied, his face plastered with a forced smile. What regret? I'm talking about you. You're the one who has been expelled. Pack your things and get out. Lin Hai glared furiously at Li Qinghu, his voice rising in anger. The following day, an early rising Qin Sheng, after freshening up, promptly retrieved the equipment he had earned by breaking records. He had been too exhausted the previous day, with too many matters to attend to examine it. Uncertain of the type of equipment and its special effects, he pondered this as he began to inspect the item. Guardian Spirit Armor, no stage requirements. My goodness, Qin Sheng marveled silently as he glanced at the equipment's description, before entering the novice trial tower dungeon. He had heard from a fellow student in the ordinary class that Li Qinghu, in his quest to bolster Zhang Hao's development and bring glory to the elite class, had deliberately swapped the rewards for equipment suitable for mages. However, he had never imagined that it would turn out to be an item with no stage requirements. Perfectly tailored for a mage. Guardian Spirit Armor, Constitution, 20, Special Skill. When the user is in danger, a shield will automatically generate, with the shield value equal to the user's current mental power. This skill, if utilized by another mage, would merely serve as a potent life-saving ability. However, if Qin Sheng were to master this skill, it would be nothing short of miraculous. It is essential to note that Qin Sheng's passive skills also benefited from multiple layers of casting. This meant that upon equipping the Guardian Spirit Armor, he would instantaneously unleash a shield of 101 layers when faced with danger. A staggering 101 layers of shield. Qin Sheng could hardly fathom how extraordinary his defense would become. The shield would arrive before he did. With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng unhesitatingly donned the Guardian Spirit Armor. Ding! Congratulations on equipping the Guardian Spirit Armor. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Sheng checked his status panel. Qin Sheng. Age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 9. Mental power, 90. Strength, 18. Agility, 18. Constitution, 78. Health, 680. Mana, 180. Skills, Fireball, Lightning Strike, Rejuvenation, Equipment, True Hand Ring, Guardian Spirit Armor. Multiple casting layers, 100. Satisfied with his status panel, Qin Sheng nodded approvingly. Time to leave the city. After purchasing an electronic map online, he set off towards the western gate. Binhai City was bordered by mountains to the north, the sea to the south, and inner-city roads to the east. Only the west led to the wilderness and the vocational guild. Before long, Qin Sheng arrived at the city gate, where a considerable number of adventurers had gathered, forming small teams. Clearly, these were the adventurer squads that Zhang Weiguo had mentioned. Available for hire. Upon noticing Qin Sheng approaching the gate, the teams greeted him warmly. Hello, fellow student. Are you looking to exit the city? We are the Heixin Squad, specializing in city exit commissions, and we offer competitive prices. A middle-aged man from one of the teams smiled at Qin Sheng. Indeed, fellow student. While your equipment and items may appear impressive, reaching the vocational guild requires traversing a wild area. To navigate it safely, it is advisable to seek out experienced teams. We, the Heixin Squad, are your best choice. Another slender man from the team chimed in, grinning at Qin Sheng. Rest assured, young man, aside from these two burly fellows, your lovely sister, will keep you entertained with conversation along the way. You won't be bored. A charming female priest from the squad added with a smile as she approached Qin Sheng. Hearing their cheerful banter, Qin Sheng chuckled softly, realizing they mistook him for one of the affluent second-generation heirs. Indeed, every year after the Awakening Day, wealthy heirs would leverage family connections to acquire exit tokens and hire adventurer squads for monster hunting. However, Qin Sheng was an exception. While he possessed an exit token and ample funds, he had no intention of hiring a squad, as Zhang Weiguo suggested. Firstly, teaming up with others would require sharing experience, and he was not keen on dividing experience points with anyone. Secondly, in the wild, the greatest danger was not the monsters but human treachery. Qin Sheng did not trust anyone but himself. No, I intend to venture out alone, Qin Sheng said, waving his hand to decline their kind offer. Chapter 16, Elite Wind-Chasing Leopards and Third Transition Experts. Following this, Qin Sheng briskly approached the city gate, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the adventurer squads. Is this how the second-generation heirs behave nowadays? Even when their team is insufficient, they go out alone. He is merely a naive young lad, unafraid of the perils that lie beyond the city walls. Once he comprehends the dangers that await him outside, he will undoubtedly return, eagerly seeking companionship for his ventures. Indeed, these freshly graduated students remain blissfully ignorant of the treachery that lurks in the wilderness, mistaking it for the safety of their school environment. It is only after they encounter the ferocious beasts of the wild that they will come to understand that the great outdoors is not a realm for mere students to traverse. Let us cease our discussion of him and focus our minds, for today marks the second day of the Awakening Festival, and soon others from the second generation will emerge to enlist the aid of adventurers. Qin Sheng swiftly approached the city gates. Halt! No student may enter or exit the city without the guidance of a teacher, declared two members of the Demon Suppression Army, blocking his path. Please wait, I have this. Qin Sheng replied, smiling as he displayed his insignia. The two guards exchanged glances before examining the emblem. Once verified, they granted him passage. Although you possess the insignia, the dangers outside are considerable. Please exercise caution, they advised. Nodding with a smile, Qin Sheng proceeded through the city gates. As he stepped from the coastal city into the wilderness, a wave of sanguine scent assailed his senses. In the distance, the roars of beasts echoed ominously. He couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between the city and the untamed world beyond. Having walked but a few paces, he found himself confronted by a shadowy expanse of forest. The trees here were predominantly pitch black, exuding an eerie aura. This was the first gathering place of wild creatures outside of Banhai City, known as the Silent Grove. To reach the location of the Job Change Guild, adventurers must navigate through this dark thicket, which is precisely why there are teams of adventurers stationed at the city gates. Though the creatures dwelling within the Silent Grove may not possess high levels or formidable strength, their cunning intelligence poses a significant threat. Without a capable team of adventurers for protection, traversing the Silent Grove becomes exceedingly perilous. However, Qin Sheng viewed this as an opportunity rather than an obstacle, an occasion to enhance his spellcasting abilities. Curious about the creatures he might encounter in the Silent Grove, he ventured deeper into the shadows. Just as he crossed the threshold, he heard a series of beastly roars, and dark figures emerged before him, wind-chasing leopards. Their bodies wreathed in ebony flames. Wind-chasing leopard level, 10 strength, 100 health, 1000. Qin Sheng glanced at the data of the leopards and raised an eyebrow. Remarkable. These creatures, encountered so early in the Silent Grove, possess stats rivaling those of bosses in the Novice Trial Tower's hard difficulty. No wonder Banhai City restricted adventurers from leaving. Even when permitted, they were urged to travel in groups. These leopards could present a significant challenge for most, but for Qin Sheng, who had already vanquished hellish bosses in the Novice Trial Tower, they were hardly a concern. Sensing the disdain in his gaze, the leopards glared back with fury. With an enraged roar, they scattered, seemingly intent on encircling him. So, they wish to surround me? Just as the online resources described, these leopards excel in ambush tactics. Qin Sheng smirked at their movements. According to his research, the wind-chasing leopards preferred to encircle their foes, utilizing their speed to wear them down until the opponents were disoriented and exhausted, gradually tightening their noose for the kill. Typically, only a well-coordinated team stands a chance against such tactics. A solitary adventurer could easily fall victim to their cunning strategy. However, this only applied to others. Qin Sheng could unleash a staggering 101 spells simultaneously. 6 leopards were hardly a challenge, and even if more appeared, they would pose no threat. Unfazed, Qin Sheng stood his ground as the leopards swiftly surrounded him. They exchanged glances before launching themselves at him in unison. Seeking death, are we? He mused, prepared for their assault. With a snap of his fingers, the leopards, sensing an imminent danger, shuddered and slowed their advance. Their eyes widened in terror as they gazed skyward. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. A torrential downpour of lightning cascaded down, enveloping Qin Sheng and the 6 leopards in a violent storm. The onslaught of lightning struck with unparalleled ferocity, obliterating the leopards before they could even emit a cry of despair. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain 6 wind-chasing leopards, increasing your spellcasting layers by 6. Your current spellcasting layers total 106. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated 6 wind-chasing leopards, earning 1800 experience points. Excellent! With the defeat of these leopards, my spellcasting layers have increased by 6. Yet, upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Sheng's initial joy gave way to a frown. 6 leopards provided him with only 1,800 experience points, each leopard yielding 300 points. Compared to the creatures in the Novice Hell Trial Tower, this was not an insignificant amount, yet it fell short of his expectations. In this world, the experience required for an adventurer to level up escalates exponentially. Currently, at level 9, Qin Sheng required an astounding 90 times the experience to reach level 10 and fulfill the conditions for his first advancement. Clearly, he needed to exert more effort. With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng pressed onward into the Silent Grove, ever ready to chant his lightning spells. After all, the power of lightning strikes from the sky far surpasses that of fireballs that require precise targeting. Before long, Qin Sheng's relentless assault had dispatched 2 more waves of wind-chasing leopards, totaling 18 slain creatures and elevating his spellcasting layers to 118. The wild beasts were remarkably elusive. Despite the bountiful experience they offered, the leopards were scattered far and wide. If only he could acquire a skill to draw monsters together, his efficiency in hunting would surely skyrocket. As Qin Sheng silently scoffed, he suddenly noticed a peculiar, shimmering crystal on the ground after dispatching the second wave of wind-chasing leopards. Could this be a monster crystal? Qin Sheng mused internally as he gazed at the glimmering stone. According to the information he had encountered online, this was indeed a monster crystal that could potentially drop upon slaying beasts. Such crystals possess a vast range of utilities. For instance, the energy required to unlock the Novice Trial Tower he had previously ventured into was provided by these monster crystals. However, novice adventurers lacked the means to acquire such crystals. Thus, entering the Novice Trial Tower was merely a matter of expending an equivalent amount of gold coins. Moreover, These monster crystals command a high price in the marketplace. The low-tier monster crystal before Qin Sheng could sell for as much as 1 million gold coins. As he approached to collect the monster crystal, preparing to advance further, a sudden roar erupted, accompanied by a fierce storm that swept in all directions. The trees of the shadow jungle were uprooted by this formidable gale. Then, before Qin Sheng's gaze, there appeared a wind-chasing unicorn leopard, its size several times larger than any previous wind-chasing leopard he had encountered. Wind-chasing unicorn leopard. Rank, Elite. Level, 20. Strength, 310. Health, 2000. This was a wild elite monster, and it appeared to be the leader of the wind-chasing leopards in this area. After inspecting the data of the colossal creature before him, Qin Sheng speculated silently. In the next moment, the unicorn leopard seemed to be assessing Qin Sheng's aura. Indeed, in this world where everyone transitions to new professions, certain sentient beasts can gauge an adventurer's strength by observing their data. Upon perceiving Qin Sheng's statistics, which were merely those of an ordinary mage, the unicorn leopard curled its lips into an almost human-like smile and charged towards him. The powerful speed generated a series of sonic booms, and its form blurred into a series of afterimages as it rapidly approached Qin Sheng. Having witnessed me slay so many wind-chasing leopards, it not only doesn't flee, but dares to approach. Clearly it possesses a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, Qin Sheng thought. A smile gracing his lips as he readied himself. With a single finger raised, the lightning spell erupted once more. It is worth noting that his spellcasting level had ascended to 118, allowing him to unleash 119 bolts of lightning, coupled with a mental power of 90. The damage he could inflict soared to an astounding 710 points. Such devastation could obliterate the approaching unicorn leopard 5 times over. Indeed, in the next moment, as hundreds of bolts of lightning rained down, the unicorn leopard, which had been charging at Qin Sheng, attempted to halt its momentum. However, it was immediately engulfed by the relentless barrage of lightning, and the paralysis effect of the lightning strike took hold. The unicorn leopard, struck by hundreds of bolts, convulsed violently under the electrifying onslaught, drawing the attention of other adventurers nearby. What terrifying power! This level of lightning is indicative of a mid-tier skill. No, it could very well be a high-tier skill. Such formidable might could not be summoned by a first or second transition adventurer. Could it be that a third transition expert is hunting elite wind-chasing leopards here? How utterly fearsome. Such overwhelming skills are akin to a dimensional strike within the shadow jungle. Chapter 17. Hidden Dungeon and Storm Guild. The adventurers engaged in conversation were a well-coordinated team known as the Black Tiger Squad. Initially, they intended to wait within the city for second-generation adventurers to venture out, hoping to be hired and earn a handsome profit. However, unbeknownst to them, due to Qin Sheng's actions, all the prominent second-generation adventurers had been engaged in intensive training. Residing within the trial tower, none had ventured outside. Unable to wait any longer, the Black Tiger Squad was compelled to exit the city and hunt monsters themselves. Serendipitously witnessing Qin Sheng's prowess as he dispatched the unicorn leopard. All right, let us keep our mouths in check. Discussing a third transition expert is beyond our station. We should depart swiftly, declared the team leader, a burly man named Shirheihu, as he shook his head at his teammates. Hearing Shirheihu's admonition, the others nodded in agreement and followed his lead deeper into the shadow jungle. Yet, before they could proceed far, a hurried band of adventurers brushed past them. Is that the Storm Guild? Shirheihu mused, spotting the lead figure, a bald man named Li, and realizing they had also arrived. It appeared the rumors were true. A hidden dungeon had indeed manifested. Captain, their direction seems to align with that of the third transition expert we just saw. What should we do now? Inquired Lin Feifei, a member of the team clad in a purple priest's robe. The matter of the third transition expert is not one we can meddle in. Let's move swiftly and hunt monsters. We must strive to acquire an item that allows entry into the hidden dungeon, Shirheihu instructed, gesturing for his teammates to follow. On the other side, the leader of the Storm Guild, baldly, turned to a lean man beside him. Old Two, are you certain the direction of the unicorn leopard's escape is this way? Rest assured, boss. I have employed detection spells multiple times. The unicorn leopard should be just ahead. The lean man promptly responded. All right, everyone, follow closely. We've been pursuing this leopard for far too long to let it slip away now. Once we slay it, we'll retrieve the item and hurry to rendezvous with Zhonglong. At that moment, Qin Sheng gazed at the fallen unicorn leopard before him, an expression of intrigue crossing his features. He noticed that at the spot where the creature had perished, there lay a glowing blue object. Is this a key? Qin Sheng marveled at the luminous artifact. However, just as he was about to approach and retrieve it, a swift whoosh echoed. An arrow struck the ground beside him. Kid, although you were the one to slay the wind-chasing unicorn leopard, this item is not yours to claim, a voice called out, prompting Qin Sheng to turn his gaze towards the source. Emerging from the underbrush were a group of well-equipped adventurers, most of whom were above the first transition level. Their ages predominantly in their 20s or 30s. Adorning their attire was a badge shaped like a tempest. Ah, you belong to the Storm Guild? Qin Sheng inquired. Recognizing their emblem. Kid, at least you possess some discernment. While I'm unsure how you managed to slay this unicorn leopard, it has been our target for several days. I won't pursue any further details. Simply hand over the key and offer us some compensation, then be on your way. The leader of the group, the bald man, stated bluntly. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. Hand over the item before my boss gets angry, and as for compensation, let us say 10 to 20,000 gold coins will suffice. Beside the bald giant, a lecherous man clad in assassin attire licked his dagger. The second man suggested that they dispense with any further conversation and simply eliminate him to seize the goods. A cold-eyed archer stood ready, seemingly prepared to strike at any moment. The third man concurred, asserting that there was no need to waste words on this scoundrel. They should swiftly dispatch him, as Zhang Long was pressing for action and the hidden dungeon would soon close. Initially, the bald giant had merely intended to intimidate Qin Sheng, but after receiving a call, his demeanor darkened. Following his signal, several other professionals dispersed, surrounding Qin Sheng much like the previous encounter with the wind chaser, encasing him in their midst. Heck, kid. It seems fortune has not favored you today. Normally, I would simply extort you, but it appears that killing you is the more prudent course of action. The lecherous man said with a repugnant grin as he licked his dagger once more. At that moment, Qin Sheng gazed at the circle of professionals around him. They coordinated seamlessly, having ensnared him from the very outset. Their positions were meticulously arranged, with the bald warrior and 2 shield bearers in the front, while the archer and a mage concealed themselves behind, poised to unleash their powers. The ever-lecherous assassin remained deeper in the shadows, appearing ready to pounce at any opportunity. This display of practiced cooperation made it abundantly clear that these individuals were seasoned killers, adept at the art of ambush. Before anyone could react, the archer launched the first attack, releasing an arrow aimed at Qin Sheng from behind. Yet, sensing the impending assault, Qin Sheng stood unfazed. Just as the arrow was about to strike him, a flash of yellow radiance enveloped him, summoning a protective shield that deflected the projectile. Boss, something's off with this kid, the archer exclaimed, alarmed at his attack being thwarted. Don't just stand there. Let's all strike together and take him down. Hearing the call, the bald giant and the other professionals quickly recognized the unusual circumstances. Without hesitation, they unleashed their skills, and a torrent of assaults rained down upon Qin Sheng. However, in the next instant, as the professionals gaped in disbelief, the yellow light surrounding Qin Sheng intensified. Layer upon layer of shields unfurled, dazzling them with its brilliance. When their eyes finally adjusted to the spectacle, they discovered that Qin Sheng was encased in a staggering 120 layers of shields. The bald giant swallowed hard, scrutinizing Qin Sheng's statistics. Due to his higher level, the bald giant quickly gleaned Qin Sheng's fundamental information. Health, 780. Shield value, 10, 800. Faced with such astonishing figures, the bald giant felt parched. Good heavens, after years in this game, this was the first time he had encountered someone whose shield value surpassed their health. A bard. In that moment, the collective onslaught from the bald giant and his comrades crashed against the 120 layers of shields surrounding Qin Sheng. Though their attacks appeared ferocious, akin to a tempest, they merely dissipated against the shield as if they were but raindrops in the ocean, leaving no impact whatsoever. Is this a joke? Qin Sheng yawned languidly within the protective barrier. Ah, splendid. The effects of the guardian spirit armor are indeed commendable. Pleased with the performance of his armor, Qin Sheng had initially sought to test its capabilities, but had been unable to do so against the wind chaser, who only employed physical attacks. The appearance of the Storm Guild-S group allowed him to fully appreciate the armor's true effectiveness and practicality. Witnessing Qin Sheng's extraordinary shield value, the once confident bald giant felt a weight in his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. Everyone, remain calm. It's merely a thicker shield. Let us work together and see how long he can endure. Boss is right. Let us all attack. I refuse to believe we can't wear him down. Exactly. He is just a level 9 professional. Every one of us is above first transition. We will wear him down. Encouraged by the bald giant, the professionals rallied their confidence once more. The archer spoke with bravado. No matter how thick your shields are, you'll still fall to us within 30 minutes. Hearing this, Qin Sheng leisurely extended 3 fingers. Not 30 minutes, 3. Oh, 3 minutes? You have a fair grasp of your limitations, he replied, unfazed. As he bent down to lower one finger, the archer's expression turned scornful. The bald giant and the others were similarly perplexed. Chapter 18. The Key to Ascension and the Conspiracy. Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the bald giant and his cohorts, Qin Sheng lowered his final finger. 1. In an instant, a tempest of lightning cascaded down, enveloping the bald giant and his companions. As the storm subsided, only a scatter of equipment and items remained on the ground. What a pity. These items are of little use to me, but I can collect them for future sale, Qin Sheng mused as he gathered the fallen loot. He then produced a blue key from his possession. Having overheard their conversation, he realized that this blue key seemed connected to the hidden dungeon. As he examined the key closely, he soon noticed a barely perceptible blue thread emanating from it, leading towards a shadowy part of the dark forest. Could that be the location of the hidden dungeon? With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng began to follow the key's guidance deeper into the shadowy woods. Shortly after his departure, an assassin-class professional appeared on the battlefield after a swift maneuver. Where are Li Chang and the others? We agreed to gather here to hunt the unicorn wind chaser. At that moment, as Qin Sheng traversed deeper into the wilderness following the Qi direction, his mind swirled with information about the hidden dungeon, which was recognized as one of the available dungeons outside of Banhai City. It was indeed the large team dungeon, the Abyssal Dragon Palace, maintained by the Class Transition Guild. Nearby the Dark Forest, there was also a significant chance for a hidden dungeon to spawn. The reason the hidden dungeon remained obscure was that each time it appeared, it was constrained by a time limit. As time elapsed, the hidden dungeon was destined to vanish once more. The criteria for entering this elusive realm were notably stringent. When the hidden dungeon emerged, elite monsters would respawn in the vicinity, and slaying these formidable creatures would yield a chance to acquire hidden dungeon items. It was rumored that only those possessing such items could utilize a key to access the hidden dungeon. Following the key's guidance, Qin Sheng gradually approached the terminus of the blue silk thread. Before him loomed a swirling vortex of approximately 3 meters in diameter, its motion deliberate and mesmerizing. Clearly, this was the entrance to the hidden dungeon. So many individuals had already gathered. At this moment, a considerable number of adventurers congregated at the entrance, their gazes fixated on the colossal blue whirlpool. Even more astonishing was the presence of a smaller vortex situated just before the larger one, upon which a series of names seemed to be inscribed. Had so much time elapsed, and yet Shirlauda and the others had not emerged? Surely, they had not truly cleared the dungeon on normal difficulty? I believe there is a chance. Shirlauda is among the few second transformation professionals within our group, and his team exhibits remarkable synergy. They may indeed succeed. It's hard to say, while Shirlauda's team is competent. Have you forgotten the tragic fate of the previous squad? This dungeon is anything but simple. From their discourse, it became apparent that the names upon the smaller vortex were likely those of adventurer teams. As Qin Sheng pondered their words, a sudden flash of light emanated from the entrance of the smaller vortex, and several figures stumbled forth from the dungeon. Most of these individuals were grievously wounded and drenched in blood, with one young man clad in a robe appearing the most injured. He could barely stand upright, leaning heavily on his companions for support. It was indeed Shirlauda and his team, but why were they so severely injured? The injured adventurer. Was that not the mage Ishio from their squad? He was on the verge of second transformation, yet he had collapsed unconscious. Was this dungeon truly so terrifying? Even the Black Tiger team had sustained such injuries. Alas, judging by Ishio's condition, he would be unable to continue fighting. This was a team dungeon, without one member. Shirlauda and his companions would be unable to re-enter. The captain of the Black Tiger team was known for his amiable nature and sense of justice. The surrounding adventurer squads held him in high regard. Soon, a nearby priest stepped forward to cast healing spells upon the Black Tiger team. Cough, cough. This temporary dungeon is a nightmare. The monsters within are not only powerful but also increase in number as one progresses. Shirhei expressed his gratitude to the priest before turning to the crowd with a look of trepidation. Upon hearing Shirhei's words, the faces of those present shifted dramatically. If even he claimed that the monsters within the hidden dungeon were exceedingly numerous, then this hidden dungeon was indeed far more challenging than usual. Logically, a dungeon restricted to adventurers below level 25 should not feature an overwhelming number of monsters. Yet, the sheer quantity of foes within this dungeon evidently exceeded what adventurer teams could withstand. Damn it, must we concede defeat just like that? It is a rare opportunity to encounter a hidden dungeon. Fear not, the greater the tempest, the more valuable the catch. Given the daunting difficulty of this dungeon, the rewards must surely be astonishing. Rewards are meaningless if one cannot survive to claim them. If even Shirlauda is so badly injured, Zhang Qiqiang, are you certain you can return alive? For a moment, everyone exchanged anxious glances, their eyes drifting towards the entrance of the dungeon vortex. Unease etched upon their faces. None dared to advance recklessly. A bunch of useless cowards. Is a hidden dungeon enough to frighten you so? If you lack the courage to press forward, then step aside. A brazen voice rang out from behind the hesitant crowd. Upon hearing this scornful remark, numerous adventurer teams turned around, faces ablaze with indignation. What are you staring at? Did I speak incorrectly? It's merely a hidden dungeon. You've been waiting here forever. I see your mercenary teams are nothing but a bunch of worthless layabouts, growing increasingly ineffectual. The speaker was a young man, garbed in knightly attire, his demeanor notably arrogant. Following him were 6 adventurers, forming a well-equipped team, all adorned with the emblem of the Storm Guild, indicating their affiliation. The words of this Storm Guild team quickly incited the ire of many adventurers. Among them, someone recognized the identity of the leader. Zhang Long, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly? If it weren't for your father, would you even be able to lead a team? Clean up your mouth. This isn't your Storm Guild's territory. Apologize immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing the words of the adventurer teams, Zhang Long merely smirked. What? Do you scattered soldiers truly wish to confront our Storm Guild? Gradually, the voices of the crowd dwindled. Although these mercenary teams were not afraid to engage in battle with Zhang Long's Storm team, provoking the Storm Guild would inevitably lead to unfavorable consequences in the future. Zhang Long, this is not your playground. Shirhei roared, positioning himself defiantly in front of Zhang Long. His frustration over his injured teammate was exacerbated by Zhang Long's arrogance, prompting him to feel on the verge of erupting. The once haughty Zhang Long's expression darkened upon seeing Shi Hu blocking his path. Unlike the other scattered adventurers, Shi Hu was not only the captain of the Black Tiger team, but also a bronze adventurer who had passed the assessment of the Class Transfer Guild. Though the Black Tiger team occupied the lowest tier within the Class Transfer Guild's adventurer ranking, they were backed by an official guild recognized by the Divine Summer Kingdom. In contrast to the Storm Guild, which was privately owned, the difference was akin to that between state-owned and private enterprises. Thus, despite the Storm Guild's considerable influence in the area, Zhang Long was hesitant to engage Shi Hu in conflict. "I'm here to tackle the dungeon today. I have no desire to quarrel with you scattered adventurers." Zhang Long gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Shi Hu before leading his team to the side. At this moment, Qin Sheng, through his recent observations of the Black Tiger team and the scene of their emergence from the small vortex, began to piece together various insights. He recalled some information he had encountered online regarding hidden dungeons. According to previous data, it seemed that different items could unlock distinct small vortexes for dungeons. Green denoted simplicity, blue signified difficulty, purple represented calamity, and red indicated hellish levels. Therefore, it appeared that the blue key in his possession could only unlock a difficult level dungeon. How unfortunate. If only he could acquire a hell level dungeon instead. Qin Sheng had previously ventured through the Hell Level Novice Trial Tower and understood that the number of monsters within such a dungeon greatly surpassed that of the previous 3 difficulty levels. His talent for multicasting spells necessitated a greater number of monsters to yield considerable enhancement. Meanwhile, not far from where Zhang Long had stepped aside, one of his mage subordinates called out to him, "Boss, look, that kid seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he the one often mentioned by the young guild leader?" Soon. Zhang Long turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the mage. Remarkably, that direction was precisely where Qin Sheng stood. Indeed, it was the very individual that Xiao Hao frequently mentioned. It was unexpected that he had ventured out of the city and arrived at the hidden dungeon. The moment Zhang Long laid eyes on Qin Sheng, a look of astonishment spread across his face. "Boss, I recall that the vice president holds a deep grudge against this fellow. He has mentioned him with clenched teeth on several occasions." The mage cast a glance towards Qin Sheng, a sinister glint emerging in his eyes. Indeed, this lad had caused quite a bit of embarrassment for Xiao Hao back at school. Zhang Long's expression turned icy as he continued to watch Qin Sheng. As Zhang Hao's elder brother, Zhang Long had always been vigilant regarding every aspect of Zhang Hao's life. He had long been aware of the way Qin Sheng overshadowed Zhang Hao at the War Academy. In Zhang Long's view, such an impressive individual should not be allowed to exist within the confines of the War Academy. "So, boss, shall we?" The mage suggested a throat-slitting gesture while glancing at Qin Sheng. "No, there are too many witnesses here. If we were to engage in a confrontation, it would be far too easy to leave traces behind." Zhang Long shook his head. "Heh, boss, how could you forget? You still have 2 upgrade keys on you." The mage flashed a wicked smile, promptly reminding Zhang Long upgrade keys. Zhang Long seemed to have an epiphany, producing 2 transparent keys from his person. "Boss, consider this. Since this fellow has come near the hidden dungeon, he must be intent on entering it. We can lie in wait here, and once he enters the dungeon, we will use the keys to elevate the dungeon's difficulty." Upon seeing the keys, the mage displayed a cold smile. "You are correct. Even if this lad chooses the lowest difficulty of the regular dungeon, we can utilize the 2 upgrade keys to transform it into a calamity dungeon. Both the calamity and hell dungeons require a substantial amount of time to be spent inside before one can exit." A smug smile crept onto Zhang Long's lips at this thought. Chapter 19, The Feeble Mage. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Black Tiger team, Yishio's injuries were swiftly healed by the nearby priest. "Alan, I am truly grateful for your timely healing. Without you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Shi Hu expressed his gratitude to the priest who had attended to Yishio. "What are you saying, Tiger Brother? If it weren't for your intervention when I was in the jaws of the wind leopard, I would have long been a lifeless corpse." Alan dismissed with a wave of his hand. Just as Shi Hu was about to say something further, a teammate of Alan's called out to her from the other side. It turned out that, after a cooldown period, the hidden dungeon could once again use items to summon the small whirlpool. Shi Hu nodded with a smile at Alan, who then bid farewell and returned to her own team. However, Shi Hu's expression grew complex. The reason was simple. Although the hidden dungeon had reopened, it was a team dungeon that required a full party of 5 to enter. Their mage, Yishio, was injured and, despite receiving treatment, was no longer capable of fighting. Shi Hu frowned, realizing he would need to find someone to form a team. On the other side, the hidden dungeon turned out to be a rare team dungeon. Qin Sheng, who was originally prepared to open the small whirlpool with a blue key, also furrowed his brow. Team dungeons are a special type of dungeon mode in the Blue Star realm, requiring a full party to enter. Unlike the novice trial tower that Qin Sheng had previously entered, where the number of participants was irrelevant, this poses quite a dilemma. Where am I to find 4 individuals to join my team? If it were solely about challenging the dungeon, Qin Sheng was brimming with confidence. With his current strength, even the hell level of this hidden dungeon would present no challenge. However, the rules of the dungeon were not something he could circumvent. Just as Qin Sheng was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Little brother, our team is short 1 person. How about 10 magic crystals to make up the numbers? Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng turned to see none other than the Black Tiger team standing before him. The speaker was none other than the injured mage, Yishio. As a fellow mage, Yishio had long been aware of Qin Sheng, who was waiting near the dungeon. He had just suggested this to his teammates. Initially, Black Tiger and several others were reluctant, as looking solely at the levels, Qin Sheng was only at level 9. Bringing him into the hidden dungeon would undoubtedly be akin to carrying a burden. However, Yishio promptly interjected, "Boss, have you forgotten? This is a hidden team dungeon. In such dungeons, experience distribution is not equal, but based on individual contribution. The more effort you put in, the more experience you will gain. Therefore, even if you bring him along, as long as you contribute sufficiently, your share of the experience will not diminish." After hearing Yishio's persuasion, Shirheihu weighed the ordinary dungeon key in his hand, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly agreed to Yishio's proposal. Thus, the current scene unfolded. 10 magic crystals to make up the numbers? Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow at Shirheihu's words. 10 magic crystals, at a rate of 1 million per crystal, amounts to 10 million. Noticing Qin Sheng's hesitation, Shirheihu felt a twinge of urgency, for the hidden dungeon operated under a time constraint. "Little brother, you need not worry. Once inside, we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. If you are still apprehensive, take this," he said, pulling a scroll from his possession and tossing it to Qin Sheng. "Is this a teleportation scroll?" Qin Sheng queried, astonished as he examined the scroll in his hand. A teleportation scroll is, in essence, a tool that allows a practitioner to escape danger within a dungeon by transporting them outside. It is worth noting that, aside from novice dungeons, most dungeons lack a life-saving mechanism. Once you perish, it is truly the end. Therefore, practitioners often invest in life-preserving equipment to safeguard their singular life. Such equipment also signifies a hefty price, and the teleportation scroll in Qin Sheng's possession was worth at least 3 million. Rest assured, little brother, once inside, you need not lift a finger. We will handle all the monsters within the dungeon. Consider the 1 million and the teleportation scroll as a gesture of friendship. Should you require assistance in the wild in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Shirheihu. Fearing Qin Sheng would refuse, Shirheihu hurriedly urged him. "Very well. First, hand me the magic crystals. I have accepted your offer of friendship." Qin Sheng replied with a smile. Shirheihu, initially prepared to offer further persuasion, felt a sudden jolt of unease upon hearing Qin Sheng's cheerful agreement. Why does it feel like an ominous premonition? After a swift transaction was completed, Shirheihu left the injured Yishio behind and led Qin Sheng towards the entrance of the Grand Whirlpool. "Little brother, I have the dungeon key. I will use it." Shirheihu smiled as he prepared to use the key. However, just as he was about to take out the green key, Qin Sheng stopped him. "Wait, let me use my key," Qin Sheng said as he produced the Azure Dungeon key from his possession. In the astonished gaze of the Black Tiger squad, the blue key transformed into a small whirlpool. "Let's go," Qin Sheng remarked with a yawn, as if drawing out the blue key was a most mundane affair. "Hold on. Little brother, we initially invited you to join us using our magic crystals. However, now that you've utilized your own dungeon key, it would be unreasonable for us to enter without compensating you, so we must increase the payment." Shirheihu, snapping out of his shock, recognized the significant cost Qin Sheng must have incurred to acquire that Azure key. It undoubtedly cost him a considerable sum. Although the difficulty level of the dungeon posed greater dangers, the rewards and experience were equally bountiful. How could they, as adults, take advantage of a child's key? Thus, with a series of meaningful glances from Shirheihu, the 4 members of the Black Tiger squad, including him, each produced 10 magic crystals and handed them to Qin Sheng. As Qin Sheng observed the 40 magic crystals in his hand, he marveled at the fact that he had already earned 50 million before even entering the dungeon. Without waiting for any cautionary words from the Black Tiger squad, they were swiftly drawn into the whirlpool. "Hee, the boss has already entered. We can make our move now." A mage from the Storm squad grinned lewdly. He hadn't expected this brat to team up with Shirheihu. It was perfect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Long, witnessing Shirheihu and Qin Sheng entering the hidden dungeon, revealed a sinister smile. He then led his team closer to the entrance of Qin Sheng's hidden dungeon and, upon nearing it, transformed 2 keys into streams of light to enter. "I've called Xiao Hao. You 2 wait here for the announcement of Qin Sheng's demise. Once you hear it, record a video and send it to Xiao Hao," Zhang Long instructed his subordinates before stepping into the hidden dungeon with his team. "Ding. You have entered the hidden dungeon, whaling territory." After being pulled into the whirlpool, Qin Sheng and the Black Tiger squad heard the notification sound. Qin Sheng began to assess the dungeon's environment. The scene within the dungeon was set at night, with a waning crescent moon hanging high in the dark sky. From the depths of the forest emanated intermittent cries of anguish, accompanied by the cawing of numerous crows. "Everyone, take heed. We have been teleported into the dungeon. This time, it is a hard-level dungeon, significantly more challenging than the normal-level dungeons we encountered before." Shirheihu called to his teammates while ensuring Qin Sheng was shielded at the back. Beside Shirheihu, a teammate wielding a massive shield stood guard at the front, while another archer took a flanking position and an assassin activated a skill to enter stealth. The Black Tiger squad was a typical offensive team, lacking a healer, composed entirely of combat classes. As the captain, Shirheihu charged bravely to the front of the formation, with the four of them forming a half-circle around Qin Sheng for protection. How amusing. They truly see me as a feeble mage in need of protection, Qin Sheng thought, rubbing his nose as he observed their formation. Chapter 20. Still eating? Here comes your demise. At the forefront, Shirheihu's expression turned grave. They had previously traversed a normal-level hidden dungeon and were acutely aware of how terrifying the creatures in Wailing Territory could be. The territory was divided into 4 stages, and in the first stage, they would face skeleton monsters. During their previous normal-level dungeon run, they encountered 4 skeletons in the initial wave. Thus, Shirheihu surmised that this hard-level dungeon would present them with 8 skeletons. Caw. Just as Shirheihu's team arranged themselves, Qin Sheng heard the sound of bones grinding from the distant woods. Emerging from the thickets were numerous, ghastly white skeletons. Skeleton monster. Level, 15. Strength, 470. Health, 1200. To Shirheihu's astonishment, the initially prepared team suddenly paled upon seeing the skeletons. How is this possible? 16. Indeed, a total of 16 skeletons emerged from the underbrush. Not only Shirheihu, but also his 3 teammates were visibly shaken. Captain, what's going on? According to the dungeon rules, shouldn't a hard-level dungeon only be twice as strong as a normal level one? Logically, there should be 8 skeletons, not 16. The archer in the team gazed at the distant skeletons in confusion. Could it be that the hidden dungeon has been tainted by abyssal energy and mutated? The burly man with the shield swallowed hard, bewildered. Fool, we're still far from the Abyssal Dragon Palace. It's impossible for the dungeon to exhibit such infections. Another assassin said, struggling to maintain his composure. Indeed, under normal dungeon logic, a hard-level dungeon should only be twice as difficult unless influenced by abyssal corruption. Regardless, these 16 skeletons were not something they could contend with. Little brother, we'll cover you. Quickly use a teleportation scroll. Shirheihu urged Qin Sheng anxiously. To him, their invitation for Qin Sheng to join had been a gesture of goodwill, and now, with the dungeon in turmoil, they could not allow Qin Sheng to perish here. Without waiting for Qin Sheng's response, Shirheihu rallied his 3 teammates. Let us go. We'll hold them off for as long as we can. The 3 teammates nodded in agreement. However, just as they prepared to charge forward, they suddenly sensed a strange change in the air. The once dark and chilling atmosphere began to grow warm, even scorching, as if they had stepped into the sweltering heat of summer. Another anomaly. With the 16 skeletons ahead, Shirheihu attributed the sudden change to a dungeon mutation, his heart sinking. Just as he prepared to charge again, the burly man with the shield halted him. Captain, look over there. Following the man's shout, the archer and assassin turned to see what he was pointing at. Suspended in the air above where they stood were countless fireballs, numbering in the hundreds. What is this? Shirheihu had never encountered such a sight before, nor had he even heard of it. The reactions of the other 3 were similar. They stood frozen, staring at the fireballs suspended in the sky, as if turned to stone. Meanwhile, the instigator of this spectacle, Qin Sheng, had no time to observe their reactions. Watching the 16 skeletons pouring forth from the underbrush, a smile crept across his face. He had initially thought the hard-level dungeon would disappoint him, but it seemed the monsters were plentiful indeed. With that thought, Qin Sheng snapped his fingers, and a torrent of fireballs erupted forth, raining down like meteors from the depths of hell. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the 16 skeletal monsters, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. At that moment, the previously stunned Black Tiger squad felt an overwhelming surge of energy as hundreds of fireballs detonated in a magnificent display. In the distance where the skeletal foes had stood, a mushroom cloud erupted, resembling a starfish. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 16 skeletal monsters, increasing your spellcasting layers by 16, bringing your current total to 135 layers. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 16 skeletal monsters, gaining 4,800 experience points. Hearing the notifications, Qin Sheng's expression brightened. He had amassed a significant amount of experience, bringing him ever closer to his goal of reaching level 10. Furthermore, with the addition of 16 layers to his spellcasting, his total had risen to 137 layers, thereby enhancing his damage output. While others faced depletion of resources and dwindling combat power due to the relentless assault of dungeon monsters, Qin Sheng grew stronger with each battle. Let us proceed to the next level. He called to the petrified Black Tiger squad, still reeling from the mushroom cloud's impact. Shirheihu and his 3 companions gaped at Qin Sheng's retreating figure in disbelief. They recalled the hundreds of fireballs that had appeared in midair, glanced at the ashes of the skeletal monsters, and then looked back at the slender, youthful Qin Sheng, struggling to reconcile these 3 elements. Who said he was a frail high school student? Is there really a high school student with such monstrous combat prowess? They mused. His damage output is astonishing. It's comparable to that of a 2nd or even 3rd-tier professional. Good heavens, is he truly a mage? There's no way a regular spellcaster could unleash hundreds of fireballs. They exchanged glances, astonished. Generally, a beginner's fireball spell could only produce a single projectile, while intermediate skills like Meteor Shower could release 5. And advanced skills like Rain of Fire could unleash 20. What on earth was this multitude of fireballs? Shirheihu, despite his extensive experience with the Class Transition Guild, was momentarily at a loss to comprehend the situation. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone devoid of the earlier camaraderie, replaced instead with sheer astonishment as he regarded Qin Sheng's back. "Just a passing mage." Qin Sheng waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for them to follow. It wasn't until Qin Sheng had walked over 100 meters that Shi Heihu and his companions snapped back to reality and hurried after him. Before long, they arrived at the second level of the Wailing Territory, the Ghoul Manor. "Hey, buddy, or rather, boss, this is the second level, Ghoul Manor. This is where we previously met our demise. When we attempted the normal difficulty, there were 8 ghouls." Shi Heihu spoke with a newfound seriousness. "Only 8? That seems rather few," Qin Sheng replied, somewhat disappointed. Hearing this, Shi Heihu's team exchanged glances, a wry smile creeping onto their faces. Previously, they had been a full squad of 5, overwhelmed by the 8 ghouls. Yet now, in Qin Sheng's eyes, those 8 ghouls seemed insufficient to pose any threat. At that moment within the Ghoul Manor, ghouls emerged under the moonlight, entering Qin Sheng's line of sight. Ghoul. Level, 16. Strength, 580. Health, 1500. These ghouls were not only ragged and grotesque in appearance, but also feasted ravenously on dismembered limbs and flesh. To their astonishment, the number was not 8, but 32. Shi Heihu's eyes widened as he counted the ghouls within the manor. The reactions of his 3 companions mirrored his shock. However, unlike them, a smile crept onto Qin Sheng's lips. Still hungry? Then it's time for your demise." Outside the dungeon, Leaf Su, anxiously awaiting the Black Tiger Squad's return, stared intently at the entrance. Time had passed, and he wondered how his comrades fared inside. Just then, a flash of light erupted from one of the dungeons. He turned to look, only to find an entirely different group, an equipped storm squad, emerging instead. What a pity, that final boss was simply too formidable. Otherwise, with our leader's strength, we would surely have succeeded, one of the mages remarked, grinning slyly at Zhang Long. It's true, that boss's stats were outrageous. Still, reaching the 4th level is quite an accomplishment, Zhang Long, the knight, said as he sheathed his massive sword. You're right. Some people might not even make it past the 4th level, or worse, could have perished within the dungeon, Zhang Long added, glancing at the 2 teammates who remained outside the dungeon. So, have the Black Tiger Squad returned with a death announcement? He inquired. The 2 teammates exchanged glances before revealing their peculiar expressions. No, they haven't come out yet. Zhang Long and the mage were taken aback. What did this mean? After using the upgrade keys twice, they were in a disaster-level dungeon. How could they possibly linger there for so long? Why have they been inside for so long? Leaf Su pondered, but soon realized the truth. With their prior experience facing dungeons, they must have gained considerable knowledge and were likely tearing through their foes. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Shi Heihu and his team were indeed in a frenzy, but it was Qin Sheng who was single-handedly wreaking havoc, while they merely provided support. Chapter 21. Who said this dungeon was terrible? This dungeon is fantastic. Shi Heihu and his squad, observing the scene before them, began to question their very existence. Each ghoul in the manor possessed attributes and combat prowess equivalent to at least a second-tier professional, and there were 32 of them. Just the thought of facing 32 second-tier monsters was enough to instill despair in any second-tier team, leaving them with no desire to fight, only to flee in panic. Yet, what unfolded before them was nearly impossible. Qin Sheng, single-handedly unleashing hundreds of fireballs, pursued the 32 ghouls, sending them scurrying for their lives. Witnessing such a spectacle, Shi Heihu couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, it's a case of comparing the incomparable." Finally, it's over. Qin Sheng surveyed the ravaged manor and the fallen ghouls, nodding in satisfaction. Although the ghouls had utilized the manor's layout to evade him, they were ultimately no match for his overwhelming power. Having evaded a considerable number of fireballs, his own arsenal of fireballs far surpassed that of these ghouls, being thrice as abundant. Regardless of how adept these ghouls were at evasion, their demise under the relentless pursuit of his fireballs was merely a matter of time. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 32 ghouls, earning a 32-layer spellcasting bonus. Currently, at 167 layers. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 32 ghouls, gaining 12,800 experience points. Although this was a party dungeon, it appeared that his share of experience was quite substantial. Qin Sheng, gazing at his rapidly increasing experience points, stretched leisurely. In the realm of seasoned players, experience in a group dungeon is distributed according to individual contributions. Hearing Qin Sheng's inquiry, Shi Heihu stepped forward to elucidate. So that is how it is, thought Qin Sheng. Nodding in understanding, he had nearly single-handedly dispatched the ghouls before him, which explained the windfall of experience he had just acquired. Meanwhile, Shi Heihu and his companions exchanged glances, revealing a hint of helpless amusement. Their initial intention had been to recruit Qin Sheng merely to meet the required numbers, having invested a considerable amount of magic crystals to gain entry into the dungeon for experience and levels. Yet now, they found themselves merely in the role of supporters. Nonetheless, despite their lack of experience gain, no complaints could be found in their eyes. The reason was simple. Their inability to secure experience was due to Qin Sheng's overwhelming strength. Moreover, despite their investment of magic crystals, forging a connection with such a formidable individual was undeniably worth the cost. Furthermore, to have allied with such a young powerhouse was a prospect brimming with potential. Even if their venture into this dungeon resulted in them only playing a supporting role, they had undoubtedly left a lasting impression on Qin Sheng, which made it all worthwhile. Let us proceed to the third level, Qin Sheng declared, brushing off the dust from his attire before leading Shi Heihu onward. As they traversed past the ghoul manor, the haunting howls of wolves echoed in the distance. However, as they drew closer to the source of the howls, the sounds grew fainter. Upon reaching a distorted forest, they found themselves enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of any wolf howls. Big shot, we previously failed at the second level. We are uncertain what monsters await us in the third level. We must remain cautious, Shi Heihu cautioned, drawing forth his massive sword. The other members of the team likewise readied their weapons, bracing for battle. Qin Sheng, however, remained silent, continuing his advance into the twisted thicket while contemplating the inherent patterns of each dungeon. Before they had approached this distorted forest, they had been greeted by the resounding wolf howls. Now, with the howls vanished, there was undoubtedly a connection to be unearthed. Indeed, as Qin Sheng and Shi Heihu's party stepped into the twisted forest, shadowy figures flickered around them, their movements akin to a swift gust of wind brushing past Qin Sheng. What is this? Their speed is astonishing, exclaimed the archer, Gu Yao, in a state of alarm. Could these be werewolves, known for their remarkable speed among magical creatures? The assassin speculated coolly, clutching his daggers. Quite possibly, and judging by their rapid appearance, their numbers are likely around 40. The burly man wielding a shield remarked, his brow glistening with sweat. Damn it, what is going on with this dungeon? Why are there more monsters appearing? Shi Heihu exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. At that moment, the shadowy figures swiftly formed a tightening circle, encircling Qin Sheng and his comrades. In stark contrast to the tension palpable among Shi Heihu and the others, Qin Sheng regarded the burgeoning shadows with a hint of amusement. Who dares to deem this dungeon inferior? This dungeon is splendid. More monsters only serve to amplify my strength. As the shadows gathered ever closer, Shi Heihu felt a surge of anxiety. Despite Qin Sheng's formidable prowess, it was clear that the peculiar fireball spell he wielded was merely a single-direction area attack, potentially inadequate against such an encirclement. Furthermore, it was generally understood that powerful skills were accompanied by significant mana costs. Having unleashed hundreds of fireballs in quick succession, Qin Sheng's mana reserves were likely dwindling. Big shot, perhaps we should retreat, Shi Heihu suggested, but Qin Sheng, without a word, began to gather energy for a lightning strike, pointing a finger skyward. While the fireball spell was indeed powerful, it could not break the current encirclement. However, who said he was limited to just fireballs? Shi Heihu and the others observed Qin Sheng standing his ground, mistakenly believing he had resigned himself to defeat, which filled them with trepidation. At that moment, the encroaching shadows seemed to sense an opportunity, revealing themselves as towering, bloodthirsty werewolves cloaked in darkness. Bloodthirsty werewolf. Level, 21. Strength, 660. Health, 3600. As one of the werewolves lunged forward, the others appeared to respond in kind, descending from the trees in all directions to assault Qin Sheng and his party. In an instant, the forest echoed with the cacophony of wolf howls. Observing the monstrous forms revealing themselves as werewolves, Shi Heihu's heart sank. Not only were werewolves incredibly agile, but their cruelty was equally notorious. Most terrifying of all was their adeptness at teamwork. Either they would strike as a cohesive unit or not at all, leading to inevitable doom. There had been a team of third-tier professionals that encountered a pack of werewolves in the Death Mountains, and despite their close coordination, they had been systematically hunted down by a second-tier pack. The horror lay not only in the werewolves' brutality, but also in their method of execution. Instead of delivering a quick death to their prey, they would gnaw away at their victims, piece by piece, prolonging their suffering until the adventurers met their demise. Thus, many adventurers would rather face death than contend with werewolves. To hell with it. Let us fight. Even if I perish, I refuse to become the werewolves' meal, Shi Heihu declared, gripping his massive sword with determination. The other three members likewise readied their weapons, bracing themselves for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The sound grew increasingly louder, drowning out the howls of the werewolves in the distorted forest. In the next moment, bolts of lightning, imbued with the force to rend the heavens, descended from the sky. The shadows that had filled Shi Heihu's party's vision were instantly replaced by a dazzling blue-purple light. They were momentarily blinded by the brilliance, their ears ringing with the sounds of anguished cries. When their vision cleared once more, they were met with the scent of charred flesh permeating the air. As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered the ground littered with the corpses of werewolves. Yet, what astonished them even more was the overwhelming power of this skill, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the third-tier powerhouse they had encountered in the forest. Meanwhile, at the dungeon's periphery, Zhang Long was listening to a report from an assassin-style adventurer, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What did you say? Li Guangtou's team was completely annihilated? This is inconceivable. Zhang Long's voice boomed, quickly drawing the attention of the surrounding adventurers. Even Yishio, who was resting in the distance, heard the commotion and quickly recalled the encounter with the third-tier master and the storm team in the forest. Could it be that the storm team clashed with the third-tier master and was annihilated? The thought crossed his mind, and he silently remarked, "Well done. They had it coming." After all, the storm team had always been so arrogant, provoking the third-tier master. Oh well, it was unfortunate that Li Guangtou and the others had perished. However, what was the situation with Qin Sheng and that Black Tiger team? Why hadn't there been any news of their demise? Zhang Long pondered. "Boss, do you think they really managed to clear the dungeon after all this time?" Wang Zhaoxia expressed his doubts. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even know how monstrous the final boss is? Its special skill allows it to be immune to physical and magical attacks for a period." Scoffed the mage beside Zhang Long. Chapter 22. Clearing the dungeon and first transition. Ding. Congratulations on slaying 48 werewolves, gaining 48 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers, 215. Ding. Congratulations on slaying 48 werewolves, gaining 400 experience. Another 10,000 experience points. Now, he was just over 20 away from leveling up. Qin Sheng gazed at his rapidly increasing experience bar, inching closer to level 10. Simultaneously, his spellcasting layers had finally surpassed the 100 mark, reaching 215 layers. The future looked promising. Qin Sheng rubbed his hands together, feeling that this hidden dungeon was immensely rewarding. Just the increase in spellcasting layers alone had nearly added 100 layers. He wondered how many layers the final stage would grant him. After collecting the magical crystals that had dropped, he noticed the peculiar glances of Shiheihu and the others directed at him, as if they were observing a monster. Indeed, the members of the Black Tiger team regarded Qin Sheng with eyes akin to those one might cast upon a creature of legend. Goodness, this is too surreal. Based on their earlier speculations, they assumed Qin Sheng might be a unique hidden class, merely obscured by some item. Generally, special hidden classes would awaken powerful skills in the early stages, capable of challenging foes beyond their rank. This had been evidenced throughout the history of Blue Star. Thus, they accepted Qin Sheng's ability to unleash over 100 fireballs as a special skill. However, they never anticipated that Qin Sheng could not only cast hundreds of fireballs, but also summon hundreds of lightning strikes. Such an extraordinary skill set was simply unfathomable. It was as though he rendered the game unplayable for others. Reflecting on this, Shiheihu and his companions felt a pang of despondency. In their past dungeon explorations, they had always faced perilous challenges, teetering on the brink of death. Yet here was Qin Sheng, effortlessly dispatching dangerous creatures with a mere flick of his wrist. Truly, comparisons were odious. The creature residing within that castle must be the final boss. Defeating it should grant them passage. At that moment, Qin Sheng had emerged from the twisted forest, gazing upon a towering castle, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The castle loomed almost as if it were scraping the heavens. Its inky darkness occasionally disturbed by bats flitting in and out, rendering the entire edifice reminiscent of a specter of the night. Yet, to Qin Sheng's surprise, he encountered no monsters on his path to the castle, and he and the Black Tiger team practically strode unimpeded to the castle's grand entrance. This was unacceptable. It contradicted Qin Sheng's prior objective of refreshing his spellcasting layers. Thus, he proposed a new battle plan. "Sure to go. Could you please scout for any nearby monsters? If you find any, notify me immediately." Shiheihu was taken aback by Qin Sheng's request, but quickly acquiesced. "All right, no problem. We'll go search right away. You can count on us, boss. Once we locate any magical beasts, we'll inform you at once." Though they understood that the monsters outside the castle could be perilous, they did not hesitate to comply. In their view, this dungeon venture was primarily driven by Qin Sheng's efforts. If they did nothing, they would indeed be mere freeloaders and fail to leave a good impression in front of him. After giving them a nod, Qin Sheng proceeded alone to the castle's grand door. As he pushed open the door and entered the castle's heart, the entire structure seemed to come alive, thrumming with eerie energy. The bats that had previously scattered around the castle converged upon the windows above, gathering towards the castle's center. Soon, amidst the throng of bats, a silhouette resembling an inverted bat materialized before Qin Sheng. Duke of Bats. Level, 24. Type, Boss. Strength, 780. Health, 50,000. Skills, Bloodbind, Blood Spirit. Human. You possess remarkable courage to trespass into my domain. The inverted bat figure slowly descended from the castle ceiling. As the wings of bats unfurled behind him, they revealed a man clad in aristocratic European garb. "Is this castle's monster merely you?" Ignoring the duke's words, Qin Sheng surveyed the castle, noticing the absence of other creatures, which left him somewhat disappointed. "What is this attitude of yours?" The Duke of Bats, observing Qin Sheng's casual demeanor, felt a surge of anger. The hidden dungeon had existed outside Banhai City for many years, and he had encountered numerous adventurers who had reached this stage. Yet, most professionals trembled at the sight of his formidable statistics, paralyzed with fear. He relished witnessing their terror, savoring their dread. "If you have any minions, summon them forth at once." Qin Sheng shrugged indifferently. He had anticipated encountering numerous creatures by this juncture, only to find none along the way, even the final boss. The Duke of Bats was but a solitary figure. How impoverished. "You, The Duke of Bats, witnessing Qin Sheng's nonchalant attitude, felt his teeth grind in frustration. Typically, such words were uttered by him toward adventurers. When they beheld his powerful statistics, he would casually inquire, "Since you dare to challenge me, what tricks do you possess?" Now, however, Qin Sheng's demeanor suggested that the Duke was the challenger. "Human, you seek death." Provoked, the Duke of Bats transformed into a blur, charging towards Qin Sheng. In the next instant, Qin Sheng completed his incantation for Fireball, unleashing a staggering 216 fireballs that hurtled toward the Duke of Bats. What the hell? Did he not turn it off? The Duke of Bats was momentarily bewildered by the onslaught of fireballs, his sharp mind failing to comprehend the situation. However, the next moment, 216 fireballs collided with the Duke of Bats, leading to an explosive confrontation. In an instant, a staggering 1,940 points of damage erupted forth, sending the Duke of Bats hurtling through the air, violently crashing against the castle walls, with his health plummeting by nearly 13. So this is your reliance? You truly believe that possessing formidable abilities will suffice to vanquish me? How naive humans can be. The Duke of Bats emerged from the rubble of the wall, his form undergoing a transformation as he became enveloped in a faint crimson glow, a manifestation of his unique ability, the Blood Spirit. Just as the Duke activated this special skill, in the next moment, Qin Sheng pointed a finger, and bolts of blue-purple lightning descended from the heavens. They cleaved through the castle ceiling, crashing down upon the Duke of Bats. However, to Qin Sheng's bewilderment, despite the lightning striking the Duke, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. An immunity to both spells and physical damage? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Sheng deduced a possibility. Indeed, this effect may only last for 30 seconds. But it is sufficient to bring about your demise. Prepare to meet your end. The Duke of Bats, having discerned the nature of the skill, did not panic, rather, he grew even more arrogant. Immunity to physical and spell damage, meaning only true damage will have an effect. Qin Sheng caressed the true ring adorning his wrist. He then activated the skill of the true ring, which stated, upon use, within 1 minute, every 3 skills cast will yield one that inflicts true damage. Qin Sheng conjured another fireball aimed at the Duke of Bats. I warned you, your skills cannot harm me. The Duke of Bats stood resolute as a multitude of fireballs rained down upon him, not flinching nor dodging. Yet, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Although the majority of the fireballs inflicted no damage, 13 of them did indeed wound him, accompanied by the appearance of white numbers. Before he could process this, a subsequent barrage of lightning struck. How is this possible? What manner of monster are you? The Duke of Bats gazed at Qin Sheng, his eyes filled with disbelief. Logically, skills that deal high damage do not typically possess true damage effects. Conversely, skills that inflict true damage generally yield lower damage. Yet the skills Qin Sheng unleashed were not only of significant power, but also bore true damage effects. The Duke of Bats attempted to evade, but the paralysis effect from the lightning spell ensnared him, each bolt paralyzing for 1 second, resulting in 218 bolts paralyzing him for 218 seconds. He was rendered utterly immobile. Following 2 waves of skill bombardment, the Duke of Bats let out a final, defiant roar before disintegrating into ashes. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden dungeon, MVP awarded. And you have received a treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Duke of Bats, earning 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on increasing your casting layers. Current layers at 217. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 10 and fulfilled the conditions for class advancement. Please select your class advancement task: simple, difficult, catastrophe, hell. Hell, what a jest. A true man must choose the hell level. Hell level task: eliminate 60 elite monsters. Outside the dungeon, most of the small vortex entrances had closed, yet numerous teams of adventurers gathered around one vortex entrance, observing intently. I heard that boss sure brought a high school mage into the dungeon. Is it true? Indeed, just moments ago, Yi Xiu from their team confirmed it himself. Alas, isn't that akin to carrying a burden? No wonder they Haven T emerged for so long. At this moment, Yi Xiu anxiously gazed at the small vortex dungeon before him. Why Haven T the boss and the others returned? They have been gone for far too long. Hidden dungeons are unlike novice dungeons. If faced with lethal danger, one will not be automatically teleported out. Don't fret too much, little leaf. Boss sure has cleared a dungeon once before. Perhaps this time, they can succeed as well. And look, isn't that an announcement? Alan, the nearby priest, offered a reassuring smile. However, scarcely had Alan spoken when the small vortex suddenly emitted a beam of light. A massive announcement screen materialized. Upon seeing it, both Yi Xiu and Alan turned pale before they could even discern the content. It's over. The hidden dungeon, like the novice dungeon, also has announcements. However, since there is no life-saving mechanism in hidden dungeons, these announcements only indicate either a successful clear or the number of deaths within the dungeon. Given the strength of the Black Tiger team, the likelihood of perishing in the dungeon outweighed that of a successful clear. Meanwhile, the Storm team, who had been resting, also beheld a screen of light. I told you, sure Heihu and his crew are doomed. Look, The death announcement has just appeared. Zhang Long boasted arrogantly. Heh. The boss is indeed wise. Without his 2 upgrade keys, they would never have been able to kill them. Chapter 23. Qin Sheng achieves MVP. In front of the announcement screen, Yishio's expression was one of anguish, filled with guilt. I shouldn't have encouraged the boss to enter the dungeon again. It's my fault for putting them in danger. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Priest Alan gazed at the screen with a complex expression. How is this possible? They actually cleared the hidden dungeon. With Alan's exclamation, the adventurers gathered around the vortex turned their attention to the screen, finally discerning the contents displayed. Congratulations to Qin Sheng and Shi Heihu for clearing the hidden dungeon at hell level. Holy moly, Boss Shi is incredible. He actually cleared the dungeon at hell level. When did old Shi become so formidable? Had I known, I would have asked him to take me along. Goodness, old Shi has truly kept his skills hidden well. Even his comrades must be wary. At Alan's prompting, the previously despondent Yishio also caught sight of the screen's contents, and his mood shifted instantaneously from sorrow to elation. Wonderful. Boss Shi and the others are still alive. How peculiar that they managed to clear at hell level. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the storm team. What did you say? They didn't die, and they cleared the hell level dungeon? How is that possible? Does anyone simply clear a hell level dungeon at will? Upon hearing Zhang Qinbua's words, Zhang Long's face contorted in disbelief. The thought that he had used 2 upgrade keys only to inadvertently assist Qin Sheng in clearing the hell level dungeon nearly caused him to choke on his own blood. Goodness, I never anticipated that the hell level advancement task would entail slaying 60 elite monsters. This could prove quite challenging. Qin Sheng regarded his advancement task with surprise. Although elite monsters are formidable, they present no significant challenge to him. The difficulty lies in their scattered nature, making them hard to locate. Reflecting on the dark forest he had traversed previously, he had slain numerous wind-chasing leopards, yet had only encountered a single elite variant, the unicorn wind-chasing leopard. This highlights the rarity of elite monsters. It seems my only option is to visit the class advancement guild and try my luck there, Qin Sheng mused, stroking his chin. If any faction possesses traces of numerous elite monsters, it would undoubtedly be the class advancement guild. It is said that the guild actively seeks to recruit adventurers with potential. Specially crafted elite monster replicas were created to assess adventurers. Qin Sheng turned his gaze towards the floating treasure chest before him, rubbing his hands together in excitement. The moment had arrived for the exhilarating chest-opening experience. Ding! You have opened a legendary treasure chest, obtaining 1 boss energy crystal and 1 blood-red cloak. Acquired the initial stage skill, Insight. Ding! You have received the Insight skill book. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully learned the Insight skill. Insight. Skill quality. Beginner. Skill effect. After use. It allows you to randomly perceive 1 piece of information about the object before you. Is this an auxiliary skill? Upon reading the description of the Insight skill, Qin Sheng understood that it was indeed an auxiliary skill, designed to randomly capture 1 piece of information about the object in front of him. For instance, if Qin Sheng used Insight on a professional, he might detect the opponent's class or attributes, among other things. In simpler terms, it provided entirely random information. At first glance, this seemed somewhat lackluster. However, if Qin Sheng mastered the Insight skill, the implications were far from trivial. It is important to note that his multiple casting ability could amplify any given attribute. This meant that the Insight skill would similarly benefit. While each cast could only randomly reveal 1 piece of information, what if he cast it 200 times? Wouldn't that yield 200 pieces of information? Goodness. 200 pieces of information would be enough to strip the opponent bare, akin to an actual treasure hunt. Next, Qin Sheng examined the other 2 items. First was the boss energy crystal. This was similar to the magic crystals dropped by other beasts, containing immense energy. However, its value was significantly higher. A standard magic crystal was worth 1 million gold coins. An elite monster's crystal was worth 10 million. While a boss's crystal was valued at a staggering 100 million. Remarkably, Qin Sheng had just set himself a small target. Then there was the cloak-like equipment. The blood-red cloak. Grade, Epic. Constitution, 30. Special effect. Increases agility by 1 point for 10 seconds with each skill cast. Note, wearing it makes you look dashing. The special effect was simply magnificent. Upon reading the introduction of the blood-red cloak, Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. This effect was perfectly suited for him. Each time he cast a skill, he could increase his agility, and considering he could unleash 219 spells each time, this meant he could temporarily boost his agility by 219 points. Goodness, with this, he could cast spells while moving faster than even an assassin. A significant drawback of mages in the early game was their slow movement speed and lack of mobility. This often left most mages defenseless during those initial stages. However, with the blood-red cloak, the special effect transformed everything. Qin Sheng could now cast spells while deftly maneuvering about. Not only would he be hard to hit, but he could also evade any attacks. Age, 18. Class, Mage. Level, 10. Spirit, 95. Strength, 19. Agility, 19. Constitution, 108. Health, 1080. Mana, 190. Skills, Fireball, Thunderstrike. Spirit Restoration, Insight. Equipment, True Bracelet, Guardian Spirit Armor, Blood Red Cloak. Multiple casting layers, 217. Gazing at his opulent status panel, Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile broadly. What does it mean to be invincible among peers? This is what it means to be invincible among peers. In terms of damage, he possessed both Fireball and Thunderstrike, which surpassed the damage of third-tier professionals. In defense, he had Guardian Spirit Armor, whose shield value exceeded even his health bar. As for agility, the Blood Red Cloak provided a significant boost. If he wasn't invincible, who would be? Just as Qin Sheng gathered all his belongings, a radiant light enveloped him. So soon, he was to be teleported out? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the crowd of professionals had rapidly grown due to the recent exclamations. They were jostling around, staring at the entrance of the dungeon. Hey, don't push. I'm about to get squished. Where are Stone Boss and the others? I really want to ask how they cleared the hell level dungeon. Why bother asking? Just hire Stone Boss for a power level instead. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a sudden flash of light erupted outside the dungeon. The team led by Shirheihu appeared before everyone. Wow, why are there so many people? What is going on? Shirheihu gazed at the crowd in astonishment. He had been assisting Qin Sheng in searching for monsters, but was inexplicably teleported out. Boss, you've kept this from me for so long, was the first remark from the mage Shio. Shirheihu, huh? Boss, be honest, did you sneakily open it? How else could you have cleared the hell level dungeon? Yishio wore a wry smile. What? Hell level dungeon? Didn't we just clear the hard level dungeon? Shirheihu and a few others were bewildered. Upon hearing Shirheihu's words, Yishio chose not to explain and merely pointed towards the light screen above the vortex. Shirheihu and the other teammates followed his finger and soon discovered the announcement proclaiming the completion of the hell level dungeon. His eyes initially filled with confusion. Shirheihu shook his head and let out a resigned smile. I don't know what is going on, but I can tell you one thing. This dungeon clearance wasn't due to our efforts, but thanks to this big shot. As Shirheihu and his 4 teammates split apart into pairs, they revealed Qin Sheng at the rear of the team. At that moment, due to Qin Sheng's appearance, the announcement on the light screen changed once more. Calculating scores now, Qin Sheng's output, 100. MVP rating. Originally, upon hearing Shirheihu's words, the crowd intended to challenge him, but upon seeing the change on the light screen, they promptly fell silent, gazing in shock at the young figure standing at the back of the team. Even if Shirheihu were deceiving them, the hovering light screen would not lie. This young boy had indeed cleared the hell level dungeon, and with a 100 output, who could have imagined such a feat? Among the astonished crowd, the most mixed feelings belonged to Yishio. Wasn't he just the weak mage I found to fill the ranks? How did he become the MVP who soloed the team dungeon with 100 output? At this moment, the focal point of everyone, Qin Sheng, looked up at the announcement in the air, filled with confusion. Brother Shir, what on earth is happening? How did our hard level dungeon become a hell level 1? As Shirheihu was about to respond to Qin Sheng, distant sounds of commotion and pleas for mercy reached their ears. The crowd turned their gazes, spotting Zhang Long, the captain of the storm team, kicking a robed mage with fervor. Damn it, this is all your fault. If you hadn't said that using 2 upgrade keys would put Qin Sheng in peril, how could I possibly squander this 10 million? What useless trash. Die, die. The mage, rolling on the ground, was kicked until his face was bruised, continuously pleading for mercy. Ouch, ouch. Spare me, boss. I had no idea that Qin Sheng could truly conquer the hell level dungeon. Hearing the mage's words, Zhang Long was once again consumed by rage. If it weren't for your instigation, would I have even produced those 2 upgrade keys? Upon seeing the announcement about Qin Sheng on the light screen, Zhang Long suddenly felt like a fool. He had paid such a hefty price, only to find out, oh dear, that Qin Sheng had achieved MVP. Chapter 24. The machinations of villains pale before the ingeniousness of fools. At that moment, the members of the Storm Guild team, overhearing the distant conversation, quickly grasped the situation. Many professionals turned their gazes towards the Storm team, filled with amusement. Haha, today I finally understand what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. Helping someone else upgrade with 2 upgrade keys? I've never heard of such a thing. TSK, those 2 upgrade keys are worth 10 million. Zhang Xiao is truly wealthy. What was that saying? Right, the machinations of villains pale before the ingenuity of fools. How could one even dare to label Zhang de Xiao as a fool? He is clearly both foolish and wicked. Zhang Xiao's maneuver was simply too relatable. Upon hearing the discussions, Zhang Long, who had been kicking the mage, felt his expression turn a deep shade of anger, his face flushed with embarrassment and wishing for a hole to hide in. You all. Zhang Long gritted his teeth, wanting to retort, but finding himself at a loss for words. Boss, although we owe our success in the hell level dungeon to Zhang Long, it must be noted that this guy initially intended to harm us. Should we report him to the enforcement team? Asked Shirheihu beside Qin Sheng. Big brother Shir. There's no need to report this to the enforcement team. I can handle this myself, Qin Sheng replied, his gaze icy as he looked towards the distant storm team. Indeed, although Zhang Long had used 2 upgrade keys, leading to Qin Sheng entering the hell level dungeon, it was undeniable that Zhang Long's initial intent was to eliminate Qin Sheng. This had already violated the principles of fair competition among professionals and was certainly reportable to the enforcement team in Binhai City. However, Qin Sheng was well aware that even if this matter were reported, Zhang Long would have justifications to evade accountability. He could already envision Zhang Long claiming he merely intended to assist with dungeon upgrades, without any malicious intent. Under such a defense, the enforcement team would likely conclude with a mere fine of some gold coins, resulting in no significant repercussions. This would not satisfy Qin Sheng's desire for revenge, which he pursued relentlessly. If the opponent dared to extend such a seemingly kind offer to help him upgrade the dungeon, he would ensure an equally substantial repayment, sending them to the afterlife. Boss, what do we do now? The injured mage, still staggering from Zhang Long's assault, asked as he rose unsteadily. Humph, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Now that this brat has cleared the dungeon, he is surely heading to the job transfer guild. We should lie in ambush in the misty forest ahead. Hee. Zhang Long's eyes glinted with coldness. Hee, boss is brilliant. Even if this guy has cleared the dungeon, what of it? Whatever treasures he possesses will belong to us once we eliminate him. The mage dusted off his clothes, hastily showering Zhang Long with praise. Subsequently, at Zhang Long's behest, the storm team swiftly departed from the scene. Boss, we are heading back to Binhai City. Will you join us? Sure. Heihu inquired of Qin Sheng. No, big brother, sure. I need to visit the job transfer guild first, so I won't accompany you. Qin Sheng replied with a wave and a smile. Very well. Travel safely. If you need any assistance once you return to Binhai City, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Sure. Heihu smiled at Qin Sheng before leading his team away from the dungeon vortex. Reflecting on the information he had found online, Qin Sheng pondered the direction he should take to reach the job transfer guild. This should be the way to the misty forest, he concluded, discerning the path ahead. Indeed, the misty forest was shrouded in dense, ethereal white mist. As Qin Sheng gazed upon the forest enveloped in fog, he remarked, "Is this the misty forest?" Before him lay a vast forest, surrounded by impenetrable, thick, white mist. According to the information he had previously gathered online, this mist had materialized after the emergence of the dungeon, Abyssal Dragon Palace. Typically, to navigate through the misty forest successfully, one would need to purchase special fog-breaking pearls. However, due to Qin Sheng's haste, he had not acquired any. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. He possessed the skill gaze, which allowed him to randomly probe information about his surroundings. Moreover, his multiplex casting had reached over 200 layers, enabling him to instantly release over 200 instances of gaze, thus thoroughly exploring the information concealed within the mist and avoiding danger. Activate. With a sharp command, Qin Sheng's eyes gradually radiated a golden light. As he activated gaze, the skill's effects took hold, revealing a plethora of information about the mist. He detected that on the left side of the misty forest lay a straight path. He discerned that beside the left path of the misty forest was a small pit. Various data-driven prompts floated within Qin Sheng's line of sight. Nodding in comprehension, he ventured deeper into the mist. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly halted. What is this? He noticed a multitude of information floating in the distance. Detecting information: Professional Zhang Long, Professional Wang Zhaoxia, Professional Zhang Jinbo, Professional Zhang Haizhu. Detecting information: the current professionals are in a state of combat readiness. Detecting information: the current professional team has utilized stealth items. At that moment, Qin Sheng beheld a cascade of data-driven information forming text in the distance, detailing Zhang Long and the storm team's attributes, skills, and professions, all laid bare before him. So they were lying in wait for me. How fortuitous. Seeing Zhang Long's team lying in ambush within the misty forest, Qin Sheng felt a surge of delight rather than fear. If Zhang Long and his cohort had returned to Binhai City, he would have indeed been at a loss. But now, in the wilderness, he would not hold back. With this thought, Qin Sheng raised one hand, and instantly, over 200 fireballs were conjured, ready to be unleashed upon the concealed Zhang Long. The storm team, already hidden in the depths, was caught off guard by the barrage of fireballs. What the hell? How could there be so many fireballs? We were clearly in stealth mode. How could we be detected? They scrambled out of stealth, rolling to the side in a desperate attempt to evade. However, the other two team members were not so fortunate. They were directly struck by the overwhelming damage from the explosion of over 200 fireballs and were instantly killed. Alas, my apologies. I mistakenly thought this was a gathering of beasts. A smile graced Qin Sheng's lips. Where do these monsters come from? Could you not discern the situation before unleashing your abilities? Zhang Long, glancing at his two slain comrades, spoke with trepidation. There was nothing I could do. My skill had already been cast, and I could not retract it. Furthermore, the fog of the forest concealed me, rendering it a blind spot. Qin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. I shall report this to the enforcement team. We were merely taking a stroll in the forest's mist, and yet you resorted to murder. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's explanation, Zhang Long's teeth gritted in frustration. Pray tell, what respectable individual strolls through the misty forest? If that is the case, then let my fireball spell speak for itself. Qin Sheng chuckled, casting the fireball once more. This time, its power surged, and Zhang Long, along with the other members of the storm squad, found themselves unable to react before the spell struck them with ferocity. They erupted into cries of agony. Among the storm squad, although most of the members had perished, Zhang Long remained, his body shimmering with a blue light. Based on the damage of my fireball, he should not have withstood it. He must possess some extraordinary life-preserving equipment. In that case, I shall exert myself once more. Chapter 25. The Necklace of Destiny and the Class Change Guild. Cursed be it. The effect of the Necklace of Destiny has indeed activated. What on earth is Qin Sheng's secret? How can his skill damage be so formidable? Horror etched across Zhang Long's face as he gazed at Qin Sheng, disbelief flooding his eyes. Before he could process the situation, ominous clouds gathered overhead, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Without any time for Zhang Long to react, bolts of lightning cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Before he could make a move, the tempestuous bolts of lightning bore down upon him with a cataclysmic force. Aya! As Zhang Long's anguished screams echoed, his form was utterly reduced to cinders beneath the relentless onslaught of lightning. Having annihilated an entire squad once more, Qin Sheng felt no pang of remorse. In the wilderness, when conflict arises, there are but two choices, to kill or to be killed, and Qin Sheng opted for the former. Moreover, they had ambushed a lone individual and still met their demise. How inept. With that thought, Qin Sheng turned his gaze toward their fallen comrades. Those who frequently engage in slaying know that killing without claiming the spoils is akin to a fruitless endeavor. At this moment, orbs of light shimmered beside Zhang Long and his allies. Qin Sheng approached, inspecting the luminous orbs one by one. The majority of the items dropped by the adventurers held little value. Aside from some gold coins, there were mere pieces of equipment unworthy of his attention. These items could be sold off at an opportune moment, while the gold could be transferred directly to his account. After all, in this world of universal class changes, it was not uncommon for adventurers to amass wealth. Next, Qin Sheng turned his attention to the orb dropped by Zhang Long. Ah, this fellow, as the scion of the Storm Guild, must possess a wealth of treasures. Upon opening the orb, he discovered its contents were indeed plentiful, with a staggering 5 million gold coins and several exquisite pieces of equipment. Is this the Necklace of Destiny? A unique item capable of withstanding a lethal blow. Qin Sheng gazed at the necklace in his hand, adorning his neck with it. And 2 beginner skill books? He pondered, perplexed by the presence of the 2 skill tomes. Logically, Zhang Long's brother, Zhang Hao, having awakened the rare profession of elemental mage, would have been eligible to learn intermediate skills, rendering the purchase of beginner skills unnecessary. However, upon closely examining the introductions of the 2 beginner skill books, Qin Sheng understood why Zhang Long had specifically carried them. One of the tomes contained the skill of Taunt, capable of attracting monsters through its effect, making it an undeniable tanking skill. The other was Windblade, a rare penetrating skill among beginner abilities. Both skill books boasted commendable effects, particularly the Taunt skill, which was quintessential for drawing aggro. No wonder Zhang Long kept it close at hand, likely intending for Zhang Hao to learn it and assist him in tanking. As Qin Sheng stroked his chin in contemplation, he realized that both skill books had fortuitously fallen into his possession, and he proceeded to learn them. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned the beginner skill Windblade. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned the beginner skill Taunt. Hearing the notifications in his ears, Qin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. After tidying up his belongings, he set forth on a new direction toward the Class Change Guild. Meanwhile, in Coastal City, what is happening? Did not my brother say he would showcase something remarkable for me? Why can I not even reach him by phone? Zhang Hao muttered in confusion as he dialed repeatedly. After traversing a short distance beyond the misty forest, a colossal structure came into view. This was the branch of the Class Change Guild in Coastal City, the sole location of the outdoor dungeon, the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Currently, within the hall of the Class Change Guild, numerous adventurers flowed in and out. Arriving at the entrance, Qin Sheng surveyed his surroundings briefly before stepping into the guild. He made his way directly to the front desk on the first floor, where various foundational tasks were processed. This floor also handled explanations regarding dungeon protocols and assessments. Greetings, I wish to sell some magic crystals. Qin Sheng approached a young woman at the counter responsible for magic crystal transactions. Certainly. The attendant, initially preoccupied, lifted her gaze upon seeing Qin Sheng's student attire, her cheerful demeanor dimming. Zhao Lin, please assist with this customer. I must attend to Mr. De Lang for the adventurer assessment. With that, the attendant named Wang Xia departed, leaving Qin Sheng in the care of a younger colleague, Zhao Lin. Of course, Sister Wang, hello. Please place your magic crystals on the platform. I will help you count them and settle the gold. The youthful Zhao Lin smiled amiably at Qin Sheng, her eyes sparkling with innocence, clearly new to the workforce. Very well, Qin Sheng nodded, subsequently emptying his collection of magic crystals onto the platform. The sound of clattering resonated as a plethora of magic crystals appeared before them. The previously calm expression on Zhao Lin transformed into one of astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. She had assumed that a student like Qin Sheng would not possess a substantial amount of magic crystals, yet now they towered before her like a small mountain. Excuse me, could you assist me in counting them? Qin Sheng prompted, noticing her dazed expression. Certainly, please hold on, I will count them right away. Zhao Lin quickly regained her composure and began tallying the crystals. You have 164 ordinary magic crystals, 1 elite magic crystal, and wait, what is this? As she continued counting, her astonishment grew. Most shocking of all was the final revelation of a boss crystal, which held a staggering value of 100 million. Ah, splendid. I have meticulously counted your spoils. Your magic crystals amount to a staggering total of 11,164,000. As for your companions, I can promptly settle their share, Zhao Lin remarked with a smile directed at Qin Sheng. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of the team that could accompany a mere student in vanquishing such a multitude of magical beasts. However, the subsequent words from Qin Sheng left her utterly astounded. I have no companions. All these magic crystals were procured solely by my own hand, Qin Sheng stated, shaking his head. How is that even feasible? Zhao Lin gazed at him, incredulity evident in her tone. Qin Sheng appeared to be nothing more than a student who had awakened his powers just yesterday. How could he possibly have single-handedly defeated so many magical beasts? Could it be that he had previously awakened some hidden class? With this thought, Zhao Lin activated her detection skills, scanning Qin Sheng's fundamental information. Level 10? How on earth did you achieve this? Zhao Lin was taken aback upon seeing Qin Sheng's level. A student who had awakened just the day before reaching level 10 within 2 days was unfathomable. While it was indeed possible to rapidly ascend from level 1 to 9 with the right team, the transition from level 9 to 10 marked a significant threshold, requiring a copious amount of experience. Typically, a student managing to reach level 10 before their final examinations would be considered exceptional. Yet, here stood a youth who had accomplished this feat by the second day. This was no ordinary talent. He was a genius. Very well. Please submit your identification information onto this platform, and I shall promptly transfer the gold to you, Zhao Lin said, suppressing her astonishment. All right, Qin Sheng replied without hesitation, placing his identification card onto the platform. The transaction was swiftly completed. Greetings, your magic crystal trade has been finalized. Is there anything else I may assist you with? Zhao Lin's demeanor became notably warmer, as opportunities to befriend such a young prodigy were rare. I have heard that the Class Change Guild conducts assessments for adventurers periodically. Am I eligible to participate now? Qin Sheng inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully, as he had not forgotten about his class change quest. You wish to partake in the current assessment? Certainly. Although the adventurer evaluation requires one to be a first-class professional, your prowess already meets the requisite standards. However, I must advise you to consider the nature of the assessment, which involves the slaying of elite magical beasts, Zhao Lin responded, momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering to answer him. Elite magical beasts? Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow at Zhao Lin's words. Indeed, the adventurer assessment at the Class Change Guild is determined by the adventurer's ability to eliminate elite magical beasts, Zhao Lin clarified, noting Qin Sheng's expression and promptly stepping forward to caution him. While your strength is commendable, you must remember that you are still merely a high school student. The assessment poses greater dangers, as it entails hunting elite magical beasts. Should your capabilities fall short, it is entirely possible to sustain severe injuries during the evaluation, she warned. Very well, I have made my decision to participate in the assessment. Please assist me with the necessary paperwork, Qin Sheng stated resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. Understood. I will prepare the required documentation for the adventurer assessment immediately. Please hold on for a moment, Zhao Lin replied, realizing she could not dissuade him and leading him to complete the necessary formalities. Meanwhile, at another reception desk in the guild hall, a middle-aged man clad in military attire was registering alongside a similarly dressed young woman. Had Qin Sheng been present, he would have recognized this military-clad individual as his uncle. Zhang Weigua. All right, I will handle the basic information registration. You find a place to rest and prepare for the upcoming assessment. Make sure to return with a bronze-level adventurer. Zhang Weigua instructed the girl behind him with a nod and a smile. Yes, instructor, the girl replied cheerfully before departing the guild hall, guided by a receptionist towards the adventurer assessment. Zhang Weigua continued his paperwork, realizing he was at the central hub of the first-floor reception area, which was quite spacious. Following Zhao Lin into the guild hall, Qin Sheng gazed in awe at the expansive adventurer guild, rumored to cover an area of at least 10,000 square meters. The claims were indeed true. At the heart of the Class Change Guild, numerous adventurers bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Some were searching for teams, while others were already assembled, preparing to raid the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Among the throngs of adventurers, one particular team attracted considerable attention. Ah, isn't that the White Snake team? They are truly among the elite in our ranks. It's remarkable they have been hired. I hear their fees are quite substantial, a voice murmured. Well, they merely got lucky, encountering a wealthy patron from Luocheng who is quite generous, another chimed in. Oh, is that so? Bai Fei's luck is indeed exceptional, came a response. Hearing the chatter, Qin Sheng turned to observe the scene. Before him, a circle of adventurers had formed around a particular team, most of whom were adorned in finely crafted gear. Leading them was a petite assassin wielding a dagger. Beside this assassin stood a girl with pale blue attire, white hair, and blue eyes, who appeared utterly indifferent to the surrounding spectacle, only greeting her team leader, Bai Fei. Let us proceed, The Abyssal Dragon Palace instance should already be open, the white-haired girl stated. The assassin nodded with a look of admiration. Certainly, Miss Luo. This way, the Abyssal instance is in this direction. The White Snake team then navigated through the crowd, and as they departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed, prompting Qin Sheng to return his attention forward. Greetings. The assessment location is this way, Zhao Lin indicated to Qin Sheng. Shortly thereafter, following Zhao Lin's lead, Qin Sheng arrived at a spacious plaza. At the far end of the plaza, four swirling portals were rotating gently. This is the assessment instance of the Class Change Guild, a specially crafted artificial instance created by our guild leader, containing no other monsters, only elite magical beasts, Zhao Lin declared. A look of reverence crossing her features as she gazed at the swirling portals. Only elite magical beasts in the instance? Qin Sheng was taken aback by Zhao Lin's words. Although he had heard from Shi Heihu about the presence of elite magical beasts in the assessment instance, he had not anticipated that it would exclusively feature elite magical beasts. Sensing Qin Sheng's confusion, Zhao Lin elaborated on the assessment instance and the rules of adventurer ranking. Indeed, the instance comprises solely elite magical beasts, which is also related to the adventurer ranking. According to the Class Change Guild's assessment rankings, one who can slay 2 magical beasts is classified as a black iron level adventurer. For beasts qualify 1 as bronze level, 8 as silver level, and 16 as gold level, and so forth. What Zhao Lin did not mention was that above the golden rank lies the legendary qualification of the Abyssal Adventurer. However, the reason it is termed legendary is that, for decades, neither in Banhai nor throughout the entire kingdom of Shunya has anyone achieved it. To attain the qualification of an Abyssal Adventurer, one must slay a minimum of 32 elite magical beasts. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, Qin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out from one of the 4 assessment whirlpools ahead. Damn it, why are the beasts in this assessment instance still so formidable? I was so close to killing the second one. A young man, clad in warrior attire and seemingly in his 20s, muttered. Upon hearing him, the surrounding candidates, who were waiting, recognized the youth and burst into laughter. Yi Bufan, I told you long ago that with your level, you're still far from adequate. You should practice some more before attempting the assessment. One jeered. Yeah, how many times have you failed now? Is it 12 or 3? Another chimed in. Haha. You shouldn't be called Yi Bufan anymore. You should be named Yi Chongfan instead. As the laughter echoed around him, Yi Bufan felt his face flush with embarrassment. Humph. Can you blame me for my lack of strength? What kind of assessment is this, starting off with 2 elite magical beasts? Who can handle that? Hearing the youth's words, Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. The fact that they began with 2 elite magical beasts indicated that the rules of this instance were extraordinary. Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. Of course, substantial benefits come with formidable challenges. Benefits? Qin Sheng was taken aback. You mean you didn't know about that? Then why are you participating in the adventurer assessment? Zhao Lin asked, somewhat astonished. Qin Sheng shook his head. He had originally entered the assessment instance solely for his first job quest and had not inquired about such matters. The so-called benefits were indeed related to the adventurer's rank and also pertinent to the Abyssal Dragon Palace managed by the Job Change Guild. The Abyssal Dragon Palace is divided into 5 difficulties: normal, hard, catastrophic, regional, and abyssal. Each entry into the instance requires a substantial amount of gold or magic crystals. However, once one becomes a registered adventurer of the Job Change Guild, even the lowest rank, Black Iron, allows for 3 free entries to the normal instance daily and half-price entries to the hard instance. Similarly, the bronze rank permits 3 free entries to the hard instance and half-price entries for the catastrophic level, and so forth. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's explanation, Qin Sheng had a moment of enlightenment. It was no wonder that the youth named Yi Bufan was so determined to conquer the adventurer assessment. One must understand that the Abyssal Dragon Palace is the only instance in Banhai City accessible to practitioners below level 35. It is said that anyone who can successfully complete the instance can almost guarantee a level up for those below level 25. Furthermore, once one becomes a Black Iron adventurer, they are entitled to at least 3 free opportunities each day. Even if one merely helps others clear the instance, it could yield substantial rewards. Little Yi, hurry and get lost. Just sit quietly over there. All right, the next batch of candidates for the assessment may step forward, a loud voice called out from the assessment supervisor. Following the administrator's command, Qin Sheng approached at Zhao Lin's gesture. Soon, he found himself among a group of around 30 individuals, all sizing each other up. Among them, the most striking was a giant of a man wielding a massive blade, his face marred by a long scar. Beside him stood a girl in military attire with a high ponytail. The imposing figure of the giant was notable as he was the only individual among them boasting a level of 29, nearly on the threshold of the 3rd job transition. Chai Dalong is here, so the rumors are true. He truly intends to leap to the standards of a silver-ranked adventurer in one go, someone murmured. Indeed. I hear he has been a bronze-ranked adventurer for 2.5 years. It seems he is genuinely gearing up for a sprint. What? How many did you say? The scarred man, embroiled in the ongoing discussions, stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on the assessment instance. exuding an aura of calm and confidence that suggested extensive combat experience. Equally noteworthy was the girl in military attire, with her high ponytail and black cap. She leaned against the wall, head bowed, appearing disinterested in engaging with others. It was no wonder she attracted attention. Most adventurers participating in the assessment were in their 20s or 30s, making such a young practitioner quite a rarity. Qin Sheng caught a glance at the girl, who in turn met his gaze. Their eyes exchanged a brief connection before they both looked away. As Qin Sheng withdrew his gaze, he sensed a few stares directed at him from behind. A faint smile of resignation crossed his lips. It was only natural, considering he was likely the youngest among this group of adventurers. Now, I will call out the names of the adventurers. Please step forward to enter the assessment instance. The assessor, Yian, began to announce names one by one. Meng Fei, Zhang Hu, Li Hua, Wang Er. As Yian called each name, the 4 individuals stepped out of the group and entered the respective assessment whirlpools. After merely 3 minutes, 2 figures stumbled out from the instance, revealing themselves to be Meng Fei and Li Hua. As they emerged, the announcement system chimed. Adventurers Meng Fei and Li Hua have failed the challenge, slaying 0 magical beasts. Evaluation, keep trying. Hearing the announcement, Meng Fei and Li Hua left the group, dejected. The atmosphere among the remaining adventurers shifted noticeably, as the failure of the 2 newcomers instilled a sense of anxiety among the others. Fortunately, good news soon followed. 2 more figures emerged from the assessment whirlpool. Congratulations to adventurers Zhang Hu and Wang Er for successfully completing the challenge, taking 20 minutes to slay 2 magical beasts, rated as Black Iron Adventurers. Evaluation, charge into battle. Given the identical results, the ratings were promptly announced. Upon hearing the joyous news, Zhang Hu and Wang Er exchanged glances and made their way toward their respective assessors. All right, those 2 have passed. Take them to complete their Black Iron Adventurer registration, Yian instructed, nodding to the receptionists. The excitement surged through the adventurer group at the news of 2 successful candidates, as if the next adventurer to emerge would be among them. Yian continued to call out names, and several adventurers stepped forward to participate in the assessment instance. The outcomes varied, with some succeeding and others failing. Yet the number of successes outweighed the failures among those who participated. Finally, after a considerable time, Yian called out the name of the scarred giant. Chaidalao, by Miao, and Yang Feng, upon hearing Yian's call, witnessed a scarred-faced giant striding towards the vortex of the assessment dungeon, a formidable blade at his side. To Qin Sheng's surprise, alongside this imposing figure and the other 2 adventurers, a young girl clad in military attire was also part of the group. As the 4 entered the testing dungeon, time gradually elapsed. However, it seemed that those who had previously succeeded in the assessment had exhausted their fortune. Both of the fellow adventurers accompanying the giant failed and were swiftly teleported out. After a further 20 minutes, the giant emerged from the vortex. Congratulations to the adventurer Chai Dalao. Challenge successful. Duration, 30 minutes. Rated as a silver tier adventurer. Evaluation, brave and skilled in battle. Upon hearing the announcement, a faint smile broke through the giant's initially fearsome visage. Observing Chai Dalao's achievement of silver tier adventurer status, the receptionist Wang Xia, who had originally attended to Qin Sheng, approached with a beaming smile and linked her arm with his. Dalao, you must be exhausted. Come, let us first obtain your silver tier adventurer certification, and then find a place to rest. Yet, to Qin Sheng's astonishment, the giant, after securing his adventurer qualification, did not hastily depart with Wang Xia. Instead, he settled onto a nearby sofa. Soon, he comprehended the reason behind this. Within the gathering of adventurers nearby, animated discussions ensued. I never imagined Chai Dalao would actually achieve it. Silver tier adventurer. There are hardly a few in the entire Binhai Transmigration Guild. With his newfound silver tier status, Chai Dalao's future seemed considerably brighter. The mere title granted him 3 complimentary attempts each day to tackle the challenging dungeon of the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Moreover, the benefits accompanying silver tier adventurers would undoubtedly elevate the worth of their Wolfpack team several-fold, and their commission fees would likely become exorbitantly high. Hey, the Wolfpack's business was already thriving. Now, others will find it even more difficult to compete. They might have to queue just to hire the Wolfpack. As if on cue, as soon as these words were spoken, numerous adventurers approached Chai Dalao. Soon, a throng enveloped him, all eager to form a party. Look, another one is coming out. Before Qin Sheng could retract his gaze, he heard a gasp. Turning his head, he saw a figure in military attire, a young girl, emerging from the assessment dungeon's vortex. Congratulations to the adventurer by Miao. Challenge successful. Defeated 8 elite monsters. Duration, 50 minutes. Rated as a silver tier adventurer. Evaluation, unmatched bravery. This announcement sparked another wave of excitement among the adventurers. Despite Bai Miao taking 5 minutes longer than Chai Dalao, her youthful appearance suggested she was merely in her early 20s, significantly younger than him. Achieving silver tier status at such an age hinted at boundless potential. The gazes directed at the girl were filled with astonishment and a tinge of envy, and admiration for her genius. Chai Dalao, previously surrounded by admirers, stood up upon hearing the announcement, his eyes filled with appreciation as he regarded the girl. He flashed her a grin. evoking a sense of camaraderie that often exists among warriors. Meanwhile, the girl lowered her cap with her left hand, casting her gaze downwards. Yet her eyes occasionally drifted towards Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, Lin San, Zhangxi. Just as Qin Sheng turned his head, he heard the administrator Yin call out his name. As he stepped forth from the crowd of adventurers, countless eyes immediately turned towards him. Following the precedent set by the young Bai Miao, they regarded Qin Sheng as another promising adventurer. After all, who else would dare to participate in the adventurer assessment? Approaching the vortex, Qin Sheng cast a glance at it before being promptly drawn in. Is this the assessment dungeon? He found himself at the entrance of a canyon, gazing into the distance where a lush, expansive grassland lay. Within it, elite monsters roamed back and forth. Chapter 28. 1 minute. Did the assessment encounter a bug? Please note, you have entered the assessment dungeon. After 30 seconds, the dungeon will refresh elite monsters multiple times, 2 at a time. Indeed. This aligned closely with what Zhao Lin had mentioned. Qin Sheng nodded as he observed the countdown on a luminous screen overhead. According to Zhao Lin's prior explanation, upon entering the assessment dungeon, 2 elite monsters would refresh each time the adventurer defeated the previous ones. This challenge tested not only the adventurer's combat prowess, but also their endurance. After all, while they might lack in other aspects, their stamina was undoubtedly formidable. Ultimately, the total number of waves of monsters defeated would determine their rating. As per Zhao Lin's earlier remarks, the monsters appearing before the adventurers were teleported from the distant grasslands. Qin Sheng gazed towards the far-off plains, recalling Zhao Lin's assertion that, being artificially constructed, the assessment dungeon controlled all monsters within the grassland, allowing them to only roam within their territory until summoned to the adventurer's location for testing, unless under special circumstances. These elite monsters possessed no inclination to attack or wander aimlessly. 1 wave at a time felt unbearably slow. I still need to tackle the Abyssal Dragon Palace and cannot afford to waste time here. With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng looked at the taunt skill in his skill bar. Let us give the examiner a little shock. Taunt. Skill effect. After use, it can draw monsters within a 100-meter radius towards the user. On the surface, the effect of the taunt skill appeared somewhat lackluster, merely attracting monsters within 100 meters. It seemed nearly redundant. If the monsters were already that close, they would naturally charge towards the adventurer. However, this perception was for others. Qin Sheng, boasting a remarkable 218 layers of multiple casting effects, could amplify his taunt skill significantly. This meant that after using the taunt skill, he could attract monsters from a diameter of 21,900 meters. Taunt activate. As Qin Sheng uttered these words, an imperceptible ripple emanated from him, radiating outward. Simultaneously, in a monitoring room overseeing the dungeon, the overseer observed the screen before him, divided into 4 smaller displays, each showcasing varying quantities of yellow, red, and green dots. How is the adventurer assessment proceeding? A voice inquired from behind the administrator. Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly, the administrator replied with a nod to the man behind him. What is the current success rate for adventurers? Inquired Sima Luan, a muscular man adorned with golden spectacles, resembling a golden wheel of muscle. Today's pass rate was commendable, with 70 of the adventurers successfully completing the assessment, among whom 2 individuals stood out remarkably. One was the illustrious leader of the wolf pack, Chai Dalong, and the other was a young girl previously sent by Instructor Zhang, named Bai Miao. Both of them achieved the esteemed qualification of silver-tier adventurers. The overseer, not daring to be negligent, recounted these developments to Sima Luan with meticulous care. I am aware of Chai Dalong. I've heard he prepared extensively for this adventurer assessment, and his efforts have finally borne fruit. As for Bai Miao, she truly lives up to the reputation of being mentored by old Zhang. Her prowess is undeniable. Having delivered this information, the overseer excused himself, stating that he would attend to other matters. Sima Luan nodded, offering a brief word of caution to the overseer as he prepared to depart. What is this? Just as Sima Luan was about to exit the instance management office, he heard a startled exclamation from the overseer behind him. What has happened? Sima Luan quickly turned back, concern etched on his face. Vice President, look at those light points. Something seems amiss. The overseer pointed at a scene displayed on the luminous screen, his voice filled with astonishment. Upon following the overseer's gaze, Sima Luan beheld a startling transformation. The numerous green light points had instantaneously morphed into red ones, converging rapidly towards a yellow light point. What on earth is happening? This shouldn't be occurring. Sima Luan's tone betrayed his surprise, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. It was no wonder that the usually composed Sima Luan was caught off guard. The sight before him was utterly astonishing. According to the instance management protocols regarding the light points, the once abundant green points indicated elite beasts quietly roaming the grasslands. They were meant to inhabit only the designated areas set by the instance creator and would not recklessly invade the canyon entrance. Such elite beasts would only turn red when they felt the urge to battle. Typically, this signified their teleportation to the canyon entrance to engage in combat with the adventurers represented by the yellow light points. Now, the elite beasts that should have remained in the grasslands had all transformed from green to red, indicating that they had all developed a desire for combat and were surging towards the adventurers in the canyon. How can this be? The president himself has placed constraints on the elite beasts within. How could they all simultaneously develop a desire for battle and rush towards the canyon? Could it be a beast tide? The overseer expressed his astonishment. Are you foolish? Only a beast king can instigate a beast tide. And there is no beast king present in this elite instance. Sima Luan retorted sharply. However, if there was no beast tide, the only plausible explanation would be that the adventurers within had inadvertently activated some taunting skill. Sima Luan, demonstrating his astuteness as the vice president of the Adventurers Guild, swiftly deduced the cause. It seems the adventurers inside acted thoughtlessly and triggered a taunt skill. I must immediately instruct my subordinates to halt the instance assessment. The overseer, flustered, attempted to reach out to stop the assessment. Meanwhile, within the instance, Qin Sheng stood at the canyon, observing the elite beasts charging towards him. There must be at least 60 of them. This far exceeds the number of beasts I've encountered in any previous skirmish, and they are all elite level. This is going to be exhilarating. A smile crept across Qin Sheng's lips as he rubbed his hands together, evidently thrilled. Were any of the other adventurers to overhear Qin Sheng, they would likely be taken aback. How could one face 60 elite beasts with not just courage but excitement? Leading the charge among the throng of elite beasts were 5 stone-armored behemoths, their hulking forms draped in heavy earth element armor. Their thick hides quaking the canyon with each step, akin to an earthquake. To think that the vanguard consisted of these defensively renowned stone-armored behemoths. It seems I must resort to wind blade technique, Qin Sheng contemplated, observing the approaching behemoths. Given their high defense, utilizing fireball or lightning strike might defeat the behemoths before him, yet most of the damage would be absorbed, preventing timely elimination of the elite beasts behind them. In that moment, Qin Sheng turned his attention to another newly acquired skill within his skill repertoire, wind blade technique. Type, penetrative. Effect, unleashes a semicircular wind blade with penetrative properties. This wind blade technique resembled some penetrative skills utilized by mages in games from Qin Sheng's previous life. Ignoring the number of foes, it could strike numerous adversaries simultaneously. However, the drawback was that it could only fire a single blade, roughly the size of a basin. Should he release only one wind blade, while its penetrative capability was formidable, it would still struggle against the oncoming beast tide. But let us not forget that Qin Sheng possesses multiple casting abilities. With an amplification effect of 218 layers, he could unleash 218 wind blades. As Qin Sheng concentrated on his wind blade technique, the elite beasts were rapidly closing in on him. Their thunderous roars echoed, their expressions twisted with rage. This furious reaction stemmed from the taunting skill Qin Sheng had previously activated. After all, a human's taunt skill was akin to broadcasting noise within the minds of elite beasts, much like the grating sound of a sharp object scraping glass to human ears. Fear not, for I possess a kind heart and shall not allow you to suffer for long. I will swiftly send you on your way. Qin Sheng flashed a benevolent smile, then pointed a finger. In an instant, brilliant azure light erupted before him as waves of wind blades coalesced and began to shoot forth in rapid succession. The first to suffer were the leading stone-armored behemoths. As the wind blade struck, their accumulated armor shattered, revealing flesh beneath. With relentless force, the wind blades continued to rain down upon them, reducing the behemoths to mere fragments. Yet, due to the penetrative nature of the wind blades, they did not cease their assault and continued to tear through the ranks of elite beasts behind. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 6 stone-armored beasts, gaining 9,000 experience. You have acquired 6 layers of casting, bringing your current casting total to 224 layers. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 6 rift tigers, gaining 9,000 experience. You have acquired 6 layers of casting, bringing your current casting total to 230 layers. The system's notifications rang continuously in Qin Sheng's ears, a melody most pleasing to him. Wait, what is happening? Sima Luan, who had been intently observing the luminous screen, called out to the overseer who was preparing to halt the assessment. The overseer, taken aback by Sima Luan's sudden exclamation, hurried over. Vice President, what is it? What has transpired? At that moment, Sima Luan, fixated on the screen, swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Do not halt the assessment just yet. You must immediately investigate whether there is a bug in the instance. The overseer, bewildered by Sima Luan's urgent request, could only comply. Nevertheless, he instructed his subordinates to investigate. For regardless of the circumstances, adhering to the leader's directives was undoubtedly the correct course of action. After all, should anything go awry, the leader would bear the consequences. At this moment, Sima Luan's gaze was fixated on the luminous screen, his breath growing increasingly labored. Surely, there must be a glitch in the instance. How could such an event transpire? Sima Luan recalled the scene he had just witnessed on the screen, still struggling to comprehend its implications. Just moments ago, the overseer of the instance was preparing to halt the assessment when Sima Luan, intending to divert his gaze, was abruptly confronted with an astonishing sight on the screen. As the crimson dots flickered incessantly, swiftly approaching the yellow dot representing the adventurer. The next instant saw all the red dots flicker once, and then vanish simultaneously. As the vice president of the Coastal Transfer Guild, Sima Luan was acutely aware of the only scenario in which the red dots would disappear. It indicated that the elite-level magical beasts they represented had been eradicated. In other words, within the span of a heartbeat, that adventurer had annihilated 60 elite magical beasts in that instance. How could that be possible? How long had it taken from the moment he beheld the screen to the total extinction of the 60 red dots? A minute? No, it was even less than a minute. As the vice president of the Coastal Transfer Guild, with years of service under his belt, he had never seen such a phenomenon, nor had he even heard of it. Such bizarre occurrences had never transpired in the entire realm of Xingxia, or indeed, throughout the Blue Planet. Finally, he had achieved the first transition. Observing the multitude of elite magical beast carcasses strewn about, Qin Sheng let out a relaxed yawn. Ding! Congratulations. You have ascended to the first transition, with a basic attribute bonus increased by 4 points and a free attribute bonus elevated to 16 points. Ding! Due to your substantial experience gain, your level has reached 13. Ding! You have slain a total of 60 magical beasts, earning 60 layers of casting power, currently totaling 278 layers. What a bountiful harvest! Qin Sheng, upon hearing the notifications in his ears, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Not only had he achieved the first transition, but due to the hell-level transfer task, his basic attribute bonus had reached 4 points, and the free attribute points gained from leveling up had soared to 16 points. Furthermore, the immense experience provided by the elite magical beasts had propelled his level from 10 to 13 at an astonishing rate. His casting layers, due to the elimination of 60 elite magical beasts, had also climbed to 278 layers, with the milestone of 300 layers now within reach. However, before Qin Sheng could fully grasp his gains, another system notification echoed in his ears. More surprises. Ding! Congratulations on your advancement to the first transition. Your divine talent for multiple casting has ascended to level 2. The fact that this divine talent could be upgraded was astonishing. Qin Sheng felt a surge of excitement. He then began to examine his status panel. Age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 13. Spirit, 155. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Constitution, 110. Life, 1200. Mana, 1550. Skills, Fireball, Lightning Strike. Healing, Detection, Taunt, Windblade. Equipment, True Bracelet, Blood Red Cloak, Guardian Spirit Armor, Destiny Necklace. Multiple casting layers, 278. Effect, increases casting layers by 2 for each magical beast slain. Remarkably, this time, the slaughter of 60 elite magical beasts not only resulted in an increase in level and attributes, but also elevated his divine talent to level 2, granting him 2 layers of casting power for every beast he defeated. Just as Qin Sheng finished marveling at his achievements, a beam of light enveloped him. He was swiftly teleported away, and as the brilliance faded, he found himself in the outside world. At that moment, onlookers outside the instance beheld Qin Sheng's emergence, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. In the distance, Zhao Lin, upon witnessing Qin Sheng's arrival, shook her head in disappointment, pondering the missed opportunity to emerge so swiftly. Having only been present for a minute, he likely hadn't even managed to slay a single elite magical beast. However, this was to be expected, after all. He was merely an 18-year-old child, bound to feel weak and helpless in the face of elite magical beasts during the assessment. Beside her, a receptionist named Wang Xia patted Zhao Lin's shoulder, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Sister, although it's your first day on the job, you ought to learn a thing or two. When recommending adventurers for assessments, one must select wisely. A student like this, though handsome and fit, is only suited for romance. How could he possibly pass the adventurer's assessment? Wang Xia then cast a glance at the resting Chai Dala, remarking, adventurers? One must choose someone steady to feel assured. Hearing Wang Xia's words, Zhao Lin shot her a glance, well aware of the reason for Wang Xia's delight. On her very first day as a receptionist, she had received a reminder from the administrator. The transfer guild valued talent highly, and thus, any receptionist responsible for an adventurer who passed the assessment or experienced a change in level would earn a handsome bonus. According to the administrator's guidelines, the commission for black iron level was 250,000, for bronze level it was 500,000, for silver level it was 1,000,000, and for gold level it was 2,000,000. Naturally, above gold level, there were the legendary Abyss Walkers, whose commission was said to be a staggering 10,000,000. However, this was merely hearsay, as there had been no Abyss Walker adventurers in Coastal City for several decades. Wang Xia's charge, Chai Dala, had successfully advanced from bronze to silver level, ensuring her a bonus of at least 1,000,000. In stark contrast to the reactions of the two women, Chai Dala, seated on a bench, gazed at Qin Sheng with a hint of disappointment. He had expected Qin Sheng to be a prodigy like that young girl, but now, many adventurers shared Chai Dala's disillusionment. They had anticipated that Qin Sheng would be a youthful genius akin to the military-clad girl by Meow, but were taken aback when he emerged after merely a minute. Alas, it seemed their expectations had been too high. How many young geniuses could there be in Coastal City? One could hardly believe it. A relative of mine studying at the War Academy mentioned that this year, a true young genius had emerged, having conquered the hell-level instance of the novice trial tower. I have heard of it as well, but this young man pales in comparison to that genius. Like a mayfly against the vast sky. It can only be said that comparisons breed contempt. Yet, to even have the courage to participate in the adventurer's assessment is commendable. The adventurers discussed among themselves, their tones rife with skepticism towards Qin Sheng. After all, from their perspective, his mere minute of participation indicated that he had likely fallen to an elite magical beast in a single blow. It seems I was overthinking. As the girl in military attire, Bai Yao, who had been gazing at Qin Sheng, abruptly turned her head and prepared to depart. At that moment, Qin Sheng had just been teleported out and was in search of his receptionist, Zhao Lin. However, he was suddenly halted by someone grabbing his shoulder. Haha, little brother, don't be disheartened. Once is a new experience, twice is familiarity. If it doesn't work out this time, you can always try again next time. The exuberant Yi Bufan, embodying the spirit of a sunny boy, spoke to Qin Sheng with the demeanor of an encouraging elder. Just as Qin Sheng was about to utter a response, he was once again interrupted by Yi Bufan. I understand. You're feeling off today. Your performance isn't quite there, am I right? Hehe. I'm well acquainted with those sentiments. But don't worry, brother. As someone who has been through it all, I would never mock you. Frankly, the moment I spotted you amidst the crowd, I felt a sense of kinship. Come, let us go grab some barbecue and drink until we drop. Yi Bufan's words exploded like firecrackers, leaving Qin Sheng with no opportunity to interject. This prompted Qin Sheng to shake his head, a faint smile of resignation appearing on his lips. Sometimes, an excess of enthusiasm can be rather overwhelming. Hey, brother, let us go? As Yi Bufan was attempting to pull Qin Sheng outside, he suddenly noticed a luminous announcement emerging from the vortex. Upon seeing the announcement, everyone finally reacted. Indeed, although Qin Sheng had exited the dungeon assessment, his announcement had yet to be revealed. In the next moment, the crowd shook their heads again, pondering what kind of noteworthy announcement could possibly come from a practitioner who emerged in just a minute. Just as the crowd turned their heads, the announcement's resounding voice echoed throughout the assessment hall like a thunderclap. Congratulations to practitioner Qin Sheng for passing the assessment. Killed 60 magical beasts. Time taken, 1 minute. Qualification rating, Abyssal Challenger. Evaluation, Invincible in battle. The announcement reverberated 3 times, filling the entire hall. Instantly, everyone who had been ready to step out of the assessment hall froze in their tracks. Each individual turned stiffly to fix their gaze on that announcement. The once boisterous hall fell into a profound silence, the air thick with astonishment. Among the stunned crowd, the most expressive was undoubtedly Yi Bufan, who had his arm draped around Qin Sheng's shoulder. He glanced at the announcement suspended in the air, then turned to look at Qin Sheng beside him. Wait, are you serious, dude? He then swallowed hard, grappling with the weight of his realization. What had he done? He had just consoled someone who had achieved the qualification of an Abyssal Challenger, urging them not to lose heart. Oh my heavens. It was I who had become the jester in this scenario. Chapter 30. The Abyssal Challenger Qualification, the Vice President's Shock. Aside from Yi Bufan, the most striking expressions were those of Zhao Lin and Wang Xia, the receptionists in the distance. At that moment, Wang Xia's face was etched with regret. How could this be possible? P.S. Just a student. How could he possibly kill 60 elite magical beasts in a single minute? And secure the qualification of an Abyssal Challenger? That's a prize of over 10 million. The thought of having declined to assist Qin Sheng and opting instead to attend to Chai Dalong, resulting in her missing out on the 10 million bonus from the Abyssal Challenger, made her heart ache like a knife, her complexion paling as despair set in. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, standing beside her, exhibited an even more profound astonishment, as if she were not awake from a dream. Pinching her own arm to confirm the reality of the moment, she felt the sting of pain and realized that everything unfolding before her was indeed real. This young brother had truly accomplished the feat, not only securing the adventurer qualification, but also achieving the highest rank of Abyssal Challenger. Gazing at the announcement in midair, Zhao Lin felt momentarily dazed. It was her first day at the Job Transition Association, and Qin Sheng was her very first client. How outrageous it was that she could earn a 10 million commission on her very first day. Simultaneously, the dungeon administrator, Yan, was also observing the announcement suspended above. As the assessor responsible for evaluations at the Job Transition Association, Yan was acutely aware of the significance of the Abyssal Challenger qualification. In his decades of service as an evaluator, he had only witnessed the announcement of the Abyssal Challenger qualification twice. The last practitioner who received such an announcement had since ascended to become one of the top 10 emperor-level powerhouses in the entire Xingxia kingdom. This meant that the young practitioner, Qin Sheng, before him possessed the potential to become an emperor. This matter is beyond my capacity to handle. I must immediately notify the vice president. With that thought, Yan prepared to rush to the administrative office. However, He then turned to Qin Sheng and said, "Classmate, no. Esteemed one, your evaluation for the adventurer qualification exceeds my authority. I must report to my superiors before any decision can be made. Rest assured, our Job Transition Association will never overlook any individual, especially not a talent like you." After witnessing the announcement, Yian's tone towards Qin Sheng softened considerably. Hearing Yian's words, Qin Sheng nodded in agreement, essentially indicating that he would await further news. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Sheng accepted this proposal. After all, he had already submitted his information to the Job Transition Association, and they could reach out to him at any time, so there was no cause for concern. Meanwhile, within the administrative hall of the dungeon, Vice President Sima Lun sat anxiously in an armchair, awaiting reports from his subordinates. Could that moment truly have happened? Sima Lun found it hard to believe, but just then, the door to the administrative office swung open. A figure rushed in with great urgency. It was Yian. "Coming to report. Old Yi, you're here. I was just about to discuss something with you." Sima Lun began as he saw Yian approach. "Old Luan, I know you're anxious, but hold on. Let me speak first." Yian interrupted him before he could finish. "Listen to me. This matter is too significant. I cannot make a decision alone." Yian gasped for breath, his face flushed with exertion. "What is it? Speak quickly. Does it have something to do with the dungeon?" Sima Lun asked, puzzled. "Indeed, it has some connection. An extraordinary genius emerged during the Abyssal Challenger dungeon assessment. He killed 60 elite magical beasts in just 1 minute." Yian exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. "What?" Sima Lun's mind momentarily short-circuited as he failed to grasp the magnitude of the revelation. At that moment, the staff member who had gone to check for bugs in the dungeon also returned. "Report to the vice president. There are no bugs in the dungeon." "What bugs?" Yian was somewhat confused. Hearing both Yian and the staff members' reports, Sima Lun quickly pieced together the situation. That moment was not a glitch. Someone had genuinely defeated 60 elite magical beasts in an instant, and he needed to report this to the president immediately. Having thrown down that statement, Sima Lun transformed into a blur, rushing out of the administrative office. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Lin, Qin Sheng prepared to leave, only to be obstructed by a massive figure, the hulking Chai Dalong. "Could you share your contact information, esteemed one? I am the captain of the Wolf Pack, and I am always at your service for any errands you may need assistance with." Upon hearing the words of the imposing figure, Qin Sheng could only manage a wry smile, surprised that his first request for contact details came from such a giant. "Very well," Qin Sheng replied with a smile, not refusing, and added the giant's contact information. The mammoth flashed a grin at Qin Sheng, saying, "Do reach out if you need anything," before following his attendant, Wang Xia, to the adventurer qualification office. Meanwhile, Wang Xia cast a glance at Qin Sheng, her eyes filled with regret. Just as Qin Sheng was about to greet Zhao Lin, he suddenly felt countless gazes fixed upon him from behind. "Please, esteemed one, share your contact information." "Me too. I want in." "Esteemed one, add me. I'm well versed in all sorts of tasks." Qin Sheng merely glanced back and was met with a throng of professionals rushing towards him, phones in hand. Goodness. It was as if he were besieged by zombies. He had no time to spare, as he was eager to participate in the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon and could not indulge in adding contacts for each of these individuals. Resolving to make a swift exit, Qin Sheng exchanged a brief greeting with Zhao Lin before activating his blood cloak, transforming into a crimson blur and fleeing the scene. Why did he run off so quickly? I wanted to add his contact. By meow, a girl with a high ponytail bit her lip in frustration and reluctantly tucked her phone back into her pocket. Phew. I finally made it out. The task is resolved, and now it's time to head to the Abyss Dragon Palace. Qin Sheng confirmed his direction and prepared to step outside. However, just as he was about to exit the class change guild, a voice called out to him. "Xiao Sheng, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out in the wild slaying monsters?" Qin Sheng turned to see a middle-aged man in military attire, who had called out to him from behind. It was none other than Zhang Weigua. "Uncle Zhang, what brings you here?" Qin Sheng asked, somewhat astonished. "I brought a student to participate in the adventurer assessment. But you? How did you end up at the class change guild?" "I did give you a city exit permit, but that was for hunting monsters outside, wasn't it?" Zhang Weigua looked at Qin Sheng with a quizzical expression. "Uncle Zhang, I was just..." Qin Sheng began to explain, but was interrupted. "The route from Binhai City to the class change guild is fraught with danger. Yet, with your cleverness, you likely faced no issues, and you seem quite energetic now." Zhang Weigua was more concerned about Qin Sheng's safety than his reasons for being at the guild. After all, in his eyes, Qin Sheng's safety outweighed everything else. "Since you are here at the class change guild, I imagine you wish to venture to the Abyss Dragon Palace, right?" Zhang Weigua patted Qin Sheng's shoulder, teasingly. "Indeed. You understand me well, Uncle Zhang. I'm eager to progress." Qin Sheng scratched his head, beaming with optimism. "You ambitious lad. No wonder you are old Qin's son. Go ahead. The administrator of the Abyss Dragon Palace is an old comrade of mine. I'll have a word with him shortly." Hearing Zhang Weigua's words, Qin Sheng intended to decline. But Zhang Weigua patted his shoulder again, his tone tinged with regret. "Alas, it's my fault for not being more useful. After all these years, my military rank hasn't improved much. This is all I can do for you." Qin Sheng felt a wave of emotion at Zhang Weigua's words. Reflecting on the many ways Zhang Weigua had supported him since childhood, he realized that the resources he had provided often exceeded his monthly salary. Who knows how much of his savings Zhang Weigua had quietly used on him? Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, I won't let you down, Qin Sheng replied with a smile, silently vowing to himself. Good lad, you have spirit. Off you go. I still need to attend to that student, Zhang Weigua said, feeling relieved at Qin Sheng's enthusiasm. All right, Uncle Zhang, when I return, I'll cook a splendid meal for you. Qin Sheng waved goodbye and quickly disappeared from Zhang Weigua's sight. What a rush. That boy is still as impatient as ever, Zhang Weigua mused, chuckling as he watched Qin Sheng vanish. After Qin Sheng was out of sight, Zhang Weigua shook his head with a smile and pulled out his phone. Hello, old Wei, it's me. I have a nephew I need you to keep an eye on. After a brief conversation, Zhang Weigua hung up the phone. Sir, I'm back. A girl in military attire with a high ponytail approached him. How did it go, young lady? Did you pass the assessment? Was your rating bronze or silver? Zhang Weigua inquired with a smile. Report, sir. I received a silver rating, Bai Miao responded, though her tone lacked the expected joy. Excellent. Silver level, impressive. Not many young individuals in our demon subjugation army can achieve that. Zhang Weigua initially felt genuine pride for his student. However, he quickly sensed something amiss in Bai Miao's demeanor, which had grown increasingly grim. What happened during the assessment dungeon? Zhang Weigua asked, puzzled. Finally lifting her head, Bai Miao revealed a complex array of emotions on her face. Sir, you don't know. There was a prodigy, no, a monster. A monster? Zhang Weigua's eyebrows raised in surprise. He was well aware of Bai Miao's exceptional talents and pride. Who could possibly be deemed a monster by her? He is a boy, younger than me, likely just awakened this year. But you won't believe what he did. He killed 60 elite monsters in just 1 minute during the assessment. The announcement had sent the assessors scrambling to report to the higher-ups at the Class Change Guild. What? 60 elite monsters in a minute? Even Zhang Weigua, accustomed to the battlefield, found himself momentarily flabbergasted. I once thought I was quite gifted and could be called a genius. But seeing him, I realize I am merely a mayfly in the vast sky. Bai Miao said languidly, her voice tinged with a sense of defeat. What is his name? If there is a chance, we must recruit him into our demon subjugation army. He is undoubtedly a rare talent. Unlike Bai Miao's shock, Zhang Weigua quickly regained his composure. Here was a genius worth nurturing. One who could potentially rise to become a commander or even a leader of the demon subjugation army. His name? I think I saw it in the announcement. It's Qin Sheng. Yes, Qin Sheng. Bai Miao replied, a hint of regret in her voice. What a pity. I intended to add his contact information. But he fled too quickly. By the way, sir, have you encountered him here? Bai Miao lamented internally, while slowly noticing that Zhang Weigua no longer pursued her queries as he had before. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as Bai Miao, accustomed to lowering his head, raised it to behold the almost petrified Zhang Weigua. Could it be that the practitioner named Qin Sheng was indeed the Abyss Walker who completed the adventurer's assessment in a mere minute? Meanwhile, within the office of the Transmutation Guild's president, Hai Tianqua, he was indulging in a rare moment of leisure, meticulously practicing his calligraphy. Today was a rare occasion devoid of pressing matters, and he seized the opportunity to refine his penmanship. As he pondered this, his brush danced gracefully across the pristine sheet of paper before him. However, just as he was about to execute the most crucial stroke, a deafening crash resonated from outside his office. One of the grand doors was obliterated, and a figure surged in with the force of a tempest, causing Hai Tianqua's pivotal stroke to veer awry. Lao Luan, have you lost your mind? I was engrossed in perfecting my script. As fellow berserkers, can't you exhibit a modicum of composure? Hai Tianqua exclaimed, gesturing with his mighty hand to pin the intruding Sima Lun firmly against the desk. President, I understand your urgency. But please, hold your horses. Forget about your script for now. I have urgent news to report. Sima Lun struggled while relaying information about the dungeon assessment and Qin Sheng to Hai Tianqua. The president's countenance transformed from astonishment to confusion, then to sheer shock. Good heavens! Our transmutation guild in Benhai has unearthed such a talent. Ha ha ha, what fortuitous luck for our guild. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. I shall personally bestow the Abyss Walker's reward upon this young friend. With that declaration, Hai Tianqua propelled himself from the desk like a cannonball, crashing through the remaining intact door. Whatever happened to composure? Sima Lun scratched his head, observing the president's hasty exit and the shattered door. As Qin Sheng proceeded along the designated path, he recalled the introduction to the dungeon known as the Dragon Palace of the Abyss. Just as he prepared to hum a cheerful tune on his way to the dungeon, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Is the security at the Transmutation Guild so lacking that someone would dare to rob us? Qin Sheng mused, eyeing the dust and debris kicked up by the descending figure as he began to chant a spell. Cough, cough. Young friend, do not misunderstand. I am Hai Tianqua, the president of the Transmutation Guild. As the dust settled, a muscular elder was revealed. The president of the Transmutation Guild? Qin Sheng regarded the imposing figure before him with surprise. He had heard of this president, known for his steadiness. Yet the man before him appeared disheveled and in a hurry, a stark contrast to the rumors. My dear friend, Indeed, I have come specifically for you. You have brought great honor to our transmutation guild, Hai Tianhua exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Luocheng. Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback by Hai Tianhua's words. You see, not long ago, an abyss walker emerged from Luocheng. That old fool, Wan Tianya, has had no end of mockery for us. Hai Tianhua waved his hand dismissively, as if to brush off the topic. President Hai, I have been meaning to inquire, what exactly is an abyss walker? I had only heard that the highest rank for adventurers is gold. After the tumult caused in the guild, he had lacked the opportunity to ask. And now he seized the moment to voice his curiosity. Ah, young friend, it is quite understandable that you are unaware. You see, our city of Binhai has not seen an abyss walker in decades, thus information on the matter is scarce. You must have heard of the abyss difficulty level in dungeons? Hai Tianhua flashed a grin at Qin Sheng. Indeed, Qin Sheng nodded in affirmation. Precisely, in dungeons with abyss difficulty, only that difficulty represents the true nature of the dungeon. The other levels are merely reflections of the abyss difficulty. Unlike other adventurers who vanquish and cleanse monsters, the primary task of an abyss walker is to conquer the abyss dungeons. However, fret not. Conquering abyss dungeons is entirely optional and at the discretion of the abyss walker. I understand, Qin Sheng replied with a slight nod. Based on his previous experiences in dungeons, he believed that the higher the difficulty level, the more monsters it contained. This aligned perfectly with his philosophy. More monsters meant greater strength for him. Now, allow me to present you with the pertinent rewards. First, here is the Abyss Walker token, which serves to affirm your identity and bears record of your illustrious achievements. Hai Tianhua elaborated briefly on the Abyss Walker's particulars before producing a glowing purple token that materialized in his hand. With a single gesture, he presented the token to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng accepted the token, examining its unique material. One side bore the inscription Abyss, while the other was etched with the special inscriptions 1 minute and 60. As Hai Tianhua had previously mentioned, the side inscribed with Abyss represented Qin Sheng's qualification, while the other side denoted his remarkable feats. In addition, as a generous benefit of being an Abyss Walker, you will have complimentary access to the Dragon Palace of the Abyss, with no limit on the number of entries. Hai Tianhua continued his explanation. Complimentary access, unlimited entries. Qin Sheng's pupils contracted in astonishment upon hearing Hai Tianhua's words. It was well known that the Dragon Palace of the Abyss had been enhanced by several 7th-tier array masters, resulting in bountiful experience rewards from defeated monsters, making it a renowned training ground in the entire South River province. However, such elaborate arrays required substantial amounts of magic crystals, leading to exorbitant fees for entry. The Dragon Palace had proven to be a veritable cash cow for Binhai City. Over its century-long existence, it had undoubtedly contributed immensely to the city's GDP, with the average practitioner spending nearly half their income on entry fees. Thus, Qin Sheng's ability to enter freely and without restrictions implied an astronomical sum saved. Young friend, do not be astonished. This is merely the most fundamental reward from the Transmutation Guild. Additionally, I have credited your adventurer account with 200,000 contribution points and 32 million gold coins. Hai Tianhua continued, his smile unwavering. 200,000 contribution points? Qin Sheng's astonishment was palpable. According to the information Qin Sheng previously gathered online, the ratio of contribution points to gold in the Job Transfer Guild is approximately 1 to 1,000. This implies that the 200,000 adventure points he accrued could be converted into a staggering 200 million gold in reality. Remarkably, this allows him to achieve 2 minor goals immediately. Additionally, there exists a skill book and a piece of equipment. Let me first examine your attributes before determining which items in the treasury would be suitable for you. Hai Tianhua pondered for a moment before activating his detection skill to assess Qin Sheng's base attributes. How could your attributes be so? Hai Tianhua was momentarily taken aback upon his analysis. Under his scrutiny, Qin Sheng's fundamental attributes, save for his spirit and constitution, which exceeded those of an average mage, were otherwise quite ordinary. This left Hai Tianhua somewhat perplexed. Given that Qin Sheng had managed to slay 60 elite-level magical beasts and pass the assessment of the Abyssal One, he surely possessed remarkable qualities. Either his attributes were exceptional or his skills were extraordinary. Yet, upon inspection, he found not only were Qin Sheng's attributes unremarkable, but his skills were all at the novice level. Noticing Hai Tianhua's bewildered reaction, Qin Sheng quickly inferred the other's thoughts. Just as he contemplated how to deflect the inquiries of the 5th-tier class holder, Hai Tianhua, who had initially displayed a look of confusion, appeared to have a sudden epiphany. He waved his left hand, and in the next moment, a beam of green light burst forth from a verdant ring adorning his finger. This green light coalesced into a transparent barrier that enveloped both Qin Sheng and Hai Tianhua. After a brief flicker, their figures vanished entirely from the side of the road. Young friend, have you awakened a talent? Qin Sheng gazed into Hai Tianhua's eyes and, upon detecting no malice or hostility therein, nodded gently after a moment of silence. Indeed, Hai Tianhua discerned the answer he sought from Qin Sheng's gesture and let out a soft exhale. In this world where talents are awakened en masse, It is not uncommon for numerous adventurers to discover their talents during the process of job awakening. These talents vary in potency, some are utterly useless, while others propel individuals to great heights. Among the formidable powers of the divine Xia kingdom, there exists an emperor of flames, Xiaoxian. In her youth, she awoke to the seemingly worthless profession of fire mage, limited to learning only basic fire skills, leading to her being jilted. However, she later unexpectedly awakened the rare talent of Yihua, strange fire, granting her a unique affinity with flames. This fueled her ascent, ultimately making her one of the 10 emperor-level powerhouses of the divine Xia kingdom. Child, remember this. Your talent is your most significant secret. Do not disclose any details regarding it to anyone, including me, Hai Tianque advised with genuine concern. Understood, Qin Sheng replied with a nod. Comprehending the sincerity behind Hai Tianque's words, I noticed that while you possess shield-type skills, you lack restorative abilities. Here, take this healing ring, Hai Tianque said, retrieving a ring from his possession. He seemed to recall something else and produced a skill book. Also, you should prepare to venture into the dungeon, the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Your skills are all at the novice level, which may not suffice for dealing damage. I have a mid-level skill book here, Frostbite Ice Sword. Now that you have reached the first tier, you can learn it. Thank you, Elder Hai, Qin Sheng responded, accepting the ring and skill book with a smile. With the ring and skill book in his possession, Qin Sheng could hardly conceal his excitement. He had previously worried that his skill damage was insufficient to wreak havoc within the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon, but with the mid-tier skill book gifted by Hai Tianque, his damage potential had significantly increased. Furthermore, the healing ring ensured his sustainability. Moreover, given that the Abyssal One could enter the dungeon multiple times for free, Qin Sheng felt even more confident. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could level up to the second tier within the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Young friend, seeing you so spirited puts my mind at ease. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you encounter any troubles in Banhai City, feel free to seek me out at the Job Transfer Guild, Hai Tianque remarked, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. This guild leader is nothing like the rumors suggest. Where is the supposed composure? Qin Sheng mused, shaking his head in jest as he watched Hai Tianque depart. Before heading to the Abyssal Dragon Palace, I should learn this Frostbite Ice Sword first. Ding. You have learned Frostbite Ice Sword. Frostbite Ice Sword. Grade mid-level. Effect. Conjures an ice sword that lowers the surrounding temperature during its formation. When the ice sword strikes an enemy, it inflicts freezing control and deals equivalent mental damage. Upon the ice breaking, it inflicts secondary damage. Wonderful. Qin Sheng exclaimed upon reading the skill description. Not only does it provide control, but it also inflicts damage twice. This is akin to dipping a whip in iodine, striking while disinfecting. Qin Sheng then turned his attention to the description of the healing ring. Healing ring. Life, 100. Effect. Restores 10 health points with each successful skill hit on an enemy. Excess health is converted into a shield. Impressive. While this effect may not seem potent to others, 10 health points are indeed modest. However, for me, it is exceptionally suitable. Each time I can cast skills 278 times, that means I can restore 780 health points with each skill release. Moreover, my casting layers can continuously increase. If, in the future, I were to stack my casting layers to 300, 400, or even more, wouldn't that mean my health could be infinitely restored? As long as the enemy cannot eliminate me in a single blow, I would be nearly invincible. Qin Sheng nodded in satisfaction, donning the healing ring on his finger. Ding dong. You have received a message. What is this? Qin Sheng retrieved his phone and noticed a message notification. The sender was the Adventurers Banhai Guild, which not only commended Qin Sheng, but also included a link. Upon opening the link, he discovered it led to a download for an app called Adventurer App, Chapter 33, Abyssal Dragon Palace and the Young Girl. Following the link, Qin Sheng downloaded the Adventurer app. Subsequently, he registered his information as per the guidance. Just as he completed the registration, he found a plethora of tasks displayed in the app's lobby. Eliminate the wind-chasing leopard in the shadowy jungle. Reward, 20 contribution points, recommended for Black Iron level adventurers. Slay the elite level wind-chasing unicorn leopard in the shadowy jungle. Reward, 100 contribution points, recommended for Bronze level adventurers. Submit the spear of the Abyssal Dragon Palace's Shrimp Soldier. Difficulty, Silver level adventurer. Submit the shell of the Abyssal Dragon Palace's Crab General. Difficulty, Gold level adventurer. Conquer the Abyssal Dragon Palace, recommended for Abyssal ones. Qin Sheng gazed at the myriad of tasks displayed on the app, the majority of which were official missions released by the Adventurers Guild. Among them, the most prominent task concerned the conquest of the Abyssal Dragon Palace at the Abyss level. What is this? Can personal tasks be issued as well? A challenge to the Hell-level Dragon King boss of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, with no restrictions on adventurer qualifications. Bold adventurers welcome. Before Qin Sheng could delve into the details of this personal task, he received a private message. Big White Rabbit. Hey, want to team up? How about tackling the Hell-level dungeon together for an exhilarating experience? Accompanying this message was a team invitation. Indeed, within this adventurer app, players could initiate team invites. and upon acceptance, teammates could see each other's proximity. It was reminiscent of an elite game Qin Sheng played in his previous life. You have declined Big White Rabbit's team invitation. Qin Sheng decisively rejected it. He had no inclination to share dungeon experience with others. After declining, he made his way toward the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Is this the entrance to the Abyssal Dragon Palace? Why does it resemble a bustling marketplace? Qin Sheng found himself momentarily speechless at the scene before him. He observed a throng of professionals gathered around a massive dungeon vortex. Surrounding these adventurers were individuals either brandishing signs or vociferously calling out, "Come, come, we need a damage sponge for the normal difficulty. Jump in, and we'll set off immediately. Is there anyone brave enough to challenge the hard difficulty?" Once inside, equipment and experience will be shared equally. We need healers. We need healers, preferably those with substantial healing output. We could use a damage dealer, ideally one from a rare profession who can sustain us. Qin Sheng's gaze swept over these seekers of companions, probing deeper into the crowd. In the heart of the assembly, he noticed several teams that had already formed, resting with their eyes closed. Unlike the others, these teams comprised well-equipped 5-member squads. They were likely akin to the White Snake team from earlier in the hall, able to hire professional teams for assistance at a price. As Qin Sheng scrutinized the 5-member squads, contemplating, he recognized that despite their apparent completeness, in a world where everyone could change professions, there were all manner of peculiar equipment. One such item was the expansion stone, which allowed an additional teammate to join an already formed team under the original rules for dungeon runs. Moreover, special equipment often signified exorbitant costs, typically acquired by dedicated professional teams. Just as Qin Sheng organized his thoughts, a team stumbled out of the dungeon vortex of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, seemingly battered. This team boasted a textbook configuration of assassins, archers, mages, priests, shield bearers, and warriors. Wasn't he that the White Snake team? They appeared to be in considerable distress. They had challenged the calamity-level Abyssal Dragon Palace. Injuries were to be expected. What? They dared to challenge the calamity-level Abyssal Dragon Palace. Are they reckless? Exclaimed one onlooker. Indeed. Attempting a calamity-level dungeon incurs substantial costs in gold coins. This has nothing to do with Bai Fei. The idea to venture into the calamity-level Abyssal Dragon Palace came from their wealthy member. Goodness, does this rich lady have so much money to spend? It was beyond comprehension what motivated her. Listening to the chatter, Qin Sheng turned his gaze back. He saw the White Snake team, now resting in a cool spot. Ahong, heal everyone first. Once we're restored, we'll challenge Miss Luo for another go, Bai Fei instructed the priest, though he too felt perplexed. Despite the young girl leading them through the Abyssal Dragon Palace multiple times, he had never seen her spend a single coin. Brother, you wish to enter the Abyssal Dragon Palace as well, right? I see you are alone. Why not team up with us? Just as Qin Sheng withdrew his gaze, a nearby young man approached him. Don't worry, although we are 4 short of a full team, the equipment and experience will be shared equally. We won't take advantage of newcomers. Initially hesitant due to Qin Sheng's apparent youth, the boy quickly resolved that anyone capable of entering the Abyssal Dragon Palace must possess some skill, and thus sent a dungeon invitation to Qin Sheng. No thanks. I prefer to solo. Qin Sheng chuckled as he waved off the boy's invitation and walked toward the dungeon vortex of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, selecting his difficulty. Upon finding no abyss level available, he directly opted for the hell level. Goodness, challenging the hell difficulty costs a staggering 800,000 gold coins. This fellow must truly be a wealthy young master. However, he seems utterly unaware of the perilous nature of his choice. He likely doesn't realize that one can only be teleported out after reaching the 3rd checkpoint in a hell-level dungeon. What a pity. Such a handsome lad may face a rather rude awakening. Alas, one can only hope he learns humility in his next life. The White Snake team resting under the tree also took note of Qin Sheng's actions. Bai Fei raised an eyebrow. Bemused by the audacity of this reckless youth who dared challenge the hell difficulty, he surely had a death wish. Luo Qingxue, who had been looking down, cast a glance at Qin Sheng, noting his bravery to enter the hell-level dungeon alone. Regardless of his strength, he was certainly far braver than that coward who had declined her invitation. Is this underwater? As Qin Sheng initially entered the dungeon, he was astounded by the scene before him, feeling as though he had plunged deep into the ocean. Strangely, however, he experienced no sensation of suffocation from the water. Instead, it felt remarkably similar to being on land. Just as the online information had indicated, under the protective rules of the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon, adventurers would not suffer from asphyxiation while submerged. After a brief stretch to acclimate his body, he noted only a slight resistance while walking. Otherwise, he felt perfectly normal. Alright, time to slay some monsters. Having adapted to his current state, Qin Sheng strode boldly into the depths of the Abyssal Dragon Palace. He had not ventured far underwater when he spotted a colossal palace rising from the seabed. The grand structure was magnificent, its walls gleaming with gold and brilliance, resembling an underwater marvel. Halt! Who are you to approach the Dragon Palace uninvited? Before Qin Sheng could reach the palace entrance, numerous shrimp soldiers armed with long spears closed in around him. Towering over 2 meters, these shrimp soldiers wielded spears extending 3 meters in length. their fierce countenances fixated on Qin Sheng. At that moment, Qin Sheng activated his detection skill, scanning the information of the shrimp soldiers before him. Shrimp soldier. Level, 22. Strength, 760. Agility, 300. Constitution, 800. Health, 8,000. Skills, spear thrust, water blast. These level 22 shrimp soldiers possessed attributes comparable to the bosses from earlier hidden dungeons. It was no wonder that teams entering the Abyssal Dragon Palace preferred to venture in groups, based on the data regarding the shrimp soldiers. A single shot could potentially incapacitate even a level 20 shield bearer. What further plunges ordinary adventurers into despair is the sheer number of shrimp soldiers surrounding the palace. There are a staggering 40. Kid, you dare to ask questions without answers, seeking your own demise. Observing that Qin Sheng remained silent, the shrimp soldiers brandished their long spears, intent on impaling him. Faced with the onslaught of numerous shrimp soldiers, Qin Sheng took a step back and waved his hand. Blade of wind. In an instant, a brilliant azure light erupted before him, and crescent-shaped blades of wind surged forth, sweeping across the shrimp soldiers like a tempest. The unsuspecting shrimp soldiers had no time to react, and within a blink, all 50 were obliterated by the wind blades. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 40 shrimp soldiers, earning 200,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 15. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 15. Your base attributes have increased by 8, and you have gained 32 points in free attributes. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 40 shrimp soldiers. Your spellcasting level has increased by 80, bringing your current spellcasting level to 358. What a remarkable experience gain. Truly, the coastal city is a sanctuary for leveling up, providing a bountiful yield. Just from the first wave of monsters, Qin Sheng amassed a total of 300,000 experience points, propelling him from level 13 to level 15 in one fell swoop. With newfound confidence, he pressed onward, brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. Qin Sheng pushed open the grand doors of the Dragon Palace and advanced into a spacious training ground. Suddenly, a colossal meteor hammer plummeted from the sky, crashing down before him. How dare you, audacious thief, trespass into the Dragon Palace? Let me see if you can withstand the wrath of Lord Crab. With this declaration, dozens of shadowy figures descended upon him. It was a horde of massive crabs clad in armor, their bodies glistening with a greenish hue. There were 20 of these crabs, each wielding an array of formidable weapons: long knives, great swords, broad axes, and halberds. Crab General. Level, 24. Strength, 890. Agility, 540. Constitution, 850. Health, 20,000. Skills, Charge, Sweep and Slash. The health pool of 20,000 was astonishing. Qin Sheng gazed at the stats of the Crab General, taken aback. Compared to the earlier shrimp soldiers, the health of these generals was vastly superior. Unbeknownst to him, such high health points were atypical for crab generals in a dungeon setting. But he had unwittingly selected Hell mode. Enough chatter, brothers. Let us strike together and offer this human as a sacrifice to the Dragon King. The Crab General, brandishing a massive blade, exchanged glances with his fellow generals before they charged toward Qin Sheng with menacing ferocity. What does it matter if your health is high? Can you withstand my 359 blades of wind? Qin Sheng scoffed at the approaching generals. Before slaying the shrimp soldiers, he had harbored some concern about whether his 200 blades of wind could fell foes with such high health. However, after dispatching the 40 shrimp soldiers, he had increased his spellcasting level by 80 layers. Now, with his previous 278 layers, he stood at a formidable 358 layers. Over 50,000 in skill damage. One blade of wind, and you dare claim my damage is low? With 358 blades of wind, do you still question my might? At that moment, the Crab General wielding the great sword leaped high into the air, aiming to strike Qin Sheng. In response, a brilliant yellow light enveloped Qin Sheng, and he activated his shield, which was now fortified to an impressive 359 layers, rendering his health bar nearly invisible to the Crab Generals. Behind him, his blood-red cape shimmered as the special effect activated, granting him an additional 359 points of agility. With a swift stomp, Qin Sheng retreated rapidly, raising his hand to unleash his amassed wind blades. The 359 blades of wind descended upon the Crab Generals like a storm, wreaking havoc upon them. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 20 Crab Generals, earning 400,000 experience points. You have leveled up to level 18. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 20 Crab Generals. Your spellcasting level has increased by 40 layers, bringing your current spellcasting level to 398. What a pity. If only fireball spells weren't weakened in this Abyssal Dragon Palace, I could have roasted crab for dinner, Qin Sheng remarked, eyeing the dismembered remains of the Crab Generals. However, he had leveled up twice again and acquired 20 elite magical crystals. With a satisfied smile, he collected the shimmering crystals from the fallen crabs and strode towards the final area of the dungeon, the central council chamber of the palace. Who dares to intrude upon our council? Do you seek death? Seated in the grand chamber were 4 turtle ministers, adorned in purple and red ceremonial robes. each sporting a small mustache and a dignified hat. Turtle Minister. Level, 28. Strength, 840. Agility, 960. Constitution, 1000. Health, 80,000. Heavens, they aren't even pretending. Each of these ancient turtles boasts an astonishing 80,000 health points. Is this truly the power of a level 30 monster? This health is outrageous. Had Qin Sheng not previously slain 20 crab generals and raised his spellcasting level to 398, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to confront these aged reptiles. What surprised him further was the remarkable agility of these turtles. Before Qin Sheng could fully react, the 4 turtle ministers lunged at him with blinding speed, their mouths gaping wide as they sought to bite him. Just as their jaws were about to close around him, a brilliant light enveloped Qin Sheng, encasing him in layers of yellow shields. The turtle's bites shattered the initial layers of his shield, but as they continued, their ancient teeth began to crumble under the strain, forcing them to retreat and huddle together, spinning within their shells. In that instant, empowered by the shield's protective effect and the agility granted by his blood-red cape, Qin Sheng swiftly retreated. Observing the turtles, he couldn't help but be astonished. Goodness, it seems the fable of the tortoise and the hare is no mere tale. These turtles are surprisingly swift. Now, the 4 turtle ministers had completely withdrawn into their shells, rotating and stirring the seawater around the council chamber, creating swirling water vortexes. Were they attempting to unleash an even more ferocious assault? Let me paralyze you to the point of immobility. Let us see how you spin then, Qin Sheng thought, formulating a plan as he raised his hand to summon a lightning strike. As he chanted the spell, ominous clouds gathered above the entire council chamber. It was as though the entire underwater dragon palace had been engulfed in an apocalyptic tempest. At that moment, above Qin Sheng, dark storm clouds converged, and bolts of lightning began to coalesce ominously in the sky above him. Go! With a flick of his finger, a staggering 400 bolts of lightning surged forth, akin to celestial dragons emerging from the sea, racing towards the 4 turtle prime ministers with unrestrained ferocity. You young man lack martial virtue, they bellowed in outrage. To deceive and ambush us for elders while we were chanting our spells. As they beheld the lightning strike unleashed by Qin Sheng, their pupils dilated in shock, and their exclamations grew increasingly frantic. Such excessive prattle. Qin Sheng's gaze was icy as he regarded the quartet of turtles. Just as the 4 turtle prime ministers prepared to flee, they found themselves ensnared by the lightning strike, leaving them with no escape. In the next instant, the lightning struck with great force, incapacitating their spinning shells, and in a flash, the mighty strike obliterated the 4 turtle prime ministers. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 4 turtle prime ministers, earning 600,000 experience points. You have reached level 17, with an increase of 4 to your base attributes and 16 to your free attributes. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 4 turtle prime ministers. You have gained 8 layers of casting power, bringing your current total to 406 layers. Ding! The boss treasure chest has been opened for you, and you have obtained the epic equipment, Turtle Prime Minister's Shell. Strangely, despite having vanquished the foes, Qin Sheng found himself perplexed as to why the level had not yet been cleared. Stretching languidly, he resolved to teleport outside and inquire about the matter. In a flash of light, Qin Sheng's figure appeared outside the dungeon. How could this lad emerge so swiftly? He has barely been inside for long, murmured the onlookers. Perhaps he is a wealthy second-generation heir, utilizing a dimensional stone to exit prematurely. Sighing, they expressed their envy. After all, their starting point was merely his endpoint. When will I ever acquire a dimensional stone? Listening to their discussions, Qin Sheng refrained from offering any rebuttal. Regarding the dimensional stone they mentioned, he was indeed familiar with it. It was a rare gem that allowed adventurers to disregard dungeon rules and exit prematurely, albeit at a steep price. Shaking his head at their assumptions, Qin Sheng realized they believed he had not cleared the dungeon and had used the stone to escape. Unfortunately, lacking a cooldown talisman, he could not re-enter the dungeon for further leveling. Apart from the relatively short cooldown for novice dungeons, the hidden dungeons and the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon that lay before him typically boasted cooldowns of approximately 6 hours. However, shaking his head again, Qin Sheng acknowledged that cooldown talismans were not only expensive, but also exceedingly rare, predominantly held by the major factions. This was evidently why the offspring of these powerful families leveled up so rapidly. It seemed he would need to procure one if he wished to enhance his leveling efficiency. As Qin Sheng pondered this, 2 large white rabbits hopped into his path. I initially thought you were merely audacious, but it seems you possess remarkable skill. Entering a hell-level dungeon and defeating the Turtle Prime Ministers, a voice chimed, pulling him from his thoughts. Lifting his gaze, he recognized the smiling visage of Luo Qingxue, the girl from the White Snake team, draped in a blue jacket over a white tank top that subtly accentuated her ample curves. And clad in denim shorts that perfectly showcased her alluring waist-to-hip ratio, she exuded youthful vitality. Her refined features, long lashes, and snow-white skin were complemented by vibrant blue eyes, while her long hair cascaded like freshly fallen snow. Qin Sheng merely cast a cursory glance at the striking young woman before diverting his attention, intent on continuing towards the open space behind him. Hey, don't be so aloof. I possess clues regarding the Dragon King in the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Would you care to embark on a challenge? If fortune favors us, we might obtain a profession-specific skill book. She called out cheerfully as Qin Sheng began to walk away. A Dragon King boss, a skill book? The mention of these piqued Qin Sheng's interest immediately, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Oh, so you're not leaving now that you see such a beauty, huh? Luo Qingxue teased, leaning closer, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Women only serve to hinder my speed in drawing my sword, Qin Sheng quipped, raising an eyebrow. You, a mage, drawing a sword? Luo Qingxue exclaimed, exasperated yet amused. But wait, you're not deceiving me, are you? I've traversed a hell-level dungeon myself and found no clues about any Dragon King. Qin Sheng's expression turned contemplative. Clues regarding the Dragon King? They should be documented in the strategy for the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Did you not consult the guide? How then did you reach the Turtle Prime Ministers? Now it was Luo Qingxue's turn to be perplexed. Behold, this is the clue related to the Abyssal Dragon King, the Dragon Pearl. I exchanged considerable resources for it from the Adventurers Guild's treasure trove, she revealed, producing a pearl radiating a soft white glow, roughly the size of an egg. The Adventurers Guild's treasure trove? Qin Sheng regarded her with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. He recalled that Luo Qingxue had previously hired the White Snake team, whose fees were known to be substantial. Now she claimed to have acquired the Dragon Pearl from the guild's vault. How had such a young woman amassed such wealth in Binhai City? Reflecting on this, Qin Sheng employed a divination spell on her. Ding! The divination spell has activated, randomly retrieving one piece of information about the target. Name, Luo Qingxue. Profession, Frost Archer. Age, 18 years. Level, 20. Favorite foods, sweet potatoes, seafood. Personality, curious, enjoys thrilling activities. Father, Luo Shanha. Mother, by Shueshue. Recent activities, practicing waist exercises, yoga. After a brief examination of Luo Qingxue's data, Qin Sheng dismissed the spell. Something was amiss, despite being of similar age. Her level surpassed his own. In Binhai City, it was implausible for any adventurer to level up more rapidly than him. The only explanation was that Luo Qingxue hailed from another city. Typically, Dragon Pearls could only be obtained upon defeating the Turtle Prime Ministers. However, not every adventurer who acquired a Dragon Pearl sought to confront the Dragon King boss. Many would exchange it at the guild for items of their choosing. That's how some adventurers prefer to develop, Luo Qingxue clarified. Nodding in understanding, Qin Sheng acknowledged that for many, challenging the Dragon King boss could be a double-edged sword. Success would be rewarding, but failure could result in significant losses. So why choose me as a companion? He inquired, remaining cautious given her origins from another city. Quite simply, because you exhibit great courage. Luo Qingxue replied with a smile, shrugging nonchalantly. I have contemplated the idea of forming a team with others. Yet despite my persistent calls on the Adventurer app, I was met with nothing but refusals. Even the White Serpent Squad turned down my request for employment when I expressed my desire to challenge the Dragon King boss. Humph, they are all a bunch of cowards. After voicing her frustration, Luo Qingxue stamped her foot, visibly irate. So, you consider yourself quite brave then? Observing her demeanor, Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow and smirked. Just kidding. I'm incredibly courageous. Luo Qingxue exaggeratedly made menacing gestures. However, to Qin Sheng's eyes, she appeared rather adorable, akin to the girls he had seen in short videos. Demonstrating self-defense techniques. If you're worried, then take this. As if fearing Qin Sheng would refuse, Luo Qingxue tossed him a stone-like item. Is this a boundary stone? Qin Sheng gazed at the object in his hand, astonished. The boundary stone was not only pricey but also exceedingly rare in the market. Oh right. You must be here in the Abyss Dragon Palace to level up, right? Don't worry, I won't delay you. And here is this as well. As she spoke, Luo Qingxue produced a gem-like item and a talisman from her belongings. Experience gem and cooldown talisman? Qin Sheng observed the green stone in Luo Qingxue's hand. Finally comprehending how she managed to level up so swiftly. The so-called experience gem does not augment one's own experience. Rather, the bearer of the experience gem will not gain any experience from slaying monsters or completing dungeons. For instance, if Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue were to defeat a monster, they would typically split the experience, each receiving 50. However, with Luo Qingxue equipped with the experience gem, if they jointly vanquished a beast, Qin Sheng would receive a full 100 experience points. The distinction lies in the fact that while Luo Qingxue exerts equal effort in both encounters, she no longer shares in the experience. As for the cooldown talisman, its function is quite straightforward. It resets the dungeon's cooldown period. Rest assured, dear sister will take care of you. You keep your gear, and any loot I obtain, we shall divide equally. With that, Luo Qingxue sent Qin Sheng a team invitation, which he accepted without hesitation. Although it was a team-up, due to the experience gem, it bore no difference from solo play for him, and he avoided the 6-hour wait for the dungeon cooldown. What sister? You're not that much older. Qin Sheng stretched lazily and ambled toward the dungeon. Where's the not that much older? Luo Qingxue puffed her chest and quickened her pace to match his. By the way, how did you know I reached the stage of the Tortoise Prime Minister? There are no public announcements for the dungeons here. right? Qin Sheng inquired, as if recalling something. Is this your first time here? Don't you know there is a leaderboard for professional level-ups? Look over there. Luo Qingxue turned her head in a specific direction. Following her gaze, Qin Sheng beheld a massive electronic screen displaying a plethora of names of various adventurers. This is the level-up leaderboard. But it does not rank adventurers by their levels. Instead, it showcases the increase in levels behind each name. Currently, due to Qin Sheng's ascent of 4 levels in the Hell level dungeon, his rank had surged into the top 10. Of course, this leaderboard holds significance. It serves as a means for the Abyss Dragon Palace management to scout talent in the vicinity. Those who excel on the leaderboard can earn substantial rewards in gold coins. It's akin to achieving a pinnacle in a gaming cafe, where one is awarded time or monetary rewards. Inside the dungeon management room. So, have you yet to discover any promising candidates today? The pressure from Captain Lei is mounting. The demon-slaying squad is in dire need of personnel. Wei Wuji, the dungeon administrator, inquired of an assistant nearby. Director Wei, the individuals challenging the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon are mostly seasoned veterans. It's quite challenging to select suitable members for the demon-slaying squad. The assistant shook his head. I understand that, but Captain Lei is pressing hard. The monsters in the Death Mountain region are growing increasingly rampant, and the demon-slaying army is severely short-staffed. Wei Wuji sighed helplessly. He had been urged by Captain Lei for 6 months now, which is why he had remained at the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, waiting for qualified adventurers to join the demon-slaying squad. Indeed, although the Abyss Dragon Palace is maintained by the Class Transition Guild, it is managed by the personnel of the demon-slaying army. A significant reason for this is the Abyss difficulty level. The Abyss difficulty differs from others. It is a genuine remnant of abyssal monsters that invaded other worlds. Unlike other difficulties, which are merely projections, the Abyss difficulty periodically leaks abyssal energy over time. This leaking energy can cause mutations in other difficulty levels. If the Abyss dungeon is not promptly addressed, it can lead to casualties among adventurers within mutated dungeons. However, herein lies the dilemma. Should members be dispatched to challenge the Abyss difficulty? If they manage to cleanse the abyssal energy and return unscathed, all is well. Yet, if the dispatched adventurers perish within the Abyss difficulty, the monsters within would escape the dungeon and wreak havoc, a situation only the demon-slaying army can rectify. By the way, have you managed to trace the whereabouts of that student named Qin Sheng? Wei Wuji brought up another matter, recalling Zhang Wei's request to look after Qin Sheng. Yes, Director Wei, I'll check immediately. Upon hearing Wei Wuji's words, an assistant promptly became busy. Oh, what is this? This adventurer suddenly leveled up several times? The assistant, initially intending to speak, gasped in surprise upon seeing the level increase beside a name on the screen. There is a name that has surged into the top 10 of the historical level-up leaderboard, leveling up several times at once. Could it be that second-generation heir? Wei Wuji mused to himself, for in his eyes, it was only those privileged second-generation heirs who could achieve such rapid ascents. However, he quickly shook his head. Most of these heirs only level up with the assistance of others, lacking the strength and experience necessary to join the demon-slaying army in the Death Mountain. Just then, the assistant recognized the name on the screen and exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, Qin Sheng, Director Wei, isn't this the student you were looking for? Chapter 36. If one seeks thrill, one must pursue it to the very end. Qin Sheng? Upon hearing the assistant's words, Wei Wuji, who had been prepared to turn away, returned, his eyes fixed on the screen in shock. It is indeed him. Qin Sheng has remarkably leveled up 4 times in one go. How did he accomplish this? Wei Wuji turned to his assistant. Retrieve his dungeon challenge records for me to examine. The assistant nodded and quickly pulled out a tablet, beginning his search. Director Wei, I found it. Qin Sheng has only 1 dungeon challenge record, and it was for the Hell level. The assistant, upon glimpsing the records regarding Qin Sheng on the tablet, gasped in astonishment. Challenging a Hell level dungeon and ascending 3 levels consecutively. This meant he had at least reached the stage of the Tortoise Minister. Was he seeking some formidable team? There was no known squad from Binhai City with such prowess. Wei Wuji was taken aback by the assistant's words. No, the supervisor didn't seek a team. He undertook this solo. The assistant scrutinized the data on the tablet and, upon finding no information about Qin Sheng's teammates, confidently stated this conclusion. What? Soloing it? Upon hearing the assistant's revelation, Wei Wuji couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Initially, he had assumed that Qin Sheng had hired a team to assist him in leveling up and traversing dungeons. To his surprise, Qin Sheng had tackled the dungeon all by himself. After a moment of shock, Wei Wuji gradually calmed himself, scratching his head in confusion. What is old Zhang thinking? A genius capable of single-handedly conquering a hell-level dungeon still requires my oversight? But soon, as if a light bulb had lit up in his mind, Wei Wuji's expression shifted to one of excitement. I understand now. It must be that during my recent drinking session with old Zhang, I lamented about the difficulties in recruiting members for the demon-slaying team. He is sending me a talent. Haha, I owe old Zhang a great favor. I must thank him properly later. Subsequently, Wei Wuji nodded at the assistant, flashing a long-lost smile. Finally, he had a means to report back to Lei Wanjun. Keep a close watch on this individual named Qin Sheng. Report any developments to me immediately. At the entrance to the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon. As Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue arrived, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. Miss Qingxue, I advise you to reconsider. Venturing into a hell-level dungeon with this pretty boy could lead to your demise. Bai Fei, the captain of the White Snake Squad, approached with his teammates. Shut your crow's mouth, you coward. Luo Qingxue retorted without hesitation. You humph. Young man, I suggest you do not overestimate your capabilities. With your level 17 mage status, I wager you 1T last 30 minutes once you enter the dungeon. Bai Fei, unwilling to provoke Luo Qingxue further, directed his scorn at Qin Sheng instead. Oh, you're so confident. What shall we wager? Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow, gazing at Bai Fei. Huh, what did you say? Bai Fei was taken aback that Qin Sheng had taken his taunt seriously, even challenging him to a bet. Indeed, you're a coward. Back down if you must. Qin Sheng shrugged, preparing to enter the dungeon and select the difficulty level. What sort of attitude is that? I'm betting. If you have the guts. Wager 50 million gold coins. Bai Fei gritted his teeth, feeling a pang in his heart, for 50 million gold coins constituted half his fortune. Very well. What are the terms of the bet? Qin Sheng agreed without hesitation. If you do not last 30 minutes in the dungeon, you owe me 50 million gold coins. Bai Fei said coldly. And if I last 30 minutes, or clear the dungeon? Qin Sheng inquired, nodding in agreement. Hee, you really are confident. If you last 30 minutes, I'll owe you 50 million gold coins. If you clear the dungeon, I'll owe you 100 million. Bai Fei unhesitatingly laid out the terms. Initially, he hesitated to wager upon hearing Qin Sheng's assured tone, but upon reflection, he deemed the conditions of victory and defeat nearly impossible to fulfill. After all, even with their well-equipped White Snake Squad, navigating a calamity-level dungeon was a daunting task, let alone clearing it. And now, Qin Sheng had only 2 people on his side, placing the advantage squarely with Bai Fei. All right, it's settled then. Let us get the robot to officiate. Seeing Bai Fei agree, Qin Sheng nodded, and then waved at a distance. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, a white robotic figure rushed to position itself between Qin Sheng and Bai Fei. Beep. Bet confirmed. Both parties, please scan your stakes. The robot extended its arms, each holding a scanning device. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Sheng produced his card and swiped it through the scanner. Wow, is this kid so wealthy? Bai Fei thought, momentarily feeling insecure. But he gritted his teeth and pulled out his own card, reluctantly swiping it as well. Beep. Bet confirmed. Why are you bothering with this coward? Why agree to his bet? Luo Qingxue inquired, intrigued as she approached. Hee, why refuse money that's just handed to you? Qin Sheng chuckled lightly and proceeded towards the dungeon entrance, with Luo Qingxue swiftly following behind. As they moved further, Bai Fei glared at their retreating figures, grinding his teeth in frustration. Looking at their age, they're merely newly awakened students. How dare they flaunt their bravado? Once I win, they'll be left in tears. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue and Qin Sheng quickly reached the vortex entrance. As they approached the swirling portal, for difficulty options emerged before them. All right, let us prepare to enter the hell-level dungeon, Luo Qingxue said with a smile, ready to select the hell-level difficulty. Wait a moment. I heard someone mention that the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon has an abyss difficulty. Why is there no such option? Qin Sheng recalled his prior question. Given his past experiences in dungeons, he knew that the higher the difficulty, the more monsters would populate it, which would, in turn, increase his casting layers. Thus, the Abyss dungeon was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Oh dear, you really are a fool not to know this. The Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon has been specially configured by the Formation Masters. Only the Abyssal token can unlock the Abyss difficulty option. As Luo Qingxue spoke, she produced a token from her possession. This black token bore the inscription Abyssal on one side and a record of 3 hours and 32 monsters on the other. Here it is. Look, the option will appear immediately. Luo Qingxue approached the dungeon vortex with the token in hand, and in the next moment, a purple light shot from the Abyssal token, swiftly manifesting an option for the Abyss dungeon. Ah, so that is how it works, Qin Sheng nodded, realizing it was not his fault. After all, he had just obtained the Abyssal token, and the only information regarding it had been relayed by Haitian Kwa. This rather reckless president had only provided a brief introduction before departing, failing to mention that the Abyssal token had such an application. All right, let us venture into the hell-level dungeon. Wait, what are you doing? Just as Luo Qingxue stowed the token away, she was taken aback by Qin Sheng's unexpected and somewhat shocking action. He was slowly pointing towards the Abyss difficulty option. If we seek excitement, we must see it through to the end. With a decisive gesture, Qin Sheng pressed the option, which immediately transformed into a purple light that merged into the dungeon vortex. The entire vortex glowed purple, and both Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue were drawn into its depths. On the other side, upon witnessing the choice made by Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue, the crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They have opted for the Abyss difficulty. Have they lost their minds? The Abyss difficulty boasts the highest mortality rate of all. Indeed, I heard that the last team of Lin Yuaners that ventured into the Abyss difficulty encountered malevolent forces, resulting in the annihilation of the entire squad. It is no wonder the crowd is in shock. After all, this abyss difficulty has remained unconquered for over a century. However, the joy of humanity does not resonate with others. At this moment, Bai Fei is laughing uproariously. Haha, I see no need to await the dungeon announcement. They actually dared to enter the abyss dungeon. Forget half an hour. I doubt they will last even 20 minutes. I suggest the impartial robot transfer the gold to me right now. Meanwhile, the impartial robot emitted a cold voice. The wager remains unbroken until the dungeon announcement is made. Concurrently, within the dungeon, as a flash of light illuminated the surroundings, Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue entered the abyss dungeon. Unlike the hell dungeon, the abyss dungeon reflects the true essence of this space. The recently broadcasted voice must have recounted the genuine events that transpired here. The world it belongs to, however, remains a mystery. As Qin Sheng pondered, Luo Qingxue beside him turned pale. No, you must have trembled in your choice, right? Why opt for the abyss difficulty? Luo Qingxue felt a sense of despair. Although she had recently become a Lin Yuaner, she had also learned from her predecessors about the terrifying nature of the abyss dungeon. The monsters within are not merely 5 times the number of ordinary dungeons, but rather 6 times. Moreover, their strength is formidable. Even though this Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon in Binhai City has been cleared multiple times by the Lin Yuaners of the Occupational Guild, the abyssal malevolence coalesces once more after a while, rendering them nearly inexhaustible, unless one can clear it. Yet, achieving victory in the Abyss dungeon is a rare occurrence. Not just in the kingdom of Xingxia, but throughout the entirety of Blue Star. However, it's alright. Each of us possesses a boundary-breaking stone. So let us teleport out immediately. Thinking of the boundary-breaking stone she had, Luo Qingxue quickly regained her composure and spoke to Qin Sheng. No. What I desire is the Abyss dungeon. It's far more thrilling to grind here. Qin Sheng replied with a smile. Before Luo Qingxue could voice her thoughts further, a total of 60 shrimp soldiers charged towards them from a distance. Upon seeing the shrimp soldiers, Qin Sheng remained unfazed, scanning the information of the approaching foes. Shrimp soldier. Level, 26. Strength, 1460. Agility, 600. Constitution, 1600. Health, 16,000. Skills, spear thrust, water bullet. This is utterly outrageous. Luo Qingxue had just finished scanning the data of these shrimp soldiers. Each shrimp soldier's attributes were nearly double that of hell-level foes. And even more astonishing was their sheer number, 60. How are we to fight this? Realizing this, Luo Qingxue hastily retrieved a document from her possession and turned to Qin Sheng, saying, "You mustn't engage just yet. The data on these shrimp soldiers is too staggering. If we charge in blindly, we shall be torn apart on the spot. I have prepared a strategy. You merely need to." Before Luo Qingxue could finish her sentence, Qin Sheng had already begun to chant a spell. There is no need for that. Qin Sheng's expression remained calm as he pointed forward. In an instant, a brilliant azure light erupted before him, and crescent-shaped wind blades swiftly coalesced. Dense as a storm, a total of 407 wind blades gathered before Qin Sheng. The next moment, these azure wind blades, akin to the scythes of death, were unleashed upon the 60 shrimp soldiers. To Luo Qingxue's astonishment, 407 wind blades struck true, annihilating the foes in an instant. Witnessing this scene left Luo Qingxue in shock, realizing the absurdity of this man's prowess. He had obliterated them without even needing to consult a strategy. Ding! You have slain 60 shrimp soldiers, increasing your spell layers by 120, current spell layers, 526. Ding! You have gained 900,000 experience from defeating 60 shrimp soldiers. You have leveled up to level 18. You have received an increase of 4 points to all basic attributes and 16 points to free attributes. Ding! You have acquired 60 elite-grade magic crystals. Another level up. Truly, the Abyss-level dungeon yields bountiful experience. As the notifications chimed in his ears, Qin Sheng stretched contentedly and nodded. What on earth have you done? Luo Qingxue, staring at the remnants of the 60 shrimp soldiers, felt her mind go blank. I was killing monsters, wasn't he that obvious? I aim to level up, Qin Sheng replied nonchalantly, as if this was the simplest task imaginable. Hearing his words, Luo Qingxue opened her mouth in disbelief. Her throat felt dry, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts. She certainly understood that Qin Sheng was grinding monsters. The issue lay in how he managed to annihilate 60 abyssal creatures in the blink of an eye. And that skill of his, what was that? He merely chanted for an instant and summoned 407 wind blades. Was that a mid-tier skill? No, at least it was a high-tier one. But even a high-tier skill like Storm Nebula Slash could not possibly conjure that many wind blades. Could it be the legendary forbidden spell? Yet the Qin Sheng before her was merely an 18-level ordinary mage. How could he possibly wield a forbidden spell? Let us proceed. We still need to defeat the Crab General in the next wave. Qin Sheng called out to the dazed Luo Qingxue and moved forward. Wait for me. Only after Qin Sheng had walked away did Luo Qingxue bounce after him. Meanwhile, at the dungeon management office, how is it? Any new developments regarding Qin Sheng? Wei Wuji inquired of his assistant beside him. Detection indicates that not long ago, he formed a team with another professional. The assistant glanced at his tablet and replied succinctly. A a solid choice. Although his strength is formidable, it is indeed safer to team up when facing the Abyss Dragon Palace. Wei Wuji nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. At that moment, the door of the management office was pushed open, and a middle-aged officer entered, exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect without a hint of anger. Commander Lei, what brings you here? Wei Wuji inquired, astonished at the arrival of none other than Lei Wanjun, the supreme leader of the demon army in Binhai Town. Wei Wuji promptly saluted him. It's nothing of great consequence. It's just that old Luo called me, informing me that his little troublemaker has arrived near the Abyss Dragon Palace, and he asked me to keep an eye on her, Lei Wanjun replied, waving his hand dismissively, gesturing for Wei Wuji to find a quiet place to sit. The little troublemaker from the Luo family? Are you referring to the genius girl Luo Qingxue from Luoqing? Wei Wuji's expression turned alarmed. He had certainly heard of this little troublemaker renowned for her penchant for thrilling escapades, due to her family's influence. Luo Qingxue had awakened her profession earlier than her peers, and her first endeavor was to challenge the large dungeons of various major cities, causing quite a stir. Yet, her father was none other than Luo Shana, the lord of the foremost city in Nanhua province. Thus, whenever she visited a major city, the local dungeon administrators were filled with trepidation, fearing for the safety of this young lady. Indeed, you know how old Luo is. He dotes on this little troublemaker. If she were to get hurt under your watch, I fear you would be in quite the predicament, Lei Wanjun said, shaking his head in resignation. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Lei. I will investigate immediately, Wei Wuji responded, eager to dispatch his subordinates to look into the matter. Just then, an assistant rushed over. Flustered. Xiaowang, why the rush? Don't you see Commander Lei is here? Calm yourself. Wei Wuji, already perturbed, grew more agitated at the sight of his assistant's panic. Apologies, Commander, for my rudeness. Supervisor, you must look. Qin Sheng has leveled up again. Assistant Wang saluted Lei Wanjun before reporting to Wei Wuji. What? He leveled up again in such a short time? Wasn't he in a party? Wei Wuji's face displayed a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Qin Sheng? If I recall correctly, he is the student Wei Gua often mentions, Lei Wanjun interjected, intrigued by the conversation. Indeed, Commander, it is he. Today, old Zhang specifically entrusted me with looking after him. Wei Wuji nodded, a smile creeping onto his face. Every time I meet with Wei Gua, he praises his nephew to no end. I was beginning to think it was mere boasting. To think there is truth to his words. Lei Wanjun mused, his heart stirred. Having spent years in the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, he had never witnessed a practitioner with such extraordinary leveling speed as Qin Sheng. Quickly, check which dungeon he is currently in. We must go ahead and wait for him. We must recruit this young talent into the Demon Slayer team. He is a rare find. Lei Wanjun instructed Wei Wuji. Understood. Wei Wuji signaled to his assistant, who immediately began to search for the information. The assistant, upon examining the data on his tablet, wore an expression of astonishment. Qin Sheng is currently in a party, and his teammate is Luo Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji exchanged concerned glances. Good heavens, how did this young man end up with the little troublemaker? However, the assistant's eyes widened further as he stared at the tablet, seemingly witnessing something impossible. Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue are currently challenging a dungeon of abyss difficulty. This revelation sent a shock through Lei Wanjun, while Wei Wuji felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, has Qin Sheng lost his senses, daring to challenge the abyss difficulty? And if anything were to happen to that little troublemaker from Luoqing, Wei Wuji felt an overwhelming dread, as if he could envision Luo Shana coming for him. It seems that the little troublemaker has led Qin Sheng into this madness, Lei Wanjun said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Regardless, both of them are prodigies, vital to the future of the Divine Xia Kingdom. I shall contact the demon army. You reach out to the Transmutation Guild's Abyss Walkers and prepare for entry into the Abyss Dungeon. Upon hearing Lei Wanjun's command, Wei Wuji nodded, his face a mask of urgency. I will attend to it at once. As he reached out to the Transmutation Guild, he silently prayed, hoping they would remain unscathed within the perilous depths of the Abyss Dungeon. Chapter 38, Boss Strategy Mode inside the dungeon at Chu. Luo Qingxue sneezed. What is going on? It's not even cold in this dragon palace. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's gaze was fixed into the distance. Here they come. Crab General. Level, 28. Strength, 1690. Agility, 1040. Constitution, 1650. Health, 160,000. Skills, Charge, Horizontal Slash. This encounter presented them with a full 30 crab generals, their statistics formidable. They brandished various weapons, intent on attacking Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue. However, before they could close the distance, Qin Sheng unleashed the wind blade technique once more. To Luo Qingxue's astonishment, this time, Qin Sheng released not 407 wind blades, but an astonishing 527. How is this possible? In Blue Star, practitioners could not control the number of blades produced by their skills. It was a fixed quantity. For instance, the advanced skill Meteor Fire Rain always summoned exactly 20 fireballs, no more, no less. But what was happening before her eyes defied all logical norms. Just a moment ago, he had unleashed 407 wind blades. and now he had somehow increased that number to 527. It was utterly unfathomable. As Luo Qingxue grappled with the impossibility, the 527 wind blades swept through the advancing crab generals like a tempest, annihilating them all. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 30 crab generals, gaining 60 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers, 586. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 30 elite magic crystals. Having briefly reviewed the harvest, Qin Sheng was not at all surprised by the wealth of experience he had amassed. This was due, on one hand, to the abundant experience provided by the abyssal-level monsters, and on the other, to the fact that he had single-handedly vanquished all these creatures, meaning the experience was solely his to claim. Let us proceed to the next level, Qin Sheng announced, giving a light pat to the dazed Luo Qingxue as they made their way toward the final council hall. Realizing the redundancy of her earlier intentions, Luo Qingxue jingled the experience gems at her side. She had previously promised Qin Sheng that she would share the experience gems without reservation, ensuring that his advancement would not be hindered. However, it now appeared entirely unnecessary, as all the monsters before them had been defeated by Qin Sheng alone, leaving her feeling quite insignificant in comparison. Despite having awakened her hidden class as an ice archer, she felt as if she were but a beggar archer next to Qin Sheng's prowess. Soon, they arrived at the council hall, where 6 Turtle Prime Ministers awaited them. Turtle Prime Minister. Level, 29. Strength, 1640. Agility, 1860. Constitution, 4000. Health, 120,000. This health pool was not merely double, but triple that of a hell-level Turtle Prime Minister. Luo Qingxue gazed at the statistics of the 6 Turtle Prime Ministers, her eyes wide with terror. Do not fret, it is merely a trivial task, Qin Sheng remarked. Unfazed by Luo Qingxue's shock, what did it matter if their health was tripled? It was still only 120,000. With his recent upgrade, Qin Sheng's mental power had soared to 255 points, and combined with his spellcasting layers, it had reached a staggering 586 layers. This meant that his current spell damage had escalated to an astounding 149,685 points. In other words, these formidable Turtle Prime Ministers were nothing more than a target for his singular spell. Devour my wind blade technique. Without granting the 6 Turtle Prime Ministers a moment to react, Qin Sheng unleashed 587 wind blades, which struck the Prime Ministers with devastating force, shattering their shells and tearing their bodies asunder. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 6 Turtle Prime Ministers. Spellcasting layers increased by 12. Current spellcasting layers, 598. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a Turtle Prime Minister. Experience gained, 1,200,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 6 boss magic crystals. As anticipated, the leveling up process had indeed slowed considerably. Observing that he had not leveled up despite defeating the Turtle Prime Ministers, Qin Sheng murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue stood speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Previously, during their encounter with 3 Turtle Prime Ministers in the Abyssal Dragon Palace, her team had to labor for an entire hour to whittle down their health, which stood at 30,000. Yet now, Qin Sheng had dispatched the Turtle Prime Ministers with a single spell. What was more astonishing was the sheer number of wind blades he had unleashed, at least 587. How had he accomplished such a feat? Was this akin to a forbidden spell? Was he a natural-born spellcaster? Could he possibly open the boss chamber with a dragon pearl? Qin Sheng approached the still-dazed Luo Qingxue to offer a gentle reminder. Let us proceed. Having snapped back to reality, Luo Qingxue numbly retrieved the dragon pearl from her possession. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon hall of the Class Transfer Guild, a regiment of demon suppression troops was marching past the entrance, their ranks orderly and their presence formidable as they headed towards the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Teacher, what is happening? Why are there so many demon suppression troops near the Class Transfer Guild? The militarily clad girl by Miao inquired of Zhang Weigua. The mobilization of such a large contingent of demon suppression troops likely indicates that someone is attempting to challenge the abyssal difficulty at the Abyssal Dragon Palace, Zhang Weigua speculated. Observing the direction of the troops, it was only under such circumstances that the demon suppression troops would dispatch substantial forces, aiming to prevent the deaths of challengers in the abyssal difficulty, which could result in monsters spilling forth and endangering the citizens of the city. I do hope that Xiao Sheng is faring well in the Abyssal Dragon Palace. He must remain cautious, Zhang Weigua silently mused. At the same time, in the dungeon management office, a well-equipped team of adventurers stood before Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji. All members of this team wore black insignia, and like Luo Qingxue, they were also seekers of the Class Transfer Guild. Thank you all for your efforts in coming here amidst your busy schedules to rescue the adventurers in the abyssal difficulty. Lei Wanjun greeted the 4 adventurers with a warm smile. Captain Lei, you are too kind. It is our duty. Our teammate, Zhao Xian, has already gone to activate the abyssal dungeon. Please rest assured, once the dungeon is opened, we will enter to rescue the 2 students, replied Long Yu, the confident leader of the Seeker team. Thank you, Captain Long. These 2 students are exceptionally talented and the future pillars of the Divine Xia Kingdom. Please ensure their safe return, Wei Wuji added, urgency etched across his face. Fear not. We have previously traversed the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon and possess experience. We will do our utmost to rescue the two students, Long Yu assured Wei Wuji, patting his chest confidently. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Wei Wuji and Lei Wanjun exchanged glances, their previously anxious hearts beginning to settle. However, just then, Zhao Exine, the seeker responsible for activating the Abyssal Dungeon, rushed back. Her face etched with concern. Captain, it's bad. The activation of the Abyssal Dungeon has failed. Long Yu furrowed his brow. How could this happen? An older, experienced seeker in the team speculated, I have encountered this situation before. The failure to activate the Abyssal Dungeon is likely because the adventurers inside have already opened the Abyssal Boss Chamber, leading the dungeon to enter the Abyssal Boss Strategy mode. Chapter 39, One-Man Battles, 3 Dragons. Inside the dungeon, Luo Qingxue took out the Dragon Pearl and approached the council hall. Behind the council hall lay a small courtyard, adorned with various corals and seaweeds, resembling an underwater garden. At the center of this courtyard stood a pavilion, with a stone table at its heart featuring a divine dragon statue crafted from sea stone. According to the online guide, placing the Dragon Pearl into the mouth of the divine dragon statue would activate the boss chamber. As she spoke, Luo Qingxue carefully positioned the Dragon Pearl into the statue's mouth. I am ready. Let us begin. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. The next moment, as Luo Qingxue placed the Dragon Pearl into the statue's mouth, both she and Qin Sheng suddenly found themselves tumbling headfirst into the abyss. Indeed, they were plummeting downwards, strangely. The ground beneath their feet slowly transformed into a dome made of sea stone. Meanwhile, the water that had been floating above them began to shift from blue to red. The once cold and damp sea water was now gradually rising in temperature. As the blue water transitioned into red, the previously clear waters transformed into molten lava. At this moment, Luo Qingxue and Qin Sheng found their feet descending onto the surface of the lava. Due to the protective rules of the instance, the two individuals were unharmed by the molten lava, moving as if on solid ground. Is this truly the boss chamber? It appears quite different from the strategy guide. Luo Qingxue examined the peculiar transformation before her eyes betraying her astonishment. Indeed, this may be attributed to the Abyss instance. Although Qin Sheng had not perused the guide, from his earlier observations, the authentic boss chamber should see the statue of the divine dragon consuming the Dragon Pearl, transforming into the dragon itself to engage them in battle, rather than this current scenario, which had transported them to an entirely different realm. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds resonated from a distance, prompting Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue to exchange glances before turning their gazes toward the source of the noise. Brother, how long do you think you can keep us imprisoned by yourself? It would be far better to release us and join forces with the Abyss. As a water element spirit beast, you must be suffering in this molten hell, so why persist in your struggle? What awaited them in the direction they looked was a sight they would never forget. Upon an immense stone pillar coiled a massive dragon, its body battered yet entirely snow-white. Its eyes blazed with intensity. Despite its grievous injuries, it retained an air of majesty. Its 3 colossal claws clung fiercely to the pillar, while one of its limbs grasped 3 chains as thick as automobiles. At the ends of these chains were tethered 3 dragons of different colors, purple, blue, and red. Humph. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to escape and wreak havoc upon others. You, who are clearly spirit beasts, would surrender to the abyssal monstrosities and transform into beasts yourselves. How can you bear to survive in this world? The snow-white dragon roared, its voice echoing like thunder. However, what puzzled Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue from afar was that, although the dragon emitted sound, its mouth remained closed, as if the voice emanated from a profound abyss. Brother, your body has already perished. How long can your soul's strength keep us confined? Sneered the blue dragon. Indeed, even without the abyssal magic to sustain us, food comes willingly to restore our strength, remarked the purple dragon, casting its gaze toward Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue. What are we waiting for? Let us devour them, and then feast upon our brother. The red dragon gaped its massive maw, exuding a murderous aura. At this moment, Luo Qingxue, observing the 4 dragons, turned pale with disbelief. How could there be 3 dragons? According to the strategy she had researched online, in the Abyssal Dragon Palace instance, the normal difficulty level could not summon a boss. The harder difficulties, disaster and hell levels, corresponded to 3 distinct dragons. She had not anticipated that the Abyssal Boss Chamber would require them to confront all 3 dragons simultaneously. This meant that the dragons encountered in the previous 3 instances were merely projections of these 3. In contrast to Luo Qingxue's shock, Qin Sheng utilized his inspection skill to examine the data of the 3 dragons. Ao Hua, the red dragon. Level, 32. Strength, 3600. Agility, 3400. Health, 422000. Skill, Fiery Breath. Ao Lei, the purple dragon. Level, 34. Strength, 3400. Agility, 3600. Health, 321000. Skill, Thunderstrike. Ao Jian, the blue dragon. Level, 36. Strength, 3600. Agility, 3600. Health, 366000. Skill, Lightning Crash. As expected from the difficulty of the Abyss instance, these statistics were indeed formidable. Not only did the three dragons possess strength and agility exceeding 3,000 points, but their health also surpassed 300,000 points, with the red dragon boasting an astounding health of over 400,000. While Qin Sheng pondered this information, the three dragons suddenly thrashed about, causing the chains to rattle violently, shaking the entire area and generating water whirlpools across the sea. Roar, roar, roar. The dragons twisted their bodies relentlessly, and the chains binding them emitted sharp snaps, clearly on the verge of breaking. What are you doing? Qin Sheng queried, puzzled by Luo Qingshua's actions behind him. At that moment, he saw her produce a pearly white orb from her possession and toss it into the air. This is a recording orb. I am documenting our final moments, Luo Qingxue replied, her face devoid of hope. Upon seeing the dragon's data, she had already lost her fighting spirit. Furthermore, when she had just utilized the breaking boundary orb, she discovered that the breaking boundary stone had also become ineffective. Oh, by the way, if by some chance you survive, plant a tree using my remains. If the fruits it bears are particularly bittersweet, then it is fitting. For I have always relished the thrill. Qin Sheng chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. What nonsense is that? Do not abandon hope. I never said I couldn't defeat them. At that moment, Qin Sheng fixed his gaze upon the three dragons, his eyes ablaze with determination. In the next instant, he raised his hand, and 599 wind blades shot forth, hurtling toward the three dragons with tremendous force. Meanwhile, within the instance management chamber, boss challenge mode. What does this imply? Wei Wuji expressed his confusion upon hearing the words of the Abyssal Challenger. He had spent considerable time in the Abyssal Dragon Palace instance without encountering such a mode before. The Abyss Boss Strategy mode, in simple terms, entails that the entering practitioners have reached the Abyss Boss Chamber during a 30-minute challenge period. External practitioners cannot enter and must rely solely on those within the instance to escape, the elder practitioner, Zhao Xian, sighed. Does this mean they must fight the Abyss Boss to the death? Wei Wuji remarked, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He was not alone. Even Lei Wanjun beside him wore an equally grim expression. The boss challenge mode sounded as if it pitted practitioners against the boss in a duel. Yet anyone aware of the abyssal difficulty in the Dragon Palace understood its terrifying nature. The abyssal difficulty had existed in Binhai City for a full 360 years, and no one had ever breached it. Why? Because the abyss bosses were terrifyingly powerful. Rather than challenging them to duel the abyss boss, it felt as though a death sentence had already been pronounced upon Luo Qingxue and Qin Sheng. It is all my fault. All my fault. My lack of oversight has cost Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue their lives, Wei Wuji lamented, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope. If the two children could retreat in time, they might escape the jaws of the boss, as there had been precedents for such an outcome. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a flicker of hope. However, Long Yu fell silent for a moment before addressing Lei Wanjun. Nevertheless, Captain Lei, we must prepare ourselves. The boss challenge mode differs from a standard Abyss instance. The shorter the time the practitioners endure, the more monsters will emerge. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, the members of the management office fell into a profound silence once again. Meanwhile, Lei Wanjun nodded, instructing the demon suppression army to commence their deployment. The two children must be feeling an overwhelming fear at this moment. Facing a deep abyss boss at such a tender age, they are undoubtedly frail, pitiable, and helpless. Chapter 40. Encounter with the Abyssal Evil. At this moment, within the instance, the three-headed dragon, witnessing Qin Sheng not fleeing, but rather launching an attack, felt their fury intensifying. However, in the next moment, they beheld a brilliant azure light emanating from Qin Sheng, as 599 wind blades surged toward them. How could there be so many wind blades? What kind of sorcery is this? This technique is unprecedented. Cursed be this wretched boy. Old Lei, old Dian, let us strike him down together. The three-headed dragon exchanged glances, gazing at the tempest of wind blades before them. Subsequently, one dragon unleashed thunder, another spewed electricity, and the third exhaled flames, rapidly converging their energies to collide violently with Qin Sheng's 599 wind blades. An earth-shattering roar erupted throughout the entire magma purgatory. In the distance, Luo Qingxue, despite covering her ears, was engulfed in darkness. Her head spun, and blood seeped from her ears. At this moment, the three-headed dragons cast disdainful glances at Qin Sheng. This technique is indeed formidable, but how many times can you unleash it? Indeed, once you exhaust your tricks, we shall feast upon you. Heh. Young ones simply do not know how to play. Who charges in with their ultimate move? A sinister smile crept upon the lips of the three-headed dragons, for they believed that such a potent technique must surely be Qin Sheng's trump card, incapable of being utilized repeatedly. Meanwhile, Luo Qingshue's gaze towards Qin Sheng was tinged with unease. Indeed, on Blue Star, skills akin to Qin Sheng's would be classified as forbidden spells. Generally, A 7th-tier Emperor-level practitioner would be fortunate to possess a single forbidden spell. The fact that Qin Sheng employed his forbidden spell right from the outset sent a chill through Luo Qingshua's heart. It is essential to understand that the skills of practitioners on Blue Star are also governed by balance. Powerful abilities often come with exorbitant costs, either in vast consumption or lengthy cooldowns. In her view, Qin Sheng might believe his strength to be unmatched, thinking a single move suffices for all encounters. Yet now, having unleashed a forbidden spell, he had not vanquished the three-headed dragons before him. This realization plunged Luo Qingshua's heart to the depths of despair. Oh, you refer to this? It was merely a casual strike. With that, Qin Sheng pointed once more at the three-headed dragons, and in the next instant, dark clouds gathered ominously above their heads, as lightning rapidly coalesced. Following this, 599 bolts of lightning descended upon the three-headed dragons, their expressions frozen in terror. How could this be possible? The three-headed dragons simultaneously gasped, and before they could react, the torrential downpour of lightning struck them relentlessly. Just as they were regaining their composure, Qin Sheng pointed again, and 599 fireballs coalesced before him, glowing fiercely. Previously, in the aquatic region of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, the fireball technique had been weakened. Now, transformed by the magma of purgatory, its potency remained unaffected. Qin Sheng could unleash it without hesitation. Cursed wretch! The three-headed dragons, still reeling from the onslaught of 599 lightning strikes, barely opened their eyes before being bombarded by the 599 fireballs. As they finally regained sight, they were met with a scene of crimson devastation as the fireballs, akin to a cataclysmic inferno, hurtled toward them. I endure. The three-headed dragons, still paralyzed from the previous lightning strikes, could only watch helplessly as the fireballs struck. Yet in this moment, Qin Sheng remained unfazed, pointing again. In the next instant, a radiant azure light burst forth from before him, as another 599 wind blades materialized. Have you activated something without turning it off? The three-headed dragons were shaken to their core upon witnessing the reappearance of the 599 wind blades, their pupils filled with disbelief. Each of their opponent's attacks was akin to high-level techniques from their own realm. Such terrifying techniques, the opponent could unleash as effortlessly as drinking water, consecutively. How is this conceivable? The three-headed dragons simultaneously roared in fury, only to be mercilessly shredded by the wind blades. Phew, they are finally dead. That took longer than expected. Observing the demise of the three-headed dragons, Qin Sheng stretched lazily. Although the initial wave of wind blades had been thwarted by the dragons, his subsequent continuous unleashing of lightning strikes, fireballs, and wind blades resulted in a cumulative damage total of 493,350, sufficient to annihilate the three-headed dragons before him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Qingxue stood frozen in place, her pupils dilated, as if turned to stone, watching the remains of the three-headed dragons being reduced to mere fragments. Am I dreaming? Such powerful skills, he managed to unleash them consecutively 3 times. Is this fellow truly a student who just awakened this year? Ding. Congratulations on slaying the three-headed dragon, earning 3 million experience. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 19, gaining 4 base attribute points and 16 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the three-headed dragon, gaining 6 layers of spellcasting, current spellcasting layers at 604. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the three-headed dragon, acquiring dragon scale armor, dragon scale blade, and dragon scale gauntlets. Ding. You have obtained 3 boss magic crystals. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the Abyss difficulty instant treasure chest. Phew. I have finally leveled up. As expected of a boss of Abyss difficulty, the experience gained is substantial, 3 million, propelling me from level 18 to 19 in one fell swoop. Feeling the surge of newfound power, Qin Sheng stretched and expressed his delight. With this wave of experience, should he level up once more, he would be eligible for the second-class transition quest at level 20. What a remarkable feat, achieving the second-class transition just 2 days after awakening. Such an ambition is likely beyond the dreams of others. After allocating his free attribute points to his spirit, he examined his attribute panel. Age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 19. Spirit, 275. Strength, 55. Agility, 55. Constitution, 134. Health, 1340. Mana, 2750. Skills, Fireball, Lightning Strike, Healing, Detection, Taunt, Windblade, Icy Piercing Sword. Equipment, Real Hand Ring. Guardian Spirit Armor, Blood Red Cloak, Destiny Necklace, Recovery Ring. Multiple spellcasting layers, 604, effect. Each monster slain increases spellcasting layers by 2. What a remarkable transformation. With the elevation in level, Qin Sheng's spirit now stands at 275 points, combined with the original 604 layers of spellcasting, granting him an explosive damage potential of 166, 100. Beyond the enhancement of damage, one of the most significant gains lies before Qin Sheng, the Abyss treasure chest. After Qin Sheng collected the boss crystals and equipment dropped by the three colossal dragons, a snow-white dragon perched on a distant stone pillar let out a cry towards them. "Ha, splendid slaughter. Young one, I thank you for ridding my kin of these three wretches. My time is short, yet I possess a treasure chest that I can bestow upon you. Come forth swiftly, and I shall present it to you at once." Meanwhile, within the external instance management office, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji wore expressions of deep concern as they gazed at the swirling portal before them. 5 minutes had elapsed, yet no death announcement had been issued. These two youths are indeed prodigies. Perhaps they truly possess the hope of escape. As the minutes passed without an announcement, Lei Wanjun felt a slight easing of his anxiety. "By the way, Captain Long, did I not summon 2 teams of Abyssal Seekers? Why is it that only your team has arrived?" Wei Wuji inquired of Long Yu, who had just begun to relax. "The situation is as follows, Supervisor Wei. The other team you summoned was tragically annihilated by the demons a month ago while conquering the Abyss instance," Long Yu replied, shaking his head with a look of profound sorrow. Chapter 41, An Apology Unexpressed. Demons? Could the rumors be true that an Abyssal Seeker team was completely wiped out by demons? Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Wei Wuji recalled the earlier rumors. Indeed, the demon they encountered was named DEC. This demon is exceedingly cunning, preferring to conceal itself within the bodies of Abyssal bosses. It struck when the Abyssal Seekers let down their guard, resulting in their total annihilation. Long Yu shook his head again, expressing his deep regret. These scoundrels from the Abyss are becoming increasingly audacious. Not only do they threaten the Abyss instance, but even the demonic mountains are stirring with activity, Lei Wanjun declared, his fists clenched, brimming with murderous intent. Thus, the Demon Suppression Army is urgently forming demon-slaying teams to cleanse the demonic mountains of these fiends. One day, we shall expel every last demon from Blue Star, leaving none behind. As he spoke, Lei Wanjun scanned the faces of the members of the Demon Suppression Army, who were stirred by his impassioned words. Simultaneously, within the instance, upon hearing the words of the Snow-White Dragon, Qin Sheng did not rush forward. Instead, he fixated his gaze intently on the majestic creature before him. At that moment, Luo Qingxue, who had been momentarily stunned, regained her composure and approached Qin Sheng. "Now that the boss has been defeated, why have we not been teleported away? Is obtaining the equipment from this white dragon the final step of the instance?" She speculated inwardly. Ignoring Luo Qingxue's remarks, Qin Sheng began to raise his right hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Luo Qingxue exclaimed, taken aback by his actions. However, in the next instant, Qin Sheng flicked his wrist, unleashing a torrent of 605 wind blades directed at the white dragon. "Hey, young friend, what is this?" The white dragon voiced its confusion as it observed the oncoming wind blades. Yet, Qin Sheng remained unfazed. And just as the 605 wind blades were about to strike the white dragon, its previously perplexed gaze transformed into one of malevolence. 2 dark, purple beams shot forth from its horns, effortlessly blocking all the wind blades and even piercing through them at an astonishing speed, striking both Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue. "Ding! The effect of your destiny necklace has been activated. Cooldown time. 1 day." As the system announcement echoed in his ears, Qin Sheng's gaze remained locked on the white dragon before him. The speed of the purple beam had been so swift that his protective shield had not even activated in time. Had he not worn the destiny necklace, he would have surely faced dire consequences. What is happening? Wasn't this creature about to grant us a treasure chest? Why did it suddenly launch an attack? Beside him, Luo Qingxue, equipped with her own special item, had also managed to thwart the attack. I didn't expect you 2 youngsters to possess such treasures." The snow-white dragon observed menacingly, its tone devoid of the regal authority it once held, now imbued with a chilling malice. "I am curious. When did you sense that something was amiss?" The dragon's gaze shifted from Luo Qingxue to Qin Sheng, who remained silent, meeting its gaze without a word. It had been all too easy to discern the dragon's unusual behavior. The original 3 dragons had been firmly bound beneath the stone pillar, yet during the battle, they had broken free of their chains, and the white dragon had shown no inclination to stop them. This was decidedly suspicious. It matters not whether you choose to respond. Regardless, you shall meet your demise at the hands of me, DEC. After emitting a sinister laugh, the dragon conjured wisps of purple smoke above its head, which gradually coalesced into a humanoid figure. It was a demon clad in a purple robe, adorned with horns, holding a book-like artifact. DEC. Level, 39. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Health, 1,000,000. Trait, each skill can only affect it once. Despair flooded Luo Qingxue's eyes as she examined DEC statistics, leaving aside the fact that DEC was a formidable level 39. The sheer magnitude of its base attributes was sufficient to instill a sense of hopelessness. Furthermore, with a health pool of 1,000,000, how could they possibly prevail? This creature had not yet unleashed its earlier beam attacks. It seemed that such abilities were skills derived from the white dragon itself. Qin Sheng pondered, deducing that the demon before him specialized in possessing others. "Qin Sheng, perhaps we should flee for now. according to the instance rules. If we can just hold out a bit longer, we can escape the boss room, Luo Qingxue suggested, assuming Qin Sheng was at a loss for options. Do not fret. I have yet to claim the treasure chest, Qin Sheng replied, shaking his head. He then directed his gaze toward the distant demon, DEC, and with a flick of his finger, ignited a conflagration, conjuring 605 fireballs that surged toward DEC like shooting stars. Yet, DEC did not flinch, choosing instead to absorb the oncoming assault with its physical form. Although its health dipped by 100, it retaliated with a purple-black beam, striking Qin Sheng directly. Observing from a corner, Luo Qingxue instinctively covered her eyes in fear as DEC's attack struck Qin Sheng. However, due to the multitude of skills Qin Sheng had unleashed prior, he was prepared for the onslaught. The effect of the reply ring was triggered, transforming what should have been a restoration of health into a formidable shield of 100 points, coupled with the original protective spirit armor of Qin Sheng, which also boasted 100 points. The total shield value soared to an impressive 200 points. Despite the substantial damage inflicted by Emperor Ease, his attack failed to breach Qin Sheng's defenses. What kind of skill is this? How can the shield value be so extraordinarily high? As Luo Qingxue lowered her hands and beheld the astonishingly high shield value of Qin Sheng, her mouth fell open in a Na shape, her eyes wide with astonishment. You have quite an array of valuable assets. I absolutely cannot allow you to grow stronger, or you will become a dire threat to our abyss. Observing the ineffectiveness of his assault, a sinister glint flickered in Emperor Ease's eyes. He waved his hand once more, unleashing a beam of purple light, while Qin Sheng, undeterred, retaliated with another barrage of fireballs. To Qin Sheng's surprise, this time his fireball spell did not inflict any damage upon Emperor Ease. It was then he recalled a particular characteristic he had discovered while probing Emperor Ease's identity. Each skill could only affect him once. Qin Sheng smacked his lips in realization. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue also grasped the reason behind the ineffectiveness of Qin Sheng's fireballs. It was indeed related to the characteristic on Emperor Ease's panel, which dictated that each skill could only deal damage to him once. If that were the case, Luo Qingxue's gaze fell upon Qin Sheng, having witnessed him vanquish 3 colossal dragons using 3 powerful skills akin to forbidden spells. Most importantly, Qin Sheng had repeated the use of Windblade during that encounter, implying he had only 3 formidable skills at his disposal. If none of these 3 could eliminate Emperor Ease before them, then their fate would be sealed. If fireballs are futile, let us try this instead. Qin Sheng, undaunted, pointed his finger again, unleashing 605 lightning strikes alongside 605 wind blades upon Emperor Ease. Yet, Emperor Ease would not yield easily, countering with 3 beams of light. Although these beams failed to penetrate Qin Sheng's defenses, his consecutive skill strikes managed to inflict 300 points of damage on Emperor Ease, yet he remained unvanquished. At this moment, after casting the wind blade, Qin Sheng refrained from gathering further skills. Instead, he halted with his left palm resting on his chest and his right fist raised above his head. Haha, boy, have you exhausted your tricks? Although I am unsure how a youth like you wields such potent spiritual techniques, your 3 moves have run their course, and you possess no skills left that can harm me, proclaimed the malevolent Emperor Ease with a smug expression. On the other side, Luo Qingxue appeared pale as a ghost. Although Qin Sheng had yet to have his defenses breached by Emperor Ease, she believed he had exhausted all his skills capable of inflicting damage on him. Qin Sheng, you have tried your 3 powerful skills, akin to forbidden spells, yet they have failed to eliminate Emperor Ease. We should retreat, Luo Qingxue urged anxiously. Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Qin Sheng merely smiled. Who said I only possess 3 elementary skills? Elementary skills? Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his statement. At that moment, an unexpected chill descended around Qin Sheng, so intense that even Luo Qingxue, the ice archer, found it unbearable. The white mist surrounding him gradually congealed into a multitude of icy swords. This was not an apology, but rather the bone-chilling ice swords. Chapter 42. Say goodbye to this world, little brother. At that instant, Emperor Ease in the distance felt an acute sense of existential threat. The nonchalance in his eyes vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Sheng. As the cold air continued to coalesce, a total of 605 icy swords stood before Qin Sheng, arrayed in a military formation. These were the bone-chilling ice swords that Qin Sheng had recently mastered as a mid-tier skill. In the realm of Blue Star, skills are categorized into elementary, mid-tier, and high-tier, with not only differing effects but also varying degrees of potency. To put it simply, elementary skills deal a damage equal to 100 of 1's mental power, while mid-tier skills deal 200. This meant that Qin Sheng's current wave of bone-chilling ice swords could inflict a staggering 200 points of damage. Say goodbye to this world, little brother, Qin Sheng declared, pointing towards the distant Emperor Ease, and then the 605 icy swords shot forth like arrows. Emperor Ease lifted his eyes to behold the oncoming barrage of icy swords, laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn it, This kid possesses far too many powerful skills. I cannot sit idly by, otherwise, I will surely perish here. Realizing this, Emperor Is chose not to retreat, but charged headlong towards Qin Sheng amidst the hail of icy swords. He calculated that even if the icy swords inflicted high damage, they would not be enough to obliterate him. However, if he could eliminate Qin Sheng while braving the icy swords, all potential threats would be nullified. With this determination, he plunged into the encirclement of icy swords, resolutely advancing towards Qin Sheng. Yet, the icy swords possessed a freezing effect. With each step he took forward, his body became increasingly encased in ice. Nevertheless, Emperor Is pressed on, undeterred by the chill. Qin Sheng, be careful. This guy is desperate. Luo Qingxue discerned the perilous state of Emperor Is and rushed forward to warn him. However, at that moment, Qin Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the advancing figure of Emperor Is, unmoving in his stance. Luo Qingxue was perplexed, but he understood clearly. The damage inflicted by the bone-chilling ice swords on the enemy was merely the first wave. Once the icy aura enveloping the enemy accumulated to a critical point, it would freeze, and upon the explosion of ice, a second wave of damage would ensue. At this moment, Emperor Is continued his charge, inching closer to Qin Sheng. Almost there, just a little more. Haha, soon I shall crush this brat. However, just as Emperor Is was a mere step away from Qin Sheng, the icy aura emanating from him erupted violently. A terrifying cold swept in all directions. What is this? The overwhelming icy aura caused even Luo Qingxue, the ice archer, to change countenance, and she hurriedly looked on. Yet, all she could see was a swirling white mist. After what felt like an eternity, as the mist dissipated, Qin Sheng stood proudly suspended in midair. As Luo Qingxue finally discerned Qin Sheng's figure and the scene before him, her eyes widened in horror. At that moment, she gazed upon Qin Sheng's silhouette as if it were a monstrous entity. For in his grasp, he held the head of a creature adorned with 2 horns. This head belonged to none other than Emperor Is, who had just moments ago charged at Qin Sheng. Emperor Is's body had been reduced to powder by the secondary damage of the bone-chilling ice swords. The entire sequence, from Qin Sheng unleashing the bone-chilling ice swords to the demise of Emperor Is, transpired in less than a minute. Qin Sheng, a level 19 mage, astonishingly vanquished the level 39 Abyssal Demon, in the span of merely 1 minute. What an extraordinary display of power. At that moment, the system's announcements resonated in Qin Sheng's ears. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Abyssal Demon, earning 1 million experience points. Ding! Your level has risen to 20, granting you 16 free attribute points and an increase of 4 to all base attributes. Ding! Congratulations on completing the abyssal difficulty of the Dragon Palace, receiving the God-tier passive skill, Demon Body. 5 minutes prior, within the instance management office of the Dragon Palace, Assistant Wang, who had been monitoring the instance on his tablet, suddenly turned pale. Captain, Supervisor Wei, something's amiss. The instance has detected the presence of a demon within the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Assistant Wang exclaimed with urgency. What? A demon has appeared in the Abyssal Dragon Palace. The words of Assistant Wang prompted gasps of shock from Wei Wuji, Lei Wanjun, and even Long Yu, the team leader of the Abyssal Seekers. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting anger and a sense of helplessness. If Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue were merely challenging the Abyssal Boss Room, there might have been a chance for escape. However, encountering the cunning Abyssal Demon meant that no amount of lives would suffice. Damn it, Captain Long, hasn't the boss challenge mode expired yet? Lei Wanjun inquired anxiously. Not yet. There are still 20 minutes remaining for the boss room strategy. Long Yu's face also bore a hint of bitterness. It's all my fault, Wei Wuji said, his complexion turning ashen, lost in despair. Is the situation really that dire, Captain? Do they truly have no hope of survival? Zhao Xian from the Abyssal Seekers team asked Long Yu. I wish for their survival as well, but that is an Abyssal Demon, a formidable foe that once annihilated a full squad of 4-turn Abyssal Seekers. These 2 students aren't even at the 2nd turn. How could they possibly endure? Long Yu shook his head sadly. At that very moment, a light curtain suddenly appeared in the air above the instance's vortex, displaying an announcement regarding the professionals of the Abyssal Dragon Palace. The already tense crowd felt an even deeper chill in their hearts upon seeing the announcement. There are only 3 scenarios that trigger an announcement in the Abyssal Dragon Palace: an injury to a professional's death, or the successful completion of the instance. The 3 exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility of completing the abyssal difficulty of the Dragon Palace, a feat that had not been accomplished in over 300 years. They might have believed that Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue could survive before the demon's emergence, but now that the demon was present in the abyssal difficulty, which had previously wiped out a squad of Abyssal Seekers, how could they possibly escape unscathed? The only other option was a death announcement. With the announcement already issued, did it truly signify their demise? As the administrator of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, Wei Wuji now dared not glance at the announcement displayed on the screen. He could almost envision the horrific details that it contained. Well, it has come to this. The fate of these 2 prodigies is sealed. We can only manage the aftermath. Lei Wanjun sighed sorrowfully before turning to Long Yu. I will immediately deploy the demon suppression army, ready to confront any demons that might escape the instance. As for the abyssal difficulty, I leave that to you. Captain Long Lei Wanjun merely cast a brief glance at the announcement, not bothering to scrutinize its contents, as he believed the outcome was already decided. It was better to focus on the present rather than lament the fallen. Yet, his tone revealed the melancholy in his heart, as he had searched long to find such a prodigy as Qin Sheng, only to witness his downfall. However, according to Long Yu, in the boss strategy mode, the shorter the professionals lasted, the more monsters would emerge. Now that only 10 minutes had passed in the boss strategy mode and the announcement had already appeared, the number of monsters that would emerge could be easily imagined. Alright, Captain Lei, rest assured, I will take care of the rest. Zhao Xian, please activate the abyssal difficulty instance once more, Long Yu said, a look of sorrow crossing his face, as he then addressed the members of the abyssal seekers behind him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the instance, due to the wager between Qin Sheng and Bai Fei of the White Snake team, a crowd had gathered outside. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people gathered? Spoke a towering man wielding a long knife, who was none other than Chai Daler. Oh, it's Captain Chai. You see, just 15 minutes ago, Captain Bai Fei of the White Snake team made a bet with the professionals entering the instance, wagering 50 million. A warrior replied. What? Bai Fei wagered such a sum? Who is the opponent? Chai Daler asked, astonished. It's the wealthy woman who previously hired Bai Fei, along with a young lad who appears to have just awakened this year, the warrior responded. Goodness, are the students awakening this year so formidable? Chai Daler mused, his mind conjuring the image of Qin Sheng at the class transfer guild. Chapter 43, Instance Announcement. Only Qin Sheng is a genius. At that moment, Captain Bai Fei of the White Snake team stood at the entrance of the instance vortex, fixated on it. Haha, Captain, there's no need to be so anxious. They are bound to lose. Indeed, Captain, that is the abyssal difficulty. How could a newly awakened student possibly last half an hour? Exactly. Once they emerge in disgrace, that wealthy woman will realize that only our captain is her true support. Yet, as Bai Fei gazed at the vortex, a frown crossed his brow. 15 minutes have already elapsed, and those two still haven't emerged. Are they hiding in some corner? Hearing Bai Fei's concern, his companions chimed in. Captain, just watch. They must be sneaking around somewhere, trying to stall for time. But it's all right, Captain. Even if they manage to hide for 15 minutes. The monsters in the abyssal difficulty are terrifyingly numerous. Yes, perhaps they will soon be besieged by monsters, and the failure announcement will ring out. As if to validate their words, a light curtain suddenly appeared in the air above the vortex, displaying the instance announcement of the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Upon seeing the announcement, Bai Fei's face instantly lit up with joy. In Bai Fei's perspective, typically, there are 3 types of failure announcements: injury, death, and completion. The completion announcement is the rarest, especially in abyssal difficulty, where only death or failure remains, regardless of the outcome, given the wager and the time elapsed, which was still under 20 minutes. It was clear that Bai Fei had won. With this thought in mind, a radiant smile spread across Bai Fei's face as he approached the instance verification robot. Hey, verification robot, the announcement has been made. Victory has been determined. Quickly transfer the 50 million from that kid's account to mine. Upon hearing Bai Fei's words, the verification robot's eyes flickered, and it began processing. Ding. Judgment initiated. Winner, Qin Sheng. 100 million gold deducted from the loser Bai Fei's account and transferred to Qin Sheng's account. Bai Fei. Meanwhile, within the confines of the dungeon management office, what do you mean there is no trace of any monsters detected? How can this be possible? Commander Levin glared at his subordinate, questioning him vehemently. Commander, I assure you, upon receiving your orders, we commenced our investigation near the Abyssal Dragon Palace. However, the satellites have failed to detect any signs of monsters, the aide replied hastily, sensing the commander's rising fury. This shouldn't be the case. The announcement has been made, and they have activated the Abyssal Boss Challenge mode. How could there be no monsters? Levin pondered, perplexed. Equally confounded was Long Yu, who exclaimed, What do you mean? The Abyssal Passage still cannot be opened? Upon hearing teammate Zhao Xian's report, his eyes reflected his bewilderment. This is unexpected. The announcement was made, and logically, after Qin Sheng and the others' demise, the Abyssal instance should be reopened. Could there be another issue with the dungeon? At this thought, both Long Yu and Levin turned their gaze towards Wei Wuji, the dungeon administrator. Please, do not fret. I shall have someone investigate immediately. Assistant Wang. What are you standing there for? Wei Wuji said, preparing to dispatch his assistant for inquiries, only to find Assistant Wang frozen in place. Staring intently at the tablet displaying the dungeon's status, looking as though he were a statue, his eyes glued to the screen. No way, this can't be true. Absolutely impossible. Assistant Wang murmured incessantly, his gaze fixated on the tablet's display. What do you mean impossible? Levin, along with the others, exclaimed in unison. Their eyes now trained on the dazed Assistant Wang. Commander Levin, Supervisor Wei, Captain Long, perhaps it is best if you see for yourselves. Assistant Wang swallowed hard and projected the tablet's display onto the management room's large screen. The next moment, a striking announcement appeared, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Congratulations to the adventurers Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue for conquering the abyssal difficulty of the Abyssal Dragon Palace. We now commence the evaluation of the top-performing adventurers for this clearance. Qin Sheng, damage output 100, rated SSS. Qin Sheng, clearance speed 15 minutes, rated SSS. Gasp! The members of the Dungeon Management Office observed in stunned silence as the screen showcased the announcement regarding Qin Sheng's achievement in the abyssal difficulty. An immediate hush fell over the room, everyone captivated by the astonishingly abnormal clearance announcement. 15 minutes to clear the dungeon. Such a speed, regardless of the dungeon in question, is extraordinarily remarkable, not to mention that Qin Sheng cleared the abyssal difficulty of the Abyssal Dragon Palace. This accomplishment is unprecedented, surely unparalleled in the future. It would not only be an exceptional feat in the coastal city, but throughout the entire Southern Harmony province, or even the entirety of the Divine Xia Kingdom. However, what astonished the members of the management office even more was the 100 damage output. This implies that Qin Sheng had essentially completed the dungeon single-handedly. What does that signify? As the captain of the Abyssal Seekers, Long Yu understood this all too well. Having ascended from a mere team member to captain, he had participated in countless missions to breach the abyssal dungeons, where collaboration with teammates was crucial, yet survival was often precarious. Yet here stood Qin Sheng, who had achieved this feat alone. While others spoke of the members of the Abyssal Seekers as prodigies, it became evident to Long Yu that they were not the true geniuses. Only Qin Sheng was. How is he already level 20? Wei Wuji glanced at Qin Sheng's level increase, his face a mask of disbelief. If memory served correctly, the last time he checked, Qin Sheng was merely level 18. Though the difference between level the 18th and the 20th of may seem minimal, considering the standard pace of leveling among adventurers. The fastest would require at least a month in the Abyssal Dragon Palace, while others might take 2 to 3 months. Yet, Qin Sheng had achieved level 20 in less than 20 minutes. Is it possible that he repelled that evil creature? Laven speculated while rubbing his chin, externally calm. A tempest brewed within him, for he understood well how much experience was required to transition from level 18 to 20 after spending considerable time in the Abyssal Dragon Palace. Coupled with the prior emergence of the evil creature, ruling out all impossibilities led to only one conclusion. Qin Sheng had indeed repelled the evil creature. Furthermore, defeating the evil creature would yield experience points within the dungeon. However, from the creature's appearance to the announcement's issuance, less than a minute had passed. How extraordinarily abnormal was Qin Sheng? Such a prodigious talent must be enlisted into the Demon Suppression Army. Upon hearing Leven's words, both Wei Wuji and Long Yu found themselves grappling with disbelief, unable to counter the logic that dictated that if Qin Sheng had cleared the abyssal difficulty, it inherently meant he had repelled the emerging evil creature, the formidable Demon Emperor is. This was the very entity that had annihilated a squad comprised of 4-turn Abyssal Seekers. Commander Levan, may I propose something? We should allow Qin Sheng to join us, the Abyssal Seekers. Long Yu declared with fervor. A talent like Qin Sheng's would significantly reduce the casualties faced by their team. Chapter 44, The Convergence of All Laws and the Body of the Demon God. Simultaneously, outside the vortex of the dungeon, Bai Fei and his White Serpent squad were encircled around the notarization robot, shouting in protest. Hey, is this malfunctioning machine experiencing a bug? The announcement has already been made, can't you see? I clearly won. So why on earth did you transfer 100 million coins from my account to that kid Qin Sheng? Bai Fei's face was etched with anxiety. 100 million gold coins. That represented his entire fortune. After years of toil in the Abyssal Dragon Palace, he had painstakingly saved that amount, only to have it whisked away. How could this not make Bai Fei furious? Apologies, but this machine is not malfunctioning. The result is that Qin Sheng has won. The notarization robot replied coldly. Wait, on what grounds did he win? If anyone won, it should be our captain. Are you malfunctioning? Didn't you see the announcement? It's been less than 30 minutes. They must have failed the challenge. How could they have succeeded? The other members of the White Serpent squad clamored at the notarization robot. But soon, they realized that the previously raucous crowd behind them had grown eerily silent. What was happening? The members of the White Serpent squad were struck by a sudden thought, and they turned to follow the curious gazes of the crowd. There, in large, bold letters on the announcement, they read, Congratulations to adventurers Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue for conquering the abyssal difficulty of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, achieving a clearance time of 15 minutes, with Qin Sheng's damage output at 100 and Luo Qingxue's output still to be determined. As the silence enveloped them, Bai Fei, the captain, followed his teammate's gaze, and instantly, his pupils constricted, causing him to stumble back in disbelief. This is impossible. The dungeon must be malfunctioning. It was no wonder Bai Fei felt astonished. Leaving aside the extraordinary clearance speed, the notion of a 100 damage output was utterly bewildering. Is it not true that Qin Sheng single-handedly conquered the abyss difficulty of the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace? How is that even conceivable? He is merely a student who just awakened this year. Such prowess is simply unfathomable. The dungeon has not encountered a bug. This is the expected outcome. Bai Fei, standing beside him, received an instant reinforcement from the verification robot. Upon hearing the robot's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd once more. After all, the verification robot is linked to the system of the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace, and if it asserts that no bug occurred, then it undoubtedly did not. Who on earth is this Qin Sheng? This is astonishing. He has single-handedly cleared the Abyss difficulty. A powerhouse. Goodness. Someone pinch me to ascertain that I am not dreaming. I can hardly believe that a student has achieved this feat in the Abyss difficulty. It feels surreal. Henceforth, we shall refer to him as Brother Sheng. Indeed, with him around, we need no longer worry about dungeon anomalies. Rightly said, Brother Sheng is magnificent. With the cheers of one practitioner, others soon joined in the applause. Although they were previously unfamiliar with Qin Sheng, his successful navigation of the Abyss difficulty signifies that they can now delve into the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace without fear of the abyssal energy leaking and causing anomalies that might jeopardize their lives. By the way, I heard that before entering, Brother Sheng had a bet with a small team. Who dared to wager against him? They must be quite formidable. It was Bai Fei from the White Serpent team. Rumor has it he wagered 100 million. Bai Fei, who had been in a daze, suddenly felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, his expression sharpening instantly. Darn it, how could this happen? It must be a scheme devised by the capital. Bai Fei gritted his teeth in frustration. Inside the dungeon, Qin Sheng, having dispatched all foes, remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He was engrossed in examining the newly acquired god-tier passive skill, the body of the demon god, astonished by its implications. The body of the demon god. As he listened to the system's prompts, he began to scrutinize the details of this passive ability. Body of the demon god type. Passive effect. Grants the user a 0.1 damage reduction upon being attacked. Goodness, this is truly extraordinary. After perusing the description of the body of the demon god, Qin Sheng inhaled sharply. At first glance, the 0.1 damage reduction per attack might seem negligible to other practitioners. However, considering Qin Sheng's current ability to cast multiple spells simultaneously, this means he could potentially enjoy a 60 damage reduction upon being attacked. What difference does that make when it comes to damage mitigation? Satisfied with the skill's details, Qin Sheng nodded approvingly. Shortly thereafter, he received information regarding his second job transfer quest. Please select the difficulty of your second job transfer quest. Hell level. Without waiting for the system to finish, Qin Sheng exclaimed, having experienced the enhancements that came with the previous hell level difficulty. He resolutely chose this for his second job transfer quest. Ding. You have selected hell level difficulty. Your second job transfer quest is to slay a beast king of 1,000 beasts. A beast king of 1,000 beasts? Truly, the hell level second job transfer quest is indeed formidable. Qin Sheng rubbed his chin in contemplation. The term beast king of 1,000 beasts literally denotes a king that reigns over 1,000 magical creatures. The sheer number, 1,000 magical beasts, is indeed staggering. Since Qin Sheng's awakening, he has only slain a little over 600 magical creatures. 1,000 beasts are nearly double the number he has defeated thus far. Yet, this task is merely challenging for others. For him, it aligns perfectly. Qin Sheng chuckled. To slay a beast king of 1,000 beasts implies that it will be surrounded by numerous magical creatures. In that case, he could simultaneously accomplish his second job transfer quest while accumulating his spellcasting layers. If all goes well, enhancing his spellcasting layers by an additional 1,000 is not outside the realm of possibility. The future looks promising. His gaze then fell upon the purple chest he had just acquired. Ah, the exhilarating moment of opening a treasure chest has arrived. According to what Luo Qingxue had mentioned earlier, the boss treasure chest from the Abyss difficulty, when opened, grants an exclusive skill. I wonder what it could be. Ding. You have opened the Abyss treasure chest and obtained the intermediate skill. All techniques converge into one. All techniques converge into one. Qin Sheng grasped the skill book and began to peruse its contents. All techniques converge into one rank. Intermediate effect allows the fusion of skills, increasing their size and damage. With a cursory glance at the skill's description, Qin Sheng quickly grasped its essence. In simple terms, using the intermediate skill Fireball Barrage, which ordinarily allows for the casting of 3 fireballs, with all techniques converge into one, he can merge those 3 fireballs into a singular, larger fireball to strike his foes. Not only does the size increase, but so do the damage and attack range. This skill serves as an augmentation, while it may not be particularly potent for other mages. Given that fusing several fireballs only slightly increases their size and range, in Qin Sheng's hands, it becomes nothing short of extraordinary. His current spellcasting layers have reached an astonishing 606, thus he can merge 607 fireballs. Imagine a fireball of that magnitude, comparable to a miniature sun. If he were to fuse 607 windblade spells, could he potentially cleave the heavens in one strike? The mere thought exhilarated Qin Sheng. Learning. Ding. You have learned all techniques converge into one. Just as Qin Sheng completed his learning of the skill book, 2 beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping both him and Luo Qingxue. Are they about to teleport us already? Chapter 45. Captain of the 7th Demon Slayer team, codename 7. At that moment, outside the dungeon, several figures descended from the sky, three of whom emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura, immediately capturing the attention of all present. Among them, the most striking was a man clad in military garb, exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect. His body crackled with faint arcs of lightning, enhancing his already formidable aura. This man was Lei Wanjun, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Flanking him were Wei Wuji, the administrator of the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace, and Long Yu, the leader of the Abyssal Seekers. In ordinary circumstances, any one of these three figures would be someone that common practitioners would look up to in awe. Yet now, they stood quietly at the entrance of the dungeon, evidently awaiting someone. With such illustrious figures present, are they preparing to recruit someone? Indeed. Who wouldn't desire a talent capable of single-handedly clearing the abyss difficulty of the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace? My goodness, how exhilarating. While others are being interviewed by their superiors, Brother Sheng is interviewing the leaders directly. Do you think Brother Sheng is in need of a partner? Not at all. He can conquer the abyss difficulty solo. And once he enters the academy, won't he simply change partners daily? That's a narrow perspective. I'll say this, he could switch partners twice a day. At this moment, the crowd that had gathered outside the dungeon became increasingly animated due to Qin Sheng's astonishing achievements. Witnessing three prominent figures waiting at the dungeon's periphery for Qin Sheng left the onlookers utterly awestruck. In a flash of light, Qin Sheng, along with the bewildered Luo Qingxue, was teleported out. What on earth? As Qin Sheng opened his eyes, he found himself encircled by three burly men. Uncle Lei, you're here too. Luo Qingxue finally regained her composure, gazing at Lei Wanjun before her. Ah, it's good to see you, you little demon, Lei Wanjun acknowledged with a nod, before shifting his gaze to Qin Sheng. You've certainly surprised me, young man. Would you be interested in joining the Demon Suppression Army? Initially taken aback by Lei Wanjun's proposition, Qin Sheng soon recognized the man's identity. To be addressed as Uncle Lei by Luo Qingxue and to possess such an imposing presence could only belong to the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Commander, while I am quite intrigued by the Demon Suppression Army, I still need to prepare for the provincial examination, Qin Sheng replied, shaking his head. Rest assured, I do not intend for you to join the formal ranks of the Demon Suppression Army just yet. I wish to invite you to join the Demon Slaying Squad. This way, your studies will not be disrupted, and you can still enjoy the benefits of the army, Lei Wanjun explained with a smile. The Demon Slaying Squad? Qin Sheng inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, it is a temporary team we have established to tackle the increasingly rampant threats posed by the Death Mountains and the malevolent creatures. Members of the Demon Slaying Squad are tasked with purging evil entities, eliminating magical beasts, and confronting the Beast Kings. They will also explore the Death Mountains and undertake missions in certain abyssal territories. Although perilous, these tasks are undertaken at the discretion of the squad members. Lei Wanjun elaborated with a grin. Confronting the Beast Kings? Are you referring to the Beast Kings on the outskirts of the Death Mountains? Qin Sheng's eyes lit up at the mention of information pertaining to his second-class advancement quest. Indeed, several Beast Kings have recently escaped from the Death Mountains, one of which is the Thousand Beast King. We are currently tracking its whereabouts, Lei Wanjun confirmed with a nod, then seemed to recall something. I've heard that due to this year's reform of the provincial examination, the school will organize a mock exam beforehand, which will take place near the Death Mountains. You're worried about that, aren't you? Don't fret. I've already dispatched the Demon Suppression Army to eliminate the Thousand Beast King. Your safety will not be compromised, he assured Qin Sheng with a comforting smile. All right, I agree to join the Demon Slaying Squad, Qin Sheng responded with a smile. Recognizing the benefits and the opportunity to complete his second-class task, it was truly a win-win situation. Excellent. I will assign you to the 7th Squad and will handle the paperwork upon our return, Lei Wanjun said, a rare, radiant smile gracing his face at Qin Sheng's acceptance. By the way, Commander Lei, how should we deal with this? Qin Sheng suddenly recalled something and retrieved a head from his storage space. The very head of the Demon Emperor is. You didn't just repel him. You killed him, Lei Wanjun exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the severed head. He had initially thought Qin Sheng merely repelled the demon, but it turned out he had slain it. This must be taken back to the War God Hall for thorough examination. Since you have defeated a demon, we cannot simply assign you to the Demon Slaying Squad. I will promote you to the captain of the 7th Demon Slaying Squad, and you may choose your own codename, Lei Wanjun stated after a moment of contemplation. A codename? Well then, let us go with Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. All right, good codename. You have boundless potential. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps one day, you will become the chief captain of the entire Demon Slaying Squad. Lei Wanjun clapped Qin Sheng on the shoulder, beaming. Also, as a reward for your successful completion of the Abyss difficulty, take this equipment. With that, Lei Wanjun handed Qin Sheng a ring. Thank you, Commander. Qin Sheng accepted the ring, knowing that it wasn't the time to inspect its properties. Commander Lei, the rewards from the Demon Suppression Army have been distributed. May I have a word? Long Yu, the leader of the Abyssal Seekers, interjected with a grin. You're in quite a hurry. Speak up. Is it simply to have Qin Sheng join the Abyssal Seekers? Lei Wanjun waved him off, feigning annoyance. Hey, thanks, Commander Lei. Qin Sheng, would you be interested in joining the Abyssal Seekers? Long Yu rubbed his hands together and extended the invitation to Qin Sheng. I am already a member of the Abyssal Seekers, Qin Sheng replied, amused by Long Yu's words. He then pulled out a purple token, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. You're a member of the Abyssal Seekers? So, you had already qualified before entering the Dragon Palace dungeon? That can't be right. When you first arrived at the Dragon Palace, your level was only 13, right? You qualified as an Abyssal Seeker at level 13? Wei Wuji exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the token in Qin Sheng's hand. Qualified at level 13. Long Yu stood frozen, as if turned to stone. When he became an Abyssal Seeker, he was already at level 25. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to others without feeling inadequate. What are your achievements? 60 kills in 1 minute. Luo Qingxue gazed at the back of Qin Sheng's Abyssal Seeker token, which displayed his accomplishments, utterly thunderstruck. She had initially believed herself to be the only student to earn the Abyssal Seeker qualification, considering herself quite exceptional. Little did she know, not only had Qin Sheng obtained the qualification, but he also achieved 60 kills in a minute. To put it in perspective, it took Luo Qingxue over an hour to slay 32. What shocked her further was the realization that, given Qin Sheng's capabilities, he likely could have slain more than 60. The dungeon merely contained 60 elite magical creatures. At that moment, the crowd, upon learning that Qin Sheng was an Abyssal Seeker, erupted into a clamor of excitement. Meanwhile, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji surrounded Qin Sheng, as if they were admiring a treasure, while Luo Qingxue, once the celebrated prodigy, found herself sidelined. Seeing the situation unfold, a bitter smile crept across Luo Qingxue's lips. In the past, whether due to her status as a prodigy or her father's influence, she was always treated with reverence by the local elites in any city she visited. Now, however, the three prominent figures of Binhai City had no time to spare for her, entirely focused on Qin Sheng. Humph, just you wait. When the provincial examination arrives, I will ensure you are beneath me, she thought, puffing out her cheeks in determination before disappearing from the Dragon Palace dungeon, returning to Luo City. Old Zhang is quite ungrateful. With such an outstanding nephew, he didn't inform us sooner, Wei Wuji jested. Old Zhang, are you referring to Uncle Zhang? Do you know him? Qin Sheng asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, your Uncle Zhang and I are old friends. He entrusted me with your care, but unfortunately, I failed to look after you and ended up being taken care of by you instead, Wei Wuji replied with a chuckle. Wei Wuji shook his head, revealing a bittersweet smile. Originally, Zhang Weiguo had called to ask him to look after Qin Sheng, but instead, it was Qin Sheng who had rendered him a significant favor by resolving the task concerning Lei Wanjun. Oh, I must return a call to old Zhang and express my gratitude. As Wei Wuji mused to himself, he dialed Zhang Weiguo's number. Hello, old Zhang. I have some news for you. Your nephew Qin Sheng has entered the Abyss dungeon. Upon hearing Wei Wuji's words, Zhang Weiguo was taken aback for a moment. Then his voice grew somber. Sigh, old Wei, we've been close friends for so many years, so please do not jest with me. Is it true that Ah Sheng has perished within the Abyss dungeon? Zhang Weiguo spoke with palpable sorrow. In Zhang Weiguo's eyes, even though Qin Sheng was a divergent, the probability of death within the Abyss dungeon was exceedingly high. Did you have a quarrel with your Uncle Zhang? Why is he cursing you like this? Wei Wuji was somewhat perplexed by Zhang Weiguo's words. Uncle Zhang, I think it's better if I speak to him myself, Qin Sheng said with a wry smile. After taking the phone, Qin Sheng's voice resonated through the line. Uncle Zhang, it's me. I'm perfectly well, he said cheerfully. Ah Sheng, you're safe. That is wonderful. Darn it. Old Wei must be pulling my leg. It can't possibly be you who entered the Abyss dungeon. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's voice, Zhang Weiguo was initially stunned, but then his tone shifted to one of excitement. No, old Zhang, why would you think that? I'm not teasing you. Qin Sheng indeed entered the Abyss dungeon and successfully cleared it. Wei Wuji chimed in, taking back the phone with a teasing tone. Forget the explanations, Qin Sheng. Let us go. I'll take you to meet Weiguo directly. On the side, Lei Wanjun, unable to bear the lengthy exchange, seized Qin Sheng and, with a flash of lightning, vanished before the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon. Why did the call drop? At the entrance of the Transmutation Guild, Zhang Weiguo found himself puzzled. However, the next moment, a blue figure crackling with electricity descended from the sky. Captain. Upon recognizing the figure, both Zhang Weiguo and Bai Miao saluted Lei Wanjun. Weiguo. Without saying much, you've achieved a remarkable feat this time, adding a fierce warrior to our demon suppression army. Lei Wanjun waved his hand at Zhang Weiguo and Bai Miao, then added with a smile. A fierce warrior? Who is it? Zhang Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. It's this lad here. He single-handedly conquered the abyss difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace, eliminating the sword of Damocles that has loomed over our Binhai City. And as your recommender, isn't that a significant accomplishment? Lei Wanjun laughed heartily. What? Old Wei was not pulling my leg. He really cleared the abyss-level Abyss Dragon Palace. Zhang Weiguo's eyes widened with shock as he gazed at Qin Sheng. Disbelief etched across his face. Not just him. Bai Miao's eyes also reflected greater astonishment and horror than when she had seen Qin Sheng during the Transmutation Guild's assessment. It was hard to imagine that just a few hours had passed since Qin Sheng had cleared the Abyss difficulty, a feat not achieved in Binhai City for over 300 years. I've already decided. As a reward for recommending such talent, I'll promote you from Major to Colonel. Lei Wanjun first shared the uplifting news with Zhang Weiguo, then chuckled. All right, you two must have much to discuss. I want to intrude further. I'll head back to the Demon Suppression Army to attend to matters. With that, Lei Wanjun transformed into a bolt of blue lightning and vanished from the Transmutation Guild. Shang Yu. Zhang Weiguo looked at Qin Sheng, momentarily at a loss for words. Since his injury and retirement, his military rank had not improved, relegating him to behind-the-scenes teaching. He had never expected that due to Qin Sheng's dungeon run, he would be promoted 2 ranks from Major to Colonel. Uncle Zhang. This is merely what I should do, but if you truly wish to thank me, a meal of barbecue would suffice. Qin Sheng scratched his head, breaking into a radiant smile. Ha, is that all? Come on, barbecue on me, and let us invite old Bai. We'll drink until we can't anymore. Zhang Weiguo exclaimed as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Old Bai, do you know? I have good news for you. Remember that nephew Qin Sheng we watched grow up? He has something else now. On the other end, Bai Yao replied with a haughty tone. Of course, I know. He cleared the hell-level trial tower. That kid is truly making a name for himself. Thanks to him, the Transmutation Guild rewarded me with 16 million. How about you? Hearing Bai Yao's words, Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but puff out his chest. Puffed. What 16 million? Do you even know? Our nephew Qin Sheng just cleared the Abyss-level Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, not only entering the Demon Slayer team, but also becoming the captain of the 7th Squad. And because of him, my military rank has risen 2 tiers, far surpassing your measly 16 million. Bai Yao's voice brimmed with disbelief. What? Is that true? You can't be joking. When have I ever joked with you? Hurry and come out for barbecue. Let us celebrate this kid properly. We can't let old Qin down. After hanging up, Zhang Weiguo turned and prepared to take Qin Sheng and Bai Miao to the barbecue restaurant in Binhai City. Qin Sheng did not refuse. After such an exhausting day outside the city, he desperately needed to replenish his energy. Under Zhang Weiguo's guidance, Qin Sheng, Bai Miao, and Bai Yao met at the liveliest barbecue restaurant in Binhai City. At the dining table, Bai Yao and Zhang Weiguo continuously patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder, nearly giving him a bone-crushing massage. The two exchanged toasts, while Qin Sheng merely sipped on bottles of iced cola. Meanwhile, Bai Miao kept her head down, devouring the barbecue, only occasionally glancing at Qin Sheng, only to quickly turn her face away as if it were on fire. Time flew by swiftly. You promised to take me home. Why are you two drunk first? Qin Sheng looked at Zhang Weiguo and Bai Yao, who were already out of their wits, and smiled wryly as he rubbed his forehead. Just moments ago, these two uncles had been advising him to be careful on the way back, and now they were the ones passed out. I'll take Uncle Zhang and Uncle Bai home. You have your mock exam tomorrow, so you should head back, Bai Miao said softly to Qin Sheng. Yet, despite her lowered gaze, Qin Sheng could still see the rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. This girl seems a bit socially anxious, he thought. All right then. I'll leave it to you. Qin Sheng replied with a smile, not refusing, as he was indeed quite exhausted and needed to prepare for the mock exam the next day. Qin Sheng, here's the location for tomorrow's provincial exam simulation. It starts at 10 a.m., so be sure to arrive on time. Lin Hai's message flashed on Qin Sheng's phone, and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Just earlier during the meal, Bai Yao had brought up the provincial exam simulation. He had shared Principal Lin Hai's WeChat with Qin Sheng, and after a brief exchange, Qin Sheng received the coordinates from Lin Hai. Okay, you all be careful on the road. Qin Sheng smiled and nodded at Bai Miao before heading home. Before long, Qin Sheng returned to his room. After a quick wash, he retrieved the ring from his backpack space. The equipment bestowed by the leader of the Demon Suppression Corps should be exceptional, thought Qin Sheng as he examined the details of the ring. Chapter 47. The Ring of Reversal and the Trial Scroll of the Tianyuan Tower. The Ring of Reversal. Grade, Legendary. Special skill, once donned by a professional. It can rebound a projectile attack. Remarkable. Qin Sheng marveled at the basic introduction of the Ring of Reversal. The skill effect of rebounding an attack is indeed a rare treasure, akin to a coveted defensive mechanism. Truly, the leader of the Demon Suppression Corps is generous. One must understand that in Blue Star's meager drop rates, any equipment possessing a skill is worth its weight in gold. Once it hits the market, it is typically snatched up in an instant, let alone the skill carried by this Ring of Reversal, which is a rare form of rebound skill. Rebounding is fundamentally different from mere armor. With a rebound skill, one can reflect an enemy's attack, amplifying the damage based on the strength of the assailant's strike. Contemplating this, Qin Sheng found himself momentarily breathless. The skill of the Ring of Reversal, when given to another, might merely serve as a survival mechanism, but in Qin Sheng's hands, it could catalyze a qualitative leap in his power. Given Qin Sheng's ability to cast multiple spells, this skill could be applied to the equipment, meaning he could potentially rebound an enemy's attack 607 times. Good heavens, what kind of concept is this? It is akin to the first emperor of Qin touching live wires, an utter triumph. With 607 rebounds, He could stand still before a boss and still have it defeated by the reflected attacks. After simply donning the ring of reversal, Qin Sheng lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber, awaiting the provincial examination simulation the next day. On the following day, an early rising Qin Sheng received a delivery, personally brought by the Demon Suppression Corps. He briefly set aside the package and, upon opening it, discovered a badge belonging to the captain of the 7th Demon Slaughter Squad. After securing it, Qin Sheng took a taxi directly to the venue for the provincial examination simulation. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Is this the Death Mountains? Truly, the land lives up to its name. Qin Sheng murmured as he gazed at the ominous peaks before him. In the far distance loomed a colossal mountain shrouded in dark purple mist. According to the information he had previously encountered online, this mountain had emerged alongside the onset of game datization, manifesting as a vast death mountain that nearly spanned the entirety of the divine summer kingdom. Within the Death Mountains lurked innumerable demons and malevolent creatures, prompting cities neighboring the mountains to dispatch professionals and the Demon Suppression Corps for concentrated purging. There were even speculations that this Death Mountain was not a mountain at all, but rather the corpse of some powerful demon or creature. Such conjectures arose from a rumor claiming that a professional, during an exploration of the Death Mountains, encountered a gigantic eye within the mountains. As Qin Sheng pondered this in his mind, he arrived at the assembly hall. The hall was already filled with numerous individuals, predominantly students from the elite classes of the 3 war academies. Brother Sheng, over here. Upon entering the hall, Qin Sheng heard a call and turned to see it was Ning Qingfeng from the ordinary class of the war academy. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Ning Qingfeng, he felt a tinge of confusion. I see most here are elite class students. Why are there no ordinary class students in sight? Ning Qingfeng's expression turned somewhat grim before he smiled and explained, Brother Sheng, you may not be aware, but this provincial examination simulation is actually hosted by the Storm Guild. They have invested considerable resources to manage the abnormal realm, so it is unlikely ordinary class students could enter for free. Even the elite class students had to pay a hefty price. If our principal hadn't reached into his own pockets, I wouldn't be able to participate in this simulation. Nodding in understanding, Qin Sheng now comprehended why the assembly was predominantly filled with elite class students. Before he could dwell further on it, countless gazes suddenly converged upon him. After all, Qin Sheng had recently cleared a hell-level dungeon, making him a figure of great interest among the students. Isn't that Qin Sheng? He didn't show up at the trial tower yesterday. I thought he wouldn't come. Indeed, he was absent all day. I assumed Zhang Hao had taken revenge on him. No kidding, Zhang Hao is quite petty. Hey, don't say more. It seems Zhang Hao has arrived. Amidst the astonished exclamations of a few elite class students, Zhang Hao and his team stepped to the front of the hall. Zhang Hao surveyed the room and soon fixed his gaze on Qin Sheng. Noticing Zhang Hao's stare, Qin Sheng met it head-on without hesitation. After all, he had already dispatched Zhang Hao's brother, and he bore no qualms about sending Zhang Hao to meet him as well. What audacity. If I could contact my brother, I would have him deal with you. Zhang Hao retorted angrily. Lin Hai, the dean of the War Academy, glanced at Qin Sheng and shook his head with a sigh. He had initially believed he had discovered a promising talent, but since Qin Sheng had soloed the hell-level dungeon, he had not returned to grind dungeons again. Alas, the youth is too impetuous. Having achieved a minor success, he has become somewhat arrogant, Lin Hai lamented. In his view, Qin Sheng's ability to solo a hell-level dungeon indicated some degree of talent. Unfortunately, his pride had led him to neglect leveling up, and he had likely fallen behind Zhang Hao by now. As the students from the 3 war academies waited under the guidance of their respective deans, a lean middle-aged man stepped forward. Haha, esteemed deans and students, thank you for your hard work. Welcome to the assembly point established by the Storm Guild in the Death Mountains. The president of the Storm Guild, Zhang Bao, greeted them with a smile. Indeed, this assembly point, situated at the edge of the Death Mountains, was managed by the Storm Guild, with Zhang Bao being the father of Zhang Hao. He was also known as the Smiling Tiger of Binhai City. Upon seeing Zhang Bao, Zhang Hao proudly lifted his chin, glancing towards his father, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Bao then approached the faculty and students of the War Academy, adopting a serious demeanor as he nodded to the 3 deans and addressed the students gathered in the hall. This time, to motivate all of you to strive in slaying monsters, I, in consultation with the 3 deans, have decided to offer a trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower as a reward for the first place in this simulation examination. Zhang Bao produced a golden black card from his possession, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. This trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower had cost him considerable effort, along with a significant investment of gold into the 3 academies, to persuade the deans to retrieve it from the War Academy's treasury. The trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower? Qin Sheng gazed in astonishment at the gilded card in Zhang Bao's hand. It was well known that the Tianyuan Tower was a legendary dungeon throughout the entirety of the Divine Xia Kingdom, renowned not only for its astonishing drop rates, wherein those who recorded their feats could obtain an epic-grade piece of equipment, but also for the additional rewards bestowed upon first-time challengers. The fact that Zhang Bao presented such a costly trial voucher as a reward was decidedly unsettling, indeed profoundly so. Chapter 48, Conspiracy and the Trail of the Beast King. It didn't take long for Zhang Bao to reveal his true intentions. Now, I shall announce the contents of the mock examination, he began. Due to the recent reforms in the provincial examination, I, in consultation with the principals, have decided that the mock provincial test will take place at the assembly point managed by our guild. The task will involve slaying monsters in the anomalous realm behind me. As he spoke, he gestured toward the teleportation array behind him, where several array mages were diligently setting up the portal. The term anomalous realm left many students confused. However, as the previous top student in the humanities, information about the anomalous realm naturally surfaced in Qin Sheng's mind. In essence, the anomalous realm was the area tainted by the abyssal aura emanating from the Death Mountains. Although this region was indeed home to abyssal energies and magical beasts, the Demon Suppression Army had spent years purging these areas. Consequently, while the number of magical beasts remained significant, most were of lower levels and weaker in strength. Thus, these regions, deemed less threatening, were entrusted to civilian guilds for management, with the Storm Guild being one of them. These guilds capitalized on the opportunities these areas presented for profit. Yet, herein lay the crux of the problem. This was Storm Guild's territory, and Zhang Hao, being Zhang Bao's son, had undoubtedly undergone secret training under his father's guidance. Despite the supposed randomness of the teleportation, it was evident that Zhang Hao would be sent to the most advantageous combat position. Moreover, the Tianyuan Tower trial voucher, claimed to be a reward for the first place, was, in reality, preordained, merely a formality to be observed. At this moment, the students in the hall, though largely unfamiliar with the anomalous realm, grasped that this mock trial was markedly different from the trial tower. They would genuinely confront real magical beasts. Fear and hesitation flickered across their faces. Zhang Bao, standing at the forefront of the crowd, observed their expressions with satisfaction. The more anxious they appeared, the more secure Zhang Hao's victory seemed. Now, I shall elucidate the specific rules of the mock examination. Upon your arrival in the anomalous realm, you will encounter thousands of magical beasts. The number of beasts you slay will be displayed on the screen beside you, for your safety and convenience in tallying. The Storm Guild will provide each of you with an electronic wristband, which records your kills and includes a life-saving function. Just as Zhang Bao concluded, several staff members from the Storm Guild distributed 20 wristbands to 18 students from the elite class, as well as to Qin Sheng and Ning Qingfeng. The wristbands were designed to track the kill count, and pressing the red button would teleport the practitioner back to the Storm Guild hall. Sensing no issues, Qin Sheng briefly scanned the wristband with his observational skill before donning it. The remaining students in the hall also equipped their wristbands. Students, the teleportation arrays are now prepared. Please step into the arrays, Zhang Bao instructed cheerfully, as 10 teleportation arrays behind him began to glow faintly, evidently set up by the array mages. Qin Sheng contemplated the relationship between the teleportation arrays and the anomalous realm. Due to the considerable distance from Binhai City to the anomalous realm, entering the latter from within the city necessitated using the teleportation arrays established by the array mages. This vast stretch of land served as a buffer zone between humans and magical beasts. Given the cooldown of the teleportation arrays, only 10 students could be sent into the anomalous realm at a time. Now, I will announce the list of students entering the anomalous realm, Zhang Bao said, grinning as he began to read out names. Wang Jie, Chen Xian, Jiang Xing, Qin Sheng, Zhang Hao. As Zhang Bao called out the names, 10 students, including Qin Sheng, emerged from the crowd, 9 from the elite class and 1 from the ordinary class. Please prepare yourselves and step into the teleportation arrays, Zhang Bao said, stepping aside to clear the path to the arrays. Make way, I'll go first, Zhang Hao exclaimed, having caught Zhang Bao's subtle signal. Understanding immediately, he rushed toward the teleportation array that Zhang Bao had indicated. Just before stepping into the array, Zhang Hao turned and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Qin Sheng. Laden with provocation, Qin Sheng's gaze darkened with murderous intent. Simultaneously, the other 8 elite class students readied themselves and stepped into the teleportation arrays. Go for it, Shenggu, cheered Ning Qingfeng, the only other ordinary class student present. Qin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the array. In the fleeting second before his teleportation, Zhang Bao exchanged a knowing glance with the array mage beside him. The mage instantly understood Zhang Bao's intent. Send this boy to the most perilous location, the area where the Beast King roams. Indeed, the Beast King that had previously emerged from the Death Mountains had long since wandered into the territory managed by the Storm Guild. However, it had remained hidden in the depths of the anomalous realm. The Storm Guild had refrained from confronting it to avoid significant losses in manpower. Now, they would exploit the Beast King to eliminate Qin Sheng without lifting a finger. As the array mage executed the operation, Qin Sheng vanished from the teleportation array. A flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself in the anomalous realm. Upon opening his eyes, he began to survey the surroundings. The anomalous realm was littered with dilapidated houses, toppled and askew. Just as the online information had described, this area had once been a quaint town, only to succumb to the corruption of abyssal energies and the trampling of monstrous creatures, resulting in its current state. Qin Sheng nodded, taking in the scene before him. Let us first employ the scrying technique to observe our surroundings and ascertain whether any traces of magical beasts are present. With this thought in mind, Qin Sheng activated the scrying spell, scanning the surrounding information. What is this? Noticing the data relayed from the spell, Qin Sheng felt a surge of astonishment. A wounded beast king has been detected nearby. Caution is advised. Chapter 49. The 7th Demon-Slaying Squad and the Enigmatic Captain. To encounter the beast king so swiftly was unexpected. Qin Sheng was momentarily elated by the revelation from the scrying spell. However, this elation swiftly gave way to a contemplative silence. His concern was not about his capability to vanquish the beast king. Given his current spellcasting level of 606, he knew that even an uninjured beast king would not stand a chance against him. The reason Qin Sheng refrained from pursuing was due to the intelligence he had previously acquired from Lei Wanwan, which indicated that this particular beast king was exceptionally adept at transformation, being a rare, shape-shifting magical beast known as the Thousand Mirage Spirit Fox. After escaping from the Death Mountains, this Thousand Mirage Spirit Fox had evaded the relentless pursuit of the demon-slaying army by disguising itself as various other magical beasts, ultimately fleeing to the area of mutation. Thus, even if Qin Sheng could keep pace with the beast king, it would likely change its form and blend into the herd, rendering his pursuit a futile waste of time. But I have this. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up as he recalled a particular skill from his arsenal, the taunt ability, capable of drawing magical beasts within a radius of 100 meters. Now, with his spellcasting level at 606, he could attract beasts from as far as 60,000 meters away, sufficient to summon the entire population of magical creatures in the area of mutation. What if there are too many beasts to identify the true adversary? The solution is simple. Eliminate them all. A smile crept across Qin Sheng's lips as he declared, "Taunt, activate." As he invoked the taunt ability, a wave of sound, imperceptible to the naked eye, rippled outward, swiftly influencing the entirety of the mutation zone. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, a member of a rare profession, was relentlessly bombarding a magical beast with his skills. Almost there, just a few more spells, and he would slay this creature. Zhang Hao, filled with excitement, was positioned at a strategic combat location meticulously chosen by his father, Zhang Bao. This location was a stone platform surrounded by water on all sides. Remarkably sturdy and elevated, perfect for a mage like Zhang Hao to engage in battle. Qin Sheng, just wait. Today marks the day you shall be beneath my feet. As the magical beast neared its demise from his relentless assaults, it suddenly glimmered with a more furious light. Zhang Hao, witnessing this, bellowed, "Not good. It's about to retaliate." He instinctively assumed a defensive posture. However, the next moment, the magical beast did not charge at him as he had anticipated. Instead, it pivoted and fled in an entirely different direction, leaving Zhang Hao bewildered. Not only this beast, but others that had been drawn to Zhang Hao by his spells also seemed to heed some unseen call, abandoning their pursuit and sprinting off in another direction. What is happening? Zhang Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. Realizing the situation, he dashed toward the fleeing beasts, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. "Damn it. Don't run. How am I supposed to survive if you flee?" It was known that Zhang Bao had expended a significant portion of the Storm Guild's wealth to persuade 3 war academies to offer the trial scroll for the Tianyuan Tower as a reward. Should Zhang Hao fail to secure first place and allow someone else to claim the trial scroll, they would be left with nothing. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded before the 8 elite class students. The magical beasts they were battling disregarded them entirely, bolting toward a specific direction. In the instance, within the dungeon hall, the 3 principals reassured one another regarding the students' safety. "We have equipped them with teleportation rings. They can be summoned at any moment. Assistant Zhang, please serve some tea to the 3 principals." Zhang Bao cheerfully called to his assistant, who wore black stockings. Soon, Assistant Zhang approached gracefully, carrying 4 cups of tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, a rich and invigorating scent that eased the furrowed brows of the 3 principals. Just as they prepared to savor the tea, their attention was drawn to the dungeon entrance, where a 4-member squad entered, each member well-equipped, most notably adorned with a distinctive emblem on their right shoulder, a depiction of a sword and a dagger crossed over a demon. It was the demon-slaying squad. The 3 principals and Zhang Bao exclaimed in unison. The squad consisted of 2 men and 2 women. One male was lean, the other robust, while one female was tall and the other petite, resembling a young girl. "There's no need to be alarmed. We are the 7th demon-slaying squad, dispatched by the demon-slaying army to ensure student safety. Should any unusual circumstances arise, please inform us, and we will address them promptly," the tall girl at the forefront stated with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Bao and the principals felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had initially feared the squad's arrival signified an emergency. Instead, it was a measure of security. Meanwhile, the elite class students engaged in spirited discussions, speculating who would prevail in a contest of strength. Zhang Hao, who had ventured into the wild to confront beasts, or Qin Sheng, who had triumphed over the hellish dungeon solo. Is there any doubt? Clearly, Qin Sheng holds the upper hand, having conquered a hell-level dungeon alone, one student asserted. Not so fast. While Qin Sheng may have soloed the dungeon, let us not forget he didn't show up yesterday. He could have become complacent, interjected another. Who said that? Brother Sheng had just soloed a hell-level dungeon the day before yesterday. He must be even stronger now. Zhang Hao can't possibly compare. Ning Qingfeng passionately countered. What of his soloing the dungeon? The magical beasts within have been suppressed and weakened. Zhang Hao faced genuine wild beasts yesterday. If we were to simulate a provincial examination, Zhang Hao would undoubtedly outperform Qin Sheng. Ning Qingfeng, hearing this, bristled with indignation and prepared to argue further. An uproar filled the hall, reaching even the ears of the demon-slaying squad in the distance. Sister Wanqing, what do you suppose they are arguing about? The petite girl, Lu Qianqian, inquired of the tall girl leading the group, Lin Wanqing. It seems to be merely a discussion among classmates regarding the prodigies, Lin Wanqing replied. Lin Wanqing shook her head, seemingly unfazed. Humph, no matter how brilliant one may be, can they surpass our captain's genius? The slender man in the team wore a scornful expression. Captain? Upon hearing the slender man's remark, Zhang Bao and the three principals were momentarily taken aback. According to their knowledge, this demon-slaying Squad 7 had recently been established and had always consisted of 4 members, when had a captain been parachuted in. However, the next words from the demon-slaying squad member struck like thunder amidst the crowd. Indeed, our new captain is extraordinarily powerful, beyond imagination. A abyssal hunter who can eliminate 60 elite monsters in a minute and a solo player of abyss-level difficulty is actually the same person. Another robust boy in the team gasped, his voice laced with disbelief. What? An abyssal hunter who can slay 60 elite monsters in a minute and tackle abyss-level difficulty solo. Upon hearing the robust boy's words, Zhang Bao and the three principals exchanged glances of sheer terror as they turned their gazes toward Lin Wanqing, the leader of the demon-slaying squad. Indeed, he speaks the truth. Although we have yet to meet this new captain, the records indicate that these feats have been recognized by the commander of the demon-slaying army. This is nothing short of a prodigy among prodigies, Lin Wanqing remarked, her face etched with incredulity. Upon Lin Wanqing's confirmation, Zhang Bao and the three principals inhaled sharply. Good heavens! Whether it be slaying 60 elite-level monsters in a minute or conquering abyss-level difficulty, either of these accomplishments would send shockwaves throughout Coastal City, if not the entire southern province. The fact that both astonishing feats belong to the same individual is simply staggering. Who could this captain be, exhibiting such valor? Chapter 50, The Beast Tide, Uprising, and the Sun. So, Ning Qingfeng, did you hear that? There are many who surpass Qin Sheng. A student from the elite class remarked as he recovered from his shock and turned to Ning Qingfeng. Humph, I meant among high schoolers. Brother Sheng is the best. I'm not counting the members of the demon-slaying army, Ning Qingfeng retorted, his face flushing crimson. Surely, someone capable of slaying 60 elite monsters in a minute and conquering abyss-level dungeons cannot possibly be a high school student. They must be an elite cultivated within the demon-slaying army. Hearing Ning Qingfeng's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Wanqing, leading the demon-slaying squad. At that moment, Lin Wanqing fell into a contemplative silence. Although they had seen the captain's dossier, all details regarding age, identity, and name were conspicuously redacted. They only knew the new captain's codename, Qi. Nothing else was disclosed, and prior to receiving this new captain's dossier, they had never heard of such an impressive young individual within the demon-slaying army. However, to suggest that this new captain was a high school student seemed rather implausible. It was common knowledge that even those high schoolers with the backing of influential families would take at least a month to awaken. How could anyone grow to the level of slaying 60 elite monsters in a minute and conquering abyss-level dungeons in such a short time? I told you. Such a significant figure must be an elite nurtured within the demon-slaying army, Ning Qingfeng asserted confidently, observing Lin Wanqing's pensive expression. By the way, Deputy Captain Lin, may I inquire what your new captain's name is? Lin Hai asked, puzzled about the emergence of such a powerful young individual in Coastal City. We do not know the name of the new captain. We only know that their code name is Qi, Lin Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Just as she was about to elaborate when suddenly, alarms blared throughout the hall. What is happening? What is going on? Zhang Bao inquired urgently of his assistant, Zhang. Our report. President Zhang, a beast-tide uprising has been detected in the altered territory. Zhang, clutching a tablet, looked visibly alarmed. What? Immediately inform the students via their wristbands to evacuate the altered territory. Zhang Bao commanded in a panic. I implore the three principals to notify the city lord. The rest of you, follow me to the front lines. We must not allow the beast horde to breach the city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Wanqing knew this was beyond the capabilities of their squad. She promptly instructed the three principals to contact the city lord while she prepared to lead her three teammates into the Storm Guild's teleportation array to head toward the altered territory. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, Lin Yin, the lord of Coastal City, sat leisurely sipping coffee while scrutinizing a stack of thick reports. The names inscribed on those documents were, in fact, Qin Sheng's. Slaying 60 elite monsters in a minute and conquering abyss-level difficulty? When did Coastal City give rise to such a formidable young talent? This is a candidate for provincial, no, perhaps even national honors. Just as Lin Yan was reveling in delight while perusing Qin Sheng's dossier, the door was abruptly flung open, and his assistant, Yang Qianqian, rushed in, clad in black stockings. Startled by the sudden noise, Lin Yan nearly spilled his coffee on Qin Sheng's documents. What is the matter? Why the frantic haste? Lin Yan frowned. Yang Qianqian, her expression anxious, replied, "It's bad, my lord. A beast-tide uprising has occurred in the altered territory." "How can that be? The beasts in the altered territory have always been quiet. How could there suddenly be a beast-tide uprising?" Lin Yan pondered, momentarily at a loss. "Indeed, my lord, a beast-tide uprising has been confirmed. We've detected nearly 1,000 beasts gathering in the altered territory. The cause is likely the 1,000-beast king that escaped earlier." Yang Qianqian adjusted her glasses, analyzing the situation carefully. "It seems old Lei is not very reliable. I'll deal with him later," Lin Yan sighed, stretching lazily, adopting a demeanor of readiness for battle. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Qin Sheng glanced at the monstrous tide surging toward him like a tempest. "Warning, the injured 1,000-beast king is concealed within the horde. Exercise caution." "Indeed, my taunt works even on the 1,000-beast king," Qin Sheng smirked, retracting his observation skill. "The time is ripe. I wonder how many beasts will fall to my son." Chuckling, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a colossal fireball, reminiscent of the sun, hovered before him. A result of his skill, all methods returned to 1. Shortly after Qin Sheng deployed his taunt, he unleashed his fireball spell. And under the enhancement of all methods returned to 1, all fireballs began to merge until all 607 fireballs fused into a singular, immense sun. At that moment, the tidal wave of monsters drew ever closer. "Come forth, art is my star." Qin Sheng grinned, then with a flick of his finger, the suspended sun plummeted toward the monstrous horde. In an instant, the falling sun unleashed a cataclysmic tempest, culminating in a terrifying mushroom cloud. All the ferocious wolf beasts at the forefront were annihilated, along with the subsequent flying snake beasts, leaving no survivors. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 200 magical beasts, earning you 400 layers of spellcasting, bringing your current spellcasting total to 1,006 layers. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Beast King, the 1,000 Illusion Spirit Fox, successfully completing your second transformation quest. Ding! You have achieved the second transformation. With each level up, your basic attributes increase by 8 points, and your free attributes by 32 points. Ding! Your multiple spellcasting has leveled up. Now, with every beast you slay, you gain 3 layers of multiple spellcasting. To Qin Sheng's surprise, the 1,000 Illusion Spirit Fox was defeated so swiftly and with such ease. After a moment's contemplation, he realized it was likely due to his taunt ability. The essence of the taunt technique lies in releasing noise directly into the minds of the beasts. As the Beast King, the 1,000 Illusion Spirit Fox possessed intelligence, yet it was the one most susceptible to this auditory disturbance. Thus, it charged to the front of the group, seeking to eliminate Qin Sheng and silence the cacophony in its mind. However, this miscalculation inadvertently granted Qin Sheng the opportunity for a decisive strike. Indeed, his multiple spellcasting had risen to level 3, and he nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this enhancement. His gaze then shifted towards the 800 beasts in the distance, their terrifying momentum reverberating through the mutated land with each thunderous step, shaking even the weaker stone platforms, which cracked apart under the assault. Any other adventurer witnessing such a tide of beasts would likely tremble in fear, yet Qin Sheng, too, felt a tremor. Though it was not from dread, but from exhilaration. Now that his multiple spellcasting had reached level 3, every beast he felled would add 3 layers to his total. This meant there were 2,400 layers of multiple spellcasting awaiting him. Qin Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the approaching beasts. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao stood at a distance, dumbfounded, as he gazed at the epicenter of the explosions. He had just arrived at this gathering of beasts, yet he was astonished to see a colossal fireball resembling the sun in the sky. Chapter 51. The killing count soaring beyond the skies. Zhang Hao's mind raced as he recalled the immense fireball that had plunged to the ground, leaving him in a state of shock, staring blankly into the distance. Such terrifying power could only belong to a forbidden spell, he surmised, as he observed the terrifying mushroom cloud erupting with the setting sun. Zhang Hao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the Beast King had appeared? In the chaos of the beast horde, battles occasionally erupted among the beasts vying for dominance, with victorious kings often wielding formidable abilities. Yet he quickly shook his head. Such overwhelming power could not possibly stem from the injured Beast King in the mutated land. Even the king of 10,000 beasts could not unleash such a devastating skill. Could it be a spell cast by some adventurer? Yet that seemed implausible. Zhang Hao's thoughts buzzed as he considered the possibility of an adventurer wielding such a power. If that were the case, the strength of the spell would surely rival that of a forbidden incantation. But this was the mutated land. What kind of powerhouse capable of casting forbidden spells would wander here? It would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Just as confusion engulfed Zhang Hao, His eyes widened further in disbelief. For at that moment, he witnessed an even more astonishing sight. In his line of sight, bolts of lightning were coalescing in the sky, forming a spear of thunder that radiated earth-shattering might. Am I dreaming? Zhang Hao thought, his gaze fixated on the ever-growing thunder spear. Meanwhile, at the center of the beast tide, Qin Sheng was calmly invoking the technique of all methods returning to one, consolidating the power and area of his skills. Before him, a swarm of fire dragons was relentlessly launching fireballs at him. Yet, Qin Sheng remained unfazed amidst the onslaught, for around him flowed a ribbon-like shield, encircling him. The fireballs that struck him rebounded upon contact with the flowing shield. Qin Sheng glanced at the fireballs ricocheting back, a smile gracing his lips. The reverse flow ring is truly effective, particularly against these hordes. In the next moment, the thunder spear above his head had fully formed. Go! With a flick of his finger, the spear descended from the heavens like a wrathful dragon, infused with potent lightning, crashing down upon the foremost 200 fire dragons. In an instant, as the thunder wreaked havoc, the 200 fire dragons were obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 200 fire dragons, elevating you to level 22, earning you 600 layers of spellcasting, bringing your current total to 1606 layers. Excellent. The spellcasting layers had increased by 600, and he had leveled up twice. Onward to further carnage. Qin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. He had come to the mutated land with 3 objectives. The first was to slay beasts. The second was to slay beasts, and the third was unequivocally to slay beasts. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao stood at a distance, mouth agape in shock. For after the apocalyptic thunder spear fell, a blue thread began to coalesce in midair, or more accurately, a crescent moon, immense as the moon itself. In the wake of Zhang Hao's astonished gaze, the blue crescent was unleashed, directly decimating 300 beasts ahead. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 300 beasts, leveling you up by 3 levels. All basic attributes increase by 24, and free attributes by 96. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 300 beasts, earning you 900 layers of spellcasting. Splendid! Another boost. After a brief assessment of his gains, Qin Sheng began to gather his skills anew. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao gulped, realizing he could no longer linger, regardless of whether a forbidden incantation was being cast or a beast king was unleashing an attack. With a quick decision, he activated the teleportation ring on his right hand, and in a flash of white light, he was transported back to the Storm Guild. Simultaneously, in the Storm Guild's hall. What did you say? There are still students who haven't teleported back? Lin Wanqing exclaimed anxiously at the array master before her. Captain Lin, we are equally concerned, but indeed, one student has yet to return. The teleportation ring only activates when the student uses it themselves. We cannot do anything. The array master explained hurriedly, being grasped by the collar. Damn it, what a wretched device. A lean man in the team cursed. Jibuchan, you fool. This is not a device, it's equipment. As long as that student does not use it, we are helpless, the burly man chastised Jibuchan. Upon hearing the words of the robust man, Lin Wanqing and her 2 teammates displayed expressions of profound anxiety. It had been quite some time since the beast horde erupted. Had the students within already encountered peril? Just moments ago, the majority of the elite class students had returned via the teleportation rings, including Zhang Hao, who had just reappeared. However, Lin Wanqing, preparing to enter the mutated realm, discovered that one student had yet to make their way back. As long as even a single student remained unaccounted for in the mutated realm, all 10 teleportation circles would remain in a state of cooldown. The elite class was present. Could it be that Qin Sheng was the one who had not returned? Zhang Bao counted the individuals before him, feigning surprise while secretly relishing the situation. This lad must have certainly perished at the hands of the Beast King. What? Brother Sheng has not yet returned? Upon hearing that the missing student was Qin Sheng, Ning Qingfeng's eyes also revealed a glimmer of concern. Equally troubled was Lin Hai, the dean of the War Academy. This lad should have utilized the teleportation array if he couldn't hold his ground. He must not stubbornly endure, Lin Hai thought. Worry etched across his face as he feared Qin Sheng might be clinging to life due to the earlier words of the elite class students. It was crucial to understand that the mutated realm was currently experiencing a beast tide, posing a significant threat to the lives of ordinary high school students within. There's no need for President Lin to be overly concerned. Perhaps Qin Sheng has met his misfortune and perished already, or maybe he is still alive. Zhang Hao remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Anyone could discern the mocking tone in his words. Zhang Hao, how dare you curse my brother Sheng? Ning Qingfeng retorted, a hint of urgency in his voice. Look at you, so anxious. What good does that do? If you wish to know whether Qin Sheng is dead or still out there, why not check the tablet? Zhang Hao said with a smirk, summoning an assistant beside Zhang Bao. At that moment, Zhang Hao was immensely pleased, although he had not slain a single beast. The fact that Qin Sheng had yet to return to the Storm Guild Hall filled him with a sense of triumph. That lad must surely be doomed. Even if he hadn't killed a single beast, once the beast tide subsided, thanks to Zhang Bao's covert maneuvers, he too could secure the trial card for the Tianyuan Tower, while Qin Sheng, well, he probably had been reduced to mere bones by the beasts. However, the assistant, who had been called over by Zhang Hao, suddenly halted, staring at the tablet in her hands with an expression of disbelief. In the next moment, her hand trembled, and the tablet slipped from her grasp and crashed to the ground, startling everyone present. What happened? Could it be that the student has met with misfortune? Lin Wanqing approached with concern. No, it's the beast horde, the assistant stammered, covering her mouth in shock. The beast horde? What about it? Has it breached the city? Lin Wanqing thought of this, but quickly shook her head. That shouldn't be possible. The mutated realm was quite far from Binhai City. They shouldn't have reached so swiftly. No, it's not that the beast horde has stormed the city. The beast tide has been quelled. To be precise, the beast horde has been annihilated. The assistant's words struck like thunder within the hall, eliciting expressions of shock and confusion from everyone present, including Zhang Bao, the three deans, and the demon-slaying squad alongside the elite class students. How is that possible? The beast horde has been entirely exterminated. One could hardly fathom that there existed thousands of magical beasts within the mutated realm. Over 1,000, indeed. Look over there, a student from the elite class exclaimed. As the crowd turned to follow his gaze, they spotted a massive electronic screen. This was the screen that originally recorded the number of magical beasts slain by the students. Just a moment ago, the screen displayed that everyone had a count of 0. Yet now, a name was rapidly ascending to the top, from an inconspicuous corner. It surged to first place. More astonishingly, beside this name, the number of magical beasts slain was skyrocketing. 1, 80, 200, 400, 700, 1,000. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, everyone's mind echoed with a singular thought. Whose subordinate is this, exhibiting such valor? Chapter 52, The Mayor's Shock. The demon-slaying squad prepares to claim their prize. As others remained at a kill count of 0, this name had suddenly reached 1,000 slain beasts, nearly overwhelming the display of the electronic screen. All eyes were fixated on the screen. In that instant, everyone beheld that resplendent name. Qin Sheng, Qin Sheng, Qin Sheng. Upon recognizing the name, every person silently recited it thrice within their hearts, expressions of confusion, shock, and disbelief gradually manifesting on each face present. Qin Sheng had single-handedly sealed off the entire mutated realm. Was this truly human? This was nothing short of divine. Goodness, I previously compared Qin Sheng to Zhang Hao. I must be mad. How could Zhang Hao even be worthy of comparison? Forget calling him Qin Sheng. From now on, he shall be known as Brother Sheng. Meanwhile, the students of the elite class, astonished by Qin Sheng's accomplishments, cast envious glances at Ning Qingfeng. Yet, at that moment, Ning Qingfeng himself was in a state of shock. He had anticipated Qin Sheng's prowess, but never imagined he would be this formidable, single-handedly sealing the entire mutated realm. Other professionals would be hard-pressed to even catch a glimpse of Qin Sheng's shadow. It's over. Everything is over. Zhang Bao gazed at Qin Sheng's achievements, his eyes devoid of any glimmer. He staggered backward, and had it not been for the assistant supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. This was truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot, according to the rules he had previously announced. The student who secured first place in this simulation examination would receive the trial card for the Tianyuan Tower. If it were merely a regular reward, it would be acceptable. But this trial card for the Tianyuan Tower represented half of what he had invested into the Storm Guild. He had poured a substantial amount of gold coins into the 3 war academies to procure this reward. He had envisioned that with his secret training and the advantageous position for teleportation, Zhang Hao would secure the top spot and utilize the trial card to acquire rare equipment, thereby ascending to the pinnacle of success. Yet, unexpectedly, a formidable Qin Sheng had emerged midway, not only claiming first, but doing so while entirely sealing off the mutated realm. This left Zhang Hao with no opportunity to even catch up. Contemplating this, Zhang Bao turned to Zhang Hao, who was currently in a daze beside him. This Zhang Hao was simply useless. Given the opportunity, he had failed to deliver. The deans of the other 2 academies looked at Lin Hai with eyes filled with astonishment. They initially believed that Qin Sheng's absence from the trial tower yesterday indicated a complete surrender. Lin Hai's decision to bring Qin Sheng into the mock examination seemed to be a last-ditch effort. Few held high hopes for Qin Sheng, yet to their astonishment, Lin Hai truly had an eye for talent. Qin Sheng managed to achieve a flawless victory over the entire area of aberration. Such an unprecedented feat had never been witnessed in the annals of the divine Xia Kingdom. I am fortunate to have acted swiftly in dismissing Li Tiahu. Had I offended a future powerhouse, it would have been a grave miscalculation, Lin Hai murmured to himself. Good heavens. A single individual has slain over 1,000 magical beasts. Such a record rivals that of our captain. Ji Bo of the demon-slaying team expressed his astonishment. Qin Sheng. What a splendid name. Invincible in battle, isn't it? Remarked a robust man with a hint of youthful exuberance. This is a true talent, Sister Wanqing. Let us seize the opportunity to recruit him into our 7th demon-slaying team. After all, with the captain absent, we can finally complete our quintet and embark on our expedition to the Death Mountains, chimed the charming yet composed Lu Qianqian. It seems recruitment might be unfeasible. For such talent, we must resort to snatching. Prepare yourselves to lie in wait, ready to claim him. Lin Wanqing's gaze flickered with determination. Meanwhile, in the office of the city lord of Binhai City, Lin Yin had just organized his papers, preparing to rush towards the area of aberration when his assistant, Yang Qianqian, burst in again. There's no need for your efforts, city lord. The system from the Storm Guild just indicated that the beast tide has been resolved. What? They managed to handle the beast tide in such a brief span. Are those rascals in the Storm Guild mocking me? Lin Yin halted, his expression turning irate. The city lord speaks the truth. Intelligence just arrived from the Storm Guild confirming that the beast tide has been dealt with. As Yang Qianqian spoke, she opened the details of the message. Let me see. The Storm Guild's system states that a single practitioner resolved the beast tide. How is that even possible? Yang Qianqian was reading the message when her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. What is the matter? Has something gone awry? Lin Yin noticed the change in Yang Qianqian's demeanor. The message states that a single practitioner single-handedly dealt with the beast tide, slaying over 1,000 magical beasts. Yang Qianqian took a deep breath, enunciating each word carefully. What? Such a thing exists? Ha. I thought Qin Sheng was unmatched, but it seems someone surpasses him in valor. Who is this individual? As a warrior of the flame armor, Lin Yin felt his mind momentarily lapse. However, this king-level powerhouse quickly regained his composure and erupted into laughter. He seized the tablet from Yang Qianqian's hands, his mirth intensifying. I must go see for myself who this prodigy is that exhibits such bravery. Simultaneously, within the instance hall of the Storm Guild, Zhang Hao glared at the leaderboard showcasing Qin Sheng's achievements, his eyes reddening with fury. It was unfathomable that he, the favored young master of the Storm Guild and captain of the elite class, had been bested twice by the ordinary practitioner Qin Sheng. Previously, he had accepted being overshadowed by Qin Sheng in the elite class, but now, after finally awakening a rare profession, he still found himself outmatched. Before the awakening of a rare profession, how could I be bested? And after the awakening, I still face defeat. This rare profession, has it not awakened in vain? Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Zhang Hao seemed to grasp something, shouting, That's right. Qin Sheng is merely an ordinary practitioner. How could he possibly slay 1,000 magical beasts? Something must be amiss. Perhaps Qin Sheng is cheating. In the hall of the Storm Guild, Zhang Hao was animatedly shouting. Yet, apart from his father, Zhang Bao, who exhibited a flicker of doubt in his eyes, others regarded Zhang Hao with expressions of incredulity. After all, this was the Storm Guild, the domain of Zhang Hao and his father. If there was cheating, it could only be attributed to Zhang Bao and Zhang Hao themselves. It was evident to all that Zhang Hao was merely flustered from his losses. Just then, a mocking voice chimed in. You failing does not imply others cannot succeed. Perhaps you should practice more, alright? You. Upon hearing this derisive remark, Zhang Hao glared in anger, preparing to retaliate. But in the next moment, much of his fury dissipated, and his hand retreated, for the source of the taunt was none other than Lu Qianqian, a member of the demon-slaying team. Lu Qianqian was indeed a member of the demon-slaying team, an official member of the demon-slaying army. Despite their youth, Lin Wanqing and her fellow team members held the rank of major within the team's structure. In the Divine Xia Kingdom, strict regulations dictate that practitioners may engage in combat as long as they do not cross certain lines. However, should anyone attempt to harm or undermine members of the demon-slaying army, they would face severe repercussions. Should Zhang Hao act, he would risk facing severe penalties or even capital punishment. Thus, even if he dared to confront Qin Sheng, he would not provoke a member of the demon-slaying team. Chapter 53, The Thousand Illusions Necklace. The captain is Qin Sheng. Inside the instance, at that moment, Qin Sheng was unaware of the turmoil outside. He was captivated by the shimmering ground before him, truly a bountiful harvest. The gleaming purple items scattered around Qin Sheng were all magic crystals. Indeed, every magical beast, deeply tainted by the abyssal demonic energy, had dropped a magic crystal, equivalent to the elite magic crystals typically yielded by elite-grade beasts. With a sweep of his hand, Qin Sheng swiftly collected over 1,000 magic crystals into his system space. This constituted a considerable fortune. Moreover, the greatest benefit of this endeavor was the successful second awakening. After this, Qin Sheng would be able to gain 3 layers of casting for each magical beast he defeated. Furthermore, each level up would grant him 8 basic attribute points and 32 free attribute points. More importantly, having just slain 800 magical beasts, Qin Sheng's level surged to 28. Good heavens, a student who awakened just 2 days ago has reached level 28. Who would dare believe this? Before the provincial examination, he had ascended to level 28. Without even mentioning combat prowess, this level alone would shatter previous records for practitioners prior to the provincial examination. What is this? After storing all the magic crystals in his system space, Qin Sheng noticed a gleaming golden object in the distance. He approached to retrieve the necklace-like piece of equipment. Could it be the equipment dropped after defeating the 1,000 Illusion Spirit Fox? Qin Sheng murmured to himself, reasoning that typically, beasts of the king grade would drop equipment or skill books upon their defeat. The 1,000 Illusion Spirit Fox had likely dropped equipment too. However, at that moment, Qin Sheng had been preoccupied with slaying the multitude of magical beasts and had not taken the time to inspect it. This piece of equipment is named Thousand Illusions Necklace. I wonder if it possesses any special effects. Qin Sheng pondered as he gazed at the description of the necklace. He subsequently began to examine the equipment skill description of the illusory necklace. Illusory necklace. Rarity, legendary. Special skill, once donned. It grants immunity from a single instance of mental control. An immunity-type special effect? Quite intriguing. I shall equip it at once. With this thought, Qin Sheng promptly adorned himself with the illusory necklace. Ding! You have successfully equipped the illusory necklace. He then proceeded to review his system panel. Age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 28. Spirit, 615. Strength, 123. Agility, 123. Constitution, 202. Health, 2020. Mana, 6150. Skills, Fireball, Lightning Strike, Healing, Detection, Taunt, Wind Blade, Frost Blade, Omniscience, Body of the Demon God. Equipment, True Bracelet, Blood Red Cloak, Fate Necklace, Rejuvenation Ring, Ring of Reversal, Guardian Spirit Armor, Illusory Necklace. Multicasting Layers, 3406. Effect. Increases by 3 layers for each beast slain. Observing his resplendent data panel, Qin Sheng nodded to himself. Indeed, this enhancement is remarkably substantial, bolstering his confidence for the provincial examination. Simultaneously, within an office of the Storm Guild, 3 deans and the guild leader Zhang Bao along with his son Zhang Hao appeared tense and somewhat apprehensive. Before them sat a middle-aged man of imposing countenance, clad in fiery red armor, his golden eyes exuding a formidable pressure. It was Lin Yin, the lord of Coastal City. At that moment, Lin Yin was scrutinizing the data pertaining to the Storm Guild's recent mock examination. Lord Mayor, there must be an error in the rankings. Or that student named Qin Sheng has resorted to cheating. I have investigated. Although he possesses some skill, it is inconceivable that he could have slain 1,000 beasts in such a short time. Zhang Bao explained to the lord before him. He was reluctant to allow the precious trial scrolls of the Celestial Tower, which he had painstakingly exchanged for, to fall into Qin Sheng's hands. Hence he clung to hope and engaged in evasive reasoning. Oh, is that so? Yet the rankings clearly indicate that Qin Sheng has indeed slain 1,000 beasts. Moreover, you have failed to detect any malfunctions, have you not? Lin Yin remarked with keen interest, observing the grinning Zhang Bao. Lord Mayor, although my father did not detect any faults, it is impossible for Qin Sheng to have returned alive from the anomalous zone. Zhang Hao began to speak, but Zhang Bao swiftly covered his mouth. Simultaneously, Zhang Bao shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hao, lamenting inwardly. How could I have such a troublesome son who divulges everything? Oh, your tone suggests certainty that Qin Sheng could scarcely survive the anomalous zone. I am quite curious. What leads you to this conclusion? Lin Yin's authoritative gaze bore down on both Zhang Bao and Zhang Hao. This left Zhang Hao, after receiving a glare from Zhang Bao, hesitant to respond to Lin Yin's inquiry. The previously jovial Zhang Bao also lowered his head, revealing a countenance fraught with anxiety. However, while his smile may have faded, it merely shifted. Lin Yin, wearing a smile, remarked, Fear not. Even if you choose not to speak, I can ascertain the reason through the Storm Guild system. Upon hearing Lin Yin's chilling laughter, the heart of the now downcast Zhang Bao raced even faster. Gritting his teeth, he decided to confess, adhering to the principle of leniency for honesty and severity for resistance. Lord Mayor, the fault lies with me. In a moment of folly, I allowed Qin Sheng to be teleported to the area of the Beast King for the sake of my son's mock examination scores. As he spoke, Zhang Bao tugged at Zhang Hao, who quickly grasped the situation and knelt before Lord Lin Yin alongside him. It was our momentary lapse. Please grant us clemency this once. My lord. Meanwhile, the Dean of the War Institute, Lin Hai, shot an indignant glare at Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao? How could you dare to do such a thing for Zhang Hao's score? This is utterly outrageous. Zhang Bao, donning a facade of a friendly tiger, replied, Dean Lin, this is entirely my fault, but please, do remain calm. After all, Qin Sheng has emerged unscathed, has he not? The words ignited a fury within Lin Hai, his chest heaving with indignation. At this moment, the shameless Zhang Bao and his son exhaled a sigh of relief. Though they had plotted against Qin Sheng, he was merely an ordinary practitioner. In the kingdom of Xinya, conflicts between practitioners that do not involve crossing the line are permitted. Especially now that Qin Sheng was still alive and they had voluntarily confessed their wrongdoing, their punishment should be lighter. Very well. Since you have the audacity to admit your guilt, be prepared to face the consequences. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. My lord, the fault lies solely with us. We are willing to compensate Qin Sheng and bear all his university expenses. Zhang Bao hastily asserted. No need for such complications. You two shall repay your debts with your lives. Lin Yan declared, his eyes brimming with malice. No, my lord, you must be mistaken. Qin Sheng is still alive. Why should we be sentenced to death? Zhang Hao inquired, bewildered. The kingdom of Xinya stipulates that anyone who harms or plots against a member of the Demon Suppression Army shall face severe penalties or death. Lin Yan's lips curled into a derisive smile. The moment Lin Yan's words fell, not only did Zhang Bao and his son find themselves momentarily stunned, but the three deans present also wore expressions of disbelief. Were they not dealing with matters concerning Qin Sheng? Why did the Lord suddenly mention the demon suppression army? Had he made an error? After all, Qin Sheng was merely a high school student. How could he be connected to the demon suppression army? As realization dawned, Zhang Bao, appearing perplexed, inquired further. Haha, Qin Sheng is the captain of the demon suppression army's slaying squad, Team 7. His rank is colonel. Tell me, is there any doubt about his connection to the demon suppression army? Lin Yan rose, tapping his fingers upon the table. Chapter 54, Eccentric Teammates, Captain's Welcome Ceremony. What? Qin Sheng is actually the captain of the slaying Team 7 within the demon suppression army? Lin Yan's words struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present in the office. In an instant, the three deans and Zhang Bao's son froze in shock. They exchanged glances, recalling the rumors of the Abyss dungeon, where he had reportedly slain 60 elite beasts in a single minute. The captain of the 7th team, whose achievements were nothing short of legendary, was none other than Qin Sheng. No wonder he could slay 1,000 beasts. There had been no malfunction or bug in the dungeon. It was a testament to Qin Sheng's true prowess. In that moment, the dean of the War Institute, Chen Feng, was filled with regret. He had initially intended to recruit Qin Sheng, only to abandon the effort when Lu Lu failed to locate him. Later, when Qin Sheng did not return to the dungeon the following day, Chen Feng assumed he had given up and resigned himself to despair. Now, reflecting on it, he felt utterly remorseful for having missed the opportunity to connect with a prodigy. At this moment, Lin Hai was experiencing a mental shutdown, his mind replaying Lin Yan's recent words. It turned out that Qin Sheng was indeed the captain of the 7th squad, boasting an astonishing record of slaying 1,000 magical beasts before even contacting him. What an incredible feat. Meanwhile, the expressions of Zhang Bao and his son were filled with disbelief. This was inconceivable. He was merely a high school student who had just awakened this year. How could Qin Sheng be the rumored rookie genius captain who had single-handedly slain 60 elite magical beasts in the Abyss dungeon? Lin Yan's face turned icy as he rose abruptly from his desk, his gaze fixed on the Zhang father and son, his tone frigid. Enough, now you can die. Just as Zhang Bao attempted to explain himself, Lin Yan cut him off, his eyes gleaming with golden light. In the next instant, golden flames erupted from within Zhang Bao and Zhang Hao, engulfing them in a horrific blaze, with their anguished screams echoing. Their bodies were reduced to ashes amidst the golden inferno. Where Zhang Bao had stood, a resplendent golden-black card fell to the ground. Was this the trial token of the Tianyuan Tower? Lin Yan nodded, realizing why Zhang Bao had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme to eliminate Qin Sheng. Even upon witnessing Qin Sheng achieving the top rank, he sought to erase his accomplishments under the guise of cheating. It was worth noting that the Tianyuan Tower was the premier dungeon of the Divine Xia Kingdom. Any professional who managed to enter would reap immense benefits, greatly aiding their future growth. No wonder Zhang Bao was so desperate in his scheming. However, since Qin Sheng had secured the top rank and demonstrated such potential, a mere card would not suffice. As Lin Yan contemplated this, he began searching for rewards on his person. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Qin Sheng had finished organizing his belongings and cast one last glance at the town, now reduced to ruins. The transformed land bore no resemblance to the town it once was. Sighing, he concluded that there were no more magical beasts left. It was time to return. He retrieved the teleportation bracelet from his possession and pressed the red button, vanishing in a flash of light. Just as Qin Sheng materialized in the Storm Guild's hall, he felt two figures dart towards him, lifting him off the ground. Upon turning his head, he discovered that he was being carried by two young women, one tall and statuesque, the other a petite and charming girl. Who are you? Qin Sheng asked, perplexed. Although both young women wore military uniforms, he was certain he did not recognize them. Congratulations. Handsome, you have been invited to join the Demon Slayer 7th squad. Come, let us talk about your aspirations, Lu Qianqian said with a smile, tugging Qin Sheng towards a corner. As Qin Sheng attempted to resist, Lin Wanqing interjected, little brother, don't struggle. Just be good, and later, I'll show you my legs. After a brief pause, she added, well, if you agree, it's okay to touch them too. Behind them, the Lin Jibuochang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. The vice captain was really pulling out all the stops this time. On the other side, Ning Qingfeng and a group of elite class students watched Qin Sheng being encircled by the Demon Slayer squad, their eyes betraying a hint of envy. The Demon Slayer squad was an elite team under the command of the Demon Slaying Army, comprised of the creme de la creme among the youth. Each member was proud and ambitious, yet here they were, lowering themselves to recruit Qin Sheng. Sighing, they thought, how enviable it is for Shenggu to be surrounded by beauties. When will such good fortune come my way? Just you? Dream on. Shenggu can have such attention because of his achievements. Indeed, the fact that he can slay 1,000 magical beasts is monstrous. They murmured among themselves. Who do you think is stronger? Qin Sheng, who has slain 1,000 beasts, or the captain mentioned by the Demon Slayer squad? At that moment, they ceased comparing Qin Sheng with Zhang Hao, realizing that the strength Qin Sheng displayed surpassed anything Zhang Hao could ever achieve. Instead, they began to compare him with the mysterious captain of the Demon Slayer squad. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng, still restrained by Lu Qianqian and Lin Wanqing, contemplated escaping. Lu Qianqian grinned. Little brother, just relax. If it helps, I can even give you a demonstration of Subject 3 later. No, wait, Qin Sheng began to protest, but was interrupted again by Lin Wanqing. Little brother, just be good, and I'll give you a show too. Me too. Me too. Ji Buchang and the burly Zhang Haizhu chimed in from behind. Hearing their words, Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Judging by their attire, he quickly deduced that they belonged to some squad, but their peculiar conversation left him somewhat speechless. Was this a serious team? Just then, the door to the Storm Guild's office swung open, and Lin Yan, clad in fiery red armor, stepped out. The city lord has emerged. The students of the elite class and Ning Qingfeng exclaimed in unison. Even the Demon Slayer squad in the distance turned their attention towards him. Lin Yan's gaze landed on the members of the Demon Slayer squad, and he remarked, "Your welcoming ceremony for the new captain is quite unique." The members of the Demon Slayer squad exchanged puzzled glances. What? New captain? They then noticed Lin Yan's gaze honing in on Qin Sheng. He is the captain? But doesn't he even have a badge? Lin Wanqing questioned, her expression filled with confusion. At that moment, the previously restrained Qin Sheng finally broke free and produced the badge that validated his identity. Is this the badge? Upon seeing the emblem in Qin Sheng's hand, the four members of the Demon Slayer squad exchanged incredulous looks. The captain? But isn't he just a high school student? How did he become our new captain? Their expressions were exaggerated, their faces pale as they stared at Qin Sheng, who was the very embodiment of the prodigious talent and extraordinary strength they had spoken of. In stark contrast, Qin Sheng, merely a high school student, had achieved such astounding feats. Was he even human? He was undeniably a genius among geniuses, a monster among prodigies. The four of them couldn't help but smile ruefully, their faces flushed with embarrassment. What had they just been doing? Attempting to recruit their own captain? And trying to employ various tricks on him? Goodness gracious, this has escalated dramatically. Awakening from a near-fatal stupor, I realized that the jester was none other than myself. Meanwhile, the elite class, alongside Ning Qingfeng, discerned from Lin Yan's words and the reaction of the demon-slaying team that the illustrious team captain they had mentioned was none other than Qin Sheng, standing right before them. My word, is Qin Sheng even human? On the first day, he soloed a hell-level dungeon, and on the second, he annihilated 60 elite-level beasts within a mere minute, conquering the abyss-level difficulty that had remained unchallenged for 3 centuries. By the third day, he had vanquished 1,000 beasts. Gasp. The elite class and Ning Qingfeng collectively inhaled sharply at this realization. Is it truly feasible for a high school student to achieve such feats? Reflecting on their earlier comparisons between Qin Sheng and the captain of the demon-slaying team, Ning Qingfeng and the elite students couldn't help but smile wryly. Such prowess is beyond the realm of human imagination. Well, I had intended to introduce you all, but I trust you are already quite acquainted. Lin Yan gestured towards the members of the demon-slaying team. Upon hearing his words, the 4 members of the team blushed furiously, resembling the rear of a monkey. Acquainted? They were far too familiar, having just showcased their most embarrassing moments before Qin Sheng. At this juncture, they had laid bare all their secrets before their captain, providing Qin Sheng with enough leverage to tease them for a lifetime. Haha, given the circumstances, I shall borrow your captain for a moment, Lin Yan declared. Observing the demon-slaying team members bow their heads in embarrassment, he strode confidently to Qin Sheng's side, and before Qin Sheng could react, a blaze of flames flickered around Lin Yan, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the Storm Guild's office. What is that peculiar smell? Upon entering the office, Qin Sheng was greeted by an odd aroma. Oh, that's merely the scent of garbage, Lin Yan shrugged nonchalantly. He then produced a resplendent golden-black card from his possession and presented it to Qin Sheng. This is your reward for achieving first place in the provincial examination simulation, the trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower. I believe its significance requires no further elaboration. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Sheng was acutely aware of the value of the first dungeon in the Divine Summer Kingdom. Yet, a sense of puzzlement lingered in his heart. Wasn't this trial scroll in Zhang Bao's possession? How did it come to be in Lin Yan's hands? Perhaps, sensing Qin Sheng's confusion, Lin Yan elucidated. You were pondering about Zhang Bao and his father, weren't you? Fear not, they dared not lay a hand on you. I have dealt with them decisively. Understanding dawned upon Qin Sheng as he nodded in comprehension. All right, now we can discuss your matters. Lin Yan clapped his hands together with a smile. My matters? Qin Sheng was taken aback. You've certainly surprised me quite a bit. Now I can finally give those old geezers a taste of their own medicine. Who says only their main city boasts talents? Lin Yan laughed heartily. Talents? Qin Sheng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Heh, you are unaware, but this year, several hidden professions have emerged from the southern Andi provinces, and they are the seeds of this year's provincial examination. However, in Binhai City, we lack even rare professions. I have endured much ridicule from those old geezers lately, Lin Yan admitted with a bittersweet smile. Then, with a firm grip on Qin Sheng's shoulders, he exclaimed joyfully. But with you in the mix, everything changes. This time, you will surely astonish them. No, terrify them. I'll do my best, Qin Sheng replied with a smile. Scratching his head. Haha, it's not about doing your best. You must secure a place in the top 3 of the provincial examination. Lin Yan's gaze was imbued with unwavering confidence. The top 3 of the provincial examination? Qin Sheng pondered the implications. Lin Yan nodded. Under normal circumstances, I would be elated with any achievement you made in the provincial examination. However, this year is different. You must have heard that the provincial examination has undergone reforms. Following the usual assessments, there will be a final evaluation, and those who succeed will gain access to a remarkable opportunity. A remarkable opportunity? Qin Sheng was intrigued yet puzzled. It's a bit premature to discuss it now. You will understand post-examination. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. Then, as if recalling something, he continued. As a reward for your consistent record-breaking achievements here in Binhai City, in addition to the trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower, I have another reward for you. This is the Spirit Luck card, which I acquired from slaying the Beast King in the Death Mountains. Lin Yan handed Qin Sheng a card. Spirit Luck card? Is it the one rumored to enhance experience? Qin Sheng gazed at the card in awe. Legend had it that this rare card could only be obtained by defeating the Beast King boss. It was indeed a treasure. Realizing its significance, Qin Sheng promptly stowed the Spirit Luck card away. Haha, as long as you understand its value, you must put in extra effort this time. I've heard that there are prodigies from the War God Temple participating in this provincial examination. You better return home and prepare. With that, Lin Yan transformed into a blaze of fire and vanished from the Storm Guild's premises. After tidying up his belongings, Qin Sheng exchanged contact information with the members of Demon Slaying Team 7 before bidding farewell to Ning Qingfeng and the team. He took a taxi home, knowing that the high-stakes examination awaited him the next day. After a day of battling monsters, he needed a good rest. Upon returning home, Qin Sheng retrieved the Spirit Luck card. Spirit Luck card rank, none type, amplification effect. Upon use, permanently grants the practitioner a 100 experience bonus. My word, it truly lives up to its legendary status. Upon seeing the card's effect, Qin Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He was currently at level 28, merely 2 levels shy of 30. If he utilized this Spirit Luck card, his experience would double, propelling him toward the 3rd transition in no time. Once he achieved the 3rd transition, his multiple casting ability would also ascend to level 4, allowing him to cast spells with 4 layers of potency for each enemy slain. If this amplification continues, it is conceivable that he could soon amass a staggering 10,000 layers of casting. The thought of unleashing 10,000 fireballs and 10,000 ice swords is nothing short of apocalyptic. The future is indeed promising. Haha, what is the top 3 in the provincial examination compared to me? I shall seize the national first place. After a quick wash-up, Qin Sheng lay down on his bed and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the provincial examination commenced. Chapter 56, the college entrance examination and the floating pagoda. The following day, in accordance with the customary regulations of previous years, all practitioners participating in the provincial examination were to assemble at the Lord's Square in Binhai City on the day of the exam. The entirety of Nanhua Province boasts 24 main cities, and traditionally, the provincial examinations for each city were held within the confines of their respective main cities. Practitioners would enter the designated assessment dungeons of their main cities, with their performance in these dungeons serving as the benchmark for their provincial exam results. However, this year, due to reforms in the provincial examination, the location had also undergone a transformation. Candidates from the 24 main cities of Nanhua Province were required to utilize the teleportation array of their respective main cities to journey to Luoqing, the sole level 3 main city and the foremost city in the province, to partake in the examination. At 10 in the morning, Qin Sheng hailed a cab and arrived at the square in front of the Lord's mansion. Upon disembarking, he noticed that the square was already bustling with students. Shenggu, over here. Ning Qingfeng, clad in a blue garment, waved to Qin Sheng from amongst the throng. Qin Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and made his way toward Ning Qingfeng. Now, everyone, please quiet down. I will begin the roll call, Lin Hai announced as he observed that a sufficient number of participants had gathered. A similar scene unfolded among the groups from the other 2 military academies. Soon, the 3 deans exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The number of candidates participating in the provincial examination was, indeed, in alignment. All right, everyone is ready. Let us depart. Lin Hai gestured toward the students in the square, and then cast a glance at the array mages surrounding the area. Upon receiving his signal, the array mages nodded in response. Subsequently, these mages crossed their hands before pressing one hand against the edge of the square, causing the entire area to shimmer with waves of azure light. A large teleportation array. Judging by the flickering lights, it bears some resemblance to that of the Storm Guild, Qin Sheng mused as he observed the teleportation array in the square. After a moment, with a brilliant flash of blue light, Qin Sheng, along with all the students in the square and the 3 deans, found themselves transported to the examination venue in Luoqing. Truly befitting of Nanhua Province's foremost city, the examination venue was significantly more spacious than that of Binhai City. Lin Hai remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, students from the 24 main cities of Nanhua province were gradually being transported to the examination venue in Luoqing. Despite the influx of candidates from all corners of the province, the venue, as Lin Hai had previously stated, was remarkably expansive. Even as students from the main cities were teleported in succession, the square remained far from crowded, presenting an open and airy atmosphere. Each city's students occupied merely a small corner of the square. All right, please wait here for a moment while I take care of the examination paperwork, Lin Hai instructed the students behind him. He then stepped away from the group, prompting the students from Binhai City to engage in lively discussion. Wow, truly worthy of being the first main city of Nanhua province. This examination venue is enormous, 20 times the area of our square. One exclaimed, not only the square, but look over there. A colossal light tower is floating at the center of the square. The image of the tower was vastly different from their trial tower. Could it be the rumored pagoda tower? At this moment, the candidates from Binhai City were keenly observing the examination venue in Luoqing, their attention drawn to the immense light tower at its center. This colossal tower boasted 9 levels, radiating a pure white glow. Yet, curiously, only the lower 5 levels shimmered with faint light, while the upper 4 levels remained dim. Pagoda tower? Qin Sheng gazed at the distant structure. He had come across some information regarding the pagoda tower online. According to legends, it served as a prison for abyssal demons, maintained by practitioners from the divine Xia kingdom. The fact that only the lower 5 levels were illuminated, could this signify the number of stages in our assessment? Traditionally, the phase examinations were divided into 4 trials, suggesting that the 5th level might represent the final exam for this round. He pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, he was not alone. Other candidates were also scrutinizing the massive pagoda tower at the center of the venue. Haha, you ordinary practitioners seem to have quite a lot on your minds. The final assessment is not something you all can access, a tall young man interjected. His hair was dyed red, and his physique was impressively muscular. Did your deans not inform you that the final assessment is reserved for geniuses and seed candidates, such as myself? He raised his chin proudly. It's the vice president of the Storm Bear Guild, murmured the crowd. I've heard he is one of the seed candidates for this provincial examination. Indeed. It was rumored that aside from the figure from the War God Hall and Luo Qingshu of Luoqing, he was the most formidable contender for the top spot in the provincial examination. As this young man made his presence known, the square erupted with gasps of astonishment. The Storm Bear Guild? Qin Sheng recalled having heard of this guild, which was situated in Tianshai City, a main city adjacent to Binhai City. It was comparable in scale to the Storm Guild, having recently expanded to match its stature. This growth was attributed to Zhao Tiexiong, the vice president of the Storm Bear Guild, who had awakened the hidden profession of berserker. Practitioners awakening hidden professions were often met with substantial subsidies and investments, propelling the guild's status to new heights. Zhao Tiexiong, already exuding pride, grew even more self-satisfied upon hearing the gasps of admiration from those around him, resembling a haughty swan. However, the crowd soon quieted as the deans returned to their respective groups, ready to distribute the teleportation wristbands to the students. Each dean began to impart crucial guidelines to their students. At this moment, the dean of the War Academy in Tianshai City was addressing Zhao Tiexiong. Tiexiong, I trust you've retained all the information I shared with you. Only those in the top 3 will secure a spot. Rest assured, teacher. Aside from Mo Ying from the War God Hall and Luo Qingxue, no one else stands a chance against me. I will undoubtedly secure a position in the top 3 and earn my place in the Tianjiao competition. Chapter 57. The quota for the genius team. The provincial examination commences. In Luocheng, within the provincial examination conference room, please hold on for a moment. The Lord Mayor will be back shortly. Wang Yaoyao, the assistant to the Lord of Luocheng, said with a beaming smile. Before her sat a mage clad in a white robe, who nodded in acknowledgement. Although he too was dressed in a white robe, it was markedly different from the attire worn by the array mages of Binhai City. His robe was adorned with golden threads, and notably, embroidered on each shoulder was a character signifying war and deity. He was Qin Feihong, the array mage dispatched by the War God Hall to oversee the Pagoda Tower dungeon in Luoqing. He was also an exceedingly rare 6-turn king-level array mage. At this moment, he picked up the tablet before him, its screen displaying the avatars of 9 contenders. These are the 9 seed players from Nanhua province this year, aren't they? Qin Feihong nodded at the tablet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Elder Chun, these 9 students are our province's seed players. Among them, the most exceptional is none other than Miss Qingxue from my family, Wang Yaoyao proclaimed with pride. Hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, Qin Feihong nodded in acknowledgement. Yet just as he was about to speak, the door was suddenly flung open. Ha ha ha, old Chun, my apologies for keeping you waiting. There has been some unusual activity in the Death Mountains, and I had to attend to it. At the doorway stood 2 imposing middle-aged men. The foremost, clad in light blue battle armor, was none other than Luo Shanha, the Lord of Luoqing. To his left, donned in a robe, was Wan Tianya, the president of the Transition Guild in Luoqing. The Death Mountains? Could it be related to those Val creatures again? Qin Feihong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, a surge of magical beasts has suddenly appeared near the Death Mountains, along with an inexplicable white mist, likely connected to the vile creatures. I have dispatched individuals to investigate and believe we shall uncover the truth soon, Luo Shanha confirmed with a nod. Humph, these vile creatures have become increasingly unruly of late. Over at the Stupa Tower, several high-tier fiends have been persistently assaulting the seals, attempting to break free. Such aspirations are nothing but a delusion. Qin Feihong shook his head, a glint of cold light flickering in his gaze. Hee, let us not dwell on these troublesome matters. How are preparations for the Stupa Tower coming along? Luo Shanha inquired with a smile. Almost complete. We await your arrival. As you know, even a projection of the Stupa Tower requires 3 king-level professionals to activate. Qin Feihong replied with a grin. Excellent. No problem, Luo Shanha readily agreed, then shifted the conversation. However, I've heard that the student from the War God Temple participating in the provincial exam is your disciple, correct? Luo Shanha asked playfully. Indeed. Moing has been my student for the past 2.5 years. Why do you ask? A hint of curiosity flickered in Qin Feihong's eyes. He was well aware that Luo Shanha was notoriously clever, and he wondered what scheme the old fox was concocting now. I, old Luo, am a straightforward man. I shall speak plainly. The top scorer of this provincial exam will likely be either my daughter Shuer or your Moing. What do you think? As adults, should we not add a bit of flair to this first place? Luo Shanha grinned mischievously. Flair? Qin Feihong hesitated at Luo Shanha's words. What is the matter? You wouldn't lack confidence in your Moing, would you? Fear not. It need not be extravagant. A piece of legendary equipment or a high-tier skill book will suffice. Luo Shanha feigned dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. All right. Provoked by Luo Shanha's teasing, Qin Feihong hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Upon hearing Qin Feihong's agreement, Luo Shanha revealed a triumphant smile. He certainly had his own agenda. According to the reforms for this provincial exam, the top 3 will form a team to participate in the Tianjiao Championship in the imperial capital. The individual who secures first place will be the captain of this team. Regardless of the team's performance, the captain's rewards and benefits will be the highest. If his daughter Luo Qingxue clinches first place, Luo Shanha would be overjoyed. Conversely, should she fail to secure first, he would still benefit, as he would have an excuse to present a grand gift to Moing, thus establishing a favor. After all, those who receive benefits often feel indebted. He believed Moing would surely look after his daughter during the Tianjiao Championship. Luo Shanha then picked up the tablet on the table. The remaining contender must be one among these 8. Indeed, I just observed that all 8 have awakened hidden professions, and their levels are commendable. 2 of them have already surpassed the second transition, reaching level 24. Qin Feihong acknowledged with a nod. I believe one student possesses a greater chance of securing a spot in the genius competition than these 8, Wan Tianya remarked with a smile. He then took the tablet and located Qin Sheng's information. Just 2 days ago, I heard from Old Hai in Binhai City that this student named Qin Sheng has obtained the qualification of the Abyssal Seeker. The qualification of the Abyssal Seeker? Luo Shanha and Qin Feihong exchanged glances, both taking a sharp breath. They understood all too well the value of the Abyssal Seeker qualification. Among the 9 hidden profession seed players in Nana City, only Luo Qingxue had previously obtained such a qualification. Qin Feihong's student Moing had not received the Abyssal Seeker qualification either, as he was preoccupied with training and did not participate in the assessment, which underscored the qualification's significance. However, in the next moment, Luo Shanha's expression changed as he examined Qin Sheng's details. Ordinary profession? Upon seeing Qin Sheng's occupational description, Luo Shanha shook his head, then displayed a disinterested demeanor. Such a pity. To have secured the Abyssal Seeker qualification just 2 days prior indicates his hard work. Yet he is merely an ordinary profession. Beside him, Qin Feihong also shook his head. Indeed, the potential of an ordinary profession is exceedingly limited. In the early stages, he might catch up to the hidden profession prodigies through effort, but as time progresses, the gap will only widen. Furthermore, given the time that has passed, he has likely already been outpaced by those 8 hidden professions. Neither Luo Shanha nor Qin Feihong held high hopes for Qin Sheng. After all, this provincial exam aimed to select talents capable of participating in the Tianjiao Championship, and Qin Sheng's ordinary profession simply did not measure up. Wan Tianya, standing nearby, silently nodded in agreement. As the president of the Luoqing Transition Guild, he was acutely aware of the disparity between ordinary and hidden professions. Subsequently, Qin Feihong rose and declared solemnly, "Very well, let us commence with the main business, activating the Stupa Tower instance." Upon hearing Qin Feihong's words, Luo Shanha and Wan Tianya in the conference room nodded in agreement. Qin Feihong then retrieved a small model resembling a tower from his possession. He tossed it before him, and both he and Luo Shanha unleashed beams of energy, infusing them into the small tower model. Meanwhile, in the examination square, the heads of various main cities were advising the candidates on some precautions. Suddenly, the Stupa Tower at the center of the examination grounds resonated with a sound akin to a great bell. At the same time, a commanding voice echoed, "Attention, all candidates. The Stupa Tower assessment will commence shortly. This assessment consists of 2 phases. The first 4 stages are simulated evaluations. Only students who achieve a score of 2,000 in the simulations will be permitted to enter the 5th stage, the practical evaluation. The assessment will begin in 2.5 minutes. All candidates are advised to prepare promptly. As the authoritative voice faded, a countdown of 2.5 minutes materialized above the stupa tower. Upon seeing the countdown, all students hurriedly checked their equipment, potions, and teleportation bracelets. 2.5 minutes passed swiftly, and Qin Sheng had just completed his inspection of the teleportation bracelet on his wrist. In the next moment, a faint blue light flickered from the floating pagoda, which suddenly intensified, enveloping all the candidates. Simultaneously, the teleportation bracelets in the hands of all candidates began to blink in unison. Subsequently, under the cocoon of blue light, all candidates transformed into streaks of luminous energy and were transported into the floating pagoda. When Qin Sheng opened his eyes again, he found himself within a massive palace constructed of stone. The palace was exceptionally spacious, yet apart from the crackling sound of flames, it was eerily silent. Is this the space of the first level? Qin Sheng pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Just as he was examining the environment around him, a cold voice echoed in his ear. Ding! You have entered the first level of the floating pagoda instance. Chapter 58, Instantaneous Victory, Breaking the Record. Ding! The first challenge of the floating pagoda has commenced. Challenge objective: defeat the stone turtle beast before you. The shorter the time taken, the higher the score. Note: this challenge has a time limit. Candidates who fail to defeat the stone turtle beast before time expires will be deemed to have failed the assessment. As Qin Sheng surveyed his surroundings, the chilling system prompt reached his ears. The stone turtle beast? Just as Qin Sheng was filled with curiosity, the ground of the palace suddenly shattered, and a massive bulge emerged from beneath. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the bulge burst open, sending countless fragments scattering and raising clouds of dust. Once the dust settled, a colossal stone turtle came into view, its body encased in rock-like armor. Measuring approximately 11 meters in length and standing at least 3 meters high. Stone turtle beast. Level 20. Strength 100. Agility 100. Constitution 10,000. Health 100,000. This data seems rather ordinary, Qin Sheng mused as he utilized the stone inspection technique to glance at the stone turtle beast statistics, unable to suppress a smirk. The health of the beast in the first challenge appears quite low at just 100,000. However, he promptly realized that this was an examination designed to accommodate the statistics of the majority of candidates. After all, the objective of the assessment was to identify talent, not to eliminate candidates. Simultaneously, a transparent energy shield materialized before Qin Sheng, displaying a countdown timer of 1 minute. Observing this, Qin Sheng gently raised his hand and began to chant his skill. In the next instant, crescent-shaped wind blades began to coalesce in front of him. He fixated on the countdown, ready to unleash his skill as soon as the energy shield disappeared. Meanwhile, in the conference room for the provincial examination, the stone turtle beast of the first challenge, despite its low attack power and agility, possessed alarmingly high health and constitution. It would likely prove challenging for ordinary students to defeat it within a short time frame. Wang Tianya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Moreover, with the time constraint, any candidate who failed to slay the beast within 5 minutes would be eliminated. The shorter the time taken to defeat it, the higher the score, leaving everyone curious as to who would emerge victorious in this challenge. This round tests armor penetration and burst damage. I have high hopes for Moing. He recently completed his second class advancement and acquired a new advanced skill that allows him to trigger critical hits and armor penetration during stealth attacks. Chun Feihong analyzed earnestly. It must be our Miss Qingxue who will secure first place. Her frost archer also has armor penetration effects, Wang Yaoyao said, clenching her fists in encouragement. At that moment, a massive light screen appeared before the four, divided into 10 segments. These segments displayed the combat spaces of 10 seed candidates. 9 hailed from Nanha province, while 1 was the renowned assassin Moing from the War God Hall. Soon, the screen began to showcase the battles of the seed candidates. The first to be featured was Luo Qingxue, who was currently drawing her bow. As she released, dozens of frost arrows shot forth like a torrential storm towards the stone turtle beast. The already slow-moving beast found its speed further diminished upon being struck by the frost arrows. Not only that, but Luo Qingxue's arrows also carried armor penetration effects. Before long, damage numbers began to appear on the stone turtle beast. 200, 200, 200. Despite the beast's exceptionally high defense, its rocky shell was continually shattered under Luo Qingxue's relentless assault. The total damage from her arrow storm approached an astonishing 10,000. Miss Qingxue is incredible. At this rate, given her charging time, she could eliminate the stone turtle beast in less than 10 seconds, Wang Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Qingxue's skill, Storm Arrow Rain, is becoming increasingly refined. Luo Shanhe nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin. Hehe, I wonder how Moing is faring. Although assassins excel in burst damage, their efficiency pales in comparison to archers. Perhaps Schwer will truly claim the top spot in this provincial examination, Luo Shanhe thought. turning to observe another area. However, the next moment, he was taken aback. For both Qin Feihong and Wan Tianya were staring agape at the screen, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. As an announcement floated above the screen, Luo Shanha's mind momentarily blanked. Typically, an announcement in an assessment instance indicates one of two outcomes. Either a candidate has defeated the beast and cleared the challenge, or a candidate has perished at the hands of the beast. But how much time had passed? Rather than believing that a candidate had successfully cleared the challenge, Luo Shanha was more inclined to think that someone had been eliminated by the stone turtle beast. Shaking his head, he thought, this student must be incredibly weak to be defeated by the beast in such a short time. However, just as Luo Shanha prepared to withdraw his gaze, he heard the simultaneous exclamations of disbelief from Wan Tianya and Qin Feihong. This is impossible. How could a student have cleared the challenge in such a short time? It has barely been a second since the announcement appeared. Who is this remarkable candidate? Upon hearing their astonished cries, Luo Shanha and his aide, Wang Yaoyao, closely examined the announcement, which was now morphing to reveal more detailed information. Candidate, ordinary profession mage Qin Sheng, has cleared the first level in 1 second, earning 2,000 points. The four in the conference room exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily frozen in place. Despite the stone turtle beast's relatively low attack and agility, its health and constitution were astonishingly high. Yet someone had managed to slay it in a mere second. Was this even normal? Is this individual, named Qin Sheng, truly an ordinary profession? Could there be an issue with the dungeon? 1 second. His performance is simply extraordinary, exclaimed Luo Shanha in astonishment. It is inconceivable. The pagoda of floating relics has never encountered a malfunction, Qin Feihong remarked, his gaze fixated on the announcement, perplexed. As a member of the War God Hall, he had witnessed countless prodigies, yet none had ever achieved such a feat as Qin Sheng, who completed the first challenge in just 1 second. It seems that Old Hai has indeed understated Qin Sheng's accomplishments. Wan Tianya chuckled wryly, rubbing his forehead. 10 minutes later, the sound of a bell resonated throughout the examination hall, signaling the conclusion of the first challenge. A total of 800 candidates had passed, while 168 were eliminated. As a solemn voice echoed, more than 100 streaks of light illuminated the tower, revealing the figures of the failed candidates as they were teleported out of the exam hall. The authoritative voice resumed. We shall now determine the scoring and rankings for the first challenge. First place, Qin Sheng, time, 1 second, score, 2,000. Second place, Luo Qingxue, time, 10 seconds, score, 600. Third place, Mo Ing, time, 12 seconds, score, 400. Fourth place, Zhao Tiexiong, time, 14 seconds, score, 250. At that moment, the multitude of candidates in the examination hall rubbed their eyes in disbelief upon witnessing Qin Sheng's score. Is this truly correct? We, the eliminated candidates, fought the stone tortoise beast for a full 5 minutes without success, while Qin Sheng accomplished it in merely 1 second. Not just the candidates, but even the various deans present were left in shock at Qin Sheng's remarkable achievement. How is it possible for Qin Sheng to earn 2,000 points? Isn't the maximum score supposed to be 1,000? Indeed, the maximum score is 1,000. But the pagoda of floating relics has a unique mechanism. Those who break records receive double points. This implies that he can participate in the final assessment without any further effort. The deans were astounded. Haha, did you see that? The student from our war academy in Binhai City secured the top position in the first round. Lin Hai exclaimed, joyfully gesticulating, seizing every opportunity to elevate his academy's prestige. However, at that moment, a cold chuckle interrupted. Heh, isn't it a bit premature to celebrate? Even if Qin Sheng scored 2,000 points, what does it matter? A mage who comes out swinging their ultimate move. How long can he sustain that? Chapter 59, Betting and the Hellish Difficulty of Choices. At this moment, a somewhat balding instructor approached Lin Hai. He was none other than Qin Feng, the dean of the War Academy in Tianhai City. With a mocking smile, Qin Feng remarked, Old Lin, don't get too cocky. The first challenge is protected by a time barrier, which granted your mage student ample time to chant spells. However, to defeat the stone tortoise beast in 1 second suggests that your student likely employed an extraordinary skill. Haha, a student who leads with a bomb. Let's see how he fares in the subsequent challenges. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the surrounding deans appeared to grasp the situation. Indeed, the first challenge's time barrier afforded Qin Sheng, as a mage, sufficient time to conjure powerful spells, allowing him to unleash a more formidable attack. This raises the possibility that Qin Sheng opened with his ultimate move. While the exact nature of the skill remains unknown, this strategy is undeniably sound. Thus, achieving 2,000 points in the first challenge is already impressive. However, this also suggests he may struggle to contend for a top 3 position in the provincial examination. It is crucial to note that the following challenges permit candidates to freely select their difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the potential score. Indeed, after unleashing his ultimate move, Qin Sheng may find himself unable to continue through the subsequent challenges. These next 3 stages will be the time for other contenders to showcase their prowess. The other deans shook their heads, clearly influenced by Chun Feng's earlier remarks, and were less optimistic about Qin Sheng's prospects. Humph, are you feeling sour? Lin Hai shrugged nonchalantly. Although he had not witnessed Qin Sheng in action, the strength displayed in Binhai City was undeniable. Furthermore, Qin Sheng had now amassed an unprecedented 2,000 points, a staggering 8 times more than Zhao Tiexiong from Tianhai City. As long as Qin Sheng maintains his score in the upcoming rounds, securing a position in the top 3 is not out of reach. Am I sour? Is there any need for that? My Zhao Tiexiong is bound to be among the top 3 in this year's provincial examination, a participant in the Tianjiao Championship. Chun Feng retorted dismissively, then provocatively turned to Lin Hai. Since you have such confidence in your Qin Sheng, how about we place a wager? Let us bet on who ranks higher, Qin Sheng or Zhao Tiexiong. All right, let us wager a high-tier skill book. Lin Hai responded without hesitation, brimming with confidence. Huh, you talk a big game, thinking to intimidate me? You're mistaken, let's do it. Qin Feng initially hesitated at the proposed stakes, but ultimately steeled himself and agreed. The bet between Lin Hai and Chun Feng naturally drew the attention of many in the examination hall. Wow, they really are betting. A high-tier skill book? Do they both have such wealth? While I cannot speak for others, Qin Feng indeed possesses considerable wealth, or rather, he is about to acquire a high-tier skill book. Why? Because Zhao Tiexiong is a hidden profession. Indeed, under the benefits provided by the Divine Xia Kingdom, every hidden profession is entitled to a high-tier skill book upon reaching a certain level. Thus, Qin Feng's wager likely hinges upon Zhao Tiexiong's benefits. At that moment, both Qin Feng and Lin Hai locked eyes, each refusing to yield. Meanwhile, within the examination space, candidates beheld the recently announced leaderboard. Luo Qingxue, brandishing her crystallized spout, gazed at the rankings. Biting her lip, she stomped her feet in frustration, causing her chest to tremble. How can he be this formidable every time? Who can withstand this in the future? Elsewhere in the assessment space, a shadowy assassin clad in a black trench coat twirled a dagger in his hand, eyeing Qin Sheng's name on the leaderboard with a smirk. Qin Sheng? It seems this provincial examination has introduced an interesting rival. On the opposite side of the assessment space, Zhao Tiexiong, wielding a massive blade, shouted in anger. Why? How can this guy, who is merely an ordinary profession, defeat the stone tortoise beast in 1 second? There must be a bug in the pagoda of floating relics. These incompetent fools. Just as several candidates had finished venting their frustrations, a chilling voice echoed once more within the tower. The second challenge begins. The challenge will summon 4 diamond bears before you. Note, this challenge allows for difficulty selection. The difficulty levels are set at 4 for the simple challenge, 8 for the hard challenge, 16 for the calamity challenge, and 32 for the hell challenge. Within the examination room of the provincial exam, figures were intently observing the vast luminous screen, where the target for this assessment was the diamond bear, a creature renowned for its formidable strength and resilience. Most notably, akin to warriors, it exhibited commendable explosiveness and endurance. Chen Feihong elaborated meticulously on this. It appears that the most successful professionals in this round will likely be the warrior class, mused Wan Tianya thoughtfully. It seems that the one to excel in this round is Zhao Tiexiong from Tianhai City, as he belongs to the hidden warrior class and is likely to achieve outstanding results, nodded Luo Shanha in agreement. I wonder how Qin Sheng will fare. He already employed such powerful skills in the previous round. I am curious about the difficulty he will choose this time, remarked Wang Yaoyao with a hint of confusion. In response to her words, Luo Shanha shook his head and said, that young man is an ordinary mage, having used such potent skills earlier. He will probably have no choice but to select the simple difficulty. Wan Tianya and Chun Feihong concurred with Luo Shanha's assessment. Indeed, according to the implicit rules governing professionals on Blue Star, the more powerful the skill, the steeper the cost. This could manifest as an extended cooldown period or significant mana consumption, both of which indicated that Qin Sheng would be unable to deploy his formidable skills for the foreseeable future. Look, the candidates are beginning to select their difficulties, announced Chen Feihong as the second round officially commenced. The majority opted for the simple difficulty. Among the 3 most notable seed players, Luo Qingxue had chosen the ordinary difficulty. A prudent decision as acknowledged by Luo Shanha. Shuer, as a frost archer, is a fragile marksman. Facing 4 diamond bears is already pushing her limits. Moing also made his selection, opting for the hard difficulty. Chen Feihong displayed a hint of satisfaction. As a shadow assassin, Moing can effectively contend against 8 diamond bears, utilizing his class characteristics to gradually whittle them down. As anticipated, Zhao Tiexiong chose the calamity difficulty, confronting 16 diamond bears, truly worthy of a hidden warrior class. Wan Tianya nodded in acknowledgement of Zhao's choice. This cannot be possible. At that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly crossed Wang Yaoyao's face. Qin Sheng had chosen the held difficulty, 32 diamond bears. Simultaneously, the difficulty selections of the candidates were displayed on a luminous screen beside the light tower. At this moment, Lin Hai, the dean of the War Academy of Binhai City, was anxiously fixated on the screen, silently praying, Qin Sheng, please remain steady and do not act recklessly. Just maintaining your current performance and opting for the ordinary difficulty would suffice. However, in the next instant, The difficulty selected by Qin Sheng appeared on the screen. Hell level. Lin Hai felt his head spin as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Beside him, Chen Feng burst into laughter. Haha, old Lin. You might as well prepare to hand over my advanced skill book. TSK, hell difficulty. This kid truly dares to choose such a path. Since the inception of the Pagoda trials, no one has ever managed to defeat 32 diamond bears. In my view, your student might as well prepare to return home. Chapter 60, Clearing the Hell difficulty, breaking records once again. Within the examination space of the second round, Qin Sheng found himself amidst a vast, boundless forest. Concurrently, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have slain the stone turtle beast, earning 2 million experience points and 3 layers of spellcasting. With your current layers totaling 3,409. Pleased by the announcement, Qin Sheng nodded. Each time he vanquished a monster, he accrued 3 layers of spellcasting. Meanwhile, an icy voice reverberated within the space. You have selected the hell level difficulty. You will face 32 diamond bears. In case of danger, please utilize the teleportation ring to ensure your safety. Instead of feeling intimidated by the chilling message, Qin Sheng's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distant forest. Thanks to the amplification from the spirit luck card, his experience bar had significantly increased after defeating the stone turtle beast. This was precisely why Qin Sheng opted for the hell difficulty. The greater number of monsters in this challenge would allow him to stack more layers of spellcasting. Additionally, under the influence of the spirit luck card, his experience gains would be doubled. If he could defeat all 32 diamond bears, he was likely to ascend from level 28 to level 29. That would leave him just 1 level shy of his third job transition. As Qin Sheng pondered, a series of beastly roars erupted from the depths of the forest. A multitude of towering trees were uprooted and scattered as several massive black bears, each standing around 10 meters tall and adorned with a crystalline armor resembling diamond, burst forth from the woods. Diamond bear. Level 22. Strength 2000. Constitution 2000. Health 200,000. Now this is intriguing. Qin Sheng smirked, raising his hand to begin chanting a spell. As sparks flickered around him, the fire elements coalesced, transforming him into a deity of flames. Fireballs swiftly gathered around him. Meanwhile, in the provincial exam office, Luo Shanhe and the others watched the unfolding scene. I never expected that this kid, Qin Sheng, would select the hell difficulty. 32 diamond bears. He is incredibly bold, Luo Shanhe remarked, shaking his head. It's likely that his performance in the first round has made him somewhat overconfident. He clearly does not grasp the weight of facing 32 diamond bears. Wan Tianya also shook his head. In my opinion, Qin Sheng's journey may very well end here. I have never known anyone to surpass this level of difficulty. Chen Feihong echoed the sentiment, visibly skeptical of Qin Sheng's prospects. The top spot will undoubtedly belong to our young lady, Wang Yaoyao encouraged. Attempting to uplift the group's spirits, the group's discussions were rife with doubt regarding Qin Sheng. Although he had triumphed in the first round, his choice to leap directly into the most challenging hell difficulty raised significant concerns, especially considering the formidable constitution and attack power of the diamond bears. This was not a challenge a fragile mage could withstand. After all, even Luo Qingxue, a fellow hidden-class fragile marksman, had opted for the ordinary difficulty. Soon, their attention turned to the screen, where the first image depicted Luo Qingxue confronting 4 diamond bears. She unleashed a barrage of arrows while retreating, evidently attempting to employ a kite strategy to gradually eliminate her foes. The 4 golden bears, despite their swift and formidable physique, found themselves ensnared by Luo Qingxue's ice arrows, which inflicted a deceleration effect. Consequently, the bears were rendered unable to swiftly close the distance to her, merely subjected to her kite-like tactics. In the second scene, we witness Mo Ying, a shadow assassin, clad in an inky black trench coat. Like a phantom, he weaves effortlessly around the 8 golden bears, each paws akin to a butterfly skimming the surface of water, triggering critical damage from behind each bear. Although the 8 golden bears, numerous in their count, unleashed ferocious attacks, Mo Ying's swiftness rendered them futile. No matter how vigorously they struck, they could not graze the hem of his cloak. In stark contrast, the bears found themselves increasingly wounded under Mo Ying's relentless assault. In another frame, Zhao Tiexiong, the berserker warrior, brandishing a colossal blade, radiated a fierce crimson light as his muscles bulged with newfound vigor. With a thunderous roar, he charged into the fray amidst 16 golden bears. Swinging his enormous sword in a sweeping arc, he struck fiercely at the bears, proclaiming to himself, "This victory shall undoubtedly be mine." As he spun like a top, his blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, leaving the bears in disarray. Despite their overwhelming numbers, Zhao Tiexiong, leveraging the advantages of his hidden class, matched the bears blow for blow. Within the provincial examination office, Luo Shanhe and his companions were riveted to the display before them, their attention primarily focused on Luo Qingxue, Mo Ying, and Zhao Tiexiong. The former 2 were formidable contenders in this examination, while Zhao Tiexiong stood out as the one who had chosen the most challenging difficulty. Schwer has devised a commendable strategy, slowing the bears while inflicting continuous damage. Though this challenge is not overly difficult for her, she appears to be on a secure path. Luo Shanha mused, nodding in satisfaction. Mo Ying's performance was commendable as well, despite selecting merely a difficult difficulty. His current attack frequency suggested he might be the quickest to pass this level, eliciting a hopeful expression from Qin Feihong. However, it was Zhao Tiexiong who truly shone, his prowess as a hidden class berserker proving exceptional as he engaged the bears with remarkable parity. Wan Tianya, observing Zhao Tiexiong's battle, offered a meticulous critique. Just then, Wang Yaoyao, who was also watching the display, suddenly gasped in astonishment. It hasn't been long, and yet Qin Sheng has. The trio turned in unison, a singular thought forming in their minds. Could it be that Qin Sheng had already met his demise? They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disappointment. The young man, in his hubris, had opted for the hellish difficulty, and it was no wonder he had faltered so swiftly. It was a pity, considering he had achieved a perfect score in the first challenge. Yet in the next moment, Wang Yaoyao staggered back as if struck by lightning, her voice laced with incredulity. Qin Sheng has actually cleared the level. Chapter 61. The First Breakthrough, the Genius Rectifier. In the provincial examination office, Luo Shanha and his companions were momentarily stunned by Wang Yaoyao's exclamation. Qin Sheng had conquered the hellish difficulty. Each word she uttered resonated with them. Yet the combination felt utterly foreign. How could it be that Qin Sheng had cleared a hellish stage so swiftly? With questions swirling in their minds, they directed their gaze to the announcement, which clearly stated, Qin Sheng has cleared the hellish difficulty, slaying 32 golden bears in just 3 seconds. Good heavens! Has this lad somehow cheated? Wan Tianya exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He quickly covered his mouth, glancing around to discover that the expressions of those present mirrored his own shock. Luo Shanha and the others stared at the announcement, their expressions frozen, pupils dilating in disbelief. How had he accomplished such a feat? 32 golden bears, each one surpassing the capabilities of an average practitioner. How could he possibly have vanquished them in such a fleeting moment, merely 3 seconds? Luo Shanha's face was a mask of confusion. Turning to Qin Feihong, he inquired, Old Qin, are you certain that the tower of floating pagodas you brought does not have any bugs? Qin Feihong shot him a withering glance. Rest assured, even if you encountered a bug, the floating pagodas would remain unblemished. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Luo Shanha scratched his head before refocusing on the announcement concerning Qin Sheng. Just how did this young man achieve such a feat? Meanwhile, Qin Feihong pondered the significance of Qin Sheng's name, quietly musing to himself. Regardless of the circumstances, this lad has managed to secure perfect scores in 2 successive challenges. There must be something remarkable about him. Even if he is merely an ordinary practitioner, he could be considered for training in the War God Temple. Simultaneously, within the examination arena, dozens of luminous figures were being expelled from the Tower of Floating Pagodas. These were the candidates who had entered the second level. Given that the second level imposed no time constraints and the foes were the aggressive golden bears, the initial 4 would not be waiting for the level to conclude before being teleported out upon their defeat. Instead, they would automatically be transported out once vanquished by the golden bears. Due to the nature of the examination, the candidates in the arena were unable to witness the battles inside, yet they could observe the chosen difficulty levels. Who is this Qin Sheng? I've never heard of a seed candidate by that name. How audacious of him to choose the hellish difficulty, one remarked. I just inquired. Qin Sheng is a student of the ordinary profession from the War Institute in Binhai City. Incredible. An ordinary practitioner daring to select the hellish difficulty, the highest level. Even Zhao Tiexiong, with his hidden class, only dared to opt for the disaster difficulty. The onlookers in the examination hall could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was well known that there were disparities among professions. Ordinary practitioners ranked below rare ones, which in turn fell short of hidden classes. Now, Zhao Tiexiong, a hidden practitioner, had merely chosen the disaster difficulty, while the ordinary practitioner Qin Sheng audaciously opted for the hellish difficulty. Truly remarkable. Nearby, Lin Hai, the dean of the War Institute, observed Qin Sheng's choice of hellish difficulty with a glint of concern in his eyes. While others might be unaware, he understood all too well that with Qin Sheng's capabilities, he had a genuine chance of vying for the title of top scorer in this provincial examination. However, Qin Sheng had been exceedingly reckless, opting for the hellish difficulty from the outset. It was crucial to note that in the provincial examination, failure in any single challenge meant, with the opportunity for subsequent challenges lost, even though Qin Sheng achieved an astonishing score of 2,000 points in the first round. Should he be eliminated in the second round against the Iron Bear, there remains a possibility of being surpassed by other prodigies. Haha, old Lin. You ought to prepare a few more advanced skill books. I shall take my time to choose, Qin Feng remarked with a tone laced with mockery. Humph. The results are not out yet. Do not celebrate too soon, Lin Hai retorted, clenching his fists, feeling a pang of regret. More than the loss of an advanced skill book, it was Qin Sheng's disappointing provincial examination results that weighed heavily on his heart. Haha, it appears you are quite confident. Oh, it seems the results have been released. Let us see how your genius fared. Oh my, astonishingly, he secured the first place. Wait, first? Qin Feng, initially scanning the leaderboard casually, felt a surge of pride. However, upon scrutinizing the rankings, his expression transformed dramatically. His eyes bulged, widened in disbelief, as he fixated on the leaderboard, repeatedly uttering, "First place? How is this possible? He is merely an ordinary mage. How could he possibly slay 32 iron bears?" As Qin Feng's exclamation echoed, all eyes in the examination hall turned towards the rankings issued by the Pagoda of Ascendants. First place, Qin Sheng, time taken, 3 seconds. Score, 3,000 points. Second place, Zhao Tiexiong, time taken, 1 minute. Score, 500 points. Third place, Mo Ying, time taken, 2 minutes. Score, 300 points. Fourth place, Luo Qingxue, time taken, 3 minutes. Score, 150 points. A collective gasp resonated among the numerous candidates in the examination hall upon seeing the leaderboard. Good heavens, he truly did slay 32 iron bears. Is this feat even achievable by a mere mortal? Are we all battling the same iron bears? Aren't those creatures notoriously resilient and high in damage? How did he manage to vanquish so many? Fools, the beasts within the pagoda are all identical. The crux is not merely the act of defeating 32 iron bears, but that he accomplished this feat in just 3 seconds. That is the essence. He is clearly not a seed contestant. How can he surpass those who are? Exclaimed the onlookers. Qin Sheng is truly exceptional. While others are prodigies, he is a prodigy corrector. In that moment, the candidates buzzed with excitement, many of whom were unfamiliar with Qin Sheng and not even from Binhai City. Yet, like him, they had only awakened to ordinary professions. From the instant they awakened, they were inundated with voices suggesting they were mere side characters, with only hidden professions deemed as seed contestants or candidates for the provincial examination's top honors. Now, witnessing an ordinary profession like Qin Sheng flourish, securing the top spot in 2 consecutive assessment rounds, filled them with a surge of exhilaration. "Ah, old Shun, you must prepare several advanced skill books now. I shall peruse them thoroughly," Lin Hai proclaimed with a sense of triumph, echoing Qin Feng's earlier sentiment. Qin Feng's face shifted in hue, alternating between crimson and pale. "Humph. Do not get too smug. There are still 2 rounds remaining." Just as he began to recover from the shock of Qin Sheng's results, he gritted his teeth and shook his head vehemently. "Mages become increasingly fatigued as the rounds progress. I refuse to believe that you, having cast so many powerful skills, have not incurred any depletion. The 3rd round is a test of endurance. My Zhao Tiexiong will surely turn the tide." Meanwhile, within the examination space, Qin Sheng heard the system's announcement. "Congratulations on slaying 32 iron bears. Your experience has doubled. You have leveled up to 29. All your base attributes have increased by 8 points, and you have gained 32 free attribute points. You have slain 32 iron bears, resulting in 96 layers of spellcasting. Your current spellcasting layers are 3505. Indeed, relying on the experience amplification from the card of spiritual luck, I have successfully ascended from level 28 to 29. Just one more level, and I can achieve my 3rd transformation," Qin Sheng mused, nodding with satisfaction. The space before him shifted once more, and a cold voice resonated within the environment. "Congratulations, candidate Qin Sheng. You have entered the 3rd round. The target for this round is the magical creature, Iron-Winged Eagle. Note, you may freely choose the difficulty level, which includes easy, hard, catastrophic, and hell. The number of Iron-Winged Eagles for normal difficulty is 24, for hard difficulty, 48, for catastrophic difficulty, 96, and for hell difficulty, 192. Please assess your strength before making a selection." Simultaneously, in the provincial examination conference room, Assistant Wang Yaoyao, upon seeing the contents of the round, leaped with excitement. "Wonderful. It's a flying-type magical beast. This time Our Lady will surely claim the top spot." In the conference room, Luo Shanhe and his 3 companions were intently watching the unfolding scenes. As time progressed, the 3 most notable students began to select their difficulties. First to choose was Luo Qingxue, selecting the catastrophic difficulty, facing 96 Iron-Winged Eagles. Next was Mo Ying, who opted for hard difficulty, confronting 48 Iron-Winged Eagles. Finally, Zhao Tiexiong chose easy difficulty, facing 24 Iron-Winged Eagles. Observing the difficulty selections of the 3 seed contestants, Luo Shanhe and his companions nodded in agreement. This round, they would face the rare aerial magical beasts, making it likely that those with shorter range professions would struggle. Indeed, Wang Tianya remarked, while these Iron-Winged Eagles lack ranged attacks and only perform dive attacks, they are still aerial magical beasts. Only those with long-range capabilities can gain a significant advantage in this round. Qin Feihong, pondering, nodded in understanding. Yes, these Iron-Winged Eagles are not only swift, but possess high defensive attributes. Therefore, to completely eradicate them, one must not only have aerial capabilities, but also strategies for attrition. Luo Shanhe chuckled, though he verbally acknowledged the difficulty of this round. Internally, he felt a sense of pride, with both aerial capabilities and a readiness for attrition battles. Among all the seed contestants, only his daughter, Luo Qingxue, could meet such criteria. In his heart, he was certain that she would secure the top position in this round. Then it seems my lady's victory in this round is assured. I refuse to believe she cannot surpass that Qin Sheng, Wang Yaoyao declared, clutching her tablet while buoying her spirits. Soon, the imagery on the screen shifted once more, showcasing the 3 seed contestants in their battle against the iron-winged eagles. The first sequence displayed Zhao Tiexiong engaged in combat with the iron-winged eagles as they soared through the air, poised to dive at the opportune moment, launching their attacks with beak-like iron precision against Zhao Tiexiong. After striking, they would immediately retreat back into the sky. In an effort to deny Zhao Tiexiong any opportunity for counterattack, the 24 iron-winged eagles relentlessly wore him down in accordance with their aggressive rhythm. As a berserker, Zhao Tiexiong possessed substantial vitality and formidable offensive capabilities. However, he found himself rendered impotent against the swiftness of the iron-winged eagles. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Damn it, you bunch of wretched iron-winged eagles, if you have the guts, face me head-on." He brandished his mighty blade, his fury palpable. Yet the iron-winged eagles remained unfazed by his onslaught, maintaining their tactical rhythm. They continued to strike from behind when he was distracted or occasionally executed a sneak attack. Zhao Tiexiong was tormented to the brink of despair by this relentless assault. In a contrasting scene, a figure clad in a black trench coat, known as Mo Ying, confronted 48 iron-winged eagles. One of them swooped down towards him, yet as an assassin, Mo Ying was evidently faster. With a mere thought, he vanished like a shadow. Seizing the moment when one eagle was caught off guard, he reappeared behind it, drawing a razor-sharp dagger from his person. "Die," he declared, and with a decisive thrust, the dagger glinted in the air, striking fiercely at the iron-winged eagle. Thanks to his skill set, which allowed him to trigger critical hits when attacking from behind, he dispatched the eagle with a single blow. However, these iron-winged eagles were not merely adept in their offensive tactics, they also exhibited considerable intelligence. Upon witnessing Mo Ying eliminate one of their own, the remaining eagles suspended their attacks, encircling him instead, poised for a surprise strike. "Damn it! These beasts are even more cunning at ambush than I am." Mo Ying cursed inwardly as he observed their movements. Meanwhile, in another examination space, Luo Qingxue was knocking her bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows towards the 96 iron-winged eagles above. Among the 3 most notable candidates, she undoubtedly showcased the finest performance. Although the iron-winged eagles held dominion over the skies, her arrows reached them effortlessly. As a marksman, she was unperturbed by the eagles' relentless assaults, shifting positions with each shot. She soon found an optimal vantage point. Once more, she drew her bowstring to a crescent shape, coldly murmuring, "I have waited through 3 rounds for this opportunity, not to prove my superiority, but to reclaim what I have lost." At that moment, a glint of determination sparked in her eyes as memories of her previous encounters with Qin Sheng in the Abyssal Dragon Palace surfaced. "Fool, just wait. I will have you beneath me, begging to call me sister." With that thought, she released another volley of frost arrows towards the iron-winged eagles. Simultaneously, in the provincial examination conference room, excitement filled the air. "Miss Qingxue is incredible. She will surely secure the top spot," Wang Yaoyao exclaimed, jumping for joy. "Indeed, Qingxue has performed exceptionally well, currently leading among the trio," Wan Tianyao remarked, stroking his chin with a smile. "Her kill count has reached 6. It seems she will clear this challenge shortly." Chen Feihong nodded in agreement, noting, though Mo Ying is not slow in killing, he relies heavily on skills, which deplete his mana. In terms of endurance, he cannot compare to Qingxue's marksmanship. "Haha, it appears that Schwer is on track," Luo Shanhe began to say, but suddenly, his right eyelid twitched. This peculiar sensation caused his heart to race. It is known that as a practitioner's level rises, they may instinctively sense certain omens. The sudden twitching of his eyelid was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fortune. "Why do I have this ominous premonition?" he pondered, glancing at Wang Yaoyao beside him. "Immediately pull up Qin Sheng's battle footage. Hurry, I need to see." "Understood, City Lord. I will retrieve it right away," Wang Yaoyao replied, noticing Luo Shanhe's serious demeanor. "Old Luo, you seem to overestimate Qin Sheng. He has secured first place in the last 2 rounds, surely exhausting himself. How could he possibly maintain that in the 3rd round?" Wan Tianyao teased. "Indeed, if Qin Sheng claims first in this round as well, it would mean he might achieve an unprecedented 4 consecutive perfect scores," Chen Feihong added with a chuckle, shaking his head. "Unless his spells require no mana. Such a feat is utterly impossible." However, Luo Shanhe's anxiety only intensified upon hearing their words. Something felt amiss. Just then, Wang Yaoyao, holding a tablet, suddenly turned pale. "City Lord, I found it. Qin Sheng is facing a hell-level challenge. 192 iron-winged eagles." At her revelation, the 3 men gasped in unison. "Quickly pull up Qin Sheng's battle footage," Luo Shanhe commanded. Without delay, Wang Yaoyao complied, and soon a scene filled the screen. It depicted Qin Sheng standing on a desolate plateau, gazing at the 192 iron-winged eagles before him. Iron-winged eagle. Level, 24. Strength, 1800. Constitution, 1200. Agility, 2400. Health, 150,000. If I slay these 192 iron-winged eagles, my level progress should increase significantly, Qin Sheng mused, stroking his chin with a smile. Above him hovered a massive flock of iron-winged eagles, their dark forms resembling an ominous cloud, pressing down upon him. While other practitioners might tremble before such an overwhelming force, Qin Sheng felt not a trace of anxiety. Instead, he was invigorated. He began to chant a skill, and this moment captured the attention of Luo Shanhe and the others in the conference room. That starting posture resembles the lightning strike technique, doesn't it? Shen Feihong observed thoughtfully. The basic skill, lightning strike, could only unleash a single bolt of lightning. Such an attack seemed trivial against 192 Iron Wing Eagles.